had to kick out early. But that could also play a good part in their campaign, being that, all right, I got the job done outside, I can kick out and gain priority. So it's all, and that's what's important too, is having that coach to really help you figure out, okay, what's the strategy going into the heat? Am I gonna be, am I get starting it early? You know, some surfers like to chase in a heat. I personally don't. I don't know if you like to chase in a heat. I don't. I like to get it started early,
Definitely.
set the pressure. But yeah, a lot of the surfers, you can tell when they like to chase. They like knowing what they need to get. So it's fun to see everyone's little dynamic. So yeah.
It's a race against the clock too, though. Sometimes you can be patient, but sometimes you can be too patient, waiting for the right wave to come through.
Yeah, and you can't do that here. You know, it's a 300-yard wave. You're gonna take a while to paddle back out. So you're gonna see a lot of people as soon as that buzzer rings. If there's a set, and that's the cool thing about El Sanzal is that there's probably around 4 to 5 waves in a set, and the judges are working really hard to have to watch every single surfer as they're in their heat.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And we're going to go to a short commercial break here before we get heat number 12 started. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Action coming your way. Back to day number 2 here. Competitors fighting for that position here. This is going to be heat number 12 of the men's first round. We have Clinton Guest from Australia in the red jersey. Rico Donaldson from Puerto Rico. He's going to be in the blue jersey. And Federico Nesti from Italy. Fede, as he's affectionately known, in the green jersey. Seems like they're sitting a little bit further on the inside today, Megs, compared to the competitors yesterday, sitting a little bit further out. Maybe the swell size on that low tide here, just a little bit smaller than yesterday, so allowing the competitors to kind of sit in a little bit further, hugging the reef a bit more. This is a bit of the bottom here of the break is a bit of a mix of sand and rock, so those rocks and sand do move a little bit, but yeah, you can see the competitors there sitting a little bit on the inside today.
Yeah, and I think that's actually a smart move for them right now, because if they're, you, like we touched earlier, that you don't want to be waiting on the outside and waiting for that set, waiting for that, and that's, it's going to be action for us, because that's going to lead to a lot of buzzer beaters, as we saw yesterday. Even Julian Schweitzer getting that last score that he needed. But we're going to see a lot of smart surfing, right? There's going to be a lot of strategy going into day number 2. Especially with the swell coming in. So surfers are going to be playing that offense defense, and and I feel like they're either gonna start pushing each other in a little deeper, hugging the reef a little bit more. With the tide coming in, there's gonna be more water, so it is gonna allow them for not so much of a crushing wave. It's gonna kind of open the face a little bit more. But I think it was interesting to see on their free surfs that each surfer would surf at a different tide. And I think that was really important. They were surfing on a very low tide. They were surfing on an upcoming tide. They were surfing on high tide. And then surfing when the tide was going down, sucking back out. And I think here, because the tides are so drastic, that it was very important for them to learn, because it can be a completely different wave on the tide, depending on the tide, depending on the, you know, on the swell direction. It can make such a big difference.
As we get heat number 12 of men's round 1 underway here. 20-minute heats out there today. The judges will be looking for their top 2 rides. Top 2 scoring rides will go into their heat totals. No priority to begin the heat. And as surfers catch the waves, the priority system comes into play, really helping the surfers out there with priority toward the end of the heat. Kind of that strategy coming into it as well, as you were mentioning, Megs. But the competitors there just sitting, waiting. Ocean gone a little bit quiet for the start of this heat. I'm sure all of the supporters, friends and family back home are cheering on their, you know, either their family members or their representation from their country. I know a lot of Australians back home are watching and tuning into Clinton.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I remember even competing, my parents would set an alarm at like 2 a.m. and, you know, text me before a heat, and I'm like, it's like 1 a.m. back in Hawaii. How are you up? You know, and it's the dedication of the sport. It takes a village. It really does.
It certainly does. I think it's quite late back in Australia this time. So thanks to everyone tuning in from around the world. We're looking to get the first wave of this heat started very soon. Megs, I was thinking last night about the kind of difference between being a goofy footer and being a regular footer on this wave. We've got 2 goofy footers in this heat, Rio and Fede being goofy footers, Clinton being a regular foot. How is that going to play into their strategy, where they position themselves on the wave? Is it a hard wave to surf backhand, or do you think, or because you yourself as a regular footer, I'm a regular footer as well?
Yeah, I feel like there is there is a disadvantage for sure. You know, you're surfing your backhand, you're looking over your shoulder instead of facing the wave. So that's going to be the challenging part. But the goofy footers have been so used to surfing the right point break that they've adapted, and they've almost like, and it really depends on where their shoulder placement is, because if you're looking constantly over your shoulder, you kind of want to almost start facing your shoulders kind of square to the wave, so that way you have an easier time really cranking that turn back into the power section. So like how we saw JR yesterday, he almost has his shoulders square with the wave, and his shoulders are already facing the nose where he wants to go. So I think that's really important, especially for the goofy footers. But a lot of the goofy footers, you get them back on the tail, they will crank a turn. And so I think that's the advantage for them, is that they can really set their back foot into that tail of the board and really get that power turning back into that power source. So I think the goofy footers have a good chance this year. I mean, they've been really practicing and getting that practice in.
As we see Federico from Italy up on the first wave here, making his way through that whitewater section, setting himself up here as he carves back toward the whitewater. Good control there. You can see, as you were mentioning, Megs, opening up that chest, making his way up to the nose for a hang 5 there. He's walked to the board in that critical section, so judges will like that. Cuts back. He's going to stick with this one through the inside section. You can see something walling up through the inside here, keeping that board flowing, moving, getting really low, grabbing rail there for that cutback turn. As he comes through to the Papusa section, as we know it, a shore break. He's going to bring this one. Again, he's trying to find another little nose ride section on the inside. Setting up, waiting, being patient. And that wave just dying out on him. But a good start there from Federico. As we see a set out the back. This is Rio Donaldson from Puerto Rico. A beautiful hang 10 at the start. In control. Drops right down to the bottom of the wave. Beautiful bottom turn. Sets himself up for another hang 5. So a great start to this wave from Rio. Cross steps back to the tail as well with control. Again, dropping down. Guarding back into the whitewater. He's found himself on a great wave. This wave going to link up through. Right through to the inside. He's got a great style. As he stalls there, you can see that wave again standing up, hanging 5 through that section, those toes wrapped right over the nose. And stalling, setting himself up again on the nose. So like 4 or 5 nose rides already on this wave as he brings it through. again, setting himself, just linking maneuvers together, Megs. It's great to see. Just a little bobble there in the bump, but I think he done all of that hard work on the outside section.
He did all the work. I mean, he is putting the judges to work this morning. Sir, it is 7 a.m. and you're about to drop a very beautiful score. As we see Clinton about to drop a good score, if he can complete this wave, beautiful hang 5 out the back in that critical section. And he's not short, so that wave is well overhead for him. So to nose ride on a bigger wave like that is not the easiest thing. So judges like to see that.
They certainly do, as he's looking to set up a nose ride here. That board back in the white water, so that critical section as he cuts it back. Clinton, one of the most controlled surfers I've seen recently here, just really patient on the wave. Great style. He's going to be walking up to the nose again to try and find another nose ride. Cuts it back to set it up. You got a beautiful hang 5 in the outside section. Bringing it through here. He's riding his Skin Dog double scoop. As he gets up on the nose, holds that 5 for an extended amount of time there. He's going to bring it right through to the inside section. You can see that white water coming toward him. Decides to kick out. So good start there from all 3 competitors. Just kick the heat off.
Wow, and we're waiting for scores to drop from all 3 of them. That's going to be an interesting breakdown between Clinton and Rio's wave.
It is.
And Federico's.
That's right.
They got a lot of work done on the outside. As we see Fede here, nice quick hang 5 out the back. That was a smart decision not to push it. You know, it's the first heat of the day. We want to complete rides. And that's the tricky part of being the first heat of the day, is you're setting the standard, right? You're right. You're opening the book to what's possible for today. So you see a nice cutback turn. And, you know, Goofy Footer, you see how many times he's looking over his shoulder. And like we said, the waves are going to be interesting because he is just trying to find that power source. He's waiting for that face to reform on the inside. But I love how he stays busy. He's not just standing there just thinking, all right, what's my next move? He's constantly redirecting the board, gaining that speed, scrubbing speed off. And that's what the judges want to see, is they don't want to see a lot of just sitting and waiting. Beautiful hang 10.
Break down this bottom turn for us. You can see the fin. You can see the whole bottom of the board.
The way that he sets his back foot really into that tail is just absolutely beautiful. Carving back into the power source. This was a good wave choice by Rio, the surfer from Puerto Rico. And I feel like he'd be used to waves like this, because the waves in Puerto Rico are similar to this. And a lot of them are right point breaks, so he's no stranger to a bigger face. Nice carving turn. It was interesting to see where Federico's eyes and where Rio's was. Rio's is always kind of looking down at where his board is going. Mm-hmm. And Fede's was more of looking over his shoulder and where he wanted his board to go. Mm-hmm. As we see Clinton up and riding on this replay. Nice hang 5, quick 10 out the back. Nice footwork back, just really spacing that stance out to get that board to swing around. Nice carving, swooping turn back into the face. And I love his footwork here. He's just so cool, calm, collected. His arms are at his side. Nice quick hang 5. Staying busy. And it's going to be an exciting day of competition, because I feel like with the waves, how they're breaking right now, everyone's going to start staying busy. Little hop towards the inside. Just working their way into the inside here. Nice. Redirect back left. Waiting, stalling, pushing his back foot on the tail of that board just so that he can maneuver his feet back up to the nose. Nice quick hang 5. Just making his way onto the inside to the pupusa section. And deciding to kick out. Smart play from all surfers across the board.
Very smart play. It was good to see those 3 waves kicking off the heat as scores do start to come through. Rio Donaldson locked in a 7-point ride for his nose ride, bottom turn to nose ride combination.
Yeah, and you can see that was such a difference on where his eyes were playing and where he was directing his board. It was a lot of he stayed busy. He didn't want to look almost bored on the wave. He wanted to always be setting up for the next maneuver, and he did so, getting that nice 7-point ride to open up his day of competition.
Clinton Guest from Australia locking a 6-point ride, so he's currently in second place. And then Fede locking in a 4.5 for his first ride. Currently sitting in third. Surfers looking to get their second wave under their belt. Looks like a small wave coming through here. We do have priority in play now. So Fede having priority over Rio. You're going to see Rio having to give way as we see Fede almost on the nose. Unfortunately, just couldn't quite get back in time to get away from that section breaking on top of him.
And I think that's what's going to set them apart is you can see the difference in the scores. The wave heights were pretty much the same on all three surfers, but they got, Rio and Clinton got work done on the outside, right? Fede is a little hesitant to get to that nose as we see this replay here. He needs to make that commitment, and he has that good posture to really stay hunkered down on that nose. But I think it's just the nerves coming in. It's the first heat of the day, and he's just trying to figure out his feet, right? He's trying to figure out where he wants to be in the board, get his feet in the wax. So I think he just needs to get that commitment on the outside.
As we see competitors getting ready for the next heat, Kai Salas, the reigning champion from last year from Hawaii. He'll be coming up in the next heat alongside Jose Manuel Boza from Chile and Alex Heek from Germany. It's going to be another great heat. Team Chile supporting as we see up and riding here. Fede up on the nose, so getting a smaller inside one with that third priority. Beautiful cut back there to set himself up for this section. Cuts back again. Going to bring this one through, just needing a small score to get up into second. I think he's going to try and stay busy. Beautiful cross step cut back there as he brings this one back toward the foam, surfing his way through. Another cut back into the white water. This wave standing up nice and steep for him on the inside. Can he get anything done in the critical section? Starts to walk up to the nose, gets that hang 5, holds it for a while, cuts it back. So he's found a good wave that's going to offer him a lot of scoring potential throughout this inside section. He's going to get up to the nose again, hanging 5, finishing it off on that inside there as he just comes unstuck.
Beautifully ridden wave. That was a smart move from him. He knew, you could see the difference in his approach to this wave. He knew he needed to get busy on the outside, and he knew he needed to get on the nose, and he did so. So I think this is going to be a great backup score for him.
Definitely will, is on screen there. Kai Salas heading out. He celebrated a birthday earlier this week. He's going to be looking to do well in this opening round of men's round 1. As Fede drops a 4.07, puts himself up into first place at the moment. He's got 3 waves under his belt. The other competitors just with that single ride at the moment. As we see sets approaching the outside, who's going to be on these sets. You see they're breaking quite wide. Competitors also sitting over there as well. We have a paddle out the back. And that is going to be Rio from Puerto Rico on the nose, holding that hang 5. Beautiful nose ride to start things off. Cuts back right down to the bottom of the wave again. And that bottom turn almost kind of stalling it as well, setting himself up for this beautiful nose ride through this section, holding it for extended amount of time. Great surfing from the Puerto Rican. You can hear the cheers from the beach, from this commentary booth. He's cutting back as well, bringing this wave right through. He's done a lot of great work on the outside section. He needs to link through to the inside to push up that score as he's just trying to hop over this section here. He's going to fade back toward the left here, rebound off the white water. Cutting it back, this wave standing up for him on the inside, so he's going to get to the nose again for that hang 5. Unfortunately, he just catches rail and has to kick out there before that wave. He took that wave quite wide, it looks like, Meg. That really pushed it a bit further wider.
Yeah, and with this new swell coming in, there's a little bit more of a south direction, so it's good. The wave is almost going to be coming at them, so that's why it's going to be a little tricky to see how they're going to perform especially on the outside, as we saw, right there. It almost looks like a teepee kind of a thing, and that's because of the two swells that are coming in that direction. So, but he did a very good job and taking his time, getting up there on the nose, but even his walk back, he saw the bump in the wave and he stayed in the middle and then decided to walk back after the bump. And I think that was the mistake a lot of the surfers were making yesterday, where they were rushing the walk back and getting unstuck on their board. So I think as we see the replay here, taking his time, and I love this beautiful hang five, that air underneath that nose really selling that was a critical section of the wave. Just taking his time here. Nice, cool, calm, collected. Beautiful hang five through that section. Nice carving turn. And just constantly looking over his shoulder, seeing where he wants to go. And I think he does a really good job at reading the wave and where that steep section's going to be as he works his way onto the inside. Nice little rebound off the foam. Just making his way, and we're going to see a lot of this, a lot of those wider waves, as you were saying. Just gets unstuck here, but he does all the work on the inside. Nice slow-mo here. Beautiful, the way that he can see that fin exposed through the water. See, just taking his time here, reading the bumps. It's hard to tell, but there are a lot of little chops in the wave that's making him kind of have those that kind of, not to say that it's not sturdy, but he looked like he was really honing in on where the chops were, and that was really important for him. And surfers are really going to have to look at that, because there is, quite a bit of swell. There's a south-southwest, a south swell, south-southeast, so they're going to have to pay attention. We're going to see a lot of surfers looking down instead of down the face, because they're going to have to redirect. All right, is this chop going to throw off my walking back? Is it going to throw off my nose ride? So we're going to see a lot of surfers really just being in the moment than rather trying to chase the next maneuver.
As we see Clinton Guest, unfortunately not getting into that ride. So I think he was probably sitting with priority. Depends if the other surfers have paddled out yet, but I think he's going to keep that priority. As we see Fede on the inside here, grabbing rail for that bottom turn, setting himself up to get up on the nose. Beautiful hang five. Holds it, styling, keeps those arms nice and low, showing the judges control as he cuts it back to the white water. Again, cross-stepping up. Beautiful little cross-step stall. As he's going to cut right the way back here toward the pocket, toward the curl of the wave. Unfortunately, not going to get over that section there, but got a bit of work done on the outside. Probably could improve his situation. We'll wait for the judges to lock that in, but he held that beautiful long nose ride.
Yeah, and like we said, he's really paying attention to getting the work done on the outside rather than you can see like the nerves are slowly shaving off, and he's getting a little bit more risky, a little bit more committed, and he's going to have to do that. I mean, there's stacked heats for, round one of the men's, even for the women's. So, I mean, it's going to be a lot of wave choice, I think, and understanding their waves.
1 minute 30 seconds on the clock. Fede recognizing there's not much time, so he's going to opt to take an inside wave as he gets his foot to the nose. This is a great drone angle. You can see his board right in the pocket of that wave, cutting back toward the white water, staying close to the curl. That power source comes right through to this inside section, decides just to straighten out, stay away from that heavy inside shore break section. We do see Clinton Guest up and riding out the back. This might be his final wave, his final chance at getting a score, as he gets himself up on the nose, cuts back toward the white water, stalling, puts himself in a great position there to almost get up to the nose. Unfortunately, just couldn't quite hang on to that section. What happened there, Megs?
I think he was rushing. He was rushing a little bit too much. He knows he needed that backup score, so he was just trying to get everything done in such a little space. As we see Blue up and riding. Beautiful tap 10 there. And this is just their wave kind of coming on the inside just to back up their backup score. But they still want to surf it to their fullest, right? There's a lot of moments in a heat where even that wave coming in can be one of the scores that you need. Beautiful surfing from Rio, and I love though his approach to a backhand surfing. His shoulders are very wide open, letting him see what's happening in front of him, and I think that's the advantage that he has. That he's watching what the wave is doing in front of him. His shoulders are completely square with his nose, so he's looking down and watching. All right, there's a chop. Let me take my time, and it paid off for him. He scored 2 sevens in this heat.
That's right. And we're still going to wait for that last score to come through, but it does look like Rio Donaldson is going to move on through in that first place. Still waiting on the last score from Clinton. He only needed a small score of 2.8 to move up into that second place, to that advancing position. We see that beautiful scenes from the nose rides as we are going to go to a short commercial break. We'll be back with the post-heat interview.
Para una vida llena de todas esas cosas que la hacen realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen, hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy. Suprema. Esta es la otra vida.
Welcome back to day number 2. Great scenes down on the beach here. That is Rio Donaldson taking home the win on heat number 12 for the men's round 1. Official results on screen there. Fede Nesti from Italy taking second place. Unfortunately, Clinton Guest not getting that 2.8. Only a 2.6 comes in for his last ride. So Clinton will be sent to the repechage rounds. Rio Donaldson, fantastic surfing, Megs. Great backhand riding, putting those nose rides in the critical section. He's got to be happy with his performance.
Yeah, he definitely understood the assignment. He knew what he needed to do. He knew that he needed to get the work done outside, and he did so very, very well. With 2 sevens, I mean, he opened up the book for the rest of the day. So see how everyone reacts to that.
As we see heat number 13 hitting the water, Kai Salas, last year's gold medalist, world champion on the WSL Longboard Tour as well. He had a great year last year. We also have Jose Manuel Boza from Chile and also Alex Heek from Germany. Alex residing in Sardinia at the moment. Gets some small swells in the Mediterranean as we see Kai Salas getting a quick start here up to the nose, holding that 5. Beautiful control through that section. He's going to stay on the nose through there. He moves back to get around this whitewater section. You see competitors maybe sitting a little bit deeper to start things off. And Kai making his way cleanly through that whitewater section, gets out in the open face again. We see him setting up for a lovely carve back to the pocket there. Stalling again, a couple of steps just to get that board speed up in the middle of the board to stay on this wave. He sees some inside potential here as he stalls onto the nose for a quick 10. See those bumps he has to deal with on the wave there. Doing really well. Again, up on the nose. Great control there as he brings this one through. Cutting back. He's found himself on a good wave to start this heat off. Keeping that board flowing through the section. Again, up on the nose. Holding that 5 through there as he kicks out before the shore break section. Makes a great start for Kai Salas.
Yeah, beautiful start. And that's what Kai likes to do. He likes to get his campaign started early. He doesn't like to chase, although he's very good at that chasing game. As we see Blue up and riding from Chile.
Jose Manuel at the back there. He's been ripping in the free surfs. He's been on the biggest waves of the day. As we see him just getting around that whitewater section. Going to get himself up on the nose there for a quick 5. Again, has to chase down this open face. Nice drop knee turn. Back toward the whitewater this wave. Just losing that power out there. And we're going to go throw it down to Sam Bleakley with the winner of the last heat.
Great, thanks so much, Bo. Rio, I mean, it came down to that first exchange. That set wave came in. Federico rode a wave. You rode the second wave. Clinton the third. But you got that 7. I mean, how good did it feel to get a strong start?
Felt great. Very happy to start off strong, and I think that kind of pushed me through the rest of the heat.
There was a lot of fluidness. You looked very relaxed, very critical. The fact that you had to wait all day yesterday, but you didn't surf, and then you were first thing this morning, how did that affect you going into the heat today?
I don't know. I think in the morning, I kind of had a little free surf and wasn't feeling great, but I think just from not being able to surf yesterday, I kind of wanted to give it my all today.
Well, you looked hungry, but you've got a great Puerto Rican team behind you. Tell us about the energy in the team that is here supporting you.
Oh, the energy's great, high energy all around. And that's how the Puerto Ricans are, we're very, very lively and always happy.
And those Pelicano boards, they look good under your feet?
Yeah, Pelicano boards are working great. We've been working on the same model, kind of tweaking it a little bit, and I think it's working really well for this wave.
You've been having some good food in El Tunco, enjoying the culture of El Salvador?
Oh, for sure. I've had like 10 pupusas since I've been here, and I'm going to have at least 10 more.
Well, you're looking good, Rio. Any messages for everybody tuning in?
Yeah, quiero darle gracias al Comité Olímpico de Puerto Rico, a Pelicano Surfboards, board riders, Andanza Bazaar, a mi familia, a mis amigos. Gracias por el apoyo.
Puerto Rico on fire. Let's get back to the action.
Thanks, Sam. Congratulations, Rio. Great surfing. As we head back to action in the water, heat number 13, Kai Salas drops a 7.67 on his first ride. I think that's just down to the control he had and the flow between maneuvers as well.
Yeah, and it was him having that fluidity and not having that a lot of waiting time. And judges want to see that. They want to see everything connecting to the next one. And that's really going to showcase, almost like painting that picture, just even strokes throughout the entire wave. And he did so, getting that 7.67.
That's right, keeping that board moving through that inside section. You can see just a little bit of a lull in the action, but we'll go to a replay of Kai's first wave. Megs, talk us through it.
And this is what it is. It's getting that work done on the outside. Beautiful long hang 5. And he's sitting deep. That is Kai's telltale. He loves to sit deep, push the other surfers deep, and does very well on getting in front of the section onto this nice wall here. Beautiful carving turn. And he's just so relaxed. I love how his chest, or the way that his body doesn't go very low or very high. He stays very in the middle and very calm, cool, collected. Reading that wave, he knew not to push that set back because that bump would have just pushed him off. So he knew just to straighten out, get that composure back, and find the face again on this inside. Nice flow, nice hand placement. He has one of the best hand placements when he's on the nose and just turning. His hands are always on the side. Nice kick out. Beautiful way to start the heat.
Yeah, it certainly was. As we see Alexander here representing Germany, getting himself up on the nose for that hang 5. He's going to hold this one through this section, holding it. Does very well to control that nose ride. You can see something further down the line as well. He's going to set up for another nose ride here. Almost touches the toes on the nose there. He's going to cut back toward the white water this wave. Starting to slow down a bit. So you can see just missing out. I think those waves starting to push a little bit wider into that deeper water. At the back, we see a late takeoff here from Jose Manuel. Does well to ride through that one. Sets himself up high on the wave to get on the nose for a hang 5. You can see him hanging 5 through this section here, staying on the nose for a long time. Unfortunately, you don't see the pocket of the wave next to him though, so that was out in the shoulder a little bit. Judge is going to take that into consideration. See, very different from Kai Salas, as he was right in the pocket of that wave, but a really long nose ride.
Yeah, that was a beautiful, beautiful wave. He read that. You can see the difference, and the judges can also see the difference on where your weight is on the nose, right? Instead of having all your weight just really centered, each vertebrae stacked on each other, they want to see that. They want to see that commitment to having that even distribution between both your legs. You know, the judges are going to see if the surfer is just putting all their weight on the back and just touching the nose. They're going to see that, and it's going to see it also in the score, as we see Chinese Taipei getting ready for their next heat.
Tumei on screen there, representing Chinese Taipei, coming up against Ben Skinner, silver medalist, and also Jose Antipaz. It's going to be a great heat. Jose representing Venezuela, as we are just seeing some scores trickle in from the competitors there. Jose Boza, a 3.67, a 3.5. And Alexander, a 3.3, just a small score there. We did see Jose deciding to kick out on that wave to get ahead of priority from Alex. So a little bit of strategy there, that wave dying out. Gets himself, actually it looks, that is correct. Priority in second place. Kai Salas sitting with first priority at the back. 10 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Kai's going to stay patient and wait for a backup wave.
Yeah, 100%. He's going to be, with priority too, he's going to be really picky, as he should be. You only need 2 waves to advance, 2 good waves, right? It's not about the quantity of waves, it's about the quality of the wave. He's already got a 7.67. So he just needs a backup score, and he likes to build throughout the day. He likes to build on his heats. He likes to just surf at, 50%, next heat 60%, 70%, and peaking when he needs to on those really big heats. But right now he's just staying cool, calm, collected. It's second heat of the morning, so he's just gonna be patient and wait for that second score. But he also, with the tide changing, he needs to be mindful. He can't wait too long, right? We don't want to be having the best score of the heat and not having that backup score, because anything can happen, right? You can have someone can advance with 2 4s right now, right?
That's exactly right. We saw Team Venezuela on screen just before. One thing I did notice, Megs, in his board, Jose's board, is that he has the fin right at the front of the fin box. What's that going to do for him out there today?
That's actually going to keep him a little bit more stable. That's going to allow that drag to be so that he can those nose rides, right? When you're on the nose, the weight is on the nose, as we see Ben Skinner getting hyped up for his heat.
Listening to music, jumping around, dancing around. Team England.
Never a dull moment with Ben. He's always just getting hyped, and he's like his best hype man for himself, which is so awesome. I love seeing him just cruise down the beach, always saying hi, always smiling. But to touch back on, and he's riding a 2+1.
So Tumei there, running a 2+1.
And you can see the fin on this, how much forward it is. So with the side fin, it's going to create this drag. It's going to create more stability because there's going to be more surface area in the water. So when those turns, it might feel a little bit stuck, but he's going to want to get those turns really in the pocket to let the fins work for him. Even on the nose, there's more surface area to be catching the pocket of the wave so that he can stay there, right? All the weight is on the front of the board. So you want that drag so that you can stay on that nose. So, I mean, this is probably one of the first 2+1s we've seen so far. And I wouldn't be surprised if more come out, especially with the waves coming up.
Definitely a bit easier to navigate those bumps as well. More carving turns with that 2+1 setup. That single fin opting for more of that pivoting turn feel we saw in the last heat, Rio, with that pivoting bottom turn, getting himself up high in the wave. As we see Kai Salas using his priority on a smaller wave, but straight up to the nose. Hanging 5, brings that back foot up for a 10. Really relaxed style there on the nose. Just showing how much control he does have. Bringing this one back to the pocket, setting himself up. He's going to drop down the face of this wave, waiting for it to stand up. I just love the patience he has, waiting for the wave to offer him the potential to do his maneuvers. So back up to the nose, hanging 5, bringing that back foot up for a close 5. Just dropping down, just so elegant on the wave. Stalls the board. You can see the weight shifting from foot to foot. holding that 5 through this inside section there. Quite bumpy, but navigates it very well. He's going to bring this wave right the way through to the inside. As you can see, that end section there. 7 minutes left on the clock. Kai Salas riding all the way to the beach.
Yeah, knowing he just needs a backup score.
Do you think he's
Oh.
finished his heat?
I'm not sure.
Maybe he's thinking 6 minute paddle out. I don't really have enough time.
Yeah, he could be. You know what? He could be actually in his free surf. I think he is actually timing his paddle back out.
It
And
does look tired on screen. So,
Yeah.
I mean, it is tough out there. But this is an absolute masterclass in nose riding. The best in the world out there today, Kai Salas. Holding the nose ride next.
yeah, and I love the way that he's looking down the face. And he's looking at every part of the wave. He's looking down, he's looking up, he's reading the wave. This is the masterclass of reading the wave. He's looking at every part. Even when he's cut backing, he's looking at where the whitewash is, if he can rebound off of it. And he's also, at the same time, feeling the board under his feet to really get that sensory up to his brain to be like, all right, am I going to turn harder than I should? Or am I going to just cruise my way into that? I love the way his steeziness just kind of relaxes into that pivoting turn to get back up on that high line for this nice hang 10. Just reading the wave. As you can see his eyes are constantly moving, looking back and forth. Nice little claim, no claim, little steez moment.
Beautiful style.
Mhm.
Part of the judging criteria as well. Style and grace. As Kai Salas brings this one through to the inside. I just love the compression and extension he has throughout his turns. Especially that bottom turn, getting nice and low and then throwing the arms up to get that board up high on the wave face to set himself up for a nose ride. As you can see just how well he navigates this inside section. Quite a bumpy wave here. Does well to ride through. He's going to bring this one all the way to the beach. I think conserving his energy, knowing he's got 2 really solid waves under his belt, it's a long paddle out. He's just going to conserve his energy for the
Yeah.
heat.
And a lot of the surfers I was mentioning to them, they were all excited and all hyped, and I was like, just remember, it's a marathon, right? You got to take heat by heat. You got to take those moments when you need to rest.
As we see surfer in blue from Chile up and riding a beautiful hang 10. And that section does well to get around this whitewater section into a beautiful cross step carve back to the pocket. Using that footwork to keep the board moving. Cutting back into the section there. See, Manuel really carving it back with that drop knee. Cutbacks, cross stepping up to the nose again. That very critical nose ride. This is a great way for him. Could solidify his place in second. As he walks his way up through, keeping that board moving. You can see he's meeting that inside section there. Again, little stall there to get back to the pocket. You see him up on the nose. He gets up, just comes unstuck on the inside section. We do see a little change in situation. Obviously waiting for Kai Salas' last wave to come in. Definitely going to better his situation there. Bows up from Chile. Quick into first place there. He's going to be looking to solidify his second place.
Yeah, I feel like that you're right. I think Kai was saving his energy. Personally, I would have paddled back out. I would have definitely put pressure.
It's a heat, right?
It's a heat. I mean, till the buzzer ends, you know. But again, he from last year, you know, he surfed all the way through, and it was tiring. It's hot. It was definitely a marathon. So it's just this constant noticing. All right, is this worth it? Am I gonna rest? You know. So he knows that feeling, especially all the way to the top, winning that gold last year.
And what you don't see on screen is the current out there, the chop, how long that paddle out is, the heat of the water, the heat of the air temperature.
Yeah.
It takes a lot out of you. There's a lot of water moving out there. Even though the waves are a bit smaller today, there's still that water pushing across the reef you need to paddle against.
Yeah, and what people don't realize is the water is hotter than the air. So paddling out, it almost feels like there's not that moment of refreshing. Because when I was surfing out there, it felt like I was sweating in the water.
Definitely.
I've never felt that anywhere else. And it was interesting. You get tired. So it's going to be that game of getting that campaign started early, getting the work done early, saving that energy for 7 days of competition.
As we see on screen here, Alexander taking a look. He's looking for a 5.01 to move up into second place, as unfortunately just comes unstuck on that takeoff. You could see he was kind of stalling himself to stay high on the wave, but just a bit too high.
Yeah, and that moment, you know, when you're doing that almost airdrop feeling, you have to, it's going to feel very unnatural, but you have to step down. You actually have to get the board contact with the wave, because if not, it's going to take control and it's going to fly you off. As we see Kai getting a 6.57 on his last wave, it's such a veteran move. He understands that he only needs 2 waves. He only needs 2 good scores to advance, and he's going to conserve energy. And that's exactly what he did.
Exactly what he did. He knew he had 2 good waves under his belt. Didn't need to worry about paddling out for a 3rd wave. As we currently in the heat, Jose Manuel Boza from Chile in that 2nd place. Remember, the top 2 will move through to the main rounds. And that 3rd place will drop into the repechage rounds. Alex still looking for a 5.01. Not out of reach for him at all, as he's going to take off. 40 seconds left on the clock. Looks like he's going to get another shot here, Megs.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if where's Jose at?
You see, just a little caught behind this section at the start here. Needs to start getting things working here as he gets up for a beautiful 5, holding that hang 5 through that section. He's going to cut it back toward the white water, staying nice and low there on the wave to try and get himself through this. We've seen some competitors losing the wave here on this wider section. So we'll see if he can manage to get it through. Unfortunately, he just goes off the back again, so maybe a bit of a misread, and there's Jose up and riding before the buzzer. This wave is going to count. Drop knee turn back to the white water. His last wave coming in at 4.67, so bettering his situation as he does a little bit of a walk back there. See him cross step to cut back to the left, and that's where that's different swell angles coming in as well. Does well to really navigate that inside section, bounces off the foam to finish off that wave, so could go up into his top 2 scores and better his situation, but it will be Kai Salas with those 2 wave scores, equaling a 14.24, moving through alongside Jose Manuel Boza. That last score of Alex comes through as a 3.17, so not enough to put him into 2nd place, as we see a replay of Jose's wave.
Nice work done on the outside. Nice hang 5 through this kind of flat section. I love the way he redirects it straight to the beach to get back into that power source. That's really hard to do, by the way. And just redirecting, getting that inside. He knows he wants to solidify the 2nd place, so he's trying to better that 3.67. Nice footwork. Little walk back, little try to do the hang heels. I think we might see a lot of that today. Nice redirect back left. As you said, that swell direction is going to be coming more at them, so there are going to be a lot of more redirections back left and right. Nice bank off the top to finish, stamp the end of that wave. He feels good.
He does. Little chop hop airdrop there. And we're going to throw it down to Sam with the winner of the last heat, Kai Salas.
Great stuff. Thanks, Bo. Defending gold medalist Kai Salas from Hawaii. Just getting started, but what a cool way to start.
Yeah, that was really fun.
Tell us about the conditions.
It's like perfect size, overcast, so it's not so hot. Because the paddles are really long, so and it's nice and clean, and the tide is good. It's perfect out there.
You've got a lot of experience in El Sunzal. How do you prepare for El Salvador? What's different about coming here compared to other destinations where you might compete?
Yeah, it's my 4th time here, and luckily I live on Oahu, so I got the North Shore, just a little drive away. So coming to El Salvador, you're gonna expect some swell always. So I usually take a few drives out there and get the feel of some more juice under my feet, and that's how I prepare for out here.
And you're a 2 times individual gold medalist. You're a team gold medalist. Where do you keep those precious gold medals at home?
Oh, I keep them on my TV stand, right next to my other trophies.
Well, you're going for your third one, but I'm sure that Sissy and Coral, your kids, are listening. Some messages for them?
Yeah, they didn't come with me on this one because we have a lot of trips lined up this year, and they're expensive to travel. So, yeah, they're at home, probably watching. They're probably sleeping right now, but when they watch the replays, I want to say hi to them. So, yeah.
Pleasure to watch you, as always, Kai. Good luck in the rest of the event. Back to you, Bo.
Thank you very much, Sam. Kai Salas probably has countless trophies on his TV stand. What do you think, Max?
Countless trophies, and his daughter Coro is working her way up to try and get there up with her dad. I mean, beautiful surfers, raining from Waikiki on Oahu, growing up with them. But yeah, he's got a very big display of all his trophies, as he should. You know, he's world champ.
That's right. Two-time world champion Kai Salas. As we see heat number 14 in the water. Just waiting for the waves to get started here. We have 3 competitors out there. Team England, Team Chinese Taipei, Team Venezuela. Ben Skinner from England on screen there. Sitting furthest out, deepest on the peak as well. So other competitors probably letting Ben set the tone of this heat.
Yeah, and you'll see that a lot of that from the veterans of our sport is they'll sit deeper and kind of time it out. They're really understanding like their strategy. You can see like who has that strategy and who's kind of like, okay, what am I setting the tone? Am I chasing? And you know, just like Kai, he did not want to chase. He got 2 waves done. That was it. Saved his energy. And I feel like Ben's going to do the same.
Definitely. As a small wave comes through here, Ben having a look. Maybe going to doesn't look like too much of a wall, but he's going to decide to take off on this one, get a quick start for this heat. Ben Skinner, silver medalist here at the ISA Longboard Championship. Holding that 5 through that section. You're going to get back on the tail. Powerful rail carve back toward the white water. That swooping style of Big Ben Skinner. Shapes his own boards, Skin Dog surfboards. He's riding one of his own shapes, Thunderbolt technology. Beautiful style on this wave, surfing it through. Cross step maneuvers. Ben coming ever so close to winning a world title a couple of years ago. As he makes his way up to the nose again. Brings his wave right through. He's found one of those smaller ones that really hugs the rocks, hugs the reef here. Oh, beautiful perching on the nose there from Ben. Brings that back foot up for a quick 10. And again, up on the nose, going to finish this one on the shore break. Great start.
Great start. Smaller wave, but just get his feet onto the wax, feeling how it is for him. You know, there's 17 minutes left on this heat. He's really going to pace himself. Again, understanding that he only needs 2 waves to advance. So he wants to get that campaign started early. You know, get the feel for how it's feeling, how the board's feeling, because every day is different here. You know, it looks the same, but the chops, the winds, the tide. So it's cool to see him, and you can tell he's getting his breath, getting ready for that long paddle out. You see this replay here. Smaller wave, as you can see the swell is actually coming at him, and so this was actually a good pick for him because he knew the face was going to allow him for that nose right in that pocket. Nice swooping carve back into the whitewash. Nice drop knee is one of the nicest drop knees out there. Beautiful hang 5 out the. Just working his way, redirecting back left and right, staying busy. But there's a difference between staying busy and getting almost too excited, where it's too much redirect, where it looks a little choppy and shortboardy. Judges want to see that nice smooth back and forth, good timing on his turns, working his way onto this inside. Nice, beautiful. There's that tight hang 10 there. Working his way into this pupusa section. Nice quick hang 5, straightens out, stamps it, seals it for a good score, I believe.
His nose right here on the outside section. See him just shifting his weight ever so slightly. What really stood out to me, Megs, was the wave selection of both Kai Salas and Ben Skinner, taking off on some smaller rides, but giving them a great variety of maneuvers throughout their ride.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at this beautiful drop knee. I mean, he's ticking off all the boxes, right? Surfing, especially in a heat, to me, it's just equation. How can I keep adding to my score, right? What can I throw in there that's going to keep bumping me up and giving me just that 0.5 extra or that 1 extra? As you can tell, Ben looking down the face of the wave, redirecting here, just finding, and I love where his eyes are going. Nice turn back into the whitewash. Just working it in here. And you can see he's really thinking. He's looking at all the chops down the face of the wave, right? He's really gonna have to pay attention to that. Just that, I love this quick stall, really stomping on that tail to get that nose up and that beautiful smooth walk to the top. Nice aggressive turn. And that's what it is. It's that beautiful turn back and that they're almost walking as they're turning. And that's what's so cool, is that you're creating this painting on the board. I love that about Ben. He's really good at painting that picture, drawing out that turns, leading up to the next one, and finishing strong. Getting a 6.5 on that ride, so he knows, all right, I got a 6.5. It's in that mid-range. Let's get a good backup.
Definitely. A really well surfed wave there from Ben Skinner. Just loved his casual approach on the nose through that inside there as well. Dropping the hands, standing tall, straightening the legs. As we've seen a couple of small scores come through for our surfer from Venezuela, Jose, at 0.83 and also a 0.63 for Tong Nin Chen, teammate from Chinese Taipei. So they'll be looking to improve their situation. Ben still paddling out, long paddle here. He got away pretty soon after the start of the heat, only 13 minutes left. So as we see our competitor there from Chinese Taipei opting not to go, you can see that wave closing out in front of him. Sitting a little bit deeper on the reef.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because the tide did bottom out at 7:11 a.m. and there is going to be that push in that swell that's going to come with the high tide. So we're going to see a lot of position changing. We're going to see a lot of them maybe even sitting a little wider, especially with that west swell coming in as we see sets approaching. And they're going to, you can almost see them, they're starting to paddle a little bit, make their way a little bit towards their left, trying to not get stuck, right, with that swell coming in at them. But it does give them that advantage to get that hang 5 or hang 10 out there, because it is that's what creates that critical section. So we'll see where everyone positions themselves as this set comes in.
Yeah, as you can see 4, maybe 5 waves in this set. You can see Tong Min Chen on the inside there, taking a little look at this one. He's going to just decide to paddle over it. Jose Angel Entepaz deciding not to go on that second wave of the set, paddling out to greet the third wave here. He's going to sit up on his board, spin around, as we also see Tong Min Chen having a paddle there on the outside, but it is going to be Jose getting up to the nose, hanging 5 on this first section. You see him starting to cut back toward the white water, stalling that board, trying to get back up to the nose again. Just keeps that board moving through. Footer. He's going to bring this one through, keeping that board moving. You can see that rail catching a bit in the bumps there. Unfortunately, he's losing his feet, so I think just that little rail catch put him off balance slightly. As we do see Tumei up and riding. He's going to have a beautiful style to stall, hold that 5. You can see that wave standing up in front of him, so he can hold that nose ride for an extended amount of time. Cutting back to the white water there, rebounding off the white water. Drop knee, cut back to stall again. Sets himself up to get up to the nose. Getting that board moving. You see those wiggles there. Unfortunately, can't get ahead of it. A few competitors have fallen off the back of the wave there at that point there, Megs.
Yeah, it's that tide sucking out, and they're going to have to sit. And that's why you can see Ben and Kai sitting a little deeper, because they're understanding, all right, I need to get work done on the outside. And that's only going to, if I'm sitting deeper, it's going to kind of push me, as we saw them hanging 5, hanging 10, and then walking back and making their way around the section. But it's going to be important because that's where you want the work done. That's where you want, that's going to be critical for the judges to watch and see, is getting the work done as we see Ben up and riding.
Straight up to the nose for a hang 5, hang 10 combination. Drives through that mid face of the wave there. Just a little bit back from the nose. You can see him just waiting for this wave to set up. A lot of bump to deal with. Brings that board right down to the bottom. Nice and high on the wave, utilizing the whole wave face. A powerful surfer from Cornwall in England, the UK. As we see Ben sticking with this one through to the inside section and cut back toward the camera here, back to the left. Having to stall, wait for this wave to set up. You can see that beautiful stall in the pocket there. Allows him to get up for another hang 5. And then waiting for this wave to set up on the inside. You can see him walking behind the white water there. Gets himself in that critical section. Unfortunately, just comes unstuck. I think it's when we went a little bit too high. That wave bending a little bit out towards the sea there, Megs.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to see is a lot of those waves kind of back off and then pick back up again. There's this deep section out there, especially during the high tide. I see it. It fills in, and it looks like you can chase it, but it actually disappears, and then you really have to go back left and then get back into the pocket on the inside. So with that tide coming in, they're really going to have to shift their direction in where they want to do the maneuvers.
It's a very hard section to be able to place your maneuvers in as well, and having to read that wave. I mean, the competitors should be watching these heats because they'll learn a lot from these competitors.
Yeah, and you can tell, like, a lot of the turning that Ben was doing was not, it was more of a flatter turn, because he knew that if he put the rail a little too hard, those bumps were going to kick the board from under him. So it was more for that control, right? So we're going to see a lot of that today of who is going to be paying attention to those chops in the wave, because that's going to make or break. As we see in the past heats, it's going to make or break that wave.
As we saw some beautiful scenes there. The rock bottom wake here. Rock bottom break at El Sunzal. Perfect longboarding wave for these competitors to express their style of longboarding. As we see competitors getting ready for the next heat there. Team Ireland huddling in. They're going to be supporting Sky.
He was doing very well in his free surfs. I was
Very
watching
well.
him this morning. He has really, really good style, real cool, calm, collected, and patient. And I think that's going to be a really good aspect to have for today is the patience on the wave.
Definitely. He broke a board earlier this week in the swell. So
Oh, did he?
Yeah, so he's riding a local shaper's board at the moment. As we see competitor Jose up on the nose, holding that 5, waiting, biding his time again, up on the nose. Throws his arms up for a bit of a claim there, holding this nose ride. Long time cutting back, stalling. Needs to get back down this wave, grabbing his rail to control it through. You can see again, just waiting, finding the time, but just goes a little bit out on the shoulder there. I think he's going to lose this wave again, Mags.
Yeah, and that's he really and I think it is having to do with him being a goofy footer, is having that, with being a regular footer, you have that advantage of being able to look at the wave as it's coming at you. With a goofy footer, it's harder because you're constantly looking over your shoulder, and it's such an unnatural feeling to do that. But I think it's also that wave selection. Right? And it, like you said, it's going to be important for surfers to really pay attention to the heats prior to them, where they're sitting, what number wave they're taking on the set. I think that's a really good, thing to have under their belt, is understand, is it the second wave of the set that's going to be good? Is it the third wave? I mean, right now it seems like it's going to be the second or third wave. There's going to be a little bit more chop, but it does look like there's more face on those waves.
Definitely, and it's a really tricky one to decide whether to go the first wave, second wave, third wave of the set as well, because the first wave, it could clean up the second wave really nicely, or there could be a lot of white water on the face of that wave too if it's a bigger set.
Yeah.
So competitors really having to decide which is going to be the better wave, but as you said, I think that second wave, even that third wave of the set is kind of going to be the pick today.
Yeah, and it's and surfers are really going to have to pay attention, because it's not always the big ones. It's not always the big ones that's going to give you that, Kai got on a medium wave and got a 7.67. So it's going to be that wave choice that's going to be really important, understanding where the waves are coming at and doing the work on them.
Spectators there sitting on top of the rock here. El Sunzal. That's a pretty good climb up there.
I was going to say, have you been on the top of that rock?
No.
Me neither. I feel like
scary.
Yeah, a little. It's a lot higher than what you see on the camera. Like when it's high tide, the waves are almost like a fourth up on that rock. So, I mean, it's a beautiful view though.
Yeah.
I mean, if I wasn't so afraid of heights, I would gladly go up there and watch all day long. Get a little sun tan while I'm up there. What a good spot to spectate.
Yeah, fantastic. Casa del Mar on the left side there. Competitors staying in the various hotels around the area. You can see the white building there, specifically designed for these surf events. The judges, the beach announcer, we're sitting up there as well in the booth. Spanish webcast here for the ISA. So if you do speak Espanol, we have the webcast in Spanish as well, so you can tune in on isasurf.org. Looks like Ben repositioning himself out there. The wind offshore, but still a bit of bump on the face there, Megs.
Yeah, it's due to those couple swells that are coming in all at the same time. So it's gonna be. He doesn't decide to go, which is a smart move for him because he knows he has a 7 ride and a 6.5. So he's gonna let Blue here try and get that, but just misses out on that. But smart move by Ben. He knows he doesn't need to be working more than he needs to. So he has 2 good scores, a 7-point ride and a 6.5. So he's going to sit out the back, wait for a nice wave to come, and take it.
As we see Chinese Taipei up and riding. Tongmin Chen almost getting to the nose there. She may having to cut back on this one. Waiting for it to stand up on the inside here. Can he stick with it? Looks like he's going to make it over that lump here. So it's going to stand up again for him on the inside. That wave steepening up. Just gets himself into the middle of the board to cruise through that section. Just waiting patiently. Gets up to almost the nose there. The judges will notice that his feet weren't actually on the tip. Hanging 5. As he gets himself up there now for that quick 5. That shore break. Meeting him there. He's going to drop down. Lots of bumps, lots of chops to get through, but he was looking for a huge score to move up into first, but only a small 3.34 to move up into second. What do you think he's going to get at, Mex?
I think it's going to be pretty close. I mean, I think that was his best ride so far in his heat. And it was a smart move with only 2 minutes left remaining in the heat. And he just needs to get into that second spot, keep him out of that repocharge. So it was a good play, and all the pressure's now on Jose, who needs to better that 2.5.
Ben Skinner there, not getting on that one. You can see he's looking for those smaller rides, smaller waves that will stand up a little bit more, offer him up some higher scoring potential. One thing I will say though about Tumei's last ride, didn't quite get to the nose too much.
Yeah, a lot of things were done on the shoulder of the wave. So judges are going to be looking at that, really critiquing that. It was the most completed wave that he's done so far. I think it's definitely going to be better than his backup of a 0.63, and he knows he needed that backup score. So I think that was a smart choice from him.
Team Ireland going to be cheering on Sky for the next heat. See Tom Breen there as well, representing Ireland for the men. He surfed yesterday. Lots of smiles down there.
Yeah, in the athlete zone, they've got ice baths. They've got the stationary bikes, getting warm, an espresso bar, which I'm gonna have to hit up later. So it's really cool to see where surfing has gone, and that seeing us as a true sport, having that a lot of them are doing training. A lot of them are having like actual training schedules, like Monday through Friday. If they're not surfing, they're training. So it's really cool to see that. Thank you to El Sunzal for offering that.
Definitely. These are the top athletes in the world here competing, representing their home countries. We're still waiting for that last score. Judges deliberating, watching replays, seeing if it is going to be that 3.34 he needs to move up into advancing position. And that last score does lock in a 3.23, just not enough. So he still sits in that third place.
Yeah, I think you're totally right. The judges are really looking at where the nose rides, where the maneuvers are happening, and it just, unfortunately, it was very much in the shoulder.
Skin Dog up and riding, getting to the nose, stalling on the nose. See his weight really went forward there to get a quick 10 before he had to get around this whitewater section. Carving the board, powerful rail carve. Back to the whitewater, reading this wave quite well. See, he is staying in the pocket. Just waiting for it to stand up. This wave will count. It was up before the hooter. You can see this wave starting to stand up a bit taller for him on the inside. Drop knee carve. Almost comes unstuck. Did really well to navigate that section. So he's just waiting for this wave to stand up. I think he knows he's in first place, saving some energy. And I think we've just had word this is after the hooter.
This is his wave in. He wanted to, show off a little bit, get pressure on the other surfers. I would do the same.
Yeah.
I would absolutely do the same. Be like, it's a good wave. I'm not gonna just go straight. If I think if I stood up before the horn, I would have definitely surfed it to my fullest.
So Ben Skinner there winning that last heat. We're going to go to a short commercial break. We'll be back with the next heat. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned for more action coming your way.
Welcome back to the action as we have just seen Ben Skindog Skinner take a convincing win, looking incredible on a fantastic new design. He's modified the double scoop, put on a swallowtail, so just giving a little bit more bite to the turns. As we can see, Team England, Emily Curry, Lola Bleakley, Arthur Randall, who took a heat win yesterday. Ben Skinner, two-time silver medalist at the ISA World Longboard Championship. I'm Sam Bleakley in the booth with Belinda Kimball. Will this be an opportunity for Ben to finally get gold after all these years?
He seems on point right now. His surfing is beautiful. His nose riding is just so clean and in the pocket. And he's loving that board.
And what we were talking about earlier when we were watching that heat together was that these surfer shapers, that they got itchy feet. They never stand still with one design, and Ben always bringing in new designs, never leaving the same model for longer than a year.
No, definitely. Itchy feet is a really good way to explain that. Constantly trying to experiment what's gonna change, and as well finding the right board for the right kind of wave. You're constantly trying to fix that up and clean it up.
And setting the pace, Kai Salas, we've had him, a surfer shaper, our defending gold medalist. He took a great win. Ben Skinner follows suit. Both great role models, people who shape their own boards. And Berlin, talk about some of the women who are now shaping boards.
You have some actual older generation of women shaping boards. You got Ashley Lloyd, you had Shannon Hayes as well. You have Avalon Strickland, who's shaping in Australia. She's doing all Coco Ho's boards. You've got Anna Constable, who's Josh Constable's
Yes.
wife, and she's got Creative Army.
So let's look at this little lineup here. We got Nacho Piñatero from Uruguay. We got Sky Sakalax, the youngster representing Team Ireland. We got Alejandro Flores from Switzerland, and we've got Moana Dominic from Tahiti. Sky, a youngster from Dublin, first time in the Irish team. The 18-year-old has travelled a lot though, like Soup Bowl in Barbados. Broke his board out here free surfing. But he's got his new board under his feet as we get to see the replay of our Uruguayan Nacho Piñatero, Berlin.
Opening nose ride on point. Again, look at this locked in 5. Really nice style. And again, just nice transition, setting up the walk up to a 5, holding it. You know, he is being busy, but not overly busy. And you know, looking at this section again, coming into that kind of foamy bit. And wave choice right now is going to be really imperative. We see some people opting for kind of the foamier waves just to get a wave on the scoreboard. But his first wave was nice and clean on the inside.
Yeah,
and it worked really well for him.
Absolutely. And talk about being busy. Nacho is on the ISA Athletes Commission. So he really now is a voice for the longboarders as we get to see the replay of our 18-year-old representing Ireland, Sky Sakalax.
Lovely drop knees, transitioning. Again, really using that drop knee as, which seems to be most of his turns. He'd probably be quite nervous as well having someone like Nacho in a heat with him. And, you know, still trying to find another section to leave that tail.
And riding a new board as well. So he got the Patassi board. This is the Brazilian-made boards that you see at Caio, which is next to the competition site here. And he did break his primary Skin Dog double scoop, but he looks super confident on this board.
Oh, that's really hard, you know, especially when you haven't had a chance to actually compete and you break your equipment.
Great team that he's with for Ireland. We got Ruby Knox will be surfing in the women's later. We got Gemma Gillespie. And we've got Tom Breen, who surfed yesterday, but live action right now. It's Moana from Tahiti. Of course, Moana has been doing some coaching with the iconic Michelle Dumont, one of the great longboarders. Michelle, the Black Knight of longboarding from the 90s, was always quiet around a competition site, but when he got out in the water with his contest jersey on, he blew up. And you probably had the joy of seeing Michelle Dumont surf at the Biarritz Surf Festival, a fantastic multiple winner of the Biarritz Surf Festival.
Going to Biarritz, I did get a chance to see him. He kind of stepped away right when I was coming, but I think the 99 Biarritz Festival, we did all get to surf together. And yeah, beautiful surfing, very polished.
Yeah, and he's been doing some coaching with Moana. So Moana from Tahiti, 2023 Polynesian longboard champion, and of course his father, head of water safety during the Olympics in Tahiti. So Moana has been around this surf Olympic movement for a number of years, and he's super excited to be here representing Tahiti. The first time Tahiti have competed at the ISA World Longboard Championship.
It's amazing to see some place like Tahiti here, you know, which again, just that deep Polynesian connection within surfing. And coming from a place like Tahiti where it's, you know, quite fast, hollow, heavy reef breaks, to be able to get the opportunity to come and surf a long point break as well, you really have to change so much of your mindset from, you know, looking for those fast barrel waves to more of a slowed down longboard wave.
Absolutely. So with that, let's go down to the glass because two-time silver medalist Ben Skin Dog Skinner, representing England, is just taking the heat win.
Yeah, Ben Skinner, congratulations. Really well surfed heat out there. Conditions looked a bit trickier today. Bit of bump on the wave face out there. Saw you getting some of the smaller waves. What was your kind of strategy in there? How did you feel out in the water?
Yeah, definitely it's a little bit bumpy this morning, like compared to the other mornings. Been so groomed. And definitely, as we paddled out, I felt that wind come up a little bit more even. So I knew it was going to be bumpy. My game plan was just to get a wave in the first 2 minutes, so I'm not on the back foot the whole heat. And a medium one came, saw it had a good line, and when it's bumpy like that, sometimes they're the best waves. So it was nice just to get one under the belt in the first 5 and then paddle back out and go for big waves after that.
Yeah, no, you did really well out there. And you're riding a new shape as well, obviously Surfer Shaper, Skin Dog surfboards. Tell us a little bit more about that swallowtail that you're riding out there.
Yeah, it's I've got a model called the Double Scoop that I've been riding for the last 2 or 3 years, which I absolutely love. And I've got 2 versions of that, an original, which is kind of a wider, curvier outline, and the Dynamic, which is a straighter railed, kind of squarer tail, a little bit of a hard edge for more powerful surf. And I've pretty much made a combination of those 2 boards together with the Double Scoop, a little bit more rocker, slightly different outline, and then a swallowtail in the back for extra hold and feels really good.
Yeah, nice. It's a good time for your friends and family to be watching back home. Anything you want to say to them?
Yeah, thanks everyone for your support always. Team England are here doing really well. Arthur did great yesterday. Girls are on this afternoon. So we're just going to step into team mode and get them through their heats. Say hello, quick hello to the family, all the kids, Michelle, love you lots, and all the boys at the factory. Let's go. And Grazy's coming, my laminator who makes all the boards. He's coming in 2 days with a full crew of like 11 of us. So it's going to be nice to have them cheering on the beach. Look forward to seeing you all.
Cool. Thanks, Ben. Well done. Back to you guys in the booth.
Great stuff. And I've been communicating with my good friend Jason Gray. He said to me last week he's so excited about coming out that he's been vibrating.
I actually got a message from Minnow last night.
Nice.
He was just saying how fun it is to see everyone surfing, and as though he wishes he was here again. He came last year.
Yep.
And I do want to give a little bit of insight as to Minnow, because he's a iconic surfer in England.
Absolutely, founder of the British Longboard Union, which is the kind of primary longboard tour in the UK, and a stepping stone for Ben Skinner to go to the world level. And the British Longboard Union still going strong. They're currently running an event right now in St. Ives, which is a really fantastic beach break in Cornwall. And Minnow was the team manager last year, so big shout out to all of the British Longboard Union community tuning in. They would have enjoyed watching Ben. Ben has a huge following, but what about this young talent coming up? I mean, this guy has been looking really, really strong on the free surfs. Young Australian Archie Bemrose, talk us through the skills that we're seeing from this youngster.
Archie is kind of like the dark horse that's just come out of nowhere for us in Australia. I'll give you a little bit more insight on him after you go through this wave.
Moana up to the tip there, gets that 5, holds that 5, walks out. Nacho's dropped a good score, 6.33 for his opening wave. Moana's got a 2.43. Nice footwork, quick, fast, lively, electric. And then he sets himself up with a drop knee turn, rebounds off that foam, and then as things get bumpy through the inside here, he's just keeping it cool. You can really see the body language, eyeing up the sections, deciding if it's rail work or footwork or the stool for the nose riding. And you can just see there, just putting the pressure on that back fin, that back tail to stool, a couple of cross steps forward, acceleration through the cross steps, and then moving up again into a 5, locks in a tight 5, taking this all the way through to the inside. So he's going to add to the 2.43, as we can see, Sky Sakalax, the 18-year-old, really nice drop knee setup turn, composed in the footwork, 2 steps forward, back to the tail, and again stools with a really crisp, nice controlled drop knee. What great style, Berlin. I love already that we're seeing so much style and charisma from this young surfer, and the way he fitted in that final cross step to a tight nose ride was absolutely fantastic. Yes, there was some shuffling out of that nose ride, but these are things that Sky can polish over the years as he gains experience and sets himself up again with the drop knee, holds that rail, and then just sweeps into a little redirect turn, and then you can just see him flicking the spray off his face, feeling good about that ride, and I can hear the Irish team cheering on the inside.
Yeah, you could hear them screaming right now. Really beautifully. I can't wait to call the replay on this, but definitely, really smooth as we see Surfer in blue taking off. Speaking of smooth.
Yeah, Mr. Smooth himself, the Uruguayan up to the tip. Nice lock of the 5. Runs back to the tail. This wave really opening out for him now. A nice redirect, taking a high line and cross-stepping and stretching into a strong nose ride. Walks back to the tail, super radical on that down carve, way back into the foam, down to the bottom of the wave, and then driving off the bottom of the wave with the bottom turn, setting that line for another nose ride. Good footwork, clean, good variety from Nacho. jams that turn hard like the previous one, but just got hit by a little bit of a bounce, which was unfortunate because you felt like that was really heading towards a pretty substantial score to back up that 6.33. Yes, that fall will impact that score, but I still think he's going to be rolling in first position when that score drops.
Well, we still did see, you know, that nice score drop earlier from Clinton, from
Sky.
Yeah, thank you. And
Yeah.
ended up still, you know, on the inside. And they still gave him a beautiful high score. As we see, look at this.
This is like a tactic of the Irrican.
Yeah, go Archie.
Yeah, and that's great. We saw that with Clint. And, of course, big shout-out to Tully, her environmental work. I mean, if you want to hone in on some big ambassadors who fly the flag for longboarding and environmentalism, the first person you think of is Belinda Baggs. But the new woman on the block is Tully White. She's doing fantastic work for Surfers for Climate, now an ambassador for Patagonia, and it's really special to see this young generation getting behind these essential causes.
Yeah, Tully is one of, we'll touch on Tully here after a second. She's doing some great work.
Alejandro Flores, originally from Mexico, but a passport holder for Switzerland, based in Switzerland, trades commodities, actually works for an iron ore trading company. They're the second biggest iron ore trading company in the world. So he doesn't get the opportunity to surf much per year. He says he normally has 2 big significant surf trips per year, obviously close to the Alps by the mountains. He's into his snowboarding, but representing Switzerland with composure, Alejandro Flores, driving through the midsection of the wave. He rides Piccolo Clemente boards, nearly locking in for that nose ride there. So he'll get a score on the board there for Switzerland. It will be his 3rd ride. So as it stands right now, Nacho Pinatero dropped a 5.43 for that second wave where he fell. Now, had he not fallen, that could well have gone up into the 7. So Nacho has really had a good start to this heat. But let's look at that score coming in for Sky Sakalax. He got a 2.77 Berlin for his first wave. It felt like that was going to go way higher than his first wave, but I felt like watching Sky then I saw a lot of talent, a huge amount of potential. Nothing more refreshing to see a new name really performing well.
Yeah, it definitely watching, you know, new blood come in, you know, as well, seeing someone really hone into that traditional side of the longboarding, and you can see it. His footwork is really precise. It's small footwork too. He's not doing 4 steps in those. He's actually taking a fair bit, you know, of time to get up there. He's reading the waves really well, and he's surfing the wave as it should be surfed.
Yep.
He's not forcing anything right now.
Yeah, really nice start for Sky Sakalax, waiting for that score to drop. So that panel of judges, they have the opportunity to reference the criteria and the types of things that they were looking for when they dropped that 4.23 was using the entire longboard with a primary focus on traditional longboard surfing. And the judges are really looking forward to really rewarding critical maneuvers in the pocket. As we can see, Sky taking off deep, hard wave to deal with that takeoff. He takes a fall. He'll get this next set on the head, and I will testify, having had a free surf yesterday in these pretty challenging bumpy conditions, the rip, the current, the rumble, the knocks, it's pretty serious out there. I think on the screen it looks a lot more chilled than until you actually realize how long the paddle is, how much stamina it takes to work against the current to find your way out to the peak. And what's super important as well is that, as we can see Nacho just talking to the beach announcer just to get positions, you have 2 choices when you do the paddle out. You can stay very, very wide, and it's actually easier because the current takes you a long ways, and then you come back across to the takeoff spot. Or you can start to cut in if you want one of the cleaner, kind of slightly more shallower waves. But the challenge of cutting in early is you're facing more of the current. So you will see the best longboarders here. They take a really wide line on the paddle and let the current do a lot of the work for them. But it still could take up to 7 minutes to get out back.
Yeah, there's a couple spots that are really snappers like that when it's big.
Yep.
You do have to go out wide.
Yep.
And then you can come on, and if you do, you just get hammered and pushed down the beach. As we see surfing in blue.
Nice line here. This wave smooth for him as he sets himself up with really nice clean footwork. 6 steps up into that first nose ride. A great redirect, super nice, critical, locked on that 5. Nice to see this wider angle because you start to appreciate the maneuvers that the longboarders are choosing based on the wave shape ahead of them. Took a big risk going for that third nose ride, and that wave just bounced him off. As you can see, Moana, Dominic, he is behind the 8 ball. He's got a lot of foam to deal with. He's just going low, using that rail grab just to control things, but it's going to be super difficult for Moana to get back out onto the open face, but he's doing a fantastic job here. He's staying low as Sky Sakalax 6 cross steps cleanly into a really beautiful long nose ride in the pocket, and then he just down carves out of that nose ride, dealing with the foam with elegance. And then again, this drop knee setup. Sky, you are making me excited. This is great to see this young talent from Ireland.
Yeah, it was beautiful to watch all 3 of those surfers at one point take off, and then watching Sky on the nose way out the back. Just really lovely technical footwork, and again, just it's actually really soft footwork. He doesn't look like he's really clunky and precise with that foot right over the nose. It looks like his legs are getting a little bit tired as well after such a long ride. It'd be interesting to see what it's going to come in compared to his 4.25, 4.23, because that nose ride out the back was epic.
Good vibes. We've got Gavin, team manager, on the right. We've got Gemma Gillespie for Team Ireland. We've got Ruby Knox, and we've got Tom Breen, the other competitors in Team Ireland. They're going over to Sky because they are so impressed. This heat just went so quickly, Berlin, waiting for a last score. As it stands, it looks like Ignacio, known as Nacho Pinatero from Uruguay, he's going to take the win. He's got another score to drop. As it stands, Sky needs a 7.53 to move up into first. We're not awaiting a score from Moana, nor are we awaiting a score for Alejandro. So that is why you can see that fantastic sight, team camaraderie there, the big hugs for Sky. Bringing a little bit of tear to my eye, actually, because that's a big achievement for the 18-year-old.
It's a massive achievement to be here at such a young age at a national world championship, representing your country. And, you're going up against the big guns. You're going up against Ignacio, And let's see what this 4.73 came in as that last ride. Well deserved.
Nice. And he can build on that. If he's dropping scores like this, if he just gets now the opportunity to clean things up, it's just, he's got a lot of finesse. It's just then bringing that finesse through the entire ride and not letting some of the stutters kind of come into it. But what an impressive performance. Stays in second, will move forward in the progression round. And as we can see, Puerto Rico feeling the vibes there. Let's listen to some of these sounds.
Para una vida llena de todas esas cosas que la hacen realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen, hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy. Suprema. Esta es la otra vida.
We're back in action for the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship as the 23-year-old regular footer from Kingscliff, Archie Bemrose, takes off on a really nice set, stalls it stylishly, smooth, open face surfing, in and out of the pocket turns, and then just recognizing things got a little bit bouncy, opting to kick out. He is surfing against our Puerto Rican, Guali Ramirez. Up and riding right now, though, it's Armando Colucci for Team Venezuela from Caracas. He's looking strong, driving out of this foamy section, taking a high line, dealing with the bounce, a wide stance, having to really charge back to the open face and keeping that stance wide, pressure on the tail, widening it even more as he goes into the cut back. Just 3 surfers in this heat, but Archie Bemrose on its opening wave kicked out early, recognizing he didn't want to ride it all the way through. But Armando Colucci is looking confident that this wave's got some scoring potential through to the inside. 2 cross steps, some shuffles back, stretches forward, doesn't get a clean, controlled nose ride. So that lack of footwork could be a limitation for some of the scoring, but somebody who had no lack of footwork in his last heat. It's our Uruguayan style master, Nacho Pinatero, is down there on the glass.
Nacho, congratulations. You surfed very well in that heat. Conditions changing a little bit out there, wind coming up a little bit more, a little bit bumpy, some big sets come through in your heat. How did you feel?
Yeah, thank you. I feel good. It's always good to make a heat. And yeah, exactly. Conditions this morning was like a sort of morning sickness, and now the side winds came. So there's like a lot of texture in the wave. I made a lot of mistakes in the last 2 waves, but yeah, it's the same field for everyone. So just try to adapt and try to make the best.
And what's it like to represent your country?
It's the biggest honor anyone could ask. So it's always try to do our best. Of course, try to put the flag on top and give our 100% every time. So hi to everyone back home. It's been a non-stop contest this past month. So stoked to be here in El Salvador. It's always pumping. Always great to be here. And yeah, let's go for the next one.
Perfect. Good luck for the next Met round. We look forward to seeing you surfing soon. Back to you in the booth.
Great stuff, of course. Nacho Pinatero, a real man of the world and on the ISA Athletes Commission. And the ISA Athletes Commission was founded in 2018. It has seven athletes who represent the athletes at the executive level of sports-based decisions. So Nacho is certainly now the big longboard voice. He runs international events back home in Uruguay. He's been representing his country for a number of ISA World Longboard Championship and competes extensively also on World Surf League events. He's an intellect, he's an organizer, but still surfing at the top level. I really appreciate the rounded characters we see here at these longboard events.
I think we're seeing that in this new generation of longboarding as well. You're seeing a lot of people going to college and getting education. They're able to do online stuff, and they're really using their I guess the publicity that they're getting to promote the endeavors that they're doing, like you were talking about with Tully.
Yeah,
earlier.
absolutely.
You know, like just touching back on Tully with what she has do. Tully was a part of the Surfers for Climate Change, where they were able to stop drilling in New South Wales for oil and gas, which is a massive movement for, you know, in the environment.
It's now legislation as we see Taka Inoue coming up next. Taka, a silver medalist last year. Now, Berlin, question for you. To go silver last year, what will it take for Taka to get gold?
It's going to take really good nose riding.
Yep.
Really good turns, smooth transitions, you know, catching rails, not, you know, flowing through your turns, connecting those transitions is going to be what's make or break you. Any sort of hiccup within the, you know, the transitions is what's going to define gold and not.
Absolutely.
You have to be on point and polished.
So you had the benefit of David Kinoshita being team manager for Japan last year, and that was really fruitful for Taka's approach, because in past competitions Taka has been known to burn out slightly early, to put so much energy into previous rounds that he may not peak in the final. But what we saw last year was somebody peaking in the final while surfing incredibly all the way through. And Taka has just had a knee injury riding his SUP here at Sunzal, 2 weeks ago. He did have a knee injury, so he's just coming back off a week's rest, but it doesn't appear to be holding him back. I've been watching him free surfing. He's looking as sharp as ever.
Having someone like David in your corner, David was just such a beautiful surfer.
Yep.
Really graceful and always a gentleman, very quiet. And him and Kenji as well back in the early thousands, and then the next generation like the Seitaro Nakamuras, the Rio Uedas and stuff. It helped smooth out Taka.
Yep.
Just say less is more.
Yep.
And as well, I think kind of kept Taka away from going out and just having fun and being in the moment and being transitioning that energy to focusing and slowing it down.
Sure. And talking of focus right now, it's a Puerto Rican looking to get his first score up and riding. Fades in, sets a high line, 2 steps forward, 4, and a little touch of the front of the board, and then a shuffle back to the tail, and widens his stance and gets a little bit of shampoo and conditioner, 2-in-1 with style. Comes out cleanly. A rare thing to see is Sunzal, not the hollowest wave, but he set himself up beautifully out of that onto the nose. Can he hold on to this nose ride? We can just see that wave peaking up as the tide starts to move forward. Archie snaps back a turn, slides that rail out of that turn and keeps control. Walks up to the nose and then drives through that foam on the nose, and then again a nice sweeping turn, staying high in the wave. Gets that high line, navigates this bowly section quite well until that moment where he just got bounced off. Now that same section is caught out Nacho, Guali and Archie on the last 3 waves.
If there's one thing about Archie, he has gecko feet. He does not fall. He lives at Kingscliff. He's used to surfing like a sand point at Kingscliff, and he surfs snapper all the time. And I surf with him a lot, and I never see him fall. So to see people like you just stated to fall, it's clear that, you know, the little bit of texture is coming in. It was predicted. We were predicted to get a slight onshore, and that wind's supposed to be picking up more, which is going to make it bouncier. And when you start seeing people that do not fall regularly fall, it's going to be something for you to put into the next into your next heats.
How about this from the Puerto Rican and that tube section?
I love how you called it a shampoo. It's beautiful. So for those of you that don't know, it's like you're just washing your hair with the white water, as we see. Again, beautiful surfing from our surfer in blue here.
Yeah, and he locks up to that second nose ride, but just took too much of a high line, didn't he, on that second nose ride?
Yeah.
So that was unfortunate, but this is fruity. I mean, look, there we go. I mean, what brand of shampoo do you think this is?
I don't know, Head and Shoulders.
Yeah, I think Head and Shoulders too. What? No dandruff on that wave.
Oh, look at that. Completely disappears on it too, as well.
Brilliant stuff. First little kind of, well, did we see any head dips yesterday?
I didn't see any head dips in the event. I saw a couple head dips in free surfing as we see Archie up. This is his last wave. Nice 5. Again, just as you can see this turn, beautiful sways going up, wanting to go to the nose. You could see he stalled. He saw that wasn't going to happen. Board kind of sliding out a little bit. And like I said, up to a nice 5, paddling through the white water there. But that bump just right there, you could just see it's getting more bumpy and more bumpy for him. And that side shore as well, coming up underneath the board, it just catches him.
Flying the flag for McTavish using the Battler model, which is a modern log with roll and a little chined rail, as we can see the Irukandjis there. That's Clint on the right. We've got Tully in the middle, and then we've got Donna, Tully's mum, on the left. In fact, that's Melanie in the middle there, and we've got Donna, Tully's mum, on the left. So what's Donna's role in the Irukandji's team?
So Donna is the manager.
Sure.
She's also actually an Olympic physiotherapist. She's been to numerous Olympic, like through sailing and everything like that. So she's here as their support as we see Taka getting ready. High fives.
I think it's a good moment to say hello to Alistair, who'll be tuning in, Tully's father.
Oh, yes.
And the nice thing about Taka is that he's always traveling with his mum, and his sisters are both fantastic longboarders as well. Both of them, you know, you feel as if it's difficult to get in that Japanese team with the likes of Natsumi and Hiroka winning the national titles, but put it this way, both of Taka's sisters are knocking on that door because they're coming very close to qualifying for the national team.
Yeah, great surfers. I got a chance to watch them surf in Australia as we see Green taking off.
Colucci that sucky section. Armando from Venezuela driving again, keeping that wide stance from Caracas, riding the Chelu boards. 5 times national champion. It's his 3rd time in El Salvador at the ISA World Longboard Championship. Locks on the front of the board. Toes not quite curled over the tip. Very interesting to experience the difference between when you have your foot close to the nose and when you actually get those toes rolled right over the tip. Suddenly that whole nose ride comes to life. You feel that extra level of control of the board once those toes actually roll over the very tip of the board.
And it's such a different perspective when you are on the nose. There's nothing in front of you. You know, you're just seeing the water come up, the seaweed. It's beautiful being on the nose. And as well for functionality and for flow, when your foot's not actually over the nose, you're pushing down on that part and you're not creating like a forward momentum. You actually kind of have like a little bit of a break because you have all that weight up there and weight more in the back leg, and it's like holding down the front half of your board instead of actually having your foot on the nose, using that back foot as the stabilizer.
And you know, my tip for people tuning in who've not had that feeling yet, who are getting close, is if you're getting close, just stretch that leg forward and really feel it. You might fall, but the feeling is great. And once you get hooked on the joy of nose riding, like all of these longboarders have, it is something you will cherish forever. It's an incredible feeling. A good nose ride. Time almost stands still, as we can see our Kingscliff surfer just driving through that section. Comes off the bottom, a bouncy section to hit. As we can see Ben Skinner there just talking to the Irukandjis. Ben comes off the back of a good heat. Great feeling when you've had a good start to your campaign and you can relax for the rest of the day.
Last year, England and Australia shared a level. And so it was really cool to see, you know, the whole Australia and the Kiwis as well all kind of mingled together up on one level. And support each other. And that's what I love about this event is you can be a competitor, but you can go and support each other.
Absolutely.
And that's a beautiful gathering of the tribes.
Brilliant. And Archie Bemrose on a 5.17. He's got a 3 for his opening wave, waiting for that second score. Puts him in first position. Armando Colucci for Venezuela. He's got a 4 and a 3.10, needed a 4.18 to move up into first. So now let's look at the situation for our Puerto Rican, Guali Ramirez. He's got a 2.80, waiting for that second score, but he's sitting out there in first priority. So he's got the Puerto Rican team behind him, and it was really nice having that kind of segue of them playing music leading into our previous break before we kicked off this heat. And we got to see Rio Donaldson really light up the first heat of the day, looking absolutely fantastic.
I think everyone right now is stepping that game up.
Yep.
You know, I think everyone watched yesterday's and kind of, I think some people have kind of changed their whole game plan after seeing and hearing what is coming and to prepare for.
Sure.
But how nice is it when you're down on the beach and you hear that music?
Oh, it's the best.
It's just the Latin beats and just the loudness and everyone hooting. You just walk out of this building and you're just vibing.
Yeah, there's the El Tunco house band as well that roams around El Tunco in the evening, and there's the double bass, there's the drummer, there's a singer, there's a guitarist, there's a saxophone player, and they're really cool to see and listen to. And also one of the musicians has the accordion, and they kind of go around to different spots and play, and if you give them a little bit of extra money, they'll play more for you. But it's good. It's a musical culture. We're in Latin America. Of course we expect to hear music.
It's funny walking down the boardwalk, and all of a sudden I just can feel my hips moving.
Yep.
And I'm like, uh-oh, I can't stop it.
Yep.
It's taking over. And it's beautiful. It's so inviting. And everyone here is just so inviting. It makes you feel so loved and so welcomed. And it feels so safe. You know, just walking around in the evenings, you just feel so secure. And this place is just top level.
Absolutely. 4 minutes remaining. Archie Bemrose out there in the lead. Drops a 2.80 for that last score. And in second place, Armando Colucci for Venezuela with a 4 and a 3.10. But in first priority, chasing a score of a 4.30, it's Guali Ramirez for Team Puerto Rico, as we appreciate being here in El Salvador for the 9th major ISA event. Surf City El Salvador has hosted, of course, the ISA are posting live updates, photos and videos across our social media channels as well. So follow all of our action and all of these athletes on TikTok, on Instagram, on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube, and look for the hashtag ISAsurfing and hashtag Surf City, because there's a lot of fantastic content. And if you go onto the website isasurf.org, you get to see the biographies of these athletes, and you can also click onto their Instagram accounts, and there you get to appreciate the energy people have put to get here. A lot of people have used GoFundMe campaigns to raise the funding, and others have got a way broader life than you anticipate. It's not just about the competitive sport for them, it's about their other careers. As we can see, Goali chasing that 4.30. Beautiful wall up ahead. Comes off the bottom there, sets himself up. Things get really foamy, but he's still in control, so he's going to come out to the open face. What does he need to do to get something in the 4.3 range, Billin?
I think we need to see him leave that back end of the surfboard, get up to the nose. A little bit of footwork as well, as we see Surfer in Red out the back. Both, one kind of standing on the tail, just a couple little footworks, while we see the Surfer in Red out the back, really utilizing the whole board, which I think is what's going to make a big difference.
Great stuff from Archie. I see flashes of all of the greats. I see a little bit of Ray Gleave there. I see Ian Bell. I see Grant Thomas. I see Jai Burns. I see all of those kind of smooth surfing Australians from all those generations. He's got that nice finesse, that complete surfing. But look out, because in green, Amando, our surfer in second place, looking to improve on that 3.10. He locks into his best nose ride of the heat. Really nice, clean 5. Shuffled out of that nose ride, but yet locked into that 5 as the wave gets bouncy there. And Archie, he just rides that all the way through into the channel. So he's probably not going to go out for more, because there's just 1 minute 42 seconds remaining. Archie looking to improve on his backup 3. You get the feeling that he's going to replace his 3. I think it could be a significant score for Archie, but Amando, what we did see was a really nice nose ride.
Nice nose ride. That was it. That's what he needed. I was going to say that earlier, was if he could just get his foot over the nose, those 4s and 3s would have been a lot higher, because he was right there, right in the right spot. It will be really, I'm looking forward to seeing what he is delivered for this wave.
Have you traveled to Puerto Rico before, Berlin?
No, I have not been to Puerto Rico. I've wanted to go to Puerto Rico for so long, and but now I have friends there.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the great thing about here, is that bridge building. It's making these connections and, hosting people who will visit you, and then hopefully you'll be able to visit them. And I think this gathering of the Longboard tribe, this fact that we're celebrating 143 different surfers from 44 different countries, different nations, is really that kind of testament to the hard work that the ISA are doing. And big shout out to Surf City for supporting us, because it's not easy to host these big events, and El Salvador has just been right behind international surfing for a number of years now.
It is very difficult to be able to put an event together like this. It takes so many people and so much dedication. And look at everyone coming in. Nice big hugs from Donna and Tully waving the flag as we see Team Australia coming in, and Puerto Rico. Great surfing with 2 scores still waiting to drop. Oh, look at that for Red. A 5.53. We're going to see what green is going to get dropped. This will be his last wave.
And I feel Archie, we're only just seeing a little flash of Archie's talent. There's a lot more to come. Stay with us, because we're going to be right back with more heats here live from El Sunzal. Welcome back to El Tunco for day 2 of the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship as we just move down the coast towards La Bocana restaurant. We can see the El Tunco rock on the right, the reef break just ahead. Past the rock is La Bocana, fantastic A-frame with really good lefts and some rights. Behind us is El Sunzal, but this is the town where tourism and surf culture has really come to life. There's a big variety of places to stay, and the development of El Tunco has really empowered a lot of businesses. There's beautiful hotels with pools, but there's also some more affordable guest houses. There's a variety of places to eat, and of course there's the pupusadoras where you can get the national dish, the pupusa that packs a punch, and you have your coleslaw with it, and you can have it filled with beans and cheese and shrimps and fish, and that's why we call the big shore break the pupusa section, because it packs a variety of flavors, and it can do a little bit of damage, as the pupusa can if you eat too many. Can sit a little bit heavy on the stomach if you only eat pupusas.
It definitely adds to the hips. Let's say that. You know, us Latin girls are not known for not having hips, and it's from eating all the beans, rice, and tortillas, that's for sure.
Well, we got 18 minutes, 45 seconds, of course, 20-minute heats. Kicking off the action is our South African, Joshua. He is going to be surfing against Taka Inui and Simon Salazar. Simon, the Colombian, the 33-year-old regular footer from Puerto Colombia, his favorite spot, Malacon. He runs the Malacon Surf School in Puerto Colombia, and he has a hostel called Casa Surf. He's a regular representative for Colombia, and he's also worked for the International Surfing Association in the media team at World Longboard Championship, including the 218 event in Peru. As we can see, El Tunco Rock looking fantastic, and all of those volcanoes behind, in a place that's also super famous for its coffee production. And talking of production, garnering some great scores, representing Kingscliff for the Irukandjis, Archie Bemrose is on the glass.
Archie, congratulations for that heat win. You did really well out there. Tricky conditions out there today. How did you feel out there on the water? What was kind of like your strategy going into that?
Yeah, it was pretty fun out there. Wind just got on it, but bit of strat was just try and get to all the way through and not fall off, but fell off. Was a bit scrappy, but got the job done.
Your first time here in Surf City, El Salvador. How's your experience so far?
Yeah, it's sick here. I love it. I reckon I'll come back. It's sick vibe, good crew. It's mint. Love it.
Nice. And you've got a unique style for longboarding. Who's been an influence kind of throughout your rise in longboarding?
Well, I started watching heaps of Harrison Roach, and that's just kind of what I'm trying to do, but not quite there yet, but we'll get it. Harrison Roach for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, nice. Anything you want to say to your friends, family back home?
Yeah, thanks everyone for the support at home. It's been pretty sick and frothing. Love yous all, and see you soon.
Good luck in the next round, Archie. Back to you in the booth.
That was a good Irukandji's Aussie interview there. Got all the things said, did it in style. So we have 16 minutes 30 seconds remaining as we get a replay here of Taka Inui. But the question is he going to make it through that peaky zone, Berlin? What do you think?
It just seems like it's just catching everyone, and as you see, you know, winding up the windows, not able to pull it back. Unfortunately, that inside, we're gonna have to rename that inside something
well, that's
different.
The middle at the moment, isn't it? We could call that the caught out by the coleslaw section.
Yeah, we
because
call the coleslaw section.
You don't have to have coleslaw with your pupusas, but you can. It's an option. It's always sitting there on the table, and you can have some salsa as well.
And sometimes you don't need that extra flavor. The food outside is just good enough.
So you could navigate that coleslaw section differently. You could just ignore it and go around it, or you could take it on and just consume it.
It depends how much flavor you want, right? But yeah, as you could see, you know, that inside section just taking down a couple people that normally do not fall.
He's only 5'5" is Taka Inui from Miyazaki in Japan. Often rides Piccolo Clemente boards, likes to ride a few Lufis as well. And this is really fantastic to see. La Union represented once again. This is Crisanto Villanueva for Team Philippines. Now, Crisanto is just testament to the strength and depth of the surf community in the Philippines. I mean, they literally have 40 world-class longboarders that they could fill a team with, and he's just one of them. And great to see Crisanto, but up and riding right now is Simon Salazar. Nice high line, smooth off the bottom, good composure and pace and tempo, and then just readjusting that back foot, eyeing things up, using the drop knee, staying in the pocket. You can really see where he's looking. He's looking ahead. He knows that this wave is peaky, so that's why he's opting for the cutbacks. Puts the rail grab cutback in there, but can he find the opportunity to come out onto the open face? He's dealt with the bounce pretty well, considering. Nice footwork out of that turn, and then sets himself up for a few more cross steps forward. No nose ride section yet, but he could find something through the inside and stretches forward and touches the 5, walks out of that as he gets into the shore break and kicks out. A difficult wave to deal with. Yes, nothing super dynamic, but looks really, really, really strong, working his way through that section, Belin.
Yeah, he had a really nice start to it. We'll have a little chat about that as we see Surfer in Red taking off Taka.
Up and nice. Anui on the 5, holds the 5, little soul arch. You can just see the bandaging around his front knee off the back of a injury from his sup riding a couple of weeks ago into a second nose ride. Looking to really drive his Piccolo Clemente built board out of that cutback. Nice variety using the drop knee turn. So he's going to certainly improve on his 217. We're now starting to see flashes of the brilliance of young Taka. Super talented longboarder, Belin.
You can see in those maneuvers, like his cutbacks, you can kind of see the favoring of trying not to put all that weight on that knee. You know, when you are doing that cutback, that first, you know, your front leg is straightened and you're pushing through with your back. And so it'd be really interesting to see what maneuver is really causing any kind of pain. He doesn't hold back those turns. You know, he's 5'2", but his personality is like 10 feet tall.
Absolutely. Well, let's really analyze this. What was strong and you know, what were the kind of parts of this ride that will really get him a good score?
That nose ride right there, just locked in, holding it, stayed on it just in a nice time, didn't force staying on longer and getting too far out on the shoulder, and then transitioning back and then setting this line up again. This turn right here, you could just see, I think it's right here, you could see it kind of catches a little bit of a rail. That's why I was saying I wonder how that knee felt with that turn. And again, just trying to navigate and get a wall for himself. He knows that if he's going to nose right out in the face, he's not going to get the score that he needs to get.
Live action, it's Joshua van Niekerk, the 22-year-old representing Muizenberg, Cape Town. Walks into an opening nose ride, tall stance, stylish surfing here, staying nice and poised. Back up for a second nose ride, walks out of that second nose ride, all in trim, great cross stepping, and then a little kind of stylish redirect off the bottom, and then stalls for the drop knee turn into another drop knee turn. Great body language, keeping that upper body really composed, arms down, so obviously into that really smooth traditional longboard aesthetic as he walks his way forward. Big shout out to Sam Christensen, who may be tuning in, watching his fellow South African. Sam, a fantastic longboarder himself, but watch out for Joshua van Niekerk. Great stylish surfing, riding for J-Bay Fin Designs and looking really good. I like the composure, I like the upright approach, Belin.
You know, he wasn't just doing stuff to keep busy. He was just waiting for the right section to do what he needed to do. And where you see some people just kind of filling in, and sometimes less is more.
Yeah.
Especially, you know, when you can get those, you know, nose rides and then just walk back and kind of stall, or just a couple footworks. You know, the judges, those in-between maneuvers that aren't really functional maneuvers that are just wiping stuff away,
Sure.
it's not going to get you the score compared to just a nice nose ride.
Big shout out to Gary Surf School, the oldest surf school back in Cape Town, an early mentor for Joshua van Niekerk, as we can see our surfers who will be coming up in that next heat. This is Carlos Escobar for Guatemala. He is going to be surfing against Crisanto Villanueva for Team Philippines, and the uber talented Kiwi Jack Tyro for Team New Zealand as Taka Anui up to the nose, locks a 5, great grip of the toes round the tip, and having ridden this wave a number of times over the past week, I can really explain how incredible it is to have that level of stamina to hold those opening 5s and lock into those second 10s, all on a good trim line. 2 critical nose rides, goes into the turn, grabs the rail, unfortunately takes a fall there. That could have been a really huge score had he stayed with that wave and really started to bring more variety into it.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. That was beautiful surfing, flying down the wave as well. And that wave had nice kind of clean on it, you know, where we're seeing the more texture kind of coming up. And it'd be interesting to hear as we see, you know, that first wave seems to be the one that doesn't have all that chop and slop on it.
Exactly, well spotted. And the degree of difficulty to, you know, hold those nose rides on takeoff. It takes a particular line, it takes trusting the stool, knowing your board, but also he was pretty brave to throw in the 10 after the opening 5.
Yeah, here we go. Here's the replay. It's a solid size wave too. And, you know, holding that 5, you see that bump almost take him down right there, but is able to still hold that with composure. Makes it around this section, goes up for the nose ride again, holds that, goes in for a nice tight 5. Gets that forward momentum again, like I said, and then just grabbing that rail and unfortunately just taking him out.
Benefit of the replay as well. I called it a 10 in live action, but it wasn't. It was a tight 5. It was one of those ones where he brought in that foot closer, but he just had that foot on the outside, the inside edge, but away from that 10. And it was certainly a high degree of difficulty to get close, but not the full 10.
And, you know, that maneuver, what that does is when you've got a little bit of a wider 5, moving that foot forward gives you that, it's like the gas.
Yep.
You know, putting your foot back is brake.
Yep. Leaning
just forward into it. And then obviously, you know, when you go at 10, that's like putting in rocket fuel.
But how's this? A 7.33. So the judge is really appreciating those 2 nose rides alone. So it could have gone into the excellent range had he not fallen on that turn. And something that the judges will analyze is like you talked about, leaning back and leaning forward. People nose riding and leaning back a lot. Yes, it can look great and you can be in a lot of control, but they do recognize the degree of difficulty when you lean forward because it's much harder to do.
Yep, getting those hips forward, getting that, you know, it's really transitioning all that weight. That's showing absolute control, reading the wave well, and just beautiful surfing. As we can see, he's looking at it, he's looking down forward, flying on this. Nice. You know, his knees bouncing around just a little bit, holding that bump right there almost got him. Sticks his hand in to kind of stabilize himself, which is that was really smart of him. And then again, sees this section, looking down.
Footwork.
Yeah, the footwork is on point right now. Holding that again, getting that gas going to push through that little. You can see this little inside right here, kind of sucking up. And he looks.
And what happens here on the fall?
I think. Oh, see, when he did that cutback, he leaned over that rail. He cut back, but actually, his whole head, shoulders leaned over that inside rail and flipped it in.
And that's such a hallmark, is keeping that body weight over the board. We see that so brilliantly from Katie Simmers in women's shortboarding at the moment. The ability to keep your body weight over the stringer the whole time throughout maneuvers. And talking of style, Joshua is looking strong. Van Niekerk up and riding again for his 3rd wave. He's dropped a 3.67 for his 2nd wave. Walks out of that nose ride through the middle into the foamy section. Drop knee turn and then just a switch of planing edges with a very stylish bottom turn, and sets himself up with this little stall top turn, soul arch, little bit of body language there, and then again looking to use the cross step turn. And then that was quite interesting because he stayed true to that cross step and then redirected back into the wave in the same position. And you can just see his use of the cross step really functional then, the way he just elegantly accelerated with that cross step to just come to that float. So this is a guy who would have been inspired by the Vans duct tape event that happened in Musenberg that surfer Kevin Scavana for Team USA won. These would have been young Groms watching that Cape Town event, and they would have seen all the best single fin longboarders come and be inspired, and he's really flying the flag for that style of longboarding.
Well, that area is a real central hub for traditional longboarding. A lot of really good old school shapers are in that area and still have their shops there. I went there a few years ago and it's really great setup, really fun waves. And you know, the waves there have really good lines,
Yep.
really fun nose riding waves.
And a huge history of wave riding as well, from the days of the prone belly boarding, the development of the railways in the late 1800s. They're really wanted to push beach tourism, and Cape Town had a really early flowering of prone surfing in the late 1800s that had a big impact on English-speaking countries. As we can see, Taka Inui locked on a beautiful soul arch, lifting 5, driving, streaking into a quick 10, as we can just see the drone overtaking him. And as he walks back out of that nose ride and widens his stance into a down carve, but purposeful to make sure that he didn't hit the foam there, that he didn't lose control, as he's kicking things off with a 6.5, backed up with a 7.33. Both waves where he fell, he's not fallen so far. He's got a fantastic nose ride already, backed up with some good rail work, and this wave is still got a lot more scoring potential as he comes out of the foam, gets low on the bottom turn, comes to the high part of the wave. Nice and patient here. I appreciate that he's not over rushing things, and again eyeing up the inside section. With 4 minutes remaining, he may well recognize that this could be his last significant wave, so he'll want to better his 6.5, stalls it, jumps to the nose, and then just jumps off the springboard into the inside shore break. As we see Simon Salazar up and riding. Bottom turn, he's got a 2.60 and a 2.17. Really nice clean footwork forward, and then up to the nose, and then just a nice stretch 5 as he just moved that back foot away to just drop back down into the wave. I'm really enjoying some of the lines we're seeing here from Simon. Off the bottom, off the top, good composure, good control, and into a drop knee. This is really nice from the Colombian villain.
He's a big man. He's got that similar build to Ben, to Clinton, you know, just really strong and smooth. I'm really enjoying watching him surf. He's needing a 5.57 with just under 3.5 minutes remaining.
This could be really significant for Simon, because this wave's still got a lot of scoring potential. Really love the way he walked out of that last nose ride, just carved back through the bowl. Ride ending now, needing a decent score as it stands right now. Taka Inui is out there in the lead. We're expecting that lead to increase. He's got a 7.33 as his highest scoring wave. You get the feeling that this is going to go higher. I mean, that 7.33 came off the back of just 2 critical nose rides with one great setup turn between them and a fall.
And a fall.
So this could well be the first excellent range score of the day for Taka, and it'll certainly increase the requirements for first, but at the moment it's a battle for second between Joshua and Simon. Is it going to be enough for Simon to get that 5.57?
It'd be interesting. That 7.33 is in one of the top, I'd say probably top 5 scores have been dropped over this whole event as well. And again, the fact that he fell and got the 7.33.
Yeah.
There we go.
8.33, excellent range. First excellent range score of the day for Taka Inui. Fantastic. He's going to be feeling electric, positive, knowing that his surfing is getting celebrated, is getting rewarded. He's doing the things that go into the excellent range. And if you really want to go far in this event, you need to demonstrate to yourself that you can get into that excellent range mark. As we can see, our South African from Cape Town choosing a small wave in the dying minutes there, probably recognizing he didn't have time to get out back. Simon Salazar waiting for that last score to come through. So 2 scores, 1 for blue. It won't be significant. It won't improve his situation, but potentially a significant score for Simon Salazar. Is it going to be enough? He's got a 2.17 and a 2.6. He's chasing a 5.57. It's a hard score to get.
It is a hard score to get. It is, and we see Green's last wave just came in as a 4.63. So it has improved. You know what he needs. He only needs a 3.54 now.
So close, so close. So 1 minute, 10 seconds remaining. So as it stands, if the situation doesn't change, Salazar will move into the repechage, and Joshua and Taka will progress to the main round. A great exchange between Joshua and Simon. Joshua put on a really beautiful display, much more upright in the body, very classic, very minimalist, but also functional. Like you said, using the footwork and the nose riding to really stay in the pocket, and also another element here, knee paddling. I mean, the fact that his board allows him to knee paddle says something. A lot of surfers at this event will be riding 9.0s up to 9.4s that physically won't be big enough and buoyant enough to knee paddle. This guy is a true single fin styler.
You know, there was a point where having knots on your knees and on your feet was a symbol.
Yeah, should we get our knee paddle knots? Who's got the biggest ones?
Yeah.
Oh, you got tight pants on, so
Yeah,
you can't
you
see.
can't see.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Mine are pretty big there. Pretty proud of mine. I mean, if you've ever watched Big Wednesday, you got to have your Matt Johnson knee paddle knocks, haven't you?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
And the knee paddle, as we see Surfer in Blue up on his last wave, was, you know, it's just a way of relieving your upper body for the paddle.
Feels
and
great.
your lower back as well.
It's the best feeling. When you be knee paddling lots, you physically feel like you've been doing yoga all week. Great surfing for Joshua. Stays in second position. So our surfer from Colombia, Simon Salazar, moves into the repechage, but we got to appreciate the performance we've seen from Taka, the first excellent range scorer of the day.
Yeah, that's the highest heat score total we've had so far, as well, an 8.33 and a 7.33.
Well, Taka really set the field ablaze. Let's appreciate some of the Japanese surfer on fire. He won silver last year. Will this be the chance for him to get gold? Enjoy this and stay with us, because we've got Bo and Megan coming back into the booth to continue to call the action.
Nos vestimos para una vida llena de todas esas cosas que la hacen realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen, hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy. Suprema. Esta es la otra vida.
Welcome back to day number 2 of the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championships for 2025. My name is Bo Nixon, joined in the booth by Megan Godinez. It's been a fantastic day of action so far. We saw Taco Nue get one of the highest wave scores of the event so far in that last heat. Lots more action to come, Meg.
Yeah, that 8.33, amazing. And we talked about, I heard Sam and Billin talk about how, you know, he's going to want to slow down. And it's really hard for him to slow down. That kid has so much fire. So what a good way to start his campaign at the ISA World Championships.
Representing Team Japan as well. So very strong start for the team rankings as well. Obviously the teams here, the countries fighting for that gold medal. As we move into round number 1, heat 18 of the men's. Crisanto Villanueva from the Philippines also goes by the name of King. Jack Tyro, up and riding from New Zealand, young 18-year-old. Beautiful style, quick hang 10 there to get things started. Up on the nose again for a 5. You can see that wind picking up out there at the back. Cuts back to the white water. Fantastic start for Jack in this heat as he gets himself back up on the nose. Really linking together the maneuvers on the critical section of the wave on the outside. Staying nice and low, navigating the bumps through that inside section as he rides his way through. Still got a lot left of this ride. Great style there from the Kiwi as he drop knees his way back to the white water, setting up for what could be a nose ride on this section. Gets himself up on the nose, does very well to get back, but unfortunately just comes unstuck. He is on that end section there. A lot of the hard work was done on the outside, And just quickly, he is also joined by Carlos Escobar from Guatemala in this heat in the green jersey.
Yeah, the way that the tide's coming in right now, it's allowing the surfers to have less of that downtime of thinking what to do. There's more fluidity, as we see Red up and riding for the Philippines. Nice drop knee cut back, keeping his feet close together. Just trying to work his way past this whitewash. Like we said, the surfers are going to be sitting a little deeper just to get into that pocket, just to get into that critical section. Nice footwork into the inside. The wave is now standing up for him beautifully. Nice hang 5, that air underneath that nose, creating that lift for him on that high line. Beautiful connecting turn straight into a nice tap hang 5. Good fluidity from the Filipino surfer.
What a start to this heat, number 18 for the men's. 2 fantastic rides to kick off this heat. I think we're going to see some high scores being dropped by both surfers. Up on screen, you might be able to see a penalty has been given. So we will bring you the updates on that. Wasn't interference. We'll see here Jack Tyro there on the right-hand side of screen in the blue. And we also have Crisanto King. Didn't see Jack taking off on the wave. So at the start of the heat, it is started with no priority. King cutting back, realizing Jack's there. That is going to hurt his campaign moving through.
Oh, that is just so unfortunate. He didn't have that time to look back. But here's his last wave. Beautiful wave. And I love that he got straight back into the next wave. He didn't let that penalty ruin him. He's still got 17 minutes left. He's still, knowing that there's that repecharge round. He could even, this is going to be a great score for him.
That is so true. As we see him making his way through. This is a really well-served wave. It's going to help his strategy moving forward. Cutting back to the white water, cross-stepping back up to the nose. Fantastic longboard riding from King.
And crisp footwork. I love that there was no really hiccup at the end. It was just very fluid. Every step had a perfect beat to it, and that's what judges want to see. That's what we want to see as we see Jack Tyro on this replay. Nice quick hang 10 at the top. Nice 6-point ride here. And it looks to me that he has a heavier board, which is going to play a really big key in the upcoming days. Especially with this wind, we're starting to see this wind chop come up on the wave face here. And you're going to want that weight just to push through those chops, just to get you through into the sections that's going to allow you to get these nose rides, that's going to allow you to get dig that rail into that turn instead of just kind of chopping it. It's more of a fluid turn as you see as he's going from rail to rail. It's going to be really, really interesting to see how the weight of the surfers' boards, how they're going to play into each heat. Nice ride all the way into the inside here. Just flowing. He knows that this is going to be, a long marathon. So again, I told Lucas earlier, I was like, take your time. It's a marathon. Remember that you're going to have multiple heats coming up. It's hot. So take your time, be patient, and wait for the right ones to come to you.
And we're going to head down to the glass with the winner of the last heat, Taka Inuit.
All right, here we have Taka. Highest heat score so far of the event, an 8.33 and a 7.33. How do you feel after getting such great scores out there?
Yeah, I'm so happy. Then today the too bumpy, so not good for my injury. My first or second wave wipe out, so it'll be nervous. Then I get the good wave. I'm so happy.
I know that you broke your surfboard before, like the tail plug came out, and you had to get that fixed. And how's your board feeling out there with your knee? We saw when you were doing some turns, it looked like you were kind of holding back just a bit. Is your knee feeling okay? Like, you're able to push in your turns, or is it a little bit sensitive still?
Not push that. The push is more pain. Then so just going to the bottom. Yeah, a little bit better.
Well, for having such a hurt knee, You put on a beautiful display of surfing. Best of luck. Do you want to say anything back in Japan?
皆さん応援ありがとうございます。足痛くて最初の2本こけてしまったんですけども、その後いいの乗れてちょっと緩めに流しながら最後まで乗れて結果的にすごいいいスコア出せたのですごい良かったです。この後午後田岡夏美選手もあるのでぜひ引き続き応援よろしくお願いいたします。
All right. Well, best of luck in the next round. Good surfing, and send it back to you, Megan.
Thanks very much, Belen. Taka Inuit, one of the most happy, colourful characters you'll see in the longboard community. A world champion on the stand-up paddling as well, as we are watching Carlos Escobar up and riding in that green jersey. Stretches out for a 5. See that board nice and clear from the chop as he cuts back to that more critical section. Dealing with the bumps on that bottom turn, has to grab his rail to make it through this whitewater section. Lots of foam to deal with as he just gets a little bit too far on the back of that board. That weight shifting too far back.
Yeah, and seeing that his feet were really close together, and I think today with the chop, they're really going to have to get sturdy and get that stance down. As we see Blue up and riding, Jack Tyra from New Zealand, nice hang 5 out the back, just holding on. Again, we're going to see them sitting a little deeper just to get into that critical section, and they're doing right. So, just to get that face really steep and get those nose rides in there.
Jack there, you see the drone following Jack. Nice and close as he cuts his way back. Beautiful surfer out in New Zealand. Did well at the Noosa Festival the last couple of years in Australia. Does a lot of travel. Jack bringing this one through. It's kind of midsection of the wave, coming toward the end. Wave stands up again for him, offering up another nose ride hanging 5. See him cutting back as well. Currently the heat leader with that 6-point ride. Looking to back that up to solidify his place in front.
That's going to be another good score for him. I mean, he's got a good start on the heat with less than 10 minutes left, and it's going to be a good score, I think.
Mexican surfer Esteban Mauricio Nunez coming up in the next heat, preparing. A lot of these competitors will have their own little routines to go. I love that he's practicing his cross steps, Meg.
Yeah. What I would tell him is actually go onto the step and cross step on the step just to get that little, just so he has a feeling of his balance, because believe it or not, you're using your toes, your heels, your arches. So it's important to get your feet used to it. And I love the routine that he's doing. Everything that he's moving, the fluidity, you saw him walking, you saw him even turning. And I love that he's turning with his shoulders, because that's where the turns are going to come from. Comes from where you're going to lead with the shoulders, starts with the eyes, goes to shoulders, and then the hips move with it. So it's important that what you're doing on land is also putting it back into the water. It's a good little warm up for him.
Yeah, that visualization, trying to feel what you're going to put on those waves out there. Obviously, this El Sonzal being that right hand point break, it can be quite, mechanical like. So you get a bit of an understanding of what maneuvers are placed on different parts of the wave. So it's going to be exciting to see the upcoming surfers in the next heat.
Yeah, and being from, Saladita, which is a left point break, it's going to be completely different for him. He was here last year, did amazing, but it is still something that a lot of the goofy footers need to get used to, is looking over that shoulder and getting used to rotating the shoulders out, having the shoulders rotate back in for the turns. So I think, he's had a lot of practice on right point breaks as well, but yeah, I mean, his warm-up looked really good. I can't wait to see him in the next heat and see what he does.
Yeah, be exciting to see him coming up. I'm just going to touch on that interference there from Crisanto Villanueva from the Philippines. I do believe it was a non-priority interference, which means his second highest wave score will be halved. We will get confirmation on that as we see King taking off on this one, dropping down to the bottom of the wave. Trying to get some speed to get around this foam section. It's quite powerful. Bit of white water, and just going to kick out, deciding there's not going to be much more scoring opportunity on that wave.
That was a smart move. Smart move. You know, that wave wasn't going to offer him anything. He decided to get back out there and try and get one of the insides. It's only 6 minutes left, and we know that, you know, from experience, that paddle out is about 6 minutes left. So if he wants a better wave, he's going to have to kick out and try and sit out the back and wait for one of the set waves to come in.
So that is right. His second highest wave score will be halved for that interference at the start of the heat. Doesn't count him out at all. He can get his highest wave score is still going to count toward the heat total. So if he can boost it up a little bit more, it's going to make, you know, that the other competitors have to work hard for the advancing position. As we see a replay from that last wave. Dropping down, just getting caught behind Megs.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate. As we see the chops coming in, it's going to create more of a difficult time to read it because of with the chop, it's bringing in more, with the wind, it's bringing in more chop. That's going to create more whitewash. It's going to create more of a breaking wave. So sitting deep, it's going to be a little tricky. They might have to shift a little bit towards the left just so that they can make it in front of the whitewash. But yeah, especially with this swell starting to fill in slowly, it's gonna be interesting where everyone starts to sit, and especially with King with third priority, he's sitting on the inside, which is a smart move. He knows he just wants to like keep building, and I love that even with the penalty, it didn't phase him. Like a lot of the times, a lot of surfers will be so rattled that they have a penalty, it kind of ruins their whole heat. But he really truly looks like he's having fun. He's, you know, he's having a grand old time.
He certainly is, as Jack Tyro up and riding, holds that 5. Really controlled through this section here. Unfortunately, going to get a little bit bobbled by the whitewater. Still manages to hang on. He does very well to control his board through that section there, deciding that that's enough for that wave. We see Crisanto up and riding behind him. Really far forward on his board to hold that speed, try and get low, get out of that wind. Little drop knee stall there, up to the nose. Beautiful hang 5 as he cross steps back to set up this section here on the wave. Can decide to cut back and stick with this one. Sees a bit of scoring potential down the line. Staying close to that white water. Does well to maneuver his board through the bumps. You can see the texture on the water. I just love these arms there, the placement. Good control, good style. Bringing that board back around to the white water, setting up in here, cross-stepping up. Really clean cross steps, hanging 5. As he brings his board into that end section there, kicks out. So well-surfed wave. We'll see if that goes into, well, if it is going to be his best wave of the heat. I feel like his first wave was better with the nose rides.
Yeah, for sure. I also like the way that he navigated that wave. You were saying how much chops there were, and in the beginning of the wave, he stood up almost in front of the middle of his board, and that's also to gain that speed, but also to have that control, so that tail is sitting in the water and the nose is sitting in the water, so there's more of that balance. Because if he was more back, he would have got more bucked off. It would have been a whole rodeo ride, as we saw Jack. He kind of had that little rodeo ride because he was more in the back of his board, and the nose is what was hard to maneuver and control. So that was really smart of him to really just surf from the middle of his board. The only time he moved back was to just do a bottom turn, and as soon as he did that or that cut back and bottom turn, as soon as he completed that, he was up in the middle of the board already walking to the nose. And that's what we want to see. We want to see that flow, we want to see that fluidity, and he did a very good job at doing that.
Yeah, he certainly did. As we wait for scores to come through for the last of Jack Tyro, also Crisanto. We'll see if that changes the situation. Jack's last score comes in at 3.43. So he's still sitting out in front with a 6-point ride and a 5.6. King's last wave comes in as a 5-point ride. Unfortunately, it will be halved, so a 2.5 on your screen. As we see Carlos Escobar from Guatemala up and riding. Beautiful hang 5. Holding that for an extended amount of time. Coming through the pocket here with lots of speed. Nice turn. Close to that pocket of the wave as well. Sets himself back up. You can see that wave a bit taller than he is, standing up on that section. As he cuts his way back, he's going to try and stick with this one. You can see standing further back on the board, Megs, than King has been.
Yeah, trying to maneuver that. I think he's trying to get those turns in, and trying to really dig that rail, but he has to be careful with that rail digging, right? There's less surface area to catch. He just gets into the inside. But he did a lot of work on the outside. He did a lot of nice carving turns. But again, the judges want to see that committed turn. It was looking a little flat. They want to see rail, but again, he was surfing safe. He knows that King has an interference, and he just needs a 4.57 to get up there, and he's got a minute and a half to do so.
He had a beautiful nose ride to start things off here. You see he gets up to the nose, cross-stepping his way up there, holds that 5, stretches his toes over the tip, gets a lot of speed coming through here, manages to do a nice turn in that pocket section of the wave, bringing it back down. And this is where he had to keep that board moving to stay on the wave.
Yeah, this wave was a lot more steeper, I feel like, too, than King's waves. So that's why he was surfing a little bit more in the back, just to get that control up and down the face of the wave. But that hang 5 out the back was very beautiful. It was nice and long, controlled, and just working his way into the inside here. And that's the thing is he's constantly maneuvering his board. The nose is changing directions from right to left, and that's what we want to see. We want to see them moving, not where it's jumpy and just kind of chasing. It was more of just trying to connect.
And his last wave came in at a 3.77, so not enough to move up into second. Jack Tyro up and riding, holding 5 through that critical section. Does very well. Cutting back to stall it there. He sees another nose ride section approaching him. Another beautiful hang 5. Great control from the young surfer. He can, again, trying to make his way up toward the nose. Gonna cut back. Beautiful start to this wave, Megs.
Yeah, I love his footwork. He has very, very controlled footwork. The way he's stepping is every step is the same size. Like every step is a foot wide, and that's important because that's telling him he knows the length of his board. So it's just smart surfing. He knows the length of his board. He knows how many steps it is to the nose, whether he wants to do 3 steps or 2 steps. But he's really reading the wave at the same time and having the board work for him.
Jack Tyro finishing off in the shore break there. He is going to be moving through in that first position from heat number 18 of men's round 1. Big congratulations to him. King will be also moving through in second place with that interference. Carlos Escobar from Guatemala moving into the repechage round. Team New Zealand there congratulating Jack. Great scenes on the beach there. And we're going to head to a short commercial break. We'll be back with more action. Heat number 19 coming up shortly. Welcome back to beautiful El Sunzal. The sun is coming out for the competitors here for the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. Moving into round 1 of the men, heat 19. Esteban Mauricio Nunez from Mexico. We have Nicolas Garcia from Spain and Jonathan Amir from Israel. 3 good surfers out in the water. It's going to be another great heat to watch. We saw the young Kiwi surfer Jack Tyro in the last heat, styling his way through to some nice high wave scores. And
King also getting through even with an interference, and that's why it's such a good it's good to have that team. They really change your mindset to be like, no matter what happens, you're still in that heat. You still need to work. You still need to play. You still need to get the scores through.
And we're going to head down to Bell End with Jack Tyro, the winner of the last heat.
Jack, how do you feel? You won that heat. There was an interference in there. There's been a lot going on for you right now. You broke your board. You're on a real big square tail right now. How's your equipment feeling out there?
I'm so good. It turns out, like, even though I snapped a really, really nice board off Johnny, and it was one of the nice diamond tails I've ever surfed, having a bit more edge on the square tail definitely helps, especially in the really, really critical sections. Like, what happens, but yeah, I'm stoked for them on.
This is your second year representing New Zealand here at El Salvador. Conditions were kind of similar last year. Do you feel a little bit prepped for this?
Yeah, no, definitely. Last year was probably the first time I've ever longboarded waves over 6 foot. So it was definitely really cool to be coming here again and trying that. It's something completely different, and it's really cool to be able to, have fun in the free surfs before, really try to nail down what we learned in this contest. And no, it's such a fun wave. As bumpy as it is, I really enjoy it. It's something different, and different's always good.
Oh, well, your surfing is just so beautiful to watch and so inspiring, and you're doing your country well. I'm proud. So do you want to send a little shout out before?
Yeah, all good. Big thanks to my family, my mum, dad, and brother. Shout out to you guys for getting me here, and thank you for everyone for the support. It really means a lot, and we'll try doing this year. Yeah.
Awesome. All right. Congratulations. Best of luck, and we'll send this back up to the booth.
I do feel like Jack has a good chance of going a long way in this event. He says he really enjoys this wave, and you can see it in his surfing.
Yeah, I agree. And that he said, last year was the first time he surfed waves over 6 feet. Being from New Zealand, it takes a lot of times it takes that cyclone to come and bring waves. So, and I feel like that's the great thing and the beauty of El Salvador, and especially El Sunzo, is that it allows people who aren't really comfortable with bigger waves. It is a wave of consequences. We did see some boards being broken, but there's something about this wave that's really inviting. Even when it is big, I felt safe. Like last year, there was some big sets, and it has, being from Hawaii, there is a lot of power, and I was a little timid at first, but paddling out, and I was like, oh, it's friendly. It's a friendly big wave. So for surfers who are getting comfortable with charging bigger waves, this is the perfect place to do it. And to do it in a contest setting where there's only 3 other people in your heat, it's like the best scenario.
As we see Anthony Flores from Costa Rica preparing for his next heat. Athletes will check in with the beach marshal there to grab their rash guards. They'll need to bring those rash guards back at the end of their heat. Looks like he's got a little tying his rash guard down. I think it's a good idea with the power of the white water out there, just to keep that rash guard down.
That's an interesting tactic. I don't know if I've ever seen that, but it does make sense. That you don't want the jersey flying up, and you're spending time pulling the jersey down. So that's actually a really smart tactic. I remember doing contests, we would tie the jerseys in the back and have that big knot in the back. So that's a good way, a little innovation there. I like it.
Pura Vida Anthony, he's a 6-time Costa Rican champion, so he's been using that tactic for a long time. Definitely helps him throughout his heats. And all these athletes will have those little things that just kind of, switch them into contest mode.
Yeah, I mean, during contests, I have my little rituals. What were your little rituals before?
Yeah, a little ritual. Yeah, a little warm-up routine. Get some music in my ears. I had like 2 songs that I'd always listen to, and it just pumped me up.
Yeah, what were those 2 songs?
Aussie rap. I love a bit of Aussie rap. Bit of Bliss and Esso. Yeah, Hilltop Hoods. There's some good music.
Okay.
Just to pump up the vibes.
I love that.
You use music at all?
I do. That was like really important for me. And it was funny, if it was like a really big heat or a really big contest, what really helped me calm down? I'm just like high energy person to begin with. So listening to classical music or like old school Hawaiian, like real mele kind of music.
Love it.
It almost like calmed my spirit before I paddled out. So I wasn't already like, coming to a contest. It's you surfing against other professional surfers surfing for your country, surfing for your nation. It's rattling. It's a lot of pressure. So to be able to calm, you know, my spirit down, my body down, it was really important. So having like classical music or something cool, and if it was like absolutely pumping, oh, I went straight into like straight into rap.
Nice.
Straight into rap. I remember Lindsay Steinreity and like Crystal Ziges, we would get like pumped up for a heat. And mind you, we were all surfing against each other in a heat, but that was a great thing about surfing, the camaraderie and the sisterhood. We're like looking at each other with headphones on. We're like, yeah, what are you listening to? What are you listening to? We're just pumping each other up. But as soon as that horn blew, silence.
Yes.
You know, so it's a fun little mind game too.
That's great. I love the different approaches that we have, you know, calming the mind for yourself, you know, psyching myself up as we see a paddle here from Esteban from Mexico as he gets his way to the middle of the board, cutting back here. Stalls it with a little bit of a wobble, but does well to hold that nose ride through the section. You see this wave walling up for him on the inside. Loses the fins a little bit on that cutback. Does well to hold it though. A little bit of air getting underneath his board with that wind. He's going to bring this one through, getting up to the nose again for a nice hang 5 as he cuts his way back through. You can see this wave. You have to be right in the pocket of this section here to stick with it. Seen a few competitors head out on the shoulder a little bit and lose it. As you can see here, just heading out that shoulder.
Yeah, I feel like the goofy fitters have that advantage because they have that delay in looking over their shoulder. They're kind of more in the pocket. As we saw him have that delay on the inside that set him up for that inside nose ride. Beautiful surfing on his Michael Takayama board. We've seen a few Michael Takayama boards out surfing, free surfing in the past couple days. So he surfed that wave very well.
Very, very well. As we're still waiting to get started for Jonathan Amir and Nicholas Garcia as well. Costa Rica heading down to support Anthony in the next heat as we get a beautiful shot of the point break here at El Sonzal. And here we go, Nicholas up and riding on his backhand. I think we've got 3 goofy footers in this heat as we see him hanging 5. Nice holding the 5 for a long time. Needs to get around this section here. Does well to navigate that. You can see that white water coming toward him. He's going to do a turn off of that. It might put him in a good spot to set up for the inside if he does stick with it, but decides to kick out.
Yeah, and like I said, there is that advantage of having that delay of being a goofy footer, but it is also can also play a disadvantage. You know, especially with the tide coming up, the swell coming up, they're either going to have to race to it or they're going to have to really be patient. And we saw that, you know, Maurizio did a good display of being patient, waiting for the setup, and allowing the wave to push him up on that high line to get those last minute nose rides. So yeah, but good wave ridden for Blue there.
Yeah, 4.33 for Maurizio of Mexico. And the last of Nicholas was a 3.33. So some smaller scores to start things off here. You can see some lines approaching the horizon. That swell starting to build a little bit more. If you do check out the Surfline forecast, you're probably going to need to double the wave height, the wave face heights on that, because we've got some big swell coming tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that. Actually, I might have to borrow someone's board and or rent a board and get out there and catch a wave for myself.
Now Israeli surfer Jonathan Amir, beautiful 5, quick 10 as well. Does really well to navigate that section, cutting back. Great style on his backhand here. Gets his foot back up for a hang 5. I really love the way he's started off this wave, started his campaign here. Very controlled. A lot of power in his surfing as well, but still with that finesse on the nose. As he gets himself up for another hang 5, so quite a few nose rides already on this ride. Trying to stick with it in that critical section. Does well to navigate that as well. That nose just dipping underneath. Just turns a little bit too quickly, but that is that inside section there. So he kicks out for a great start. Surfer in green.
Yeah, I love the way that he compresses his shoulders when he turns back into the whitewash and then opens up his whole arms and kind of looks pelican-like. Very, very nice and statuesque as we see here. opening up his shoulders, getting that outside hang 5, and his little toe, just the toe coming up, just to shift the weight so that the nose didn't dive down. And I love the way he closed his shoulders and opens it back up. Nice tight 5, walking back. And I love that he took his time. You know, going down the steeper part of the face, he's taking his time to step it back because there's so much momentum. And if you rush walking back, you'll just get kicked off right off the wave. Nice hang 5 here. Just working his way to the inside. Nice footwork. I love the way, again, his arms, the way that he's opening up his arms, closing it back up, really directing the board with his shoulders and then his hips. Beautiful wave ridden for Green there. Scoring him a 5.17.
So highest wave score of the heat so far, putting him up into first place. What I really loved was that he was placing his turns a bit lower on the wave. So he wasn't going too high, risking that the kind of unfortunate falling off the back of the wave, but he placed him a bit lower on the wave, keeping himself down in that more powerful section there in the pocket of the wave that the judges love to see. See Team Costa Rica there, up on the rock. Again, I don't know how they get up there.
Me neither. That's like true bouldering. Like
Yes.
you're bouldering up. Like there's no stairs. You guys, watching, there's no stairs in the back. There's no ladder. They're fully rock climbing. Like there needs to be like a chalk bag in the back, like some footwear to climb up that. Belen said she was gonna come up with me. I was like, we'll see about that one. But I love that you pointed out that he was Jonathan was turning more on the bottom of the wave, and that's going to play a big key because had he turned on the top, it's going to create that. If he would have caught a chop, it would have slid him right out. So him taking his time to drop down to the bottom of the wave is going to be crucial because it's getting windier. You know, it's current moving around. So him taking his time, being patient on the turns, not rushing his walk back, really paid off for him, scoring the highest wave of the heat so far.
And these surfers in this heat here are really being patient. They've only got one wave score, 6 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock there as well. So, yeah, that's 13.5 minutes have gone by, just one wave from each competitor. They're going to look to back up their wave scores in the next 6 minutes here. So
Yeah,
playing the patient game.
Yeah, playing the patient game. I think that, they're going to make the judges work. Each set has been about 4 to 5 waves, and it's really going to be about picking the right wave in the set, like we said. And with the tide changing, it kind of looks like the first wave is kind of allowing that openness for all the maneuvers for them to do in the wave. So we're going to see what wave they pick as the next set comes in.
As you see a couple of bumps approaching the lineup here. I'd like to thank Surf City El Salvador for hosting the ISA World Longboard Championship 2025. Surf City, a huge supporter of surfing, the ISA. As we see Mauricio Nunez up and riding. Unfortunately going down on that nose ride. You could see it was standing up in front of him, was trying to get back off the nose there, Megs.
Yeah, and I think it was just he's sitting a little too deep. Again, with the goofy footers, they're going to have that delay. If he was sitting just a little bit wide, just maybe 5 yards to the left of him, he probably would have made that wave. So he's just going to have to go back out there, reposition himself. I think a lot of the surfers are trying to figure out their landmark too. There's a lot of things on shore. I remember last year I was lining up with a specific coconut tree, and then when it was high tide, I was lining up with one of the flags. So I can't wait to get down there and like listen in and see like, oh, what where are you sitting? What are you looking at the beach? Because it's really important. I always say it's really important as you're out there. What's not moving is land, right? So that's really important to have that stationary landmark for them to always go back to for reference on where they're sitting, and of course with the help of their teammates and their coach. I'm sure they're waving a flag, waving a bright colored shirt, tell them what direction to go to. So yeah, I feel like that one he was a little bit too deep. He should have sat a little bit more wide, but I think he's learned. He's actually sat a little bit more this way, as we see Jonathan sitting. He knew he's sitting wide. He's like, I just need a 0.16 to get into first, right? There, again, he has no backup score. He just needs that one wave.
That's right.
Yeah.
Going back to the landmark conversation, it's not just for athletes as well. Everyday surfers, if you're listening at home, choose your landmarks on the beach. Make sure you know where you're sitting out there. You know, sit and watch for 5 or 10 minutes before you head out, and that's going to really give you a good idea of where the waves are breaking, where to position yourself. As you take a look at the updates here on screen for the forecast. So high tide coming up at 1:20 p.m. local time. Quite a big difference in tidal ranges today from what we've seen the last few days. So that nearly 7 feet of tide difference.
Yeah, and we saw that this morning the wind was 6 miles per hour at the northeast, and now that's turned a little bit more onshore at a southeast direction, and you can tell with the chops coming in, them getting stuck on the top. So it's going to be really crucial for them to read the wave, and for the next upcoming heats, they're going to want to watch what's happening in the ocean. I mean, last year there was so many things happening. There was one heat would have 6 sets, and the next heat would have 2, right? And in one heat it would glass off, and the other one wouldn't. So it's really important for the surfers. Their practice time should be at every type of scenario: high tide, low tide, windy, choppy, glassy, and that's why a lot of them have came early to actually practice for this contest.
Thank you for tuning in wherever you're watching online, whether it be on the Facebook channel or on ISAsurf.org. Remember, you can stay updated to all the social media channels from ISA Surfing. As we see some sets approaching the lineup here, it is going to be Nicholas Garcia with first priority, so he does have choice of which waves he'd like to go. Jonathan Amir trying to sell him on this wave. As we see Nicholas up and riding at the moment, needing just a small score, 1.85 to get into second place. Things might change if Jonathan gets another wave. As that whitewater almost knocks him off his board there. Does well to navigate that section. He needs to stay on this ride. Only 1 minute 40 seconds left. You can see behind him Mauricio Nunez from Mexico. So a great shot here of both riders. Let's stick with Nicholas to begin with, as he cuts his way back through this inside section. Unfortunately, Maurizio just going down on the outside. As Nicholas brings it through to the inside, he might get a little bit of more scoring potential here. He might make his way back up to the nose before it starts to close out on that Papusa section. Bouncing off the white water does well to bring this one all the way through to the beach. So that's definitely going to improve his situation. It just depends if Jonathan Amir from Israel can get another wave with only 1 minute left on the clock.
Yeah, and this is what we're going to see. We're going to see those buzzer beaters. A lot of the colors start to shift, change up and down. Oh, wow, with less than a minute left. This was a smart move. He sold all of them on those waves. Little defensive move. And all he just needs a backup score. He needs a 1.83 to get into first place.
Currently with the highest wave score of the heat so far, that 5.17. Holds that nose ride for an extended amount of time. You can see the bump on the face there. He does well to get through the chop. Hanging 5 again. He knows he just needs to stay a bit safer on this wave, get a good backup score. He put himself in a good situation to move through to the next round. Non-elimination to start things off here. As we see that wave just dying out. I think he's done quite a lot of work on the outside. It's going to be a kind of mid-range score. As with only a couple of seconds left, we'll see if that's up in time. I do believe it is. So this wave will count for our Mexican surfer. He's going to need a score as well, because still waiting for that score from Jonathan to come in. Does well. I love the cross steps. Unfortunately, just catching a rail. You can see the water moving up the face of that wave. And as he was coming down, he was a bit sideways to it. So that rail just digging in.
Yeah, just rushing those. And he doesn't need a big score. So he just needed to relax a little bit. I think he felt that pressure of having to rush, being the only one out there, having only 20 seconds left, that he needed to back that up. He was watching Green surf that wave. So, a lot of pressure on him. But I think we're going to see a little bit of some things change here.
Yeah, it's going to be another buzzer beater situation here. Still waiting for wave scores of Israel to come through. And from Mexico, we will see the situation change here. because Amir's last wave was very well surfed, so he'll just have the 2 wave scores that'll count to his heat wave total.
Judges really deliberating, taking their time. Love to see that. You know, they got good representatives up there watching each surfer, really spacing out everybody, and yeah, doing a great job.
The head judges also send out a bit of information leaflet at the start of the day, put it down on the marshalling board down there so all competitors can refer back to what the judges are looking for in the criteria. And they really base the criteria on what the waves are producing as well. So they take a look at the judges take a look at the waves each morning, and they say this is what we're going to be looking for, competitors. So trying to surf to the criteria, obviously being in that critical section of the wave. That flow, speed, style, grace. You see Jonathan there opting for a single fin.
Yeah, it's a beautifully shaped board. I love how flat it is, and I can actually see with it being the way he has it positioned, I can already see the concave in that, and that's really crucial, especially in waves like this. You're going to want to create that space between water and board to levitate yourself while you're nose riding. So good job on him. Beautiful board, good surfing, and I love the way he kind of sold the other surfers. I mean, that can also be really risky too when you start playing that defense, because you don't know, right? We're at the mercy of the ocean. You don't know if the next wave is going to come. But smart surfing, he was watching the waves. He was down there studying the conditions, and he knew, all right, I'm going to push them, get them out of my way so I can get priority again, and I can choose what wave I want to surf, and I just need to complete it. I just need that backup score.
That's exactly right. As last wave score of Esteban Mauricio Nunez comes in as a 2.77. So I feel like Jonathan's going to get a score that's going to push him up into that first place, which means Nicolas Garcia will drop down into second. But we will wait for confirmation of that last wave score to drop here. And they needed a 1.93 to get into second place. As we can see them all checking the screen, checking the live feed of the scores coming through. All on the beach there waiting. They all want to stand on the glass there. As that last wave score does come in, a 4-point ride for Jonathan Amir, puts him up into the lead. Nicolas Garcia in second. Esteban Mauricio Nunez will be heading to the repechage round.
Super happy and stoked. Waiting on the beach like that and just waiting for a score. Oh, man, it's so nerve-wracking. And there's times I miss it, and most of the times I don't, actually. So I live vicariously through all the surfers.
And we're going to go to a short commercial break here. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with more men's round 1 action here from Surf City, El Salvador.
Para una vida llena de todas esas cosas que la hacen realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen, hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy. Suprema. Esta es la otra vida. de todas esas cosas que la hacen realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen, hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy. Suprema, esta es la otra vida.
Welcome back. You are watching the ISA World Longboard Championship here in Surf City, El Salvador. Day 2 of competition. Men's round 1, heat number 20 in the water. You're going to be seeing Kevin Skavana from the US of A, Anthony Flores from Costa Rica, Noah Stender representing Denmark. A stacked heat here, Megs.
Yeah, super stacked heat. I mean, you know, we got all of the nations represented in here, and it's like all in the different pockets of the world. It's so interesting. I mean, you know, yeah, it's going to be a stacked heat. I'm excited to watch.
It certainly is. I'm going to go down to Belen with the winner of the last heat.
I am here with Jonathan. What a nail-biting heat for you. Wave starved for a while. You had to sit out there and wait to get your last wave with 1 minute left. What was it like for you?
Actually, like at the start, like the first wave, I knew I had it, like the best wave. But then I just like waited. We started the heat like with 11 minutes. So like after I took the wave, then I told myself that I have like a long way back. I thought on maybe taking like an insider. But yeah, at the end, like it just happened, luck, you know, like the ocean was with me. I saw like everybody else going down. So just waited, hoped for good, and that's all.
Well, that was a really smart strategic surf maneuver, letting everyone else take off on those other ones and waiting out the back for that wave that did allow you to get that second score that puts you through. How are you feeling coming from a place that really doesn't have point breaks and as well as really windsurf to be here and surf?
So actually, like this year and also last year, like I came like almost 3 weeks before the comp. So I'll get used. Actually, it's like my third time like ever surfing like longboard, or second time surfing longboard like on point breaks. So coming here early, training, have some good time like with no people. Now it's crazy, the peak full of longboarders, the best ones. So it's kind of tough. So just coming here early, training, have some good time.
You should be so proud of yourself and representing your country. Anything you'd like to say?
כן, אני רוצה לומר לכולם שתודה רבה על התמיכה. אני מאוד מעריך את זה. למרות הימים הקשים שעוברים בארץ והמלחמה וכל מה שקורה, אני פה לייצג אותנו בכבוד, וזהו, תודה לכולם.
All right. Congratulations. Best of luck in the next round. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Thanks very much. Jonathan there, a very accomplished shortboarder, so only recognising that he needs to get on the longboard a bit more in practice, and he showed us just how well he's been practicing that last heat.
Yeah, and I know in the last heat we touched on surfers coming early and practicing, especially ones that don't have experience with that right point break. So it's good to hear that the surfers are, you know, they're here 3 weeks before, a month before, they're coming back, you know, surfing when it's crowded, surfing when there's not a lot of people out. So it's really cool and interesting and such a cool dynamic when the whole world comes together and they're like, you know, some of them came 2 days ago, like Julian Schweitzer. He's like, I just got in last night, but he's so comfortable surfing, so especially out here. So yeah, I mean, a lot of the surfers putting in time, training and getting the job done.
We've had a few waves ridden here to kick things off for heat number 20 of men's round 1. Kevin Skavana dropping the highest score so far, 4-point ride. Anthony Flores, Costa Rica, 3.33. Noah Stender, a 3.17. So all pretty close together here as we see a wave rolling through, deciding not to go on that one for the competitors. We'll see if there's anything else out the back. It looks like there's a couple more lines for them. You can see that shot of the El Sunzal break. We see a competitor, looks like it could be Anthony Flores sitting really deep, deciding to stand up on this one, straight to the nose for a hang 5. He's going to try and stick with it. He kicks out there. Maybe just repositioning himself there, Megs.
Yeah, I think so. You know, Kevin and Noah are sitting quite wide as they're, you know, as we see Noah catching this wave. And he's a lot wider. But you see when it's wider how much turning they have to do in the beginning. And that's not necessarily what you want to do. You want to be able to get into the pocket. But this is a good way for him, just knowing that he needs a backup score. 8 minutes has already gone past. Nice surfing for him. He just wants to complete the wave.
Noah Stender just comes unstuck there on that one. Put together a few good maneuvers at the back. Noah really putting his time into longboard surfing recently, currently leading the Danish National Longboard Tour. I've known Noah for a few years now in stand-up paddle scene. He's very, very accomplished stand-up paddleboard surfer and racer. But Noah really spending that time on the longboard to practice for this event.
And I love that a lot of the longboarders, they're saying like, oh, this is my second year competing as a longboarder. A lot of the longboarders that are competing in this competition actually have so much more doing all the disciplines of surfing. Shortboarding, stand-up paddling, as we see Red up and riding Kevin Skavarna for USA. Beautiful surfing from this goofy footer.
Oh, does very well to hold that nose ride the board. Almost going into that helicopter. Decides to pull it back. Does very well to control that as he's cross-stepping his way through. Brings it back. I love Kevin's style. Riding infinity surfboards. The Bainey family. As he is just carving back on this one. Sticking with it. Again, trying to back up his 4-point ride from earlier. Switch foot. Love the switch foot as he sets himself up for a critical nose ride there. Up on the 5. And he's going to finish it off on that shore, but unfortunately he just nosedives. Could have been a bit tricky there.
Yeah, wow, that's a little scary. I thought his board was, I was ready to see the board come up in 2 pieces. That pupusa section gets pretty hairy and sketchy over there. But Kevin doing very well to navigate that wave. He's no stranger to right point breaks, growing up in San Juan Capistrano. He, surfing Dana Point, getting used to there, San Onofre. So he did really well surfing his infinity surfboards.
I love this nose ride, Megs. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I love the way he takes his time. He really stays low so that he doesn't get bucked off. Even having the fin kick out and almost completing a helicopter. But he gains control, and he's surfing in the middle of his board so that he can control his board on the chops. Had he been more in the back, again, he would get bucked off. But good control from the middle of his surfboard. And I love how open his shoulders are. Always leading with that right shoulder, always making sure that his shoulder is the one to lead him. Nice little switch stance there. And I feel like sometimes a lot of people will see it as just like a pretty tactic, but it's actually a maneuver tactic. It actually sets them up to slow down. A lot of the times we see Honolulu Bloomfield do it, we see Kelis Kaleopa'a do it, and Connie Stewart. It actually plays a part in slowing them down and repositioning their board to get a line to get to that nose ride.
Noah, Danishman up and riding. Just waiting for this wave to set up. He's got a quick nose ride in at the start. He's going to hold this hang 5 through this section. Beautifully done there. As he brings it around, carves it back. Very powerful surfer, quite tall. He does well to get himself out in front of that white water. Cross-stepping up. Just keeping the rhythm of the wave, just keeping in line with it. Loves the way that this longboard feels out there. Unfortunately coming unstuck there as he brings the way through to the end section. But did a lot of work on the outside.
Yeah, good work for him. He has a 3.17. He's wanting that backup score. He only has 8 minutes left. So it's just, I think at this point he's just trying to stay busy. That last wave being a 3.23 now bumps him up to first place with 8 minutes left. Strategy kicking in. I would sit out the back and wait to try and get basically a combined score. I want to get a 6.4. So I would, little strategy tactic. I would kind of sit out the back. Second priority, I believe, paddling back out there.
Yeah, it would probably be Kevin.
Oh,
Might
Kevin.
be a little bit ahead of him after his last wave, although does look as if we just look over our shoulder there. Still waiting for that last wave score of Kevin to come in. Probably going to be better his situation. Kevin Skavarna, 10 seasons on the WSL Longboard Tour. His third time representing Team USA here at the ISA World Longboard Championship.
Yeah, and he got a copper medal in 2018 in China. He was a part of bringing that gold medal home for the USA 2018 in China. So he's no stranger to competition. He's no stranger to medaling, to podium. So he knows being patient, taking his time, you know. And another vet. He's only 26 years old, but he's been on the tour. He's been competitively surfing on the world tours for 10 years. That's a decade.
How amazing is that?
Yeah. I mean,
just a natural, talented surfer.
Yeah.
As we see some waves approaching the lineup, still waiting for last wave scores of Noah Stender and Kevin Skavana to come in. It's going to change the situation for Anthony Flores. He's probably going to want to hear the updates before he takes off in his next ride. It looks like he's just repositioning himself in a little bit further. You can see Kevin there deciding to sit up on his board a little bit in from there. And just to remind you all, we have 143 athletes from 44 nations. Just over 48% of those athletes, so almost half and half are women. So that gender equality coming into play here for ISA World Longboard Championships, the highest and the closest number of women surfers to men surfers. 5 new nations. We've seen Tahiti in the water today, Thailand, Norway and Poland will be coming up later today for the women's event. And of course, Team Hawaii trying to go back-to-back with their team gold.
Yeah, Kai winning his heat. It's a good way to get the team motivated and started and get them excited. So, you know, having that team leader up there already on the glass is a good confidence booster.
Definitely is. Kevin Skavana's last score drops as a 4.6, so it puts him up into first place. Still waiting on last of Noah Stender from Denmark. He's currently sitting in that second place at the moment. A 4-point ride drops for him. Makes Anthony Flores' situation a little more tricky. He needs a 3.91 to move into second place. A 3.91. As we see Kevin paddling in here, deciding not to take that wave.
Yeah, he decided to kick out early, though. He knows that Noah wasn't out there just yet, so he still has second priority. And, you know, he only has 4.6 and a 4 under his belt. And knowing Kevin, you know, in all the disciplines that he serves, shortboard, knee boarding champion, all the things that he does, he's going to want to wait out the back. He knows he wants to get that high score, to solidify that first place. And it's also like such a great confidence booster when you're able to like win a heat, go up on the glass, do the post-heat interview, walk away and be like, okay, I got that out of the way. I got the nerves shaken off. We feel good. We got 5 more days of competition. Let's get it.
Totally right there, Megs. As we see just on screen before, Rachel Tilley and Kai Salas, reigning world champions from last year. Alice from France as well, 2-time gold medalist, so she'll be looking to add a 3rd. She's been looking strong out here in the free surfs as we get back to action in the heat. This is Anthony Flores from Costa Rica, setting himself up for a nice nose ride as he brings it back through here. This wave really shouldering off just after takeoff, Megs.
Yeah, you can see that the surfers were sitting a lot more wide just because of that, the way that the waves are shifting and the tide coming in, the wind picking up. They know that with the wind blowing really onshore, that it's going to create a harder time to get past the whitewash. So they tended to move more towards the channel just to get a little upper hand on controlling themselves on the waves.
3 minutes left in this heat. I'm not sure if that wave is going to be enough for Anthony Flores. Looking for a 3.91. He had that nose right on the outside section with that cut back toward the white water. I don't think there was much happening after that. A 2.87 drops for him. So still looking for that 3.91 to move up into advancing position. Kevin Skavana currently in first. 4.6 and a 4-point ride. And Noah Stender, a 4-point ride and a 3.23. Very close heat here between all 3 surfers. Just needing some small scores to change the situation.
Yeah, you can tell from this last set that came in that Anthony Flores took on, it was a lot wider. That was the south-southwest coming in, and now this set coming in is a lot deeper. So it's more of just that straight on south that's coming straight into them, and you can see the surfers kind of trying to navigate this. As we see red Kevin Skavarna going for this one with just 2 minutes left. This is a smart move by him. Bigger set of the day. Little wide. He's going to want to just reposition himself to come back left on this wave as it starts to build on the inside. Nice carving turn. Trying to stay into this wave, waiting for this wave to develop. It looks like it's going to allow him to get into this inside. Good redirection of his board. Just working his way onto the inside. He knows he has 2 minutes left. He's going to make this wave count.
He did so well there to just recuperate from his little fall there as he brings it in through to the inside section, cross-stepping up to the nose. This wave, one of the biggest waves we've seen of the day. You can see just how wide it's breaking as he brings it back to the left, rebending off that white water, but just mistimed it a little bit on the end section. So it goes down, but did quite a bit of work on the outside. It's a really tough wave to surf, that one. It was the biggest set, out wide on the shoulder, really bumpy, really affected by a lot of that current there that's moving back out from the waves as well.
Yeah, and he's really just trying to stay in the middle of his board as he's turning, just so that he doesn't get bucked off. There's a lot of chop, a lot of wind starting to pick up, really leaning into those turns. That one he overleaned, he felt it, you know, letting his core was really working to catch his other rail back into position. But working his way onto the inside is a good read. You know, it was the biggest wave basically of the heat. And he knew there was only a minute and a half left. He wanted to up the ante a little bit, maybe bump up that score, but definitely keep the other surfers off this wave. So he makes his way onto the inside. Almost comes unstuck, but those infinity surfboards with that weight that's on those surfboards really pushed him through that chop. Just getting into the pupusa section and finishing the wave off.
3.57 for Kevin's last ride. Noah Stender here just before the buzzer is up and riding. Going to get himself up onto the nose. Quick hang 5 as he cuts his way back to the white water. This wave standing up here for him. He's going to stall it, try and get up to the nose one more time. Quick touch of the 5 at the nose. He's going to, again, stay nice and low, bringing it back around. I think Noah stands about 6'4", maybe 6'5". Very tall lad from Denmark. Up and riding. He's going to get the 10. He just holds that 5 for a while, bringing it back through. This is probably one of Noah's better rides in this heat. Could improve upon his situation. As we see him touch the nose again and bringing it right through with control through that shore break section. Noah will be happy with his performance.
Yeah, that was a good wave. Wanting to come in. But again, the waves that they're coming in on, they're trying to make this count. You know, they're surfing it to the fullest. They're trying to get that last little energy for their heat. And, yeah, he rode it all the way in.
Anthony Flores there. Not quite getting enough on his last wave score, 3.47 to move up into advancing position. So we're just waiting for those scores to come in for Noah and Kevin. And we're also do see Anthony up on a final ride here. So this is a replay from him. We'll get confirmation if this ride is going to count because Noah was standing up just before the buzzer. It looks like Anthony may have caught this one just after. And then we're going to see him bring it through. Oh, big chop up onto the shorey there.
There's that
oh my
progressive surfing trying to come out over there, huh? That was an ankle breaker.
So Kevin there on the beach waiting for results to come through. Colin McPhillips there. And we're going to go to a short commercial break. We'll be back with Sam Bleakley and Belen Kimball to call the action.
Una vida llena de todas esas cosas que la hacen realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen. hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy. Suprema, esta es la otra vida.
Thanks so much for tuning in, Longboard fans from around the planet, as we continue day number 2 of the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship as we move into heat number 21 of the men's round 1. Edouard Del Pero, multiple medalist here at the ISA World Longboard Championship for Team France. Will this finally be his year to get gold? He's got his brother as team manager, Antoine Del Pero, 2 times ISA World Longboard champion. In fact, 3 times a gold medalist, also 2 times a SUP SUP ISA World Longboard World champion. And this is really fantastic from the surfer from Biarritz, setting himself up through that coal sore section where that devil wind is really playing with a lot of the surfers. On his Minvel shapes, back up towards the nose, and then just walks back to the tail on his speed shape. 2+1 board, locks another 5, and then deals with that sucky inside in the shore break with control. Edouard Del Pero, great start. I'm Sam Bleakley, joined in the booth again by Berlin Connolly. Berlin, we're seeing the Korean team up in action. Great to see Korea represented once again here at the World Longboard Championships.
It's great to see, yeah, definitely. It's nice to see so many various countries showing up. You know, we've got 4 new countries as well joining the community. And it's just seeing all the different cultures and the different styles that they're bringing to the show.
Absolutely. 16 minutes, 25 seconds remaining. And with that, let's go down to the glass. He's won team gold for USA in 2:18. Can he do it again? It's Kevin Skavana taking the win.
All right, good surfing today. Kev, Captain America over here. Your 3rd time representing the USA. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Yeah, I'm happy to be here. I'm super stoked. Tricky conditions, not exactly what I wanted to surf like, but felt really good about like how my strategy played out, and I'm stoked.
Yeah, being a goofy footer on the right point break, what is your strategy going into this lineup?
I mean, I feel like wave selection is super key, and just trying to maybe lock into more like pocket nose rides. You can't backside, it's hard to get those like long hang 5s or even like a hang 10 kind of out of the pocket. I feel like the way my surfing is, like I'm trying to find the pocket because that's the only way I can like really do those nose rides, and like my boards allow me to nose ride. So just trying to find the pocket and stay in the power source and just surf on rail and I don't know, have fun.
Yeah, I mean, we saw you hang 5 and kick that tail out and almost complete a helicopter. What was going through your mind? Were you just like, I need to not pull the helicopter off? Do I need to walk back? What was going through your mind?
Yeah, I was like, as that slipped, I was like, like you could go helicopter, or you could like I don't think that's what they want to see, and that's not like, I was like halfway sideways down. I was like, oh, Harvey Fletcher, like just gonna walk back. Like might as well just do that. Like I should have probably just like soul arched it, but I didn't think about that in the moment. I was just like, all right, gotta get back, gotta reset here. Like this is still a good wave, but this like crazy thing happened, and I need to just like reset on that and figure out like the rest of the wave rather than like going straight for a while and then like helicopters aren't my thing. So I'm just like, as quick as I can get the fin re-engaged, I'm stoked.
I love it. Well, you're one of my favorite goofy footers out there, and I love watching you surf, and good luck for the rest of the competition.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yes, Skavana rocking the Herbie Fletcher style fin slide. Of course, Herbie is a regular footer who are used to seeing a different posture, but the goofy footer Kevin Skavana holding that nose line and then coming out of that fin slide with style. And it's not just his surfing. I mean, you know a little bit about some of the other fantastic community work Kevin does, Berlin.
Oh, yes. He works with Surfers for Healing, which is a great organization based out of San Clemente, originally founded by Israel Paskowitz.
Nice.
So the Paskowitz family did so much for surfing, not only in America, but as well like through Israel. But Izzy's son was diagnosed with autism quite early, Isaiah. And so what he wanted to bring awareness to autism. And so he found that his son was most calm in the ocean. And so he started Surfers for Healing, giving parents an opportunity to bring neurodivergent children for surf therapy. And when that launched, he called in all of us pro surfers, the longboard community and shortboard community, to come down. And he had everyone from Pearl Jam down there. Steven Slater dedicated his time down there. Kelly Slater's little brother, an amazing longboarder from Florida. And yeah, he just does such great work within such a beautiful community.
Of course, Paskowitz, no stranger to the fin slide himself. Up and riding right now, it's Jun Ho Kim, the regular footer, representing Korea, the 30-year-old, nice line, lives and surfs in Yangyang, a fantastic coastal city in the Gangwon province, one of the epicenters now of Korean surfing. You've got Busan, you've got Yangyang, and you've got Jeju Island down in the south with the fantastic spot called Jungmun Beach. As Junho rides this one through his second wave, it will be adding to his 2.0. Edouard Del Perro kicks off with a near excellent 7.50. Edward, off the back of winning bronze for France in 2019 and 2023. Last year here in El Sunzal, he took copper, but he's also seen his brother win multiple golds. And the fact that his brother is here managing the French team is really going to help Edouard as he locks onto a nice set. Great hold, great leg strength, read and control through that opening nose ride. Moves back and then just really unleashes a beautiful sweeping roundhouse cut back, and then cross steps back up to the shoulder, walking back and then widening his stance, rebounding off the foam, setting up the bottom turn, staying low and crouched, and then dropping that knee to bring some variety into the styles of cutbacks, and lifting those arms out through the turns, and then again into the drop knee, and just looking as electric as ever. And one of the hallmarks of Edouard's surfing is his read of waves is outstanding. You'll often see him on the biggest, best waves of a set, and he's demonstrating already in the first half of this heat that he could well have an excellent backup to his opening 7.5.
Oh, that's going to be a really beautiful, a good solid score for him. I am really impressed by his board right now and how well he's able to hold those nose ride on a very different board to what is being ridden right now. You know, a lot of big square tails, heavy traditional boards, and you know he's on it seems like a lot more narrow, knifier 3-fin board.
Yeah, speed shape. So Minvel, very inspired by those speed shape Takiyamas that Joel was riding in the 1990s, that he won his inaugural WSL World Longboard title on in '98 in the Canary Islands. And Minvel, fantastic shaper, and both the Del Perro brothers have ridden Minvels throughout their entire careers, and they ride a variety of boards. They're both great shortboarders. They have a surf school. But Edward, he loves the speed shape. He loves the rounded pintail, and you can just see why on that wave.
Oh, and his footwork for riding a board that is so much lighter is beautiful. He's got an amazing partner, Lindsay Steinride, who I'm sure is up and watching this. So a massive shout out to Lindsay Steinride as well, World Longboard Champion, amazing surfer she's living over in France now. Miss you.
Big shout out to Lindsay, of
big
course.
Shout out to
WSL World Longboard Champion from 2010 and an 8.67. So Berlin, that surpasses the 8.33 we saw earlier today from Taka Anui, and this looks to be the highest score of the event so far for a single wave.
16.17 right now, total heat score. Judges clearly loving the variation in that surf, but all critical maneuvers as well, and very clean.
and that will be the highest heat score of the event so far for the Frenchman. So great start, hitting the blocks with momentum. Edouard Del Pero, the 35-year-old, based in Biarritz, actually born in Marseille down on the Mediterranean coast. His father, a heart surgeon. Despite being a heart surgeon, also a prolific cigarette smoker. And I always found that so ironic when they were kids, that his dad was there fixing people's heart in surgery, but yet smoking a big pack of Gauloises down on the beach watching his sons rip it up in the surf. But he's still going strong. Big shout out to the Del Pero family tuning in back home. And of course, having Antoine on the beach for Edouard, his older brother, that's going to really build his confidence.
Oh, having family there, firstly, confidence, but his whole family that surfs well and understands the kind of boards that you're riding and the waves that you're riding as well. Makes such a big difference. I wonder, like, if there's a bit of like tough brotherly coaching love as well going down.
Yeah. I mean, it's been interesting seeing them both compete in big finals over the years as well. Yes, they want success for one another, but they'll also take sets off each other when one of them has to be a winner.
Wondering if you were in this situation, Sam, with an 8.67 and a 7.5, knowing kind of what's coming and the surf right now, would you have come in?
Well, we saw with Kai Salas earlier, he came in, but he wouldn't have had time to get another set because he recognized that there was 6 minutes remaining, and it takes between 5 and 7 minutes to get way up to the top of the point. So I think that was sensible. I think in this situation with Edouard, it's borderline. You know, he knows that he may well not get out in time, but he wants to give it a go. And I feel as if, because this is his first heat, yes, he's got a couple of rides, but he just wants to build in confidence. So even if he doesn't catch a set wave, he'll enjoy the opportunity to just unleash and open out on one more wave before the heat finishes. I'm
just thinking from saving energy.
Yeah.
That's why I was wondering what you would do out there. An 8.67, that's a solid score.
I'm not sensible enough to save energy. I just full Gromfest even to this day as a 46-year-old. We're both 78 club, I believe, same age, same year.
A woman never tells her secrets. Yes, I'm from the 78.
And then
I would have done the same thing though. I would have paddled back out.
Yeah, I just love catching waves. But let's have a little recap, Berlin, of some of the other surfers. We have got our surfer from Panama, Augustin Cedeno, the regular footer, the 25-year-old from Playa Vernal. He is sitting in third place with a 3.6, needs that backup score. And up and riding right now is our Panamanian, gets to the nose, walks out of that nose ride, stays at the front of the board, and then stands tall, gets nice and smooth here. Fantastic line ahead, locks back to a second nose ride. He has a surf shop in Playa Vernal called the Surf Factory, also works as a coach, and he's riding the Slasher Low Pro, which is a fantastic board designed by Ian Chisholm and CJ Nelson, and he's looking electric on the turn there, holding, dealing, charging out of that bounce, standing tall, cross-stepping forward, looking for a line to find the 5. It's going to be difficult to drop back down into this section. That wave will end, and there he is, locked on the nose ride, little hip forward arch, hand up at the back, walks back to the tail, unleashes a wide stance with a cut back in the rail grab. Footwork so precise always, staying nice and compressed. He's like a coiled spring, Edouard. Everything is that compressed energy, and you know that when the opportunity to unleash on the roundhouses comes, he's going to put every bit of juice into it. Likes to rebound off the foam like we saw there, likes to mix up the drop knees, and he's got great expression with his upper body as well. He'll lift his arms when he needs to, keep them low, but again demonstrating that that's why he wanted to go out for more. He just wants to surf at the moment.
That style of surfing, I saw some similarities in Declan Whiten's style of surfing.
Sure.
You know, just that real beautiful nose ride, nice transitions, nice lift like you said, and the spring as we see this replay straight up to the nose, nice solid quick tight 5. And then again, just holding that line. Just look at those pants. I think that just adds to the speed, right? Driving down. Beautiful cutback, grabbing that rail. Again, trying to stay in that power section, up to a 5, holding that. And then again, he's so quick on his feet and does not miss a beat. Look at that nice little drop knee again, back up to the steps. He sees this section again open up from up to a 5. And again, just doing that tail throw, banking off the white water. So fast, that whip.
Bearing in mind he got an 8.67 for his second wave, a 7.5 for his first. How do you feel this sits against the scale of those two rides?
Me personally, I feel it's going to sit somewhere in between.
Sure. Beautiful nose ride. I love this. Just the back arm up. It's just like the hood ornament. Here I am. This is my style. And when you do experience those nose rides, it is quite a natural feeling sometimes to lift one of the arms. Not only does it look cool, but it also just helps engage a little bit with your balance. And you know, one of my favorite back arm up soul arch surfers, Josh Baxter. He was so into that kind of streaky lean back 5 back arm up.
Matt Trojanowski does that as well, the wax head. He lifts his arm up as well.
Absolutely. Good style. So, Edouard Del Pera waiting for that score to drop. You think it's going to come somewhere between the 7.5 and the 8.67. Talk about the use of the drop knee as well in his repertoire.
Oh, he's combining everything. The drop knee, really, touching on the traditional side of it is what the judges want to see. And then pulling in that big roundhouse, super fast, not a step, mixed with the flow, that the rail engaging and coming swooping up.
Wow.
That's that turn I was just talking about.
That was insane.
It was so fast.
That was like upside down. I mean, now that I start to appreciate this more on the replay, this could be bigger than the 8.67. I'm starting to wonder if it could go bigger.
It is.
There it is. 8.87. Wow.
Yep.
A heat total now of 17.54. Longboard fans tuning in, you've just seen a masterclass. There's the spread of scores, the 9 all the way through to an 8.33. The highest and the lowest of the 5 judges' scores are eliminated, and you take the average out of the remaining 3. That 9.5 was the highest score, actually, not the 9, but the total there on average, that's the 8.87. And this was off the back of his decision to catch one more wave. He could have come in, but we talked about it. He decided to go back out, got a wave, and got the highest score of the heat, and has already improved on what was already the highest heat total of the competition.
You made a real valid point just right then about slowing it down. And, when you watch it in live time,
yep.
You don't see certain little quick things.
Sure.
And the judges would have obviously, slowed that down and really seen how it all did. And that painting of that picture was way more artistry.
The score grew when we got to study the replay.
It definitely did. So 8.87, so close to a 9. Look at 17.54 with 1 minute and 16 seconds remaining.
So, Augustin Cedeno, the regular footer from Panama, is in second with a 4.27 and a 3.60. So it now means that our regular footer from Korea, Jeonho Kim, he is chasing a 5.17 to move up into second. If he can get that score in the remaining 50 seconds, then he will avoid moving into the repechage. If things remain the same, both Edouard and Augustin will move into the main round 2. So the surfer finishing in 3rd or 4th when it's a 4-surfer heat, they're not eliminated at this stage. They move into the repechage rounds, but once you do finish in 3rd or 4th in a repechage heat, that's when you are officially eliminated from the competition, and then you collect your total maximum of team points, and you can't gain any more team points for your team. And of course, team gold is super important, and Hawaii defending gold medalists and looking strong as well.
The whole team aspect of really leaning into, really trying to collect those points. We see surfer in green up and riding, our second place surfer at the moment, Agustin Cedeno.
Nice opening nose ride, dealt with that drop out of the nose ride with control, riding his Slasher Low Pro board designed by Ian Chisholm. Big shout out to Ian and CJ Nelson as he sets himself up through the middle of the wave and he stalls it and he walks back to the tail. Great footwork, arms open. He's got those really kind of, like you see with Kelly Slater, where those palms are completely open and every single fingertip seems to aid with the balance and the control, Billin.
Yeah, it does, and massive shout out to Ian. Actually, he's he's recovering still.
Yep.
He had a little bit of a heart situation a few months ago, so glad you're back on the mend, buddy. A great shaper as well, CJ Nelson, big influence in the movement for surfing and longboarding.
So it's a 4.23 for Augustin's last ride. He solidifies his second place John Ho Kim stays in third, will move down into the repechage, but all the talk is about the Frenchman. Allez le Bleu, go the tricolore. Edouard Del Pero gets 2 excellent range scores, incredible surfing from the Frenchman. Feast on this and we'll be right back. Welcome back to the action. Pleasure to have your company. I'm Sam Bleakley, joined for the day by Berlin Kimball. Berlin, Mexico, California, Australia. You're currently living in Australia, but of course, Mexico is your ancestry. How proud have you been to see such a significant event in Central America?
It is so heartwarming. It makes me so proud to be Latina, as well to see the level of the Latin American surfing really emerge and now in the spotlight as well. You know, not only seeing people on the WCT, but seeing all the beautiful surfing that's going down here for this amazing event. It just makes me so proud.
Yeah, and well, from Central South America to Europe, Edouard Del Pero in that last heat, he was just absolutely electric.
Oh, he was on fire. He did everything he needed to do. Could possibly not have surfed that wave any better, especially the conditions right now, how they have been changing to drop those top, those big 8 scores right now, seeing how much everyone was struggling earlier with it.
Well, talking of Del Pero, is it going to be his year to finally get gold? He's looking good so far, and he's down on the glass with Megan Godinez.
Beautiful surfing from you, scoring 2 8s in the first day. For you, for the competition, how you feeling?
Thank you, Megan. Yeah, no, feeling good. The waves are a little bit tricky with the wind, like it's a lot of bumpy, but my boards ride perfectly in those conditions, so I'm stoked on that first hit. It's always tricky to enter in a contest, and stoked to make that performance.
Yeah, the wind started to pick up in that heat. What was your mindset going into that? Because it wasn't as windy in the beginning of the heat. So what did you tell yourself going as the time ticked away?
Yeah, really trying to observe the right sections, to identify the right sections to nose ride and try to hold it as long as possible, because the bumps are just like eating each other, so you try to stay on top. But yeah, that worked well for me on those boards. So.
Yeah, and I saw that you're using a 2+1, a way to my heart, I'll tell you that. How did it feel riding a 2+1 instead of a single fin?
Just easier, you know, just more comfortable, just putting the board a little bit more wherever you want on the wave. So definitely feel pretty good on that 9.1 EG Pro wide model that I have. So.
Well, exciting stuff for you on the first day of the campaign. Do you want to say anything back home?
Ouais, merci à tous ceux qui ont suivi. Bisous à ma chérie. You.
Thanks, Edouard. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Great stuff, Megs. And of course, Edouard absolutely loving his 2+1 and talking about being able to take it where he wants to take it on the wave face. But talking about performing on the wave face, we've got Peru, El Salvador, and Guatemala. We've got Benoit Piccolo Clemente, not only a 2-time WSL World Longboard champion, but a 1-time ISA World Longboard champion from 2019, and up and riding right now. It's Amado Alvarado, the El Salvadorian. Whoa, that was really close there. So you can see the body language of Amado. From that body language, you got the feeling he felt he was impeded on that wall, as we see Benoit, Piccolo, Clemente locking in the 5, hood ornament 10, steaming, streaking through that nose ride. Really great clean footwork out of that nose ride. Of course, Piccolo himself, a surfboard shaper like Kai Salas, like Ben Skinner, as he sets up through the inside here, and things get bouncy, but Piccolo, for me, I always picture him just at the front of a Ferrari. He's the driver of the sports car. He always looks cool and in control, and he's a huge icon for Peruvian and global longboarding.
His, like you said, I was just going to say that he is a big influence in the longboard community in Peru.
Is he more Porsche or more Ferrari? I see him as more Ferrari. What do you see him as? Or have you got another supercar that you think he should be at the helm of?
Maybe a Lamborghini.
Nice touch. Lamborghini classic.
Maybe just smooth, nice lines. No, like, not, yeah.
So we've got scores to come in. Benoit's going to get a significant score. Amado, he is waiting for his surf score. Of course, Amado, multiple El Salvadorian champion, born just down the road in La Libertad. He's a lifeguard. He's got a trademark cross-step turn, and he's been at the forefront of El Salvadorian longboarding now for a number of years. And the nice thing is he rides the Barahona surfboards. You probably have seen people riding the Jose Barahona boards because he's from South Bay in Hermosa Beach, California. And it's really nice. You get the opportunity for Amado to go up to California. And I think that one of the most important things for longboarders globally is to spend some time in both Australia and California, because they're such centers of silky smooth longboarding. They're places where you can really see a lot of grassroots longboarders who have refined their footwork and cross-stepping. Was this an interference?
I don't know. It's, I mean, it looked like he got pretty close to him. It didn't hit him. You know, but the same thing with Surf and Blue paddling over that wave, you know.
They almost high-fived
yeah.
right through that one.
So, you know, I can understand the frustration in that, because it's still quite nerve-wracking when you are in that situation. And so, but at the end, I'm not a judge, and that is not my call. But we will see, you know, kind of what the judges call on that one. It's a real sensitive subject, so I'm just going to steer right out of that.
Yeah, it was a hard one to know. I mean, we got Byron Cifuentes from Guatemala, the 18-year-old. He's just been surfing since 16, so new to both surfing and competitive surfing. Surfs at El Calderón in Buena Vista, as we get to appreciate the replay. So sets himself up nice and high, and the question is, was there an infringement from our surfer in green?
That's frustrating, coming back off the nose.
I think the wave wasn't going to do much. I think it was already a deep critical section, and it looked as if there was not a massive amount of scoring potential after that nose ride. But that will be down to the judges to determine, as we can see Amado having a look at that second wave. So he gets a 2.83 for that opening score, and a 6.5 for Piccolo. So great start for Piccolo. What needed to happen for that to get higher on the score range, do you think, Billy?
I'll watch the replay here in a minute and see and get a little bit better understanding of that. I think I still was a little bit captivated by, you know, both of those surfers getting so close to each other's surfboards as well. But just really nice refined surfing. But again, I'm looking forward to watching this replay.
Well, a lot of class always from Piccolo. Very controlled, very adaptable. One of those incredible all-rounders who can look comfortable in the smallest and the biggest of waves, in messy, in clean conditions. And Piccolo was really on a roll 2 years ago here at the 2023 edition of the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. And in what's the equivalent of the semi-finals, he actually had a fin just slice across his head, and he had to have stitches, and he wasn't able to continue in the event. So he was looking set for a big result, as we can see Amado bouncing, driving, the power, stalls, takes a high line, looks up towards the tip, 4 steps into a 5, holds that 5, cross steps nicely out of that shoulder nose ride into a rebound, roundhouses off the foam, but that cold sore section, it's all kind of like tangled up and getting complicated, bounces him off. So incomplete ride for that second wave, but considering he got that 283 to kick things off, he's going to have another score on the board, which is going to surpass that 283.
It will, yeah. That'll make the the campaign a little bit better for him. Looking forward to seeing what they do judge on that. He got some nice nose rides on the opening part of that wave.
Piccolo, one of the returning gold medalists here at the competition. We've got our 2018 and our reigning gold medalist Kai Salas from last year. Piccolo going for his second gold. Rodrigo Schweier from Brazil going for his second gold as well. And of course on the women's side, we've got 2 times gold medalist Elise Lemoine. We've got 2 times silver medalist Rachel Tilley. And we've got 2 times medalist Natsumi Teoka and a former medalist Maria Fernanda Reyes. So big names. As we can see, our reigning European Junior champion, Francisco Freitas. Now this guy just comes off the back of winning a hyper-competitive final at the European Junior Championships, beat Arthur Randall from Team England in that, and he just managed to oust Antonio's brother Joao to get the spot in the national team. So big moment for Francisco to prove that he's worthy of being on the world stage, which he is.
And sometimes it just takes, something like that to really change like your mental.
Yep.
And know, okay, yep, I do belong here. I've got this skill set.
Yep.
But sometimes you really just need to get one good one under your belt, and it changes your whole perspective.
Yep. There's so many good young Portuguese surfers. Shout out to Palex, his son, Felipe. He's a really good surfer. Ferrara there. He is a contender always for the national team. Of course, you've got the brothers Joao and Antonio. And then with Peru as well, it's a very competitive team to make. We can see Piccolo opting, though, to kick out of that wave. He saw that there was a limited scoring potential, and that seemed to be quite a smart decision rather than working it all through and getting an insignificant backup.
I was just going to say that was very smart. That wave was not going to offer him much. It was all lumpy and messy and just was all over the joint on the inside. So, very, very smart tactic, maneuver, especially when you have a 6.5. And, you got Amato out there. He is a weapon. He's a great surfer. He's a powerful surfer. He's not the smallest person in the world either. So you get him on some of those sets, he's going to throw that board all over the place.
So we've got his Barahona surfboards under his feet, and he gets a 3.37 for that last score as we get to appreciate a nice bit of the coastal landscape. South facing, perfect exposure to the South Swell season. Just kicking off now, this South Swell season lasts all the way through to October. That season does make that sandy beach more and more rocky as that sand gets combed offshore. But what you have here is you have a beautiful bathymetry, a big kind of finger of cobblestones that sculpt this long foiled wave at Sunzal. Sunzal is one of the swell magnets in El Salvador, and if there's no waves here, there's no waves anywhere in the country, and it just rarely goes flat here, and it really is a fantastic canvas for longboarding, and the whole country's packed with right hand points. We've got a lot of volcanoes, rainforests, and we're just sandwiched between Guatemala and Honduras, and no Caribbean coast, the only Central American country not to have a Caribbean coast, but I mean they make up for it with the abundance of waves on the Pacific side here.
Yeah, as we see Team Guatemala right there giving a nice
sporting some icy sunglasses there. Ali for Team Guatemala, Alejandro. She's an absolutely fantastic shortboarder and longboarder, and I went out for a free surf yesterday. The current was brutal. It was like paddling against a river, but she was charging on this huge section, locked onto a nose ride, and the leg strength was absolutely phenomenal. As we see Byron up and riding, he's gonna get his first wave, his first score, low stance on that blue board, little nose kick as he just puts that board on rail, drops into that low section, keeps control, doesn't look like he's got the cross stepping in his repertoire. And you can start to see, this is a great example of how the cross-stepping is such a fundamental platform to the way you transfer your weight up and down the board. Did get a couple of cross steps up to the nose, but one of the surfers that we have seen that we hope now from this experience, the cross-stepping will start to come into his repertoire. And once you get that footwork dialed, the way you move your body weight around the board, longboarding really starts to come to life.
It does.
Yeah.
And, you see some of these surfers coming from regions where, surfing is still being introduced, understanding the technique and the competition side of things will come with time and education as well. And like you said, it's really nice being able to give our insight to some of these surfers, and hopefully they go back and hear some of our insight and apply that as well.
So Amado with a 283 and a 337. Piccolo Clemente with a 6.5 and a 2.2. Did kick out early of that 2.2, recognized that he wanted to just go back out and sit with a higher priority than, well, he's sitting in second priority, but Amado was further out than him, but he didn't want to waste that ride all the way through to the inside. So Amado Alvarado, local El Salvadorian legend, now needs a 5.34 to move up into first. Byron is got a 1.5 for that opening score, so he needs a 4.7 to move up into second. Only now 3 minutes 40 seconds remaining. That tide still coming in, higher tide, slower for the sets. Piccolo Clemente lining up, unable to drop into that wave, but he's in second priority, so he won't lose that second priority. He had the opportunity to have a little bit of freedom, have a little bit of exploration there. Had he been in first priority, going for that, he would have lost his first priority.
Yeah, he would have lost his he would have lost the priority as well. This is a little bit of a wave-starved heat. We've only had 5 waves ridden, and we're seeing right now, I think this is where the underlying, we have an older swell right now that's probably kind of fading, and I think there's this new swell that's mixing in as well. So, with this wind, I think the ocean's just kind of starting to recharge herself.
Yep.
So it'll be real interesting to see what we wake up to tomorrow, if it's going to be a lot bigger and a lot cleaner, because this was predicted to go like this for today. As we see this new wind and swell kind of making its way towards the shore.
Interesting fact that the Spanish name for El Salvador was Pedro de Alvarado, which means the savior. So Amado Alvarado has got a little bit of legacy in
Salvador,
his surname there. So he's up and riding right now, high line, 2 steps. Is it 4 to the nose? Yes, it is. Really critical footwork into that section. High degree of difficulty, but that foam just getting the better of him. And of course, considering the experience that Amado has at this wave, that demonstrates how tricky the conditions are today.
Oh, this is a local spot for him. Definitely the mayor of this wave.
Yep.
So yeah, anytime the event's on, you see him out there absolutely ripping, knows this wave. So to see again someone who has lived at this wave, come off, it's just kind of a testament as to, how tricky the conditions are.
I reckon he would have been a little bit tempted to do one of those side slip takeoffs on that one, but he opted not to, as Piccolo Clemente straight to the tip. 2 steps, locks in a 5, gets some lift. 4 cross steps out of the nose ride, down calves, and then sets himself up through the middle of the wave, but finds a steep section at the top. This wave's got a lot of bounce in it, a lot of ridges. He's having to kind of navigate a lot of steps. He's surfing it from the middle of the wave. He knows that that's where the drive is to get back up to the nose rides, and then rebounds off the foam. And now you can see the opportunity for a little bit of a clean section maybe, or a cleaner section, as we can see a really beautiful drop knee top turn cut back, standing nice and tall at the helm of his Ferrari or his Lamborghini, whatever car you want to put him in. It's Piccolo Clemente, the Peruvian, all peppery, all cool, all hot.
That was, the outside surfing, that nose ride at first, really beautiful, critical, nice style. And then, that middle section where it's just kind of eaten. What did you call it? You called it the coleslaw.
That's the coleslaw, because you have the
section.
coleslaw with the pupusa. Pupusa is the shore breaker. The coleslaw is where it goes stringy in the middle, and you can avoid it, you can add it, or you can just take it on.
And then he reconnected to the inside and just added so much beautiful chile and spices all over that. That was nice. So
it was nice. You can see the tide high now, so The area just in front with the lifeguards, just to the left of that, is where the surfers get their singlets. It's where they'll do the post-heat interviews. It's where they really check in before and after a heat. And of course, those winners, they've got to keep that singlet on, and they get the opportunity to share some insight, to talk to their friends tuning in around the world. And Amado Alvarado, he will be disappointed with that heat, but he remains in second position, and there was no priority, no interference deemed on that first exchange. The judges recognizing that it wasn't purposeful from Byron to be in that position.
It's really hard sometimes because, the right of way, you should be paddling to the whitewater, but clearly that surfer was not able to do that. And you never, ever, ever want to do that to a competitor.
Yeah. And no significance on the score, but it was Benoit Piccolo Clemente who put on the best show. He's a former gold medalist, and this is why. Stay with us because we'll be right back. Legend Amado Alvarado, and a lovely moment as his son comes up and says hi, gives him his cap and his water. There's Amado Alvarado Jr., proud of his dad, flying the flag for the tropical nation of El Salvador. Of course, our hosts, we have Cindy Portilla there, team surfer, and of course Henry Salinas. And this is a great moment to appreciate Berlin, the local country, the host country, doing us proud.
Yeah, definitely. And, the family is so important.
Yep.
It's nice to see. We saw his son walk up with him earlier when he came to check in. And, just looking at his dad watching the contest, it's a real special moment. And one that really ingrains in your child's memory,
Yep.
watching your father at an event like this.
Absolutely. So let's set the heat here. We got Francisco Freitas from Portugal, our 2024 European Junior Longboard champion, rides Luffy boards, a goofy footer, and both a junior national champion from last season and an open runner-up. He's going to be surfing against Rusty Goya from Canada, from Tofino, the 27-year-old regular at Long Beach, but up and riding right now. It's Micah Eohi from American Samoa, loves to surf at Chun's Reef on the North Shore, rides his Carson Myers boards. Put that Carson Myers on a cutback there. Of course, Myers shape a lot of fantastic boards for our reigning women's gold medalist, Honolulu Bloomfield. But right now it's Francisco Freitas on his Luffy board, walking towards the tip, locks in a touch of a 5 in a very critical section. And that was a high degree of difficulty nose ride because you can see how bouncy and challenging that section is as Rusty gets bounced off. And impressive here from Francisco, because all of that wave looked extremely filled with ledges and drops and awkward angles, but he just managed to keep his composure and widen his stance at the key moments, close it at other key moments, and he kicks out there, but that was a strong wave for Francisco. And other strong waves ridden this morning. One of our standouts of the day, it's a former gold medalist representing Peru, Piccolo Clemente, is on the glass with Megan Godinez.
Thanks so much, Sam. I'm down here with Piccolo Clemente. How was the waves? I know that in that last heat, the wind started to pick up. How did you navigate all those chops and all the turbulence of the waves?
Yeah, today is difficult for the wind. Yeah, but the wave is good. I need today or tomorrow the wind is better, but it's nice.
Good. And how did you practice leading up in Peru? Where did you surf and how did you train for this wave here?
Yeah, in Peru it's similar. Punta Rocas is very similar. Caballeros. Yeah, I happy stay here today. It's my three years here. Así que va.
Oh, and you're riding your own boards, and it's so important for you to understand the dimensions and everything that works for your boards. How are you feeling on your boards right now?
Yeah, it's a really important design, the shape. Danny Martinez is my shape in Peru. I have designed my boards with Lucas and Danny, Maffer. Yeah, it's important for the wave. Un buen longboard.
Well, beautiful surfing, and I can't wait to see you for the rest of the contest. Did you want to say anything back home?
¿Qué? Ok, nada. Feliz de estar en El Salvador nuevamente. Gracias a todos los peruanos por siempre estar apoyándonos. El equipo viene sólido. Seguimos con las chicas en un rato, así que arriba Perú.
Thank you so much, Piccolo. Back up to you guys in the booth.
That's one cool cat, Benoit Piccolo Clemente. Unfortunately, his wife died a number of years ago, which is really sad. And Piccolo maintaining composure through that huge tragedy for him and his family. And it's great to see him continuing to compete and fly the flag for his country and his name.
Yeah, that's tragedy can bring a lot of positive as well, to have him here. And excellent surfing, beautiful style. And like he finished that sentence, because he couldn't say it in English, was the importance of having a good board.
Yep.
And, talking about having boards here that really are pseudo to the surfing style here is so imperative.
Yep. And he's got Maria Fernanda Reyes and Lucas Garrido on his boards as well. And I can see a number of other surfers using Piccolo's boards. And I think we need to start to get a chart together and find out which shaper is most represented. We've seen a lot of skin dog boards, a lot of Piccolos. We've seen a lot of Luffy's. We've seen a couple of isolated examples like McTavish's, Keogh's, Christensen's. But I think over the next few days we should get a chart going and start to tick off and find out which shaper is best represented. As we can see, coming up for the last heat of the men's draw, we got Leandro Villau from Ecuador surfing there in the green singlet. He's going to be against Douwe Robroek for Netherlands and Rodrigo Schweier from Brazil. Rodrigo, the Goofy Footer 2010 gold medalist at the ISA World Longboard Championship. Leonardo, a fantastic competitor, a regular representative for Ecuador. And Douwe Robroek, there's third back-to-back ISA World Longboard Championship for the Netherlands team. And he's still young, and he's improving every year, and he's competing this year with his sister Mara. So Mara is just 16, and to have a brother-sister team competing is pretty special.
Oh, it's really special to be able to travel with your family members and compete and give feedback as well, and honest feedback. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
It's really great. You touched on something just a minute ago. I wanted to bring it back, was about boards and who's riding what boards at this location. It's really well known that when you do go to certain areas, you want to try to get a shaper that understands your surfing, but as well understands that board. And I know that a lot of people would go to a Hawaiian shaper when they go to Hawaii and
Yep.
get boards because it's pseudo to that style of surfing. You go surfing point breaks in Australia, you're going to go look for boards that are more pseudo to that as well. So it would be interesting to see who's getting the kind of boards that are really pseudo for this. And because sometimes even, there are a lot of people that do have board sponsors but still go and get ghost shapers.
Yep.
And just put logos on them.
Yep, absolutely. As we can see, 10 minutes remaining, near halfway, but Francisco Freitas, reigning European junior longboard champion, out there in the lead with a 4. Micah looking at that wave. He's got a 1.17, so he didn't get to his feet, has to leave the rails, so he won't add to his scores. Rusty Goya in 3rd position in blue. He's got that low score of a 0.83. But having a look at this, it's going to be a super late takeoff. Really hard to keep your composure on the late takeoffs here. Yes, the face and the lip doesn't throw and have a massive amount of power, but the white water here, El Sunzal, when the waves are big or the swell's big, it's got a lot of turbulence, and it's really difficult to do a late takeoff here.
Yeah, we saw a couple late takeoffs, and we see our surfer from America Samoa here. Surfing Chun's Reef, this actually inside section does have certain similarities to Chun's. I used to surf there when I lived in Hawaii as well. And, it does get a little bit of a bump, and you have to kind of keep cutting back into the whitewater section. And unfortunately, just the bumps are getting the best of him right now with only a 1.17.
Kanoa Darlin, he'd be a kind of Chun's regular from kind of our generation of longboarders.
There's a lot of people surf.
Yep.
Surf Chun's.
So it's the main longboard spot on the North Shore often.
Well, there's Chun's and then there's Lonnie's, and but Chun's is real fun. You see a lot of women surfing Chun's.
Honolulu.
Yeah, Honolulu. And there's a great channel there.
Yep.
So it is quite safe and it is fun. And then you got Jocko's just to the left. You know, was named after Jock Sutherland.
Yep. Up and riding from Portugal, Francisco Freitas. Locks a 5 on his Luffy. Nice hold. Got that back arm up, walks out of that nose ride, nice sweeping down carve, powers off the bottom, and unfortunate there. I liked what I saw up to that moment, but he opted to go pretty deep on that turn. Conditions super challenging. I mean, we get a lot of the clips here quite tight on the surfers, and you might say, why did they fall? But I'll tell you why they fell, because we've got that side wind with a lot of bounce. We've got a high tide with a little bit of side wash. Yes, we've got that fantastic setup, but it's not been easy to sustain composure and really get out on the open face.
It is hard because, it is a south-facing beach. And the second, you want, you get a little bit of a south wind to it, it's going to get texture. And you really want west here to keep that face opened up and get rid of some of those bumps.
Rusty Goya up and riding, the 27-year-old from Tofino, sponsored by Long Beach Surf Shop, comes out of that opening nose ride, actually born in Montreal on the east side, but raised in Venezuela. German dad and a French-Canadian mum. Of course, the French-Canadian side, where they speak Quebecois, is the cities of Quebec and Montreal. As he walks cleanly up to the nose, he's now based in Tofino on the west side, a Pacific surfer. Good wave for Rusty. It's going to be a significant score because it's been pretty low scoring between Micah and Rusty, but Micah's having a look at this, sets a nice high line, but then now drops to the middle of the wave, cuts back really coolly, nice high stance, good footwork, quick on the feet, back to the tail of the board. That's the spot where you want to stand to get those turns, just rotating, leading with that upper body, following that chest, following where you're looking. I like the loose, lively approach here, but you can see, Billin, it's so hard to find nose ride sections in the bumps.
It is really difficult, and he's navigating this so well. The way he's carrying his upper body, hands are to the side. They're not up. They're not throwing all over the place. It's just really calm and controlled. Sitting back on that tail, though, it looks super loose, that board.
Interesting exchange there. So Micah drops a 2.73, comes out ever so slightly lower than Rusty's 2.83. What we saw from Micah was some nice turns, footwork in and out of the middle to the tail. But what we saw from Rusty was just one critical nose ride that just gave the edge on that exchange. So very evenly balanced for second place. Francisco Freitas drops a 3.6, so he's in first, but he's within reach. The surfer's only needing low scores to move up into first. Micah needs a 4.87 to go to first, and Rusty just needs a 1.07 to go up into second. So with 6 minutes remaining, both Rusty and Micah paddling out for positioning. What do you think will be going through the head of Rusty's mind once he hears the score that he needs, being a low one at a 1.07?
I think he's going to go back up to, I need to get a little bit more nose ride time, and I need to get just a wave with a little bit of shoulder on it. You know, it's something that he can go up nose ride, get a couple more maneuvers. But what we're seeing right now for our surfer in green is if he is able to get another one of those waves and get to the nose, he's going to really get a really nice score.
Absolutely. As we can see, an opportunity for a set. Francisco is out there alone with priority, lining himself up. He's got a nice high line, stalls it. 4 cross steps for a nice 5, and then accelerates out of that nose ride. Clean footwork and widens his stance into a nice cutback, and then just moves away from that foam and then gets another high line. Dealing with the bump, he's just staying nice and composed, and this wave is starting to cooperate now through the middle part. Yes, there's bumps, but he's navigating them beautifully, and considering he got a 4 for his opening ride, I already feel like this could rival or better that from the composure we've seen, as he just keeps cutting back and looking over his shoulder to see if he's going to get a steep enough section to maybe stall it and maybe walk for a 5. 2 cross steps, 4, locks that 5, touches that nose cleanly, walks out, great footwork, standing nice and tall, sets himself up for a 3rd nose ride and a good kick out. So for me, that was his best wave of the heat.
I have to agree with you on that. And he's looking back right now, looking at the time. I think he's trying to check in with his team. Was that good? What do I do? You can hear whistling down on the beach as well.
Potentially one of those moments where it might have been you can come in, but he's clearly hungry to go out for more, as we get to appreciate now the replay.
All right, going up for a 5. Nice high line. And, you know, in the pocket, nice takeoff. And then again, beautiful fading turn. Nice rail-to-rail surfing. And he's hunting right now. He's just middle of his board, just trying to get that forward, that speed to get down that face. Like you said earlier, there are a lot of steps now, and you can see right here about probably 3 or 4 little steps in this inside. So just try not to get bounced off of your surfboard. And again, you could just see, just trying to find this thing to open up for him. And he's having a look. He sees the line coming and engages his rail right here, and then starts to set that where he goes up for the nose ride, holds that foot wrapped right over the 5. Again, beautiful surfing, and just not rushing it too much, going up for a 5 again and kicking out.
Yeah, super solid. A 5.17 score, as to his 4, puts him in a commanding first place. A heat total of 9.17, meaning Micah now needs a 6.44 to go to first, but it's a battle for second because Rusty Goya for Canada, he's got a very attainable opportunity here. He only needs a 1.07. There's 3 minutes remaining. He's in first priority, but both of these surfers are sitting out there and there's a set coming. So this is going to be interesting to see the positioning. So the surfer on the right of your screen in blue, he has first pickings of the set, but it looks like there's at least 2 waves in this set. So are we going to see Micah go for this one? It looks like Rusty's taking a turn. It's going to be a really hard late takeoff. Was that a mistake, Billin?
I think he was kind of stressing a little bit. He didn't, I don't know. Yeah, he definitely sold him.
Micah sold it to him. Good call for Micah, now in first priority. There's 2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. He's up and riding. 2 cross steps forward, touches the 5, walks cleanly on his Carson Myers board. Beautiful looking board. I like the line, the rocker. I like the look of the trim speed. Slightly flatter looking board in the nose section than we see a lot of surfers riding. But one of the hallmarks of a Myers is the way he really foils the tail shape. There'll be kick in the tail. There'll be a little wide point back. And this is great footwork in and out of one nose ride. Cleanly cross-stepping back through a couple of direction changes, staying composed and stalling for the inside and finding the 5. Nice lock of the nose, walking out. He sold the Canadian on that wave and it paid off, and he's really going to add a significant score to his campaign because he's got a 1.17 and a 2.73, but that seemed to be way higher than those 2 waves. As Rusty up and riding, 1.35 left. His situation will change because you'd imagine he's going to need a higher score now, but he's up and riding, Billin. What do you think of this?
Nice quick nose ride. Kind of fumbled there a little bit. He really needs to get some nice nose rides. That last wave of Micah was really well surfed.
Yeah.
Beautiful style, too nice and composed. So, unfortunately, just getting sucked over the falls, suckered into that wave too. And this wave really not giving him. We know that score is he's gonna need a quite a significant score now to move into second once we see these scores dropped. But I don't think that wave is gonna give him what he needs in order to pass second when his score drops.
Well, proud moments for Team American Samoa here. Of course, they got fantastic Sive Gerard in the women's. Sive, an incredibly accomplished world-class longboarder who has been now this is her third back-to-back ISA World Longboard Championship for Team Samoa. Team Canada, Rusty Goya there. He's surfing with David Schifino, who had a good performance yesterday. He's waiting for that score to drop, but we're expecting that it's going to be out of reach because we're anticipating Micah to have dropped something that will really put the pressure on Rusty, needing a much bigger score than a 1.07.
Yeah, lovely surfing, and it is unfortunate when you do kind of panic in that situation when the clock is ticking down.
As we can see, Dutch team there getting ready to support Douwe Robroek. Any Dutch fans tuning in around the world, you've got the opportunity to watch him next as a 3.57 locks in for Micah A's last wave, and now means Rusty needs a 3.48. I just don't think it's going to be enough.
I don't know.
Comes in at a 2.57, so it's not enough. Francisco Freitas for Portugal, fantastic performance, takes the win with a 5.17 and a 4. Micah Aohe from American Samoa gets second, and Rusty Goya for Team Canada into the repechage. Stay with us. We got heat number 24. Rodrigo Schfeier, our 2010 gold medalist, will be out in the water real soon.
Una vida llena de todas esas cosas que la hacen realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen, hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy suprema. Esta es la otra vida.
Welcome back to day number 2 of the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. You are watching the final heat of men's round 1. We're going to be going into the women's round 1 after this. I urge you not to go anywhere. It's going to be a fantastic day of action. My name is Bo Nixon, joined in the booth by Megan Godinez. Megan, we've already had some great heat surf today. Final heat of the men's in the water. What are you expecting?
I mean, I'm expecting fire, literally. I mean, with Eduard Del Perro scoring almost perfect score in his first day of competition, I mean, pressure's on. And Piccolo coming in and winning that heat, it's going to be a good rest of the day.
Yeah, we've got Rodrigo Schfeier from Brazil, a previous gold medalist here at the ISA World Longboard Championships back in 2010. So, 15 years has passed since he's been on a podium. Be great to see him getting Team Brazil back up there as well. He's joined by Douwe Robroek from the Netherlands and also Leonardo Villau from Ecuador in the lineup today.
And I feel like with Rodrigo, I know it's been 15 years, but I feel like he still has that fire, and it just keeps growing every year. I'm like, oh, is this going to be your last year? Nope. He keeps coming back, and that's what's so great. Brazil is such a strong force to be reckoned with. They have so many up and coming and so many of the veterans kind of taking in the younger ones and really showing them the way and coaching them and teaching them, and they've got a good solid team this year.
They certainly do, as we can kind of see the positioning tactics in the lineup there today. I know that Rodrigo has been free surfing a few times out here. He knows this wave quite well. He's positioning himself a little bit wider than the other two competitors, knowing that today, especially with that wind, with that swell direction, that the better waves are a bit wider. Yeah,
For sure. As I was down there doing the glass interviews, I just felt the wind starting to kick up. And as I was leaving, and that's so crazy about El Sonzao, it's like, as I was leaving, the wind started to die down, and I turned around and I was like, oh, is it starting to kind of glass off a little bit, you know? So it's, again, I'm can't stress this enough for how important it is for the up-and-coming surfers to watch the heats coming up, to see what the tide's doing, seeing what the swell's doing. I mean, it is just as easy as going out there for them and just paddling out, surfing as it is. But, you know, when you're surfing for your country, surfing for your nation, and that pressure, you really want to make sure you do all your homework.
Definitely. Total of 44 nations across the world being represented here. The ISA World Longboard Championship. As we see Team Netherlands supporting Douwe in this heat. Douwe's been a standout in the free surf sessions. He'll be one to look out for as this heat progresses through. 15.5 minutes on the clock, still no waves ridden as yet. Competitors being patient, opting to wait for the sets as they come through. We do see a couple of nice smaller ones go through unridden there though.
Yeah, especially with 20 minutes on the clock. I don't know. I think it's maybe their strategy and their tactic as we see, you know, the first women's heat coming up and getting ready. Maria from Peru, she's had numerous heats, not just in the ISA, but also in the WSL, and really just staying consistent in her surfing, always growing every single year, watching her progress. It's really cool to see.
Yeah, she took a silver medal back in 2023. As we see live action here for the final heat of the men's round one. Douwe up and riding from the Netherlands. Cutting back here. Beautiful nose ride to start off this wave as well. Really great stylish surfer. See him there stretching out for the 5, getting up for the 10. Looks like he's got his foot strapped at the front, so maybe an injury previous, as he just works this wave top to bottom. Really well surfed throughout this first section of the wave. Seems like it's going to offer him up some more potential as he progresses through this wave. Just keeping that board in trim, walking up. Again, going to try and get to that nose, bouncing the board to keep the speed. Gets a little 5 to start with and brings it through to the inside section. Lovely drop knee cut back there. Little cross step. He's going to kick out. What a fantastic way to start this heat for Douwe from the Netherlands. And with that, we're going to head down to the glass with Sam Bleakley with the winner of the last heat.
Thanks so much, Bo. With the reigning European Junior Longboard champion, Francisco. I'm going to get Inish Martins, your teammate, to do some translations. Inish, I just want to ask Francisco how proud he is to represent Portugal for his first ISA World Longboard Championship.
Quão orgulhoso é que estás por representar Portugal pela primeira vez no ISA Campeonato do Mundo Longboard?
É orgulho enorme, ainda por cima a primeira vez foi no Euro e encheu-me o coração e vamos com tudo para cima.
So he's full of pride. He says his first time representing the country was when he won the European Junior Longboard, and so now he just wants to go with everything he's got and represent the best he can.
He was looking fantastic, and conditions very bumpy, but that Luffy board under his feet looked really good. Can he tell us about the relationship he has with his fantastic Portuguese shaper, Luffy?
Ele está a dizer que as condições estavam super difíceis, mas que tu parecias muito bem, parecias muito conectado com a prancha, e queria que tu falasses um bocadinho da tua relação com o teu shaper.
O Luffy e eu temos uma relação de surfista e shaper. Eu digo o que é que sinto, ele faz uma prancha melhor e é muito bom isso acontecer. Obrigado, Luffy.
So he says he has a good relationship with his shaper, and that the last few years he says what he feels about the boards, and then Luffy can make an even better board based on his report, and so he's very happy with it, and he thanks Luffy a lot.
Well, it's working. And lastly, Francisco, some messages back home for everyone in Portugal.
Podes deixar uma mensagem para a malta lá em Portugal?
Malta, vou melhorar. Isto foi a primeira vez, estava nervoso. Vamos com tudo. Quero agradecer à minha família, à minha namorada e a Portugal. Obrigado pela oportunidade. Vamos com tudo.
Congratulations, Francisco. Great start. Let's get back to the action, Bo.
Thank you very much, Sam. As we head to live action in the water, Leonardo from Ecuador powering his way through with just a number of cutbacks toward the whitewater. See him setting himself up for the inside section, waiting for something to stand up. I think he might have his eye on the Papusa section at the end. Unfortunately, just getting a little tripped up there. He's going to finish that wave off, but gets his campaign started. Here, Team Portugal stoked with their teammates' performance in the last heat. Carolina Mendes coming up, representing Portugal, young star. She looks excited to get out there, Megs.
Yeah, Ginger Kaimi, she had such a good, outstanding performance last year. I mean, she was a force to be reckoned with. I mean, she was only 11 last year. She was the youngest competitor. I think this year she's still the youngest competitor. She's no one can take that away from her. And she's so confident and so excited all the time, so happy, and she's so focused for such a young little girl. She's the maturity. 12 years old.
Amazing.
The maturity that she has is amazing, and she already speaks like 3 or 4 languages. I mean, she's so well versed, and just not in her surfing but also on land. So I'm really excited to see this heat. I mean, she's become one of my favorite surfers to watch.
Definitely. As we see some scores dropping through for Douwer on his first wave, a 7.17. So a very good score there to start things off for Team Netherlands. He's got to be happy with that start, Megs.
Yeah, of course. That's, getting up there into the well excellent score. I think it was that the connections that he had, really linking the turns, really getting the work done on the outside with this beautiful hang 5 out here. Nice swooping cut back, and that's what they want to see, is utilizing not just the entire board but the entire wave. He's turning from beautiful hang 10, by the way. He's turning from the top of the wave all the way down to the bottom of the flats, regaining speed, scrubbing speed, utilizing that board, working that wave all the way to the inside. And I love how much he just moves his back foot just a smidge back just to set his power foot and dig that rail to get those cutbacks in. He's just working his way into this inside, well-deserved score. I mean, the way his footwork was, his positioning, how confident he was on that wave really stood out and got him a 7.17.
Douwer's only 17 years of age as well, so really showcasing his style and flair as a young longboarder. Carving that board back around. This happened. This is that first wave. We are watching that replay. Beautiful hang 10, like you said, Megs. In that critical section as well. Utilizing the whole wave face.
Yeah, that's what they want to see. Utilizing the whole wave face, top to bottom, in the curl, using the dying power of the side of the wave to really bounce back and get back into the power source, and just really, that's basically showing their knowledge of the wave, the board, that you're surfing. So he really put that together. I mean, I know he's got some tape. We got 2 surfers taped up with their ankles, but from the looks of that, he looks like he was surfing really, really good.
Yeah, Douwer, living in Portugal, has some experience in the more powerful waves, as we see the 2010 ISA gold medalist Rodrigo from Brazil up and riding. A little bit of a bobble on the nose to start with, but does well to hang on. Course on his backhand on this wave. Decides that this one isn't going to offer him much scoring potential. He's got a 3.5 in his scoreline already. We expect to see a lot more from him as this heat progresses on. Only 7 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, and Rodrigo he's been doing this for so long, and the way that he handles pressure is so cool, calm, collected. I mean, I've seen him be in 3rd place and bump up to 1st in the last 10 seconds of the heat. So I definitely, 7 minutes is a lot of time for him. I mean, that guy can paddle too. So Yeah, he only has a 3.5, but I'm sure he's scoping out that horizon right now as we see some sets coming in. He does have second priority, so wonder if he's going to play a little bit of defense. He is sitting a little wider, knowing that the waves are kind of closing out on the people sitting deeper. So, yeah, I want to see if he's going to play some defense and sell some waves to the other surfers.
As we see a little look at this one here, competitor's a bit too far out. Just going to go over this one. There could be something standing up behind it. But yeah, it's a very tricky situation to either position yourself a little bit deeper on the point break or a little bit wider. It's a very fine line as we have a paddle here from, looks like Douwer, representing Netherlands. Bit of bump on this face to deal with. Gets his foot up there for the hang 5. Does very well to navigate those ribs in the wave. Cuts right back to the foam. This is a fantastic angle here, straight on. You can see that wave standing up in front of him. Fortunately goes down on that turn though. You can kind of see that ridge in that wave. He just mistimed it a little bit.
Yeah, catching that rail. He definitely used, that was a good utilization of his priority. He really wanted to keep Rodrigo off of that wave, and he did a good job surfing it, keeping calm, but just digging that rail and not reading that little bump in the wave may have costed him. But he's right back out there. There's still just under 6 minutes left, so he's got some time.
Rodrigo's fire of Brazil, up and riding, makes his way to the nose, hanging 5, holding it through this section here. You can see it standing up again in front of him. He's going to get up to the nose again for a 5. Nice tight 5 there. Little grab rail, bottom turn. Powerful carve off the top of that wave. Setting himself up. Really a bit more of that kind of performance-y looking turns that he has. Does very well to get himself through to this section here on his backhand. He's going to kick out. I think a lot of the good work was done on the outside.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a good use of his priority, getting on that wave.
Leonardo Bilao of Ecuador up and riding on his second wave. Not quite on the nose as he stretches out now for that hang 5. Bit of a shuffle. Judges are going to take that into consideration, although it wasn't the critical section. See him cutting back a little bit. He's going to see what this wave's going to offer up. He's going to keep walking his way up to the front of the board. Stretches out for another 5 as he brings it through to the middle section of the wave. Again, we can see him just getting halfway up the board and then stretching out for the 5 as he meets the shore break section on the end there. Just going to straighten out. So well surf wave. Douwer having a look at that one. We saw his second wave come through as a 4-point ride, so he's out in the lead at the moment. Rodrigo's last wave comes in at a 6-point ride, so a great score from him. And then we'll wait for Leonardo's previous wave to drop as we see Douwer Robrock up and riding, getting up into the midsection of the board, waiting for this wave to stand up. Lots of bumps to deal with, just waiting, biding his time. You can see something down the line, gets to the nose, hang 10 in that section. Does well to put himself and perch himself on the nose. Continuing through here again. Lovely nose ride, but just that bump coming up the face pushed him off the back.
Yeah, he got a little too risky, and he was really starting to feel it. But, you know, with just 3 minutes left and leaving Rodrigo out there by himself, I would have just wanted to play it a little bit more safe just to better my 4.0 score. He's, Douwer is still in first place, but to leave Leonardo and Rodrigo open to the playing field in last 3 minutes might play against him a little bit. But again, he still has time. He's not all the way on the inside of the pupusa section, so he does have some time to paddle out, maybe catch one of these insides of the swell of the set coming in. So we'll see what happens. If we see Rodrigo making his way out, he sees those lines coming in on that horizon.
They're building. You can just see the lines appearing.
Yeah, and this is the first wave of the set. You see how it doesn't really it just starts to crumble. It gets soft, it gets peaky, soft, peaky, and it makes it hard for the surfers to navigate where to nose ride, and that's what creates that little bump, and they end up falling on that section, as we saw, you know, a lot of the previous surfers kind of try and navigate through that. But it seems like the first wave is not it. And I'm thinking maybe even the last one might be the one. It's swinging the widest. We're seeing the new swells start to come in south-southwest as Rodrigo decides to bail his board on that. I think that's probably the safest way right now to ditch the board. You know, you don't want to duck dive. I've seen people literally you broke a board yesterday, duck diving.
You didn't have to bring that up, Megs, did you?
Oh, well, you know, we're being transparent, so.
We are, yes. I did duck dive a wave and just snapped on it in my hands.
But that's...
Just the power of the whitewater.
Yeah.
Just hang on to it, and that's happened to a number of competitors here as well.
From
duck diving? Just from duck diving.
Yeah.
Yeah. You
So
would
that was
think
a
what
good-
happened, so yeah, Rodrigo did the right thing there.
Yeah, and utilizing the leg rope and the leash and you know what, not risking anything. You know, you're farther away from your board, making sure no one is around you. He dove under, got right back up, paddled back up.
Yeah, that's right. No, surfing, very smart. We've seen a few competitors use different techniques to get out through the waves. My favorite one is to kind of kick the board over the whitewater, try and get it away from that whitewater completely. Sometimes pop up next to you. It's a technique I use in stand-up paddling. Push the board up and over.
That's a good one. I like that technique. As we see a beautiful drone shot here of how high the tide has come up. We saw an entire beach earlier on today where people were, you know, spectating on the beach, and now that water has come all the way up to the rock. So big switch in the tide. You know, the surfers are going to be paying attention to that, where they're going to be sitting, maybe even switching up their landmark on the beach.
We've still got an hour and a half till high tide as well, Megs.
Yeah, so it's only
incoming swell, high tide. It's going to play it's going to be a very different ballpark out there.
Yeah, like walking up just to the showers. I mean, you can paddle up to it basically. I think at this point, maybe with another foot of the tide coming in. Yeah.
Last wave of Dowd coming to 3.83, not enough to improve his situation. Leonardo's last wave of 4.9 as we see Rodrigo hanging 10, really quick back off the nose from that one to set himself up for this carve. Back to the whitewater. Picking a smaller wave, but this one looks like it's got a little bit more scoring potential for him. See if he can ride it through. He's looking down the line, waiting for this wave to stand up. You can see him cutting back to the whitewater. Just being very patient as this wave is going to set up for a nose ride on the inside section. Carves it back. You can see it standing up here as he's going to almost try a floater on the end section, but decides to ride out of that one. I think that's going to be it for Rodrigo. Currently in second position, looking for a 5.18 to move into first, but he is in that advancing position at the moment. Of course, Leonardo sitting in third place. He was looking for a 4.61, but that wave might improve Rodrigo's situation.
Yeah, he just had a 3.1, a 3.5 as a backup score, and it does come up higher. He still is in second place, but it's still an advancing place, so he doesn't have to go into the reprecharge. And the reprecharge, I will say, it's basically you're surfing a whole nother contest at that point. So it is just as hard. But, you know, beauty of ISA, we get that second chance, and they bring the heat just as much as in the reprecharge as in the regular round. So going to be fun to see.
Yeah, very fun to watch these surfers there. Heat winner there, Darryl Robrock. Fantastic visions of him. Nose riding through this section. 5. And we saw him get up for the hang 10 as well. A beautiful section after this carve.
Yeah, I love how much he's dragging his arm and waiting to turn his shoulder so that he's not overturning, and he's just catching perfectly on the rail to really, yeah, see how that round up? Yeah, beautiful, beautiful turning from him.
And we're going to go to a short commercial break. We'll be right back with the women's round 1. Don't go anywhere. Stage ISA.org. Thank you for tuning in across the world. You are watching day number 2. We are going to be moving into the round 1 of the women's. This is the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. As we see beautiful scenes here of El Sunzal. You can see the rocks there, what the beach is quite famous for. Casa del Mar. And where the opening ceremony was held just to the left there. That kind of stadium-like setup. Really fantastic scenes from the opening ceremony. The local cultural dance was incredible.
That was really cool to see. That really was such a sight, and embracing that and having them embrace us was really, really cool.
As we take a look at the surfers in the water right now for round 1 of the women's heat 1. Maria Reyes from Peru, Carolina Mendez from Portugal, Fanny Vial from Ecuador, and Ginger Kaimi from Italy. What a stacked heat to kick things off for the women's, Megs.
Geez, heat 1 already stacked with, a medalist from years previous. I mean, this is going to be, and it's the first heat of the women, right? They're gonna want to set the standard. It's they've seen the men surf. They're getting pumped up. So it's gonna, I feel like, especially with the women out there, there's gonna be a lot of movement as we see them already paddling over to the left there, swinging a little bit more wide. We see Maria Fernandez Reyes from Peru paddling for this wave.
Up and riding, the queen of longboarding in Peru. As she cross-steps her way through this, just trying to get around this foamy section here, breaking in front of her. As you said, Megs, competitor sitting a little deeper on the point, trying to battle for that inside position. She does well to hang on through the foam, out onto the open face now. Stepping back to get around this whitewater section. She makes her way up into the wave, cutting back into the foam. Unfortunately, just hitting that bump, going down on that one. Competitors out the back. Oh, late takeoff there from Carolina Mendez of Portugal. We also saw, I believe that was Fanny Vidal from Ecuador going down, as we're going to head down with Sam Bleakley on the glass for the winner of that final heat of the men's.
Thanks so much, Bo. Dawa, I mean, what a great start. Talk us through your opening 7.0.
Yeah, it was like kind of the first good wave that came through, and I thought I'm just gonna take it because already some time passed, so I wanted to get my first wave before too much time passed. So yeah, felt good.
And you've got a lot of experience already for a young man. You've been here now for your 3rd time representing Team Netherlands. What have you learned about El Salvador and El Sunzal from your previous experience competing here?
I think the biggest thing I've learned is it's a super difficult wave to surf, especially when it's so bumpy. And there are only a few sets in one heat, so it's really important to get your wave choice on point. Yeah.
You've got a really great Dutch team behind you. Talk about the energy and the camaraderie you have to be surfing and competing with your sister Mara, to have Anna, and to have Wesley on your side.
Yeah, it's great to have my sister competing as well, and with some young new team members. It feels, really a young team. Feels good. Nice spirit.
It's been a pleasure to see you progress. I think we're going to have some big results. I know your mum's here, but not your dad. I'm sure he's tuning in, and I bet you got a message for him.
Ja, ik heb er heel veel zin in. Ik ben blij met mijn eerste heat en op naar de volgende.
Congratulations, Dawa. Let's get back to the action, Bo.
Thank you, Sam. Dow putting a fantastic heat together as we head to live action in the water. Carolina Mendez from Portugal up and riding here. Some great footwork on the outside, carving her board back around to the whitewater, sticking with this one, deciding to just set it up for the inside section, gets up for a quick touch of the 5. Gonna look for a different section down the line, but decides to kick out. I think a good move here as that swell is increasing. We did see the Carolina and also Fanny Villar on her wave before. Fanny trying to pull away from that didn't hinder the scoring potential of Carolina's ride, so no interference called.
Yeah. I mean, that wave picked up really, really steep, and, they were sitting very, very deep. So, that was a good call from her. She saw that she was on the outside, and she tried her hardest, but that wave, the way that the power just works, it just grabbed her. Basically, it literally looked like it grabbed her and took her down. As you see Maria here, getting her campaign started early. I know she likes to get heat started early. She likes to put a score on the board and get put some pressure on the competition. But just a lot of turbulence on this wave. I think this was a good way for her to start, though, just to get her feet. You know, they've been watching the men surf all day, cheering them on, but it's finally, you know, time for the women to surf. She's just trying to get her feet wet, get the wax under her feet. Just cutting in time right before Fanny. As we see Carolina staying nice and low. She knows that it's choppy. She knows that it's bumpy. She's really, really just staying low, turning on that rail. Beautiful carving turns.
I love that extension she has. She gets so low on her bottom turn and then really pushes hard on her back foot to turn the board in those sections on the outside.
Yeah, she really compresses that back leg to really bounce, utilize what the wave's giving her to push off of it and get back into the whitewash. So good surfing from her just to get things started.
She makes her way back out into the lineup. Still waiting on scores to drop for her previous wave. I think it's going to be a fairly good score. It's going to come through. Might change the situation. But still only a few waves ridden. Still waiting for Ginger to kick off her campaign on the inside here as we have a look. Here she goes, the 12-year-old from Italy. Cross-stepping her way up. Gets onto the nose for a 5. Makes her way back. She's reading this wave really well. Cutting back, staying in that pocket. Up again for a 5. And again, back on the nose as she makes her way through to the midsection of this wave. She looks really comfortable on the nose. Cutting her way back. I still can't believe she's only 12 years old. Mixing up with the world's best here in El Salvador. And she makes her way through, right through to the inside section. Going to get one little nose right on the end section, but goes down. I think she did some great work on the outside.
Oh my gosh, just watching her maneuver and how much she's grown and progressed from last year. The way she's controlling her board this year is absolutely insane. She looks so good on those Michael Takeyamas. It looks like he even maybe made it a little narrower for her, and she's so light, and it's amazing to watch her figure out the turbulence and the chops on these waves. Just utilizing all of her board, utilizing all of the wave. Here she is at the very top of the wave, and you're going to watch her come swooping down. And it's good that she has a little bit of weight on those Michael Takeyamas, because if not, it would have been very bumpy and a little bit more turbulent. She would have been more all over the place. So, you know, being comfortable on your equipment is really, really important, especially here in El Sunzo.
It really is. You need to know your equipment inside and out to navigate these waves. As we do start to see some scores dropping for our surfers. That last wave of Carolina Mendes from Portugal, a 4-point ride, puts her up into first place currently. Still waiting on that last score of Ginger to come through as well. That would be her first ride of the event. And also Fanny still waiting to get her campaign started as we hit the round 1 of women's.
Well, what were you doing at 12 years old?
I was playing golf.
Oh, wow. I did not know that about you. That's
Yeah.
awesome. I definitely was not 12 years old competing at
Oh, definitely not.
representing my country. I was in Waikiki running amok and just surfing all day long and just being a little Waikiki rugrat.
That's awesome, though.
It is fun. It was the best place to grow up. But 12 years old.
Yeah.
And she's not scared. She's been paddling out on the biggest days, sitting the farthest out. Like, I see a really bright future for this little one. And it's so cool how she just flows. And she's so mature for her age. She's always saying hi. She's always smiling. Really, really awesome to see as we see Fanny finally getting her campaign started, just under 9 minutes. Just gets unstuck there.
A bit too much on the toes on that bottom turn.
Mhm.
But you were saying the maturity of Ginger. I mean, she just dropped the highest wave score of this heat so far. A 5.5 puts her up into the lead with that single wave score. As we see Maria taking off, getting up to the nose, dropping the hands, looking very relaxed, very comfortable. Again, holding that 5 through this section. Steps all the way back for that redirection. And she moves up onto the nose again. So 3 hang 5s on this wave to kick things off. She's looking to get up on the nose again. I had to deal with a little bit of a rail bobble there, and as she makes her way through this section, she's going to stick with it, realizing that she's already done some good work to start with. Little claim, I think, there, Megs.
Yeah, a little, you know, I should be very proud surfing those Piccolo boards. I know on Peru, I was talking to Piccolo, and he was saying everyone's on his boards, which is such an advantage to have that, you know, like having the surfer to shaper a relationship and them actually being there, the person who designed it. I think it's really cool because they can know and tell you what to finesse and what to work on. As we see her beautifully hang 5 here, just waiting for that wave to stand up again. We're going to see a lot of this, a lot of trying to find the higher line with all the double ups coming in. Beautiful arch back, a lot of air underneath that nose, creating that little lift. Nice swooping turn, little so arch turn, and a nice redirect straight up into the high line to get that hang 5. Surfing smart. She wanted to rip that turn, but she knew, all right, there's a little bit of a rip there. I'm not going to push it. Surfing smart, just keeping it busy. Nice footwork back and forth.
She knows this wave so well, Megs. Taking the silver medal in 2023 when the event was held here as well. So lots of time on this wave. Just beautiful footwork.
Yeah, and I love this drone shot because every time she gets on the nose, you can see where the tail is positioned on the wave and how much the wave is actually grabbing the tail to help her get up on that nose and levitate. So it's a really, really cool shot.
He's stoked with that wave. Still waiting on the score for it to come through as we see Carolina Mendes of Portugal. This is going to be her 3rd wave. Looking to back up that 4-point ride she's got from earlier. Just staying with this one, just surfing it nice and safe to stay on her feet for that backup score. Bringing it through to the inside. I feel like the inside section is where the bigger scores are being rewarded for. You see herself cutting right back to the left, getting herself behind the pocket to set herself up in this more critical section for the nose run. Unfortunately, comes unstuck.
Yeah, there's a lot of turbulence and a lot of double ups, and that's why everyone keeps redirecting left, is because they want to try and beat that double up to get behind the pocket even and work their way in. You know, that's due to the high tide, that's due to the swells coming in, as we saw those giant sets that came in the beginning of their heat, and the girls scrambling over to try and get out the back. Maria on a really good wave here.
Just coming down to 5 minutes remaining. Maria up and riding. Still waiting for that last wave score of hers to come through as well. So this one getting another wave in very quick succession. See the power of that wave. Shooting her out, slingshotting her out in front of it. Gets up for a nice 5. Really well controlled. Cross step, stall there to get herself back to the white water. We do have another surfer up and riding, but they kicked out quite quickly. You can see the shoulders of these waves. The surfers really want to get a wave that's going to stand up and offer them a bit more of that critical section, which is why the surfers aren't riding these waves.
Yeah, I mean, smart moves from them. It's not going to be offering them any type of scoring potential. As we saw Ginger try and catch that wave there. But it does look like this swell is almost straightening out. And this is the 4th wave of the set. So I think this is the tactic. The 4th wave of the set might be looking like the better one. You might have to really redirect left. It seems like that's what the swell's doing right now. So yeah, Maria scoring an 8-point ride on that last ride. So beautiful surfing from her.
Getting up into the excellent range with that 2nd wave score of hers. Still waiting for the last ride to come through. That 8-point ride really down to the number of nose rides, the critical nature of those nose rides on the outside section. Here we go, Ginger up and riding, goofy footer out of Italy. Cutting back here, waiting for this wave to offer her some nose riding potential. I love that way she's using that whole wave face and the length of the board as well. Cutting herself right back to that inside section. Gonna stick with this one. Try and get a backup score. She's only got that 1 wave at the moment of a 5.5. Still sitting in that 2nd place as well. Gets herself on the nose for a hang 5. She brings this one through, walking the board with grace. Just really relaxed style there. Fantastic way to finish that wave for her.
Yeah, that was a good read from her. The way that she was redirecting and looking for that double up, very smart surfing from such a young little grommet.
Extremely smart surfing.
Yeah, she's been down here every single day. Her dad has been on the beach. He's been coaching her and telling her where to go, where to sit. But this girl, the way that she has a natural just instinct to know and read the wave, working that Michael Takayama board into the inside. And again, she's just in the middle of the board. She's looking over her shoulder, looking at those chops and really reading. She knows that this is not the time to nose ride. She's going to work her way in, come on the inside of that double up and wait for it to start to stand up again. Redirect, looking for the double up again. That's what we're going to see a lot today in the back half of the day. It's just that the reforms starting to allow the surfers to perch and get up there. So good read from Ginger.
That last wave coming in is a 4.50. So that solidifies her into second place at the moment. Carolina Mendez looking for a 6-point ride to move into advancing position. Still waiting on a wave score to come through for Maria on her last ride. Fanny be out from Ecuador. She needs a big score of a 9.07 as we see her paddling into this one here. She's going to get to her feet. This will be her third ride. As she makes her way almost to the nose on that one, setting herself up. You can see her with the bumps. Grab rail back toward the white water, dropping down. Does very well to ride through that section. She's going to bring it around. Great turn there back toward the white water. You can see that rotation, that extension there from her. She's going to try to look to get to the nose on the inside section here. It'd be good if she could add that variety into this wave. Looks like she will get to the nose, but just comes unstuck on that shore break section there.
Kind of a good thing that she did. That shore break looked really scary, and looked like it was about to eat her. So that was kind of a blessing in disguise. With 1 minute left, that was a wave to catch in. She's going to try and navigate this pupusa section here. I mean, it is a very scary shore break. It reminds me a little bit of like Big Sunset or Makaha with the backwash. I mean, Makaha is sand. It's all sand. But these pebbles hurt.
Oh, yeah.
These cobblestones, they come at you. And they when they hit
roll around.
Yeah, they roll around and they hit an ankle. Oh, man, that'll take you down real quick.
Oh, yeah. Maybe that's why they've seen some tape.
I think that's what happened. He was telling me that it was the pupusa section that got him. And I was like, I told you it'll get you.
Yeah, we saw Dower with the tape around his ankle. The rocks rolling around in there. But, yeah, I play it safe when I go to a short break section. I'm just like, wait till there's a lull.
Yeah.
Or just starfish.
Starfish.
Take the leash off, let the board go. Maybe not here because on the high tide it goes up against the rocks.
Into the rocks, into the
Your 2023 silver medalist up and riding from Peru, swooping that board back around. She's got one of the highest wave scores of the event so far for the men and the women. An 8-point ride. She backed up with a 5-point ride. This wave here looking like it could go into that top two as well. Beautiful off the top from Maria. Up to the nose again. Oh, I was wondering if she was going to make that. Unfortunately, it just digs that rail and goes down. But a really well surfed heat from her.
Yeah, that wave stood up really nice for her. She got an 8-point ride, so that was a good start. Opening up the women's, setting that standard, opening up that book to be like, all right, this is what you need to do to get that 8 ride. And I'm gonna be very interested to see how the rest of the women look at that and make that as their pedestal and what they need to do.
As we can see, beautiful scenes here from our Peruvian surfer. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be coming back with heat number 2 of women's round 1. Look forward to seeing you very soon. As we see some sets rolling through here for women's round 1, heat number 2. It's going to be another stacked heat in the water. We saw some fantastic longboard surfing from our young competitor there on screen, Ginger, in the last heat. Taking second place, moving through to the main round, number 2 for the women's. As we see in this heat, number 2 from Hawaii, Sophia Colhane. And then we have our 2 Puerto Rican surfers, Jasmine Dean and Amelia Haminsky. I guess just the way the seeding works, the 2 Puerto Ricans finding themselves in the same heat.
Yeah.
Jasmine up and riding here, getting things started. Live action, 18 minutes to go. She gets to the nose, cuts back toward the white water, styling through this section. I love just the way she has those hips forward to get that speed. Oh, beautiful nose ride, super critical with that foam right behind her. Doing well to bounce through this section here. Looks like this wave's going to stand up again for her. Gets to the nose. Does well to ride through. Is going to kick out before the shore break. So good way to start her campaign.
Yeah, that's definitely going to feel good for her. Getting the heat started early, you know, up against Sophia. They've surfed against each other in the WSL. So, you know, it's like bringing back old memories. And we're going to see how that plays out.
As we watch the replay here, talk us through it, Megs, because she's done some great work on the nose.
Yeah, it is a smaller wave. Again, this is a tactic, wanting to get that heat started early. Nice hang 5. All her toes were hanging off of that nose there. Just working her way. I love that she tucks her knees in just so that she can get a little bit more stability on the stance there. And again, a lot of the surfers are going to be surfing from the middle of the board because that's where the stableness is, right? Working her way in, getting this nice little double up. As you can see from this angle, she completely disappears. For a second, I was like, oh, is she going to pull into the barrel? I mean, we saw a couple head dips. Called that the first day. I was like, there's going to be head dips. I am so confident that there's going to be something.
Especially with these ridges, sometimes it creates a little section. Yeah.
Shampoo, head and shoulders.
Sophia Colhane up and riding. Beautiful hang 5 to start off her heat. Carving back. Oh, unfortunately just hits that chop there. Went down. Megs, I got word just from you earlier that you actually coach Sophia.
Yeah, on the WSL tour. I mean, the one thing I always tell her is bend her knees. She didn't on that, but I'm hoping that she learned that and she's going to take that into the next wave. But yeah, it's been really fun, you know, being in her corner, just being in Hawaii's corner in general, and just trying to motivate and get the up and coming generations. You know, we got so many kids and so many girls actually that have been infiltrating the lineup on bigger days, and actually like waves of consequence. Like I love surfing at Haleiwa and I love taking the girls out. You know, we got like Lotus, Milena Schiffner, you know, Sophia. I take them out there and I'm like, listen, we have every right to be out here. You study the wave, you do your work, you respect the wave, you respect the people, you get the job done.
Yeah, that is so true. I love that you do a lot of work with her coaching. It's definitely paid off in her recent performances, as we see Emmy up and riding from Puerto Rico. Just waiting for this wave to stand up, bringing it back to the white water. Is she going to get the connection through? I don't know if she is going to. So just going to be a small score to start her heat off. Jasmine Dean drops a 3.5 on her first ride. Sophia just a 2.0, so very close scores to start things off. 14 minutes, 35 seconds remaining in this heat. Each surfer with just a small score on their first wave, as we're going to go down to the glass with Sam Bleakley. He's with the winner of the first heat of the women's.
Thanks so much, team. I'm here with a very happy Maria. Maria, you're going to answer me in Spanish, but I just want to ask you about the 8-point ride, the ocho. Absolutely fantastic.
Bueno, sí, contenta de ganar mi hit y hacer una ola de 8. El mar está súper difícil, pero pude encontrar esa ola y, como siempre digo, se parece bastante a casa, así que trato de disfrutar y divertirme un montón.
And talk to me about the pride of representing Peru here at the ISA World Longboard Championship.
Bueno, para mí representar Perú es un orgullo, es un honor. La verdad que tengo varios años compitiendo y dejando en alto el nombre de mi país, así que estoy orgullosa de ser peruana y llevar nuestra cultura y nuestra bandera a todos lados. Así que muchas gracias, Perú, por tener tantas bellas olas y por darme el privilegio de poder representar a cada uno de ustedes.
You have a lot of fans at home in Peru. Have you got some messages for all of them tuning in?
Bueno, agradecer a todas las personas que me están viendo, a mis auspiciadores, a mi mamá, a mi esposo, en verdad a todas las marcas que me apoyan, a las marcas con las que hago campaña también, y sobre todo a mis auspiciadores también, sin ellos no sería posible, a la Federación y al IPD por traernos hasta aquí.
Congratulations, Maria.
What a fantastic woman to have part of the Peruvian team. She was saying it was quite tricky out there, quite difficult conditions, but she got the job done.
Yeah, she did. I mean, the way that she can navigate that piccolo board and perch on that nose and really trust herself and confident in those nose rides, I mean, we're going to see that all week from her, so it's going to be exciting.
As we turn our attention back to heat number 2 in the water, as we were saying, just some small scores to kick things off. Sophia Kulhane in that 3rd place at the moment, just with that 2-point ride. We saw her come unstuck on one of the set waves earlier. And it looks like we have a couple of bumps approaching the lineup. These smaller ones, Megs, they seem to kind of hit the reef a bit better and run a little bit more.
Yeah, it seems that you can control it a little bit more. You know, there's less turbulence. As we see Jasmine Dean here picking off a medium-sized one. Smart move from her. She doesn't have a backup score yet. She's just trying to get something on the board, as she only has a 3.5, and she's working this wave all the way to the inside, waiting for this wave to stand up.
Back up on the nose for hang 5, bringing it through, cutting back. Beautiful wrapping turn toward the white water. Again, trying to get herself up on the nose, but just has to redirect to stay on this wave. You can see from this front angle here, that wave not offering too much of a wall, but she's staying in the pocket, up on the nose again. She makes her way through to the Papusa section, kicking out there. So a great backup score. May even go into that highest wave score so far.
Yeah, knowing that the tide is getting even higher, the sets are going to be limited. So smart move from her, taking a medium one.
Sophia Kulhane up and riding at the moment, just trimming that board in the middle section of the wave. She's cutting back, doing well to stay with this ride. She's just waiting, biding her time, waiting for it to stand up. Makes her way to the nose. Beautiful hang 5. Finds that critical section to do that nice turn. Back up on the nose again, linking the maneuvers together. Doing very well, stepping back on the tail, wrapping that board around. She makes her way through to the inside and kicks out. Better wave there, Meg.
Yeah, better wave. You know, just trying to complete a wave. That's the goal, is to complete a wave. As we see Green up and riding. Emmy from Puerto Rico, beautiful hang 5. Still on that high line. Just working her way down.
Did well to cross step back from the middle of the board there. Judge is going to really like that footwork. And during Sophia's wave, Meg, you seem stressed watching.
A little bit, you know. I think with all the women I am, because I just want them all to do good, and they're all meant to be here. They're all surfing so well, you know. So it's like, I know they have the potential to do so. So it's like, I mean, I'm probably going to be so stressed out when the women surf, to be honest. I'm just going to be like wanting to scream and cheer, and it's going to be so exciting. And we're only in day 2.
I know. First round of the women's. It's been a big start already for the women's event with some excellent rides dropped. We see Jasmine dropping a 5-point ride there, helping her campaign in heat number 2. Still waiting for that last ride of Sophia to come through as a bigger wave. Really linked together those maneuvers. Getting up on the nose, back on the tail, critical section of the wave. So I might expect a good wave score from her to drop. That will improve her situation for sure. 9 minutes, 15 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think in her mind, she just wanted to complete the wave. I of course, you know, from a spectator standpoint, you want to see all the work done on the outside. The wave didn't allow her to, So just, you know, and that's the beauty of surfing is you always have to be interchanging. You can't surf the same wave twice. So you have to adapt and really look at what the wave is offering, because all you're doing is reacting to what the wave's giving you. So had she walked up to the nose in the beginning, she would have probably fell and would have, there was so much chop. There was like a triple up. So smart surfing, just wanting to complete the wave. She's got 8.5 minutes left on the clock. So got some time, waiting for the sets to come in and starting to put pressure on the other surfers.
Judges really deliberating over that last score of Sophie. That's going to really set the tone of the heat and where everyone sits in those positions. We saw some competitors getting ready for the next heat. That was Team New Zealand. They'll be heading out for heat number 3. Still lots more surfing action to come. We're just coming up to 12:30 p.m. local time. So still another half the day to go with action, as that swell's going to start slowly increasing throughout the afternoon. That wind hopefully going to drop off a little bit as we see a set approaching the lineup here for the women. And it is going to be, I believe, Jasmine in first priority. Emmy in first priority in the green out the back. Jasmine's going to have that second priority. Are they going to decide to take this one? So that first wave might have cleaned up this one, but I think they're all out of position, Meg.
Oh, I don't know. Jasmine seems like she's going to flip around and turn. This was actually a really good call from Jasmine. She really recognized the potential in this wave, and she is going to do work to try and replace that 3.5 that she has.
Quick hang 5 to start with. Another touch of the nose there. She redirects that board back into the foam. Hang on to it throughout this section. Unfortunately, comes unstuck. That white water so powerful as it pushes across that reef. You could see it was really kind of pushing back toward her.
Yeah, even this shot, you can see how much it's actually sucking out into the lineup and creating an actual curl for the wave to break. So the current is fairly pretty strong right now, especially with the tide being really high. 6.5 minutes left, hoping that there's another set to come in. You know, priority is with Emmy right now, so, and she only has a 2.27 and a 2.17. Still deliberating on Sophia's second ride, but yeah, I think things are going to start to heat up at the end of this heat, especially with the sets coming in.
I feel like they might even be comparing Sophia's wave back to Maria's wave in the first heat, just to kind of get that scale set for the women.
Yeah, and I think that's really important, and we're so appreciative that the judges have that replay. They can look, they can deliberate, take their time. You know, you don't want a judge that's just going to want to just shoot out a number, as we see Sophia up and riding here, looking for that nose ride.
Trimming the board there, staying in the middle of the board, cutting it back, waiting for it to set up. She realizes that she wants to get things done on the outside, but this wave not really offering up too much potential for her to get anything of consequence on the nose, as she makes her way up now, hanging 5, holding that 5. Just waiting for this wave to stand up again, making her way up the board, cutting back. Beautiful swooping turn there. She gets up on the nose for a 5. Things are going to get steep there. She decides to pull off. So probably not a wave that's going to be of consequence, but it should improve her situation there. Probably dropping that 2-point ride. That wave of hers earlier definitely going to be a higher score than this one.
Yeah, she unfortunately doesn't get to the nose on the outside, so it's going to maybe hinder that score just a little bit, but she does do good work to really read the wave, redirect that board, make it past this section here. We're going to see a lot of that double up really with the wind. It's really going to start to break, so they're going to have to read those sections really well in the next coming heats. She's working her way in. Just seeing her last score come in at a 5.40. Still waiting on this score to come in. Beautifully ridden wave. Smart move to get out of that pupusa section.
I think she'll drop that 2-point ride, and she will enhance her situation. It means she's looking for a 3.1 to move up into the lead. So I feel like she might just get that with those linking maneuvers on the inside section there. Jasmine Dean currently in that first place, a 5-point ride with a 3.5 as well. Emmy being very patient at the back.
Yeah, she only needs a 5.14 to advance. So she knows that she's gonna need to really pick and choose her wave. She's gonna wait for that perfect ride, right? It's under 5 minutes. So usually in like a 5-minute drill, it is possible to replace the 2 scores, but right now with only just about 3.5 minutes left, you want to make sure you get that 5.14 to advance.
Look like Jasmine and Emmy there exchanging a few words in the lineup as teammates. Jasmine's probably coming, come on, Emmy.
Yeah, probably. I would imagine so.
Sophia drops a 4-point ride, gets her way up into first place. Emmy there uses her priority, unfortunately falls off the back of that one. So probably not a great decision to go on that wave. So she's back down into that second priority. Jasmine at the back, holding first priority.
And I wonder, because they are teammates, you know, Jasmine having priority in second place, you know, and you don't want to lose that. You want your teammate to go through, but at the same time, you're like, I'm in second. I cannot help you. You are on. This is where it becomes a very individual sport. We're wearing the same flag, same jersey, but listen, I'm trying to make it. You're trying to make it. May the best person win.
And if Jasmine was in first, though, she'd have a totally different approach. She'd want Emmy to come up through.
Yeah.
So, it's just the way it falls sometimes, as we do see Jasmine up and riding here on her backhand. Quite a bumpy wave, but she does very well. Great flow there to get up to the nose for a quick 5. Holding that 5. Getting that back foot up there for a tight 5. Makes her way back toward that whitewater. You can see she's out in the shoulder a bit there. Now she's back in that section, almost coming unstuck with the bumps. Does well to hold on to that. And she's going to bring it through to this inside section. Looks like the wave's going to die out on her. But another good backup score for Jasmine.
Yeah, I think she played that smart. She wanted to keep Emmy off of that wave and use that priority, utilize that. They are on the same team, but at the end of the day, they also get an individual medal. So they really have to have that pre-conversation of, hey, we're in the same heat, we're teammates. Let's surf our hardest as an individual and see where it takes us.
As we see on the priority screen, Emmy sitting out there with first priority in third place, currently needing a 6.5 to get herself up into advancing position ahead of her teammate. Jasmine dropping a 3.77 on that last ride. Here we go. Emmy from Puerto Rico standing up, waiting for this wave to set up. Doesn't look like there's much wall on this one. She's away from the pocket of the wave. Unfortunately, just nosedives there and goes down. We will see a paddle from Sophia, just repositioning herself. But she's out in front at the moment with a 5.4 and that 4-point ride. More waves on the inside. Jasmine looking, turning, sees something down the line that she wants to get to on this wave. Drops down. Bottom turn, stalls it up onto the nose for a 5. Again, back to the nose, holding it through this section, riding kind of straight in toward the beach. So we see a teammate up and riding behind her. Emmy up to the nose straight away, so that was a better start. Unfortunately, again, just going down. That wave selection is really key out there today. Sophia up and riding. 9 seconds left in this heat. Beautiful footwork there. See her back foot shifting from side to side. But that wave just dying underneath her feet. But she's going to move through in that first position. Jasmine Dean in second. Emmy Haminsky in that third place. She'll be going through to the repechage round, so she will be coming up again later on in the competition. Another fantastic heat from the women. We're going to be moving through into heat number 3, where Sam Bleakley and Belen Kimball will be taking over on the commentary. Stick around. We will see you very soon after this short commercial break.
Nos vestimos para una vida llena de todas esas cosas que la realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen, hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy. Suprema. Esta es la otra vida.
Welcome back to the action. Sam Bleakley joined by Berlin Alvarez Kimball for heat number 3 of the women's round 1, as we see Elise Lemoine, a 2 times ISA World Longboard champion, coming up against Hannah Cohn from New Zealand and Mara Robruck from the Netherlands, as Elise on her Luffy board, trademark pink colour that she often chooses for her sprays, gets an opening 5 and then moves to the back of the board there, just off the nose, and then just redirect. She had a lot of foam to deal with after that opening 5. But this is a difficult wave to ride for Elise, but plenty of time to build on that. So she'll kick off with the first wave of the set, and she's going for her 3rd ISA gold medal, Berlin.
Elise, as you said, no stranger here, being with ISA as well. WSL, she knows this wave. She's comfortable in this wave. She's put so much time here. And she's been on fire in her free surfs.
Absolutely. I've really noticed that. What's been distinctive about Elise's surfing is really deep behind the section nose rides, committing to nose rides quite low down the wave and holding, locking in position and staying true to that critical nose ride for a long amount of time and reading the wave. She looks fit, she looks powerful, she looks hungry. She does a lot of training, and she's got a great amount of experience at Sunzal as well.
Coming into this event, you know, she knows what she needs, and she's going to be patient, and she's going to wait for the right waves. She's a veteran now in this competitive area.
And having now just spent a couple of heats, watching, doing the post heats, a couple of things that I really want to pick up on. A, the tide is very high, so it's super tricky to paddle out, but it's also tricky to come in, and you have to choose the spot where you're coming in, because some areas are too rocky, some areas will just push you up against the sea wall. There's very few patches where there's soft sand to come in, so you really got to think about that. And also for all the spectators walking across the beach, I saw an amazing moment where Nacho Pinutero, who was walking across, he got completely swept by a set and he lost his phone in the water, but on the backwash he managed to find it and it's still working. It's a miracle, but it was a real moment. So you got to keep your wits about you on this high tide section.
Well, add, you know, the rocks as well. When the surf does get bigger, if it's going to pull that, you see people start racing and running for that section to get away from it all.
Live action. Ooh. Hannah Cohn from New Zealand. Really nice setup there. Great, graceful style, the way she walked back to the tail and just put that board on rail for a down carve. A little bit of a glassy wall ahead of her. This is nice to see considering how choppy the conditions are. She's chosen a wave with a nice run, good speed from Gisborne, East Coast, riding her 9.2 Le Noël Bomber, and she's looking really quick on her feet, lively, graceful, quick, keen shortboarder, started longboarding in her mid-20s, keen diver, snowboarder, and that is a fantastic start for Hannah. It's not going to be a super significant score, but it's going to give her confidence to build on, because Elise has only kicked off with that 3.33, having had a fall on that wave.
Yeah, Hannah would have, you know, seen the fall and got a little bit, you know, pumped on that. Hannah's loves the flow. She really has a nice traditional surfing aspect to her, and patience for the most part.
Absolutely, there was a lot of style there. And talking of style, it's going to be interesting to see Mara Robruck. She's young, 16-year-old. 3 years ago, she could barely nose ride. You know, she was very new to longboarding, but now she is surfing at a spectacular level, and she's made rapid progress. And earlier on, we saw her brother Dower take a heat win. He beat Rodrigo Schweier, the 2010 World Longboard champion. So a lot of confidence for Mara. And talking of a lot of confidence. Sophia Colhane, she just took the heat win, and she's down there on the glass with Bo Nixon.
Sophia, a massive congratulations, walking away with a win in that last heat. Tell me, how did you feel out there, just kicking things off?
Thank you. I mean, I'm happy to be here in El Salvador. Definitely a little nerves and a little bumpy out there. Not how I would want to surf, but I'm happy to take the win, and yeah.
I was calling the heat with Megan Godinez, your coach for the WSL Longboard Tour. She was a little stressed out there. What are you going to take away from that heat and work on for the following rounds?
I bet she was stressed. I mean, I was a little stressed myself, but takeaway is just fresh start next heat. Don't forget to bend your knees and brace the bumps.
Well, a fantastic job. Congratulations. Anything you want to say back home to your friends and family?
Yes, thank you for all the support and love, and thanks for tuning in, and love you guys.
We'll see Sophia coming up in main event round 2. Back to you guys in the booth.
Great stuff. Shout out to her brother James as well. A fantastic human being, great surfer. So James, if you're tuning in, I think that you would have had a few nerves there watching your sister, but she did it. And you don't have to put it all on the line in that first round. You just got to get through. If she can build and save herself for when she really needs those big scores, she could go all the way to gold.
Oh, she's so talented. You know, she can handle bigger surf too.
Yep.
And her technical surfing is on point. You know, like I said, right now everyone's just getting a little bit of grease in the wheels, you know, getting used to being in a different texture right now as well. Higher tide. I was sitting here down in between heats watching the current on this inside right now bouncing off that wall, like you're saying, is hectic. It's flying down the beach.
We saw Ginger Kaimi coming in, and she took 3 goes to come in. She first go, she had a lurk and then went back out, had another lurk, and then it was the 3rd go when she recognized it was safe to come in, and that was just because the current pulls you away from the spot that you want to exit the water from.
You can get hurt so badly on an inside with as much sweep running through right now. You know, lose your board.
Up and riding, Mara Robruck, representing Team Netherlands. Cross step forward, cross step back, but just bounced off the wave there. But I can say that she has been free surfing phenomenally for the last week. She's been mixing it up with all of the international travelers, often seeing her on big sets. She's muscling in and making space for herself, and that's not an easy thing to do. I spoke to Sophia when she was doing some warm-up surfs here, and she was saying how hard it is to get a set when you have all of the international competitors and all of the locals out free surfing. But Elise Lemoine up and riding on her Luffy board. Nice crisp nose ride, walks out of that and just navigates the bounce with control. Great pace, great syntax on the nose ride and the footwork, just keeping pace with the front of the wave. But that wave, again, really awkward and bouncy. So we start to recognize that Hannah Cohn had pretty good wave selection. She chose more of a kind of insider, but it had more of a glassy wall, and it's paid off. And that's why Elise is turning to get this 3rd wave, because she wants that insider section. Straight to the tip, walks back out of that nose ride, and then just readjust those feet, but won't be a significant score. So interesting to have a bumpy start for one of the favorites, but if anybody can build on the situation, it's Elise.
Yeah, and the thing about having someone like Elise that is such a great surfer, for someone like Hannah and Maria coming in, is everyone is beatable. Everyone can be beat. You just have to get your game on and get the right waves.
And you have to believe that, don't you? It's so easy to be intimidated by the big names. And it would be very interesting to be in the head of Mara right now, the 16-year-old, to feel as if, is she one of those people that sees a big name like Elise and just thinks it's impossible to beat this woman? Or is she someone who goes, everybody is beatable on the right day?
100%. You can ask the best surfers in the world, down, you know, from the Steph Gilmores to the Lane Beachleys to, you know, even previous, you know, longboard champs like Lindsay Steinride and them.
Yep.
Ask them. They know that they're beatable, you know, and everyone does. It's just a matter of who can put their game on at the right time and have it come together.
Absolutely, as we can just see that drone clip there, just revealing the volcanic landscape of El Salvador. And there's the El Tunco rock in the middle, and you can just see how there's a lot of bumpy texture, but down there, that next headland is the top of La Libertad. Behind there, you've got the famous right-hand point break of Punta Roca. If you're a fan of Big Wednesday, they shot a lot of the sequences that they dubbed as the Malibu scenes, which were actually filmed at Punta Roca. And if you rewatch Big Wednesday, it's so easy to see in the background the cuts between the shots where it's a tropical background and the shots where it was filmed in Southern California and it's an arid, dry background. But yeah, that was a big moment, filmed in 1977, released in 78. Of course, you know, popular for surfing down here since the 70s, but the real emergence of El Salvador has come in the last 8 years, and the push that the government have made to develop and sustainably use surf tourism to promote Surf City, which is not just about one location, as we see Team Canada enjoying the facilities. And there's great food, there's great coffee. I just had you had a fresh mango smoothie. I went down, they run out of mango, but you know what they did have? Pineapple.
Ooh.
It was real nice.
Yum.
It I was just kind of, you know, running a bit low on the batteries, middle of the day, and it just helped. It just brought me back to life. Got the smoothie down at the beach bar there. Did you get a smoothie from that place as well?
I did. I went and got a mango smoothie.
Yep.
Just down at the beach bar, which is great. They have all this beautiful food and hydration stuff for all the athletes to come in and just, you know, keep it natural and hydrated.
Yeah.
And then they put tahini on it too.
Nice.
Oh, so
And
good.
Well, if you're in the neighborhood, come on down. If you're tuning in from your surf trip right now in El Salvador, come and meet some of these longboarders, meet the locals, enjoy the facilities and the energy, and enjoy this rainbow spectrum of nations represented as we see Mara from Team Netherlands. A bouncy wall drops into that and again just bounced off. So I wouldn't say this is just a situation of nerves. I think this is definitely the conditions, because we've seen Elise only with a 3.33 and a 2.33. This is potentially going to be quite a low scoring heat.
Yeah, it's I think it's going to really come down to trying to find that right wave, as we saw, you know, Fernanda earlier just scoring two really good ones, and I think we might have had just a bit of a stall and some wind, and it cleaned up for her. So it's just patience is really going to be the kind of the game.
Here we go, Hannah Cohn up and riding. Did you get to see Hannah Cohn at the Single Fin Mingle where you recently worked as a judge?
I did get a chance to see her down there, and absolutely surfing so beautifully and in her comfortable of the cold. They do struggle a bit coming into warmer water.
Yep. From Gisborne, setting up again for a nice clean section. Couple of cross steps forward, looking for a lock of the 5. Recognizes that wave just dying out, so she's got a 3.83 for her opening ride. Is going to get a backup wave. Only needs a 1.83 to move up into first, but Elise Lemoine, 2 times ISA World Longboard Gold medalist, world champion from 2.19 and 2.23. She won the inaugural El Salvador ISA World Longboard Champs in 23, and she won in Biarritz at Côte de Basque in 2019, and this is looking really nice. Opening with a nose ride, staying in control, walking out of that nose ride into a down rail turn, readjusting those feet, just really, really being patient and careful, making sure she doesn't hit too much foam or set herself up with the opportunity to get bounced off. She knows she has fallen across her first 2 waves, so she wants to get a solid score and wants to build up that confidence and work a wave all the way through to the inside as this wave starts to steepen up. Great timing with the footwork. You could just see how she found the 5 as that wave offered that nose ride section, and then walking away, and with this higher tide, slightly shorter rides and a really, really gnarly shore break. You've got to make sure, if you are going to do one last maneuver in the shore break, whether it's a turn or a nose ride, you've got to find a clean exit.
You do, because the last thing you want to do is break your board on that inside as well. You see some people taking off and kicking out of the wave. Here's a replay of that wave. Nice surfing straight to the nose. She has really good wave reading skills as well. Her timing is really on point. She knows when she needs to cut back. She knows when she needs to stall. She knows when the section comes for a nice nose ride. She's not going to overcook it. And you can see she actually is really compressed. And, you know, she's letting her body kind of absorb those bounces as well and connecting to this inside. She's looking for a 2.94.
I like this last nose ride. I just like the timing of the way she just waited and then found that 5 just as it cleaned up and walked down at the right pace to just complete that move, as we see Mara up and riding, Elise waiting for a score to come through, Mara on rail, cuts back, couple of cross steps forward, again just getting a little bit tangled up in things there, so potentially a few nerves shining through on that wave, but she's got 4 minutes 50 seconds, so she may well just have enough time to get out back for a set.
And that beautiful surfed wave from Elise comes in as a 6.83. Judges clearly loving the approach, you know, the nice high pocket nose ride, the style, the flow, you know, really, she just has a really lovely approach to surfing.
And she's been the only longboarder with funding from the Fédération Française du Surf, which is the French Surf Federation. And she does a lot of good community work in Biarritz, working with the Biarritz Town Council, connecting the youth through sport and being nature-based. And have you had the chance to meet her partner, Luca, who's a professional kite surfer?
No.
So Elise has been getting into kite surfing as well in the last few years with Luca. And Luca often travels with her for competitions. And then what's really cool is Elise often travels with him for his kite surfing competitions. They've got a good partnership going.
Oh, that's, you know what, kite surfing and surfing, especially someplace like Maui, you know, you need to learn to be able to do other sports,
Yeah.
because it does get quite windy on certain things. So it would be, you know, a nice, what do you call it, balance?
Yeah, you get that in Barbados. And remember we were watching young Sky Sakalax ripping. Well, he said to me that when he was pretty small, he surfed with me and his mum in Soup Bowl in Barbados, and he was pretty tiny then. And Barbados is very windy. The trade winds blow. So most of the surfers are real, you know, watermen and waterwomen. They paddleboard, they longboard, they shortboard, they kite surf, they windsurf. They do a lot of things. They really adapt to the conditions.
Yeah, and that's important, I think. You know, when people are like, oh, what are you, a longboarder or a shortboarder? I'm like, I'm a surfer.
Yep.
I ride everything, you know, like I like to ride shortboards, I like to ride mid-links, I like to ride logs, you know, I like to ride a boogie board, I like to try to body surf. And I think that it's important to be able to adapt to the conditions as well and ride different boards. It makes you a better surfer.
I'm actually training for the World Over 46 Mid-Length World Championships this week. I brought my 7.0 with me.
Oh, yeah. You know, I'd love to see you and Devin Howard and Joel, and that would be a fun heat.
I mean, Devin, he's the maestro egg rider. I mean, his riding of mid-lengths is as good as it gets. As we can move into the last 2 minutes 20 seconds, Elise Lemoine, 2 times ISA World Longboard gold medalist and world champion, out there in a commanding lead with a 6.83, but still carrying that low score of a 3.33. So it means that Hannah Cohn is within striking distance to move up into first. If she could get a 6.34, she's sitting out there in second. Priority first. Priority is Mara Robruck. She needs a 4.86 to move up into second. So just under 2 minutes remaining. Mara is going to be a lot of pressure on the shoulders of the 16-year-old. But irrespective of the result Mara has this week, I have been absolutely blown away by the progress and the composure she's been showing in the free surf. So she scrambles for that wave. She's not going to catch it, but 1 minute 40 seconds remaining. She's based in Portugal with her family. So Portugal, of course, a rich surfing nation and a huge variety of waves in Portugal, but very competitive lineups. You have to be aggressive at times to get waves in those lineups, as we see Hannah Cohn with a really nice 6-step lead up into that opening hang 5, walking cleanly back from that nose ride and then going back up for the second nose ride. But what went wrong on that section, Berlin?
It just looked like her fin slid out on
Yep.
that as well. You know, pick the nose, fin came right out, unfortunately. You could see it in her body language too. You saw it, that body language in that 2.43. Her head just kind of went down on that. You know, she's like, oh. So, like I said, everyone is beatable. They're not going to make it easy, clearly, by that 6.83.
Well, she's still sitting in second place. So Mara is now out back in the lineup with first priority, 45 seconds remaining. Is it an opportunity for the Dutch surfer to catch this wave? She's a little bit too far out for that first one. Elise Lemoine looks like she's having a look, but you can see that there's not a massive amount of scoring potential. I'd imagine that Hannah may well take this wave on the inside. She knows there's only 20 7 seconds remaining. She's just going to take that wave through. She's not going to stand up because she knows it's not going to improve on her situation with a 3.83 and a 2.47. But with 10 seconds remaining, I'd love to see Mara get the chance to go for that 4.9. Berlin, do you think she can catch this in time?
I'm hoping so. Yeah, it would just be nice for her to get the opportunity. Oh no, it's just the wind kind of buckles up that face.
Well, I do want to shout out a big celebration of support for Mara because she's been free surfing brilliantly. She won't be eliminated. She'll move into the repechage and she'll regain her composure. And if she can just tap in to some of the free surfing she has been doing for the last 7 days, I think she can certainly get through a number of rounds in the repechage. But Elise Lemoine, a slow start for her, but that 6.83, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, great surfing. Congratulations for Elise.
So coming up next, we have got an exciting heat with Emily Curry, Gemma Gillespie, Margarita Conde and Sive Girard. We've got England, we've got Ireland, we've got Colombia, we got American Samoa, and we have just seen our 2 times ISA World Longboard gold medalist Elise Lemoine looking strong. Stay with us. Welcome back to the action. Thanks for staying with us and tuning in. This is Sive Girard up and riding for American Samoa, and she's surfing against Margarita Conde from Colombia, Gemma Gillespie representing Strand Hill, Donegal Island, and Emily Curry from Bude in Cornwall with Team England. As Sive, smooth and silky as always, a fantastic all-rounder. Sive, very comfortable in size, a great nose rider in small waves, but looking graceful, walking elegantly towards the nose of the board there and then just putting that board on rail. Nice controlled stance, very comfortable in all types of conditions, and she has that lovely element of being cool and positive but also competitive. She can hide that competitiveness. You know, you never feel intimidated by her presence in the water, but you know she's eagerly eyeing up every section, making sure she maximizes the best waves she can find. As we can see, Margarita for Team Colombia taking off on her first wave, the 29-year-old goofy footer from Prado Mar, Puerto Colombia there. She's going to get her first score on the board, and it feels like Sive Girard's probably got the better of that first exchange, Berlin.
Yeah, I think you're right on that one. Great surfing, great opening wave from Surfer NY. And last year, Sive was her first time here representing America Samoa, and I believe she was the first one, the only one that came and represented America Samoa.
She had a really good run last year. We just saw Emily Curry on a big bouncy wave there. She was a little bit deep and was unable to connect through that section, but it looked like a super challenging wave to navigate. But she's going to be quick to get out back and regain her priority. As we can see, Gemma Gillespie, the goofy footer from Donegal, and she's having a look at that wave. It's a little bit more on the inside, but it's not going to offer much of an opportunity. So she'll just need to reposition herself, just move around and get back into the lineup, as Emily Curry will most likely be sitting there pretty soon with first priority. The priority judge just waits for the surfers to get into that takeoff spot before you see that one next to the surfer in red, which is Emily Curry.
It's great to see Emily back here. Last year was the first time I got a chance to get to know her. She was filming a documentary as we see her up and riding.
Yeah, you got to watch that documentary. It's absolutely fantastic. It's called This Is My Year by Mora Media House. James Mora has made it. It's a 4-part series following her winning a European title all the way through to representing her country here in El Salvador, going on to the Mexi Log Fest and then qualifying for the WSL World Longboard Tour. So Google that, find that on YouTube. This Is My Year by Mora Media House. I binged watched it last week. I watched all 4 episodes. They're each about 20 minutes long in one sitting because it's really, really good. Beautifully produced, and it's a great sports story, and it really gets a little bit of insight into Emily's drive and her personality.
Well, speaking of sports story, you know, she's an educated woman. She's doing her PhD.
Yeah, she's graduated with her Bachelor of Science in Sport and Exercise at Marjons University. Could be a PhD down the line.
She is going to be, I'm pretty sure she's going to be moving towards that.
That's exciting.
We'll talk about this in a second.
Someone who's got a PhD in performance longboarding, Elise Lemoine, she just took the win and she's down there with Bo Nixon.
Thank you very much, Sam. Here with Elise, congratulations on that last heat win. You're a 2-time gold medalist here at ISA World Longboard Championships. How do you keep your composure in an opening heat like that one?
Yeah, I'm super happy to make my hit, but it was super tough out there. It was so much bumpy, but yeah, I'm happy to make it.
No, very well surfed that heat. You got a lot of people watching, young women longboarders looking up to you. What's kind of your message that you're trying to send them through your surfing?
Just to enjoy your surf, your session, and yes, to have fun when you are in the water.
And a few words for friends and family back home.
Ouais, je voudrais faire un coucou à tout le monde. Cette première série était vraiment pas facile, c'est super compliqué. Mais en tout cas, je vous embrasse tous à La Réunion, toutes mes copines, et bien sûr une grosse pensée à ma meilleure pote Zoé qui doit sûrement me regarder. Je pense fort à toi et je t'aime fort et on va aller loin ensemble.
Merci beaucoup. We'll see you in the next round of the women's main event. And back up to you in the booth.
Great stuff. Well done, Elise. Thanks, Bo. And she just been giving a shout out to her fan base back in Reunion as well, as we could see a little bit of carnage. That was a full-on, not only a traffic jam, that was a full-on car crash. I mean, that was serious. What happened there, Billy?
Oh, it looked like Margarita took off and just came off her board, but she kind of body surfed down the face of that wave, and then you saw her put her arm out to try to stop herself from, impinging into Gemma. And, you could see it was it was not an intended thing. She was trying to protect herself. And, yeah, luckily none of them got hurt on that one.
Yeah, Margarita up and riding, dealing really well with the bounce and the chop. But she's not able to move through that middle section. But there was kind of limited scoring potential on that wave. As this tide sits higher, the waves are certainly peaky if you choose one of the smaller ones. When the tide's a bit lower, some of the medium ones can run and have that steeper wall. But when it's higher, you do need those bigger sets to have a bit more of a wall, a bit more of a face to work with.
Yeah, you do. And the fact that she was able to turn around and catch a wave right after that carnage session, like you said, was pretty amazing. And like I said, if you watch what happens, she's taking off, she's looking down the line, she goes to stand up, her nose kind of goes under, she falls forward, and then she sees she's kind of coming right towards her. I think she's trying to, protect herself as well as surfer in blue.
Do you think Gemma had first priority over her?
I need to look back on that again.
Because we didn't get to see what the priority situation was at the time. But if Gemma did, it may well be a priority interference against our Colombian, which will be favourable for our Irish surfer, our English surfer, and our American Samoan surfer. But we'll wait and see what comes up from that. It looks like none of the surfers are hurt, which is an important thing. You can just see Sive out back. She's just waving to hear the situation and the scores from the beach announcer. And we've got Ixa Marietta and Ben Way. They're alternating shifts for beach announcing, and their role is to communicate the essential information to the surfers, the scores they had, the scores they need, and the positions and priorities. But the surfers also have the chance to look back at a big digital board that color codes and numbers who is in first, second and third priority. So that's really important. There's a lot of sensory elements to competing, and your sight, your how you hear, some of the messages you might get from your teammates, hugely important in the whole process.
Oh yeah, if you're not switched on, and you're just focused on one thing, it could be your worst enemy.
And what was your experience from managing the Irukandji's Team Australia last year? Did you have a kind of a flag system for if surfers were out of position? Did you have something on land that could be a reference point for the competitors at times?
We had a big flag and my big whistle. Like if we could see big sets coming or we were trying to do something, and that's what everyone is kind of doing. You're using your voice, your loudness, and but when it is as big as it was last year, it was literally whoever got the best wave in surfing.
Yeah, it can be hard to hear. It can be hard to see as well if there's lots of bumps and sets to even get to that point where there's enough of a lull to really sit up high enough on your board and look and find that reference point on land. As we can see Gemma Gillespie having a look at this, but it's Sive Girard deepest and in priority. First priority is now going to be with Emily Curry. As Sive controls that opening cutback and sets a high line, and there's that quick touch of the 5. She immediately recognized that wasn't an opportunity to lock in that 5, so the moment her toe was over the nose, she was straight back to the tail to control rail work and stall again to hopefully get something through the inside. But again, she's navigating this ride with a lot of control and composure and looking really at home in these conditions as she does milk a nose ride right through to the inside. And this wave's still going. It's going to come into the shore break, so it'll probably die on her now, but for me that could be the highest score of the heat so far.
Yeah, that was lovely surfed. It's looking like no interference was called, and I was speaking to one of the judges about, interferences and stuff. He's like, there's a point where you can tell that when an interference isn't done on purpose.
Exactly.
If you're getting hammered and pounded by a set, and you're just trying to scrape out the back, and you're not doing something that's going to impinge, like, you're not doing it on purpose. That's a big difference.
Here we go.
Doing it on purpose.
Big takeoff for Gemma Gillespie. Holds and controls that. I can hear Team Ireland hooting and cheering. The goofy footer from Strand Hill, Donegal, a fantastic surf community out there at Strand Hill Beach. I hope that you're all tuning in and cheering for Gemma. That was a big bouncy drop, a hard one to handle. She dealt well with the takeoff, but that whole ride, everything was all roller coaster like.
And from what I've heard is, Ireland does have some pretty heavy, thick, powerful waves as well, so it would not be anything foreign to her.
There's an argument out there that Ireland could be one of the great surfing nations for the highest concentration of world-class waves. I mean, if you can deal with the cold, the variety of slabs, points, peelers and beach breaks in Ireland is phenomenal. But what being an Irish surfer takes is it takes great weather forecasting and moving around. You don't stay in one spot, you adapt. But the quality of the good waves in Ireland will blow people's minds, but you have to embrace the colder climate. But what you have got is extremely warm culture there, great food, great Guinness and good times.
As we see Surfer in Red taking off, this is Emily Curry.
Emily up and riding, looking to secure a spot in round 2. Kicks off with a 277, just drives on her newly made Skin Dog surfboard. Double scoop 9.4, freshly finished in time for this competition. She just nicely changes direction off the bottom turn, and again, a bit like Sive, she's just making sure that she stays in control of the ride. All of the women have noticed that it's been very difficult to complete waves because of the bump and the side wash, and Emily does find the nose through the inside, but not able to walk out of that nose ride. But relative to some of the other scores we have seen, it could be significant enough to move her up into second position.
Yeah, as we saw, that last wave of Sive came in as a 4.5, so that bumped her back up into first. Emily was needing, now needs a 4.90. Is she going to get that on that last wave? We'll see.
Evelyn Gontier for Argentina on your screen. She's just hitting that shore break. Pretty rocky now in there as this south swell really fills in. It's just combing away that sand and it's getting more and more rocky. She's going to be surfing against Caitlin Mickelson for Team USA. Liv Stokes for Team Canada, Liv herself based in Southern California, and Mary Slippin for South Africa. So that'll be exciting. Stay with us for that. Just over 6 minutes, 30 seconds remaining until that heat will start. Waiting for scores to come in for Emily, and it comes in at a 3.43, so it is enough. It moves Emily up into second position. So now Margarita Conde for Team Colombia needs a low score of a 2.43 to move up into second, and Gemma Gillespie needs a 6.20 to move up into second position. Just over 5 minutes, so enough time for potentially a set for all 4 surfers.
Yeah, I'm hoping that comes through, you know, just to really give Gem an opportunity to showcase, you know, why she is here.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. You just want everybody to have that chance, don't you?
You really do. You want everyone to get the opportunity to have their light shine on them, you know?
So this is up at La Ola, which is a fantastic hotel just next door to the competition site, and you can see the English flag there. You can see Ben Skinner. You can see Lola Bleakley. You can see also the Spanish surfers are staying there, and some of the Team USA are staying at La Ola. It's a really great location for those competitors because they've been able to free surf spontaneously. They can just pick those moments when it gets uncrowded, and they've got all of their kit there very close to where they're competing, as we see Gemma Gillespie chasing a 6.20. What do you think of this, Belin?
Oh, she's on a great wave. I think this commentator's curse. I was just getting ready to say, oh, she's been able to kind of navigate those bumps so well.
Yeah, and of course, the surfers are still going for team gold as well. Beyond that individual medal, it could be gold, it could be silver, it could be bronze, it could be copper. There's also the opportunity to get team golds, and that's so important. Our defending team gold medalists are Team Hawaii, off the back of Kai Salas and Honolulu Bloomfield, winning respective individual golds last year. And so far, some of the teams that you have been most impressed with, Belin?
I'm always so impressed by Team Hawaii.
Yep.
They can put it together so well, but
Team France have looked good.
Team France have looked really good with that last surfing of Eduardo.
Yep.
And seeing Alice. Oh yeah, and then Irakanji's as well. I'm looking forward to seeing Mel and Tully coming up.
Brazil looking good.
Everyone right now is putting on a pretty good show.
3 minutes 30 seconds remaining. Big set. And we got Emily Curry up in second, Sive Girard up into first with that 4.50 and that 3.83. And now we can see an interference next to Gemma. So it would have been that Margarita had first priority over Gemma, so she loses that second scoring ride, and that's why she's just got a score of a 1.17, so that lower scoring backup is eliminated, so she would need a fairly significant score to move up into second. But because nobody's in double figures, she can still get that from one wave.
Yeah, it is unique because, you know, touching another competitor's board and impinging on someone's wave, you know, like, and sometimes, you know, like, especially, you know, if you are dropping in on someone, you're going to lose that score, unfortunately.
So it will affect Gemma's campaign here, but she won't be eliminated if she stays in fourth. She'll move into the repechage. But now the question is if Margarita can get the 2.43 that she needs to move up into second. Emily Curry will want to improve on her backup score of a 2.77. She's sitting in second priority. It's very interesting there because you can see that the judges have not put third priority next to Margarita. They off recognizing that maybe she's outside of the takeoff zone, but she's clearly choosing to stay slightly inside of Sive and Emily because she knows she needs a significant score. And now check the maneuver here of Emily. Emily knows she may well need to sit on Margarita to make sure that she can use her priority over her and not let Margarita get the wave that she could get the 2.43 on.
Oh, you can see Emily right now. Emily was looking back and go, where are you?
Yeah.
I'm going to keep my eye on you because you do not. A 2.43 is not a high score to get from these ladies. You know, they're all such accomplished surfers.
Wow, that was a great taker from Sive. Big roller coaster bounce, drop down into the bottom of that wave, and then very elegantly off the bottom, smooth, and now into the cut back. So setting herself up through the second part of the ride with some cross steps, unable to see a nose ride wall there, but there's that quick touch of the nose. Takes commitment and control to find nose ride sections in this bump. And then she cuts back, as we can see Margarita is on a wave, but it looks like a super foamy one. She takes a fall, so she's probably not going to get the 243 she needs, as Sive may well improve her situation, looking to replace a 383, and that could well go into her top 2.
I think that might just bump above the 3.83. It'd be interesting. Unfortunately, Margarita just coming unstuck off of that wave. Emily by herself out there. She's gonna look to drop, that 277 at least, to make it a little bit harder in case Margarita sneaks in on the inside of her.
Well, Margarita got the wave, but it didn't look like it was going to be the score, because we could just see it in the background. There was some bounce. She did fall. There was a lot of foam, and she's now all the way through to the inside. So Emily Curry from Bude, a European longboard champion, riding her Skin Dog surfboard. She's got over 20 national titles as both a long and a short boarder. She stays in second position, so she will advance through to the round 2 with Sive Girard taking the win. And Emily, not quite sure if that was up in time, but she gets a nice sweeping S-turn on the takeoff. 4 cross steps to a nice clean touch of the 5, and then walks cleanly out of that first nose ride, back up for another nose ride, leant over that nose ride, but she takes a fall, and that wave may well have been just after the hooter, but I think she's safe. I think she's hung in there in second place, Belin.
Yeah, I think that the last wave of Margarita is not going to go into...
Well, that was an exciting one, and we got more to come. We're going to move on to Caitlin Mickelson, Liv Stokes, Mary Slippen, and Evelyn Gontier. Stay with us. We'll be right back for heat number 5.
Una vida llena de todas esas cosas que la hacen realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen, hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy. Suprema. Esta es la otra vida.
Welcome back to the home of the right surf, El Salvador. 5 national parks in this country, and amazing flora and fauna and waves, as we see Evelyn Gontier for Argentina surfing against Caitlin Mickelson for Team USA, and Liv Stokes for Canada, and Mary Slipen for South Africa, waiting for scores to come through. It looks like a little bit of a busy start with 4 scores being tabulated, already kicking off with a low score of a 0.57. Caitlin Mickelson, she's got a second score waiting to come through, and Liv Stokes waiting for her first score. Mary Slipen as well, the 21-year-old who rides the Smith shapes, as we get to see the replay of Caitlin Mickelson's second ride.
This is our American surfer, Dr. Caitlin Mickelson. She's a physio, beautiful 5, holding that line. Again, she's a powerful surfer.
Wow, that was a good turn.
She knows how to throw that thing around, and she's an excellent nose rider. She has a lot of competition under her belt, a lot of podium, as we see surfer in blue Liv Stokes. Again, a great surfer representing Canada, but grew up in America. Her parents are from, Canada. Surfs the harbor and Oceanside a lot. As we see her, unfortunately, just leaning too much into that turn and, catching a rail.
Yeah, it's great to see Liv Stokes. I was talking to her mum, Dominique, and at the moment, Liv is actually teaching 9th grade world history at the University High School Irvine, and she's going to be studying a teaching master's at University of Irvine. So she's getting into her teaching career, but she's had a lot of success competing for Canada, and she drops a 3.67 for that opening ride, but that's 6.5 for Caitlin Mickelson. I mean, for me, one of the exciting parts of that ride was that one particular turn. Best turn I've seen in the last 3 heats for sure.
Like I said, Caitlin, just the technical side of her surfing is, you give her a really good wave, she's going to put so much color to it. She's strong, she's powerful, she stays in the pocket. As I was saying, she's came last year as the coach for the USA team, and she has been competing since she was young, and she's been on the world tour.
Yeah, well, someone who put on a good show and has got a lot of competition pedigree. It's Sive Girard. She's down there on the glass after taking that last heat win.
Thanks, Sam. A massive congratulations, Sive. You surfed really well in that heat, representing American Samoa. Tell me about, you've got a really strong team this year. How's it feeling amongst the teammates?
It's really amazing, especially coming from Samoan culture, families, everything to us. So we're stronger together, and yeah, it's just really awesome.
It looks like tricky conditions out there, trying to keep the rail of the longboard in the wave. There was a bit of drama in that heat. Can you talk us through that moment when you took off on that wave?
Oh, yeah. It's okay. Things happen. I got a little frazzled, but as a follower of my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, I kind of just took a breath and went back out there and just followed his plan.
Well, you surfed really well in that heat. Would you like to say anything back home to your friends and family?
Oh, yeah. Hi to all my siblings. Good luck, Lucy, at your contest. And all the 3 other players. I miss you guys. Love you guys so much.
Thank you very much. Good luck for the rest of the competition. We look forward to seeing you again. Back to you in the booth.
Great stuff. The Girards, a fantastic family. Of course, Lucy, a really good surfer as well. So Sive looking good, flying the flag. There was great surfing. It was tricky conditions, but I mean, wow, what a fantastic bit of landscape that we can see there. The hundreds of volcanoes into the background, the world-class surf and world-class hospitality. This really is a beautiful place to come visit, and big thanks to El Salvadorian government and all of the administrators of Surf City for getting behind this 9th ISA event here. We've hosted the World Juniors, we've hosted the World Surfing Games, we've got the World Surfing Games coming up in September at La Volcana, which is the wave just to the right of your screen, and it's become an annual pilgrimage for competitive longboarders to be here at the ISA World Longboard Championship.
Yeah, it is the building block, for the Olympics as well. This is someplace that, being a mother, I would bring my family to. It's safe. It's very family orientated. The food is next level. The fruit tastes like it should taste. It's clean, and it is such a beautiful area to come with family on a holiday. Being surfers or not surfers, there's some great surf schools here as well.
Absolutely, and it's just one part, as we see Masha Tretsch coming up for Germany, of all the great things that the ISA does, from holding, of course, annual World Surfing Championships to developing national federations around the world, and of course directing Olympic surfing and offering programs and certifications for surf instructors, judges, adaptive and para surfing and surf schools, and awarding those amazing scholarships to underdeserved under 18-year-old surfers. As we can just see up that coast to the north there, you've got to the west there, you've got El Zonte and Mizata, and you've got fantastic spots like K61, K59, and then back down heading south of El Tunco. It's not long before you get into La Libertad and Punta Roca, and the fantastic section at the end of Punta Roca known as La Paz, which is a great place for some of the entry level or progressing shortboarders and longboarders to surf. And then down to the southeast you have the area of Las Flores and Punta Mango, as we really now see the contest zone. We've got Casa de Mar there, we've got La Ola, we've got Club Salvador Reno, and then this is the competition area where the surfers can store their boards, they can keep cool, they can stay hydrated, and they look out to this incredible point break. Yes, we've got bumps, but it's not holding back Caitlin Michelson, because she's got a 6.5 and she's going to replace her 0.47 most likely on this wave, as she just deals with some of that chop, kicks out. 9 minutes 40 seconds remaining. She's in first position, our Argentinian in second, Liv Stokes for Canada third, and Mary Slypen for South Africa in fourth.
So we'll have a nice little look at this wave right here, surfer in red. Oh, it's Caitlin back up on the inside. She wasn't going to let that last wave depict where she's at. Nice turn there. Again, looking back up. Oh, unfortunately, that wave just kind of fizzling out where she was at.
She just wants to stay busy, doesn't she?
She does.
I think that last set, she saw that it died on her, and she thought, you know what, I can probably get a significant score from the middle here. So what will be going through the minds of the other surfers now is pretty evenly poised.
Just to get another score, you know, like that's only needing a 2.1, a 2.21, and a 0.36. Those are completely attainable by pretty much just standing up and doing a couple cross steps and getting to the nose just quite quickly.
Yep.
And we're coming down to just about 8.5 minutes. So there's still time.
Yeah, absolutely. Big shout out to all of Mary Slypen's fans tuning in. Of course, she's representing Llandudno Beach. She's a member of the Llandudno Surf Life Saving Club. And I know she's from a really strong surfing family, taught by her dad, her brothers Luke and Connor. Both fantastic shortboarders, and they have both represented South Africa at International Surfing Association World Surfing Games. So real pedigree. They'll be tuning in following Mary. Right now she's got a 183. She needs a backup score, but she's got time.
South Africa has had some really great female surfers. We had Simone, who lives down by Cormuki.
Simone Robb. Amazing surfer.
Great surfer.
And a winner of the ISA World Longboard Championship.
She's a great surfer. And I hadn't seen her in about probably 20-some years, and caught up with her when I went back to South Africa a few years ago.
She won in Huanchaco, Peru in 2013.
Yep.
Rachel Tilley got silver, and that was the year when Honolulu Bloomfield won the juniors, and it was the boys juniors. She smoked everybody.
Yeah,
she beat Martin Correa.
Yeah,
I think
love that. And
Megan Godinez was in the team
as
there,
well.
so maybe Megs can talk about that when she comes back into the cycle.
And Team
with
Megs.
Good memories, good times, and a great surf of Simone. Such quick footwork. That was one of the things. Boop, 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 in and out of those tens, and then really beautiful on the turns.
Yeah, we were at J-Bay for about a month for the longboard championships, and Simone was the only girl that would come out and surf, you know, tubes with me and super tubes.
Yeah,
and
you
stuff.
were
It was
ripping.
really fun. So massive shout out to my dear friend representing, you know, South African women.
Yeah, you gained cult status on that trip. I remember every time I walked up the point, you were just in that section between tubes and super tubes, just really styling, climbing and dropping in and out of 10s on your single fin. And that was a good trip, good times.
That was a real fun trip. Yep, it was. As we're coming down to the 6.5 minutes.
Ooh, interesting situation. So it looks like our Argentinian had priority. She's up and riding. She's got a 2.83, and she's just getting some composure here, moving out onto the open face, dealing with that chop. Cuts back, drops a little bit down into the wave, but she's got a couple of ridges to deal with, but there could be an opportunity for some footwork here. And she does very well to find a nose ride in what has been a challenging shape wave, and that could be super significant because she wants to really improve on that backup score of a 1.20, and I think just that extra touch to the nose is going to help.
It will help, as we know Liv is an excellent competitor, and you give her a wave, she's gonna try to get. She needs to get a second wave, but she's going to come and get it.
Yeah.
And Evelyn really needs to get rid of that 2.83, which I'm really looking forward to seeing what is going to come down for her.
Absolutely. We can see we've got Team Sweden there. We got the Danish flag. We got some fantastic heats coming up. Heat number 6, we'll see Melanie Saunton-Inish Beso for Uruguay, Masha Triech for Germany, and Nina Heiberg for Team Norway. First time Norway represented here. Nina's been a really good positive spirit out in the free surf. She's been living through her life in Norway, in Tahiti, in Hawaii, in Fuerteventura, and then soon to move back to Norway, where her daughter will be going to college. And she's very proud to inspire more young women out of Norway to get into longboarding and get into competition.
It's beautiful when you have that opportunity to be a pioneer
Yep.
and an influence and create a safe space for women to step into something new. It's very intimidating, so good on her for that.
Yep, absolutely. So the Norwegian flag will be flying for the next heat, but right now we've got 4 minutes remaining. We've got Liv Stokes chasing a score, needing a 2.09 because Evelyn dropped a 2.93 for that last wave, and Liv looks lively and fast on this section as she cross steps back with control. Real nice snap to that turn. Kept it in the pocket. Couple more cross steps forward, finds a touch of the 5, and then walks cleanly out of that nose ride back to the tail. Nice bottom turn set up, staying composed. This was a fast wave. I like the shape. One of the better shape waves we've seen of this heat, and I think that's going to be the 2.09 she needs to move back up into second. Could even potentially put her in a position to go for first if she gets one more set.
Yeah, she was needing a 5.65 to go at least into second. Caitlin's got that 6.5. Here we go. We see that red spinning circle.
Yeah.
It keeps us on our toes.
I think that's going to be a good score for Liv. I think it's way stronger than her opening 3.67. I don't think it's as dynamic as the 6.5 we saw from Caitlin, which was the best score of the heat. But considering she just needs a 2.09, I think she easily, for me, got the 2.09, and I think it's going to be a very strong score, and it's going to, put her in a really comfortable position. Could be first, but I think she's going to be sitting in a solid second.
Oh, easily. So yeah, I concur with you on that one.
So waiting still for that to be tabulated, and then it will be interesting for Evelyn from Argentina because she will be listening. The beach announcer will drop the score, and it will change the situation, and Evelyn will be told what she needs to get back to second as we get the chance to appreciate this replay.
All right, here we go. Nice little bit of a check turn. She's looking down the line. She's staying mid-board, trying not to get back on that tail. Goes back, kind of just a little bit of a skip. You can see these lumps right here, really not allowing her much. Nice fade sticking in the pocket there. And it's nice to see, staying in the power of the wave, which is that whitewater, but just nothing else opens up for her.
But a strong score of 4.33, so she really puts herself back into a solid second place. Now only chasing a 4.25 to move up into first, and we've got first priority sitting with Mary Slipe in there. She needs to back up that 1.83, and Evelyn had a look, but Mary had first priority. The goofy footer just dealing with that drop, standing tall, cross-stepping forward, cross-stepping back to the tail, and just putting the pressure over the fin, and then dealing with some of the bounce, difficult section once again to navigate, but using nice, clean, controlled, stylish footwork. You can see the grace of this surfer. You know that in the right conditions, Mary can really shine, and I'm really appreciating use of the footwork, eyeing things up, but also recognizing that once again, a super bouncy hard wave to ride.
She navigated that really well. You could see she really compressed through some of those really bumpy sections that, you know, kept her on her board. Ooh, that inside is dangerous. So this, I think this will definitely be her, you know, her best wave. It came in as a 2.60.
So now the pressure is going to be on Evelyn. She needs a 5.07 to move up into second. She's got a high line, 4 cross steps, finds the 5, but what went wrong with that nose ride walk, Belin?
I just think the nose went completely under the water on that one.
1 minute, 5 seconds remaining, so it's not going to be enough for Evelyn to change the situation. She's going to get more of an insider, so it looks like Caitlin Mickelson will take the win, and if things remain unchanged, Liv Stokes secures second. Evelyn and Mary will move into the repechage. I felt like there was a lot of opportunities for all of these surfers, a lot of waves ridden, but the difficulty once again just navigating those bumps. And for me, the most exciting part of the heat was that one dynamic down carve turn from Caitlin, really demonstrating that given those open faces, some of her rail work is some of the more exciting rail work you'll see in longboarding.
You know what I think is calm seas never made a good sailor.
Yep.
And I think it is imperative for people to go out in surf conditions like this, to learn how to handle
the
conditions
bumps
like this, because it will make you a better surfer.
Sure. And the other competitors coming through, you know, they need to recognize that a lot of their crunch heats could well be in the bumps. So having your free surfs in the bumps is pretty key.
It's super important. And you see people like Joel Tudor who can paddle out in really messy conditions and make it look like butter.
Absolutely. Well, you're going to get the opportunity to speak to Caitlin in the post-heat interview. That wraps that one up. It's Caitlin Mickelson. She takes the win with a 6.50 as her standout ride. We will have Megan Godinez and Bo Nixon coming back into the booth to call the action. Stay with us.
Una vida llena de todas esas cosas que la hacen realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen, hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy. Suprema. Esta es la otra vida.
Hello and welcome back to day number 2 of the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. My name is Bo Nixon. I'm joined in the booth by Megan Godinez. It's been a great day of action. Thank you so much for tuning in wherever you are in the world. It's been a great display of longboarding out there today. Megs, we touched on the conditions earlier on today, but they have changed out there.
Absolutely. They've changed so much. The tide has just peaked. It finally got to that high tide. Now it's going to be sucking out. So it's going to hinder the way that the waves are coming in, especially with the wind picking up. We're really hoping for that push of that swell to come in really soon, just to give these surfers a chance to showcase their ability to represent their country.
That's right. We're going to be moving into heat number 6 of the women's first round. Melanie Staunton from Australia, Ines Beso from Uruguay, Marsha Tretch from Germany and Nina Heiberg from Norway. Norway, first time representing here in the ISA World Longboard Championship. Fantastic to see Nina here.
Yeah, that's going to be so exciting. I mean, even trying to acclimate herself to warmer climate, you know, being in Norway, always in a wetsuit, basically. I mean, they're in 5 mils all the time. So I want to be able to talk to her after this, you know, and see how she's feeling. How does she acclimate? You know, did she come here early? Did she, you know, basically hang around in a sauna all day back in Norway? Or, you know, it's such a different type of game change. When you physically feel different, the mental game starts to kick in. So, yeah, it'd be interesting to see how Nina feels.
Definitely. She's no stranger to warmer waters, though, living in Hawaii, Tahiti, the Canary Islands. So she's done her fair share of time in the warm water, but definitely going to be a change from those cold Arctic waters.
Yeah,
Norway.
absolutely.
But some great surf in Norway as well, becoming more of that surfing nation. Fantastic to see a lot of the younger crew coming up from Norway as well. As we take a look at the heat in the water currently, just a couple of small scores there. Ines from Uruguay, just that 0.6 in and out. We saw quickly on screen as we see Marsha up and riding from Germany. Cruisy style through this one, waiting for this wave to stand up. Just going to walk up the board. Unfortunately, just comes unstuck on those bumps. Very tricky out there. I was talking to Sive from the previous heats. She was just saying it's so tricky to just keep that board in the wave, keep it from, you know, not hitting those bumps.
Yeah, I mean, the wind has picked up. The tide has gotten really high. I mean, we can't even walk past the pebbles. We have to time it with the sets because the high tide is just bringing the water all the way up to the wall. So, yeah, I think surfers are going to have to switch around their strategy, talk to their coach, figure out a good game plan for the heat. It's 20 minutes long. You only need 2 waves. You know, I think the game plan right now with the tide sucking out, a lot of the coaches will say, try and stay busy, stay on the inside, get 2 waves, complete it, and that's it. Keep it simple, right? I mean, obviously, it's a lot harder than easier said than done. But from a coach's standpoint, it's completing the waves, making sure you look sturdy, you look confident. The judges will reward you.
It definitely will. We have seen the competitors move in a bit more to the inside over the last few heats of that high tide. So I like the insights that you share with us, Meg, about the coaches telling those surfers to move a bit, move in a different position in the lineup, find those waves that are going to offer a bit of a smoother face. We have seen some bumps catching out competitors. A little paddle there from Ines trying to get onto her second wave. Just a 1.5 from Marsha. Puts her up into first. So no waves of real consequence in the first 5 minutes of this heat. Competitors getting ready for the next heat. That's going to be heat number 7. We see competitors there getting ready. Mexico going to be represented in the next heat. Philippines, Panama, and Wales as well. On the screen, Sarah Sanchez from Panama.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting heat too. You know, Daisy came here last year representing the Philippines, and yeah, she's no stranger to bigger waves, little choppier waves. So interesting to see what she's going to come through with in the next heat.
Ines from Uruguay up and riding. Beautiful hang 5 through that section. Tries to step back in that steeper part of the wave. I thought maybe she could have used the rail of the board a bit more from the middle section of the board to direct it through.
Yeah, it seems like she got really toe heavy and just couldn't regain that strength. As we see White paddling, just getting stuck behind that whitewash. Again, you know, they're going to have to keep redirecting. I know we talked about landmarks, and so did Belin and Sam, and it's going to be really crucial. And it's really important to figure the landmark out in every type of situation in the waves. As we see Team Mexico here getting our girl pumped up for the next heat.
Mauricio there on the right. He surfed earlier today. Put together a good heat. Cheering on his teammate. It's going to be Coral out there surfing. Coral Bonilla. A fantastic spectators and athletes area down there. Really well set up for the athletes to stay hydrated, get ready for their heat. They can find little corners tucked away as well to kind of set their mental preparation.
Yeah, just get the music flowing. You know, some of them really like to just stay in a quiet area. It's really cool walking through that area because you see the different dynamics between the teams too.
Our surfer from Australia, Mel, up and riding, hanging on. She's up on one of the biggest set waves of this heat so far. You can see that board dropping out on the bumps, cutting back to the white water. She makes her way through this. You can see, we were talking about it earlier, I think in the men's, but Mel's standing right back on the tail of the board, that nose bouncing up and down on the wave. We saw some competitors staying in the middle of the board, which allows that nose to stay down a little bit more and ride through the bumps. Melanie, an AFL player, Australian rules football, plays for Geelong, so she's been drafted, professional Aussie rules player.
Yeah, which is amazing. I mean, her competitive mindset is probably so tuned in being an AFL player and having to compete. And it's so different because your mindset needs to change from a team sport into an individual sport. So she probably had that really good compartmentalization for her brain to work both sports and to really be able to kind of slow it down, right? It's just her in the lineup, really honing in on her mental skills of pushing through the heat and getting what she wants.
And Melanie from Victoria in Australia, no stranger to those big, powerful open ocean swells that grace the coast along southern Victoria there. Really translating well here to El Sunzal in El Salvador.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like that what we were saying about the surfer standing in the middle of the board. I mean, that's just that 4 inches makes a world of a difference when you're on that surfboard, right? You got to utilize that whole board. And sometimes being in that middle is the most safest stability place, right? You have 3 feet in front of you, you have 3 feet in the back. So where is going to, so instead of having 6 feet in front of you and, 2 feet in the back, you have that range to really be stable. And that's why we've seen a lot of surfers surf the middle of their board in these choppy conditions.
Nina up and down for a quick one there, trying to hold on to the rail on her backhand. Representing Norway as we see a set rolling through the lineup. Ladies just out of position a little bit there as we're going to head down to the glass with Belen with the winner of the last heat.
Hello, I'm here with Caitlin. Caitlin, what a great performance. Last year you came as the head coach for Surfing USA, and now you put the jersey back on, won your heat. What was it like out there?
It was pretty tricky conditions because we're dead high tide. And just from watching the wave and knowing the wave so well, I know that there's potential for the ocean to kind of go flat. And so you have to really be aware of that to make sure that you capitalize on what actually comes.
And then dropping that 6.5, going in for a backup score, what were you thinking?
I was really excited to get the 6.5 right off the back, but then when I paddled back out there, like a massive cleanup set came in. I knew it was going to happen because it was like max high tide. So after that, I was like, okay, it's going to go flat, so catch anything you can. And scraped into a couple, not really the wave that I wanted to have, but needed to get something to make sure that I made it through. So that's what I did.
You killed it. You put a little bit of grease in the wheels. You're getting your momentum moving now. Anything you want to say back home?
I just want to thank my husband so much for all the support and give him a big happy birthday. It was his birthday, and thank you for being an awesome dad and taking care of our son. I love you so much. Thank you for helping me be here.
All right. Congratulations. Best of luck in the next round. Back up to you in the booth.
Thanks very much. What great insights there from Caitlin. Meg, you were mentioning the consistency out there as we will continue on that conversation. You mentioned that it's going to be, big sets coming through, long lulls. Caitlin out there experienced the exact same thing.
Spoken like a true coach. I mean, that's why she was a coach last year, right? All that insight that she has, and she relayed it back into her own surfing, which is so fortunate for her that she can go out, realize these tactics that she taught everyone last year, and competing here on the WSL tour as well. She knows this wave. So she knew exactly what was happening, and that's why it's really important. And I kept stressing with, all the surfers, make sure you guys are noticing what the tide's doing, what the swell's doing. Surf when it's choppy, and Belen said, no easy seas made a great sailor. So exactly that. You should be able to surf in any condition. You're at a world competition. You're going to be surfing in choppy waves, glassy waves, head high waves, big giant waves, small waves. So it's really important to practice all of that especially for today.
Oh, it certainly is. I mean, anyone can surf a good wave, right?
Yep.
Give them a glassy, head high, perfect wave, and everyone's going to surf it really well. It's in these conditions that you're going to get the standout competitors.
Absolutely, and that's why it's so important. Like, you know, Caitlin knew that it was going to be dead high tide. There's going to be a bombing set, and then all of a sudden it's going to be flat. So she knew she needed to get that backup score, stay busy, put that pressure on her competitors, and she got the win. She got rewarded for it.
Certainly did. As we look at the current situation in heat number 6, Melanie still out in front in the lead, 2.57 and just a small 0.83. So no real waves of consequence ridden by our competitors as yet. You can see Melanie having a quick look at that one. You can see the ridges in the wave, the kind of lines that break up the wave face. Competitor on the inside, that's Nina having a look at that one. Just goes down.
Yeah, you can see the wind actually bringing in the swell at almost a perpendicular direction from where the wave is actually coming into. So it's creating those really difficult chops for our surfers to try and get through. So it's important. I love that everyone's really spread out right now, and this is a perfect sign of who has priority, who is going to be sitting out the back. Like Caitlin said, there's going to be that cleanup set, and it's going to go flat. So I think with Nina being on the inside, this is actually a smart tactic. She only has a 0.23, right? She doesn't have a backup score. She wants to stay busy. There's only 6 minutes left in this heat. So she's going to need to find a good wave. Doesn't need to be big right now. You know, the highest score right now is 2.57. So it's a really big open playing field for any of our surfers.
Ines, with that first priority, decides to take this one on the inside. A little bit of a cleaner face in front of her. So she's going to be able to cut back. Wait for this wave to stand up, cross-stepping her way up to the nose, gets a quick 5. Nice critical section there. You can see driving from that middle of the board. She just waits for this wave to set up on the inside, cutting back again, making her way forward on the board. Is she going to get another nose right in? Looks like she wants to get up to the nose. She does a quick hang 5 and kicks out. So that's probably going to be one of the best waves of the heat we've seen surf so far.
Yeah, beautifully surfed. I think from her last prior waves, she realized how she fell down was because her feet were too close. Her stance probably widened about 2 inches. Then she started leaning a little bit more forward on her front foot to get to so that the nose of the board wasn't just going all over the place. She had way more composure, she was way more contained on that wave, and she surfed that very well.
Our representative from Norway, Nina Heiberg, up and riding. That's much better from Nina. Getting that quick 5. Cuts it back to the white water. We saw her try to take off on some bigger sets earlier. Just the bump knocked her off, but she's done really well to stay in control on this ride. Definitely going to improve her situation in this heat. Trying to stretch out for a 5 there on the inside. Going to kick out there. Great start from her.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that, you know, the surfers they're learning as they're going in the heat. So they knew, all right, my stance wasn't that strong. What can I do? I'm going to widen the stance. Even for her, she even got a little lower on this wave, and she got rewarded for it. I mean, she completed the wave. That's what you want in this heat, especially with only 4 minutes left. We need to get scores onto the board.
And her strategy changed as well. She was sitting really far out, trying to get the bigger waves, now moving in to get the smaller waves. As we take a look at the athletes area, the athletes all get their kind of little cabana there under the sun. Their team flags out in front.
Look at all those countries. It's such a beautiful sight to see all those flags flying together in one beautiful place in El Salvador here in El Sunzal.
As Marsha up and riding from Germany, making her way toward the nose. Didn't quite get there. It's another little bump. Unfortunately goes down on that wave. Marsha, yoga teacher, living in France at the moment. She was here last year at the ISA, so has a little bit of experience riding here at El Sunzal. Ines drops a 4.67, puts her up into first place. Nina at 2.8. She's into third. She needs a tiny score of a 0.60 to get up into second place ahead of Melanie. Only just over 3 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, beautiful surfing from Inez. You know, with teammates like Julian Schweiter and Nacho, they're so insightful about where to sit, you know, the stance and what maneuvers are going to be rewarded. So it's really good that she has such a good support system backing her for this heat.
Melanie trying to discard that 0.83. She's doing a little bit of work on the outside. With that turn, she's definitely going to do it. Nice, powerful carving hack on that wave. As she's trying to make her way around this whitewater section. Can she get around it to get something else on the inside? She's doing very well to navigate through there. Powers her way through that section. Going to get another turn on the outside there. You can see that chop almost throwing her off the board. She's going to make her way forward for a beautiful hang 5. I'm not sure if that was deemed complete because she didn't quite get back off the nose, but we'll have to see. If it was deemed completed, then she did quite a good variety of maneuvers. That's going to improve her situation.
Yeah, she only has a backup score of a 0.83, so having that wave ridden with only 2 minutes left, she knew she needed to bump up that score to make it harder for Nina and Masha to advance.
Yeah, only small scores were needed from them. I think that's going to change the situation. So they'll be looking for some bigger scores. Under 2 minutes left in heat number 6. Round 1 of the women. Thank you for tuning in wherever you're watching, whether on Facebook, on ISAsurf.org. Remember, you can go onto the website, take a look at all the scores, the upcoming heats, who's representing your country. Also take a look at the photos, the videos, highlights from day 1. As we see Ines, current heat leader, up and riding, and just a bit too much weight on the toes. You could see she was standing up quite tall, super relaxed, but you really need to be on your game.
Yeah, I mean, that last wave, you see, she was about 2 feet shorter because she was bending her knees, really staying low, staying compact, you know. But she is in the lead. She does have a 4.67 and a 2.17. So she with a minute left, you know, I would probably try and, you know, play a little defense, maybe get out the back, try to, you know, sell my competitors on a couple waves. But yeah, good surfing from her. She's really, really learning through the heat, which for as a coach you want your surfer to do that, as adapt.
The shore break causing havoc with some of the surfers there. Lucky no rocks there. You can see that board just washing up on the sand there. There are a few rocks that get tumbled around, but did well to navigate her way through that inside section. 20 seconds counting down this heat. Looks like we're going to have another wave here. Surf from Ines. Oh, whitewater takeoff. Decides to stay on her belly to ride this one out. Gets to her feet at the bottom of the wave. She's going to get a big push from that whitewater coming across to her. Quick 5. She's going to stick with this one. 5 as well, bringing that back foot up for a quick turn and getting out before it gets too steep on that inside section. Nina moved up into second place, but we are still waiting for that score of Melanie. It's going to be definitely enough to take her up into second place. Will it be enough to push her up into that top spot? That's up to the judges to decide. But let's have a bit of fun. What do you think?
Yeah,
So she needs a 1.14 to move up into second. She's definitely got that.
She's definitely got that, but to get up there, I think she'll be pretty close.
I think she might take it. Obviously, Ines' last wave is going to come in as well. A couple of nose rides, but Melanie, she got that nose ride on the inside. She had 2 powerful turns on the outside section. It's going to be very close to see how the judges deem that score.
Yeah, I love how all the women really, this heat, they were fighting to the very end. Because even if you're in first or second and you still advance into the main round, that still plays with your seating. And then you look at, you know, where you're going to be seated into the next heat. For me, I know I like to just always be first. I know most people would like to. But as I got older, I realized, you know, I need to be able to progress. I need to, just because I didn't get first, I got second. I made it into the next round. It's a marathon. Let's take it heat by heat. Don't worry about, you know, having to absolutely rip the next heat, and it's only round 2. You really just got to take it slow, marathon it out, and just kind of take your time.
Yeah, I remember those days as well. I got mixed advice from a lot of people. I need to get second in this heat. You'll be in an easier heat in the next round. I'm like,
but that plays so much mind
I
games.
don't want to like surf half of my, you know, potential.
Yeah.
Because that just messes with your mind. You could lose it all.
Exactly, and that to me, that's why it's so important nowadays. You see most of the surfers having coaches, because takes off the stress off of you, you know, to have to be like, oh no, what place am I in? What am I doing? It's the coach's job to just be like, hey, this is your job right now for this heat. Let's do it. Let's make it through. You got it.
And we see Ines there taking the win for that last heat. Going to go to a short commercial break. We'll be back with more action. Hello and welcome back to day number 2, the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship for 2025. Live action out in the water. This is your surfer in red, Daisy Valdez, representing the Philippines. Taking off on one of the biggest set waves we've seen. So those sets rolling through at the start of this heat. She does well to hold on, riding through this foamy section, trying to get out in front of it, does very well. Cutting back, setting herself up here, starting to walk the board. Just going to wait for that wave as well. Don't want to try and over surf this wave. She kicks out there, so a quick start for her, just getting her feet in the wax. Obviously it's hard for competitors here to go out and free surf during the event. There's not too many waves, you know, at the event site to go and practice, so just getting onto her feet just to feel out the wave.
Yeah, that was a smart move from her. She knows that it's going... She watched the heat. I can guarantee you she watched the heat before. I was like, wow, it's going to be a slow heat. Let me get my campaign started early so that I'm not stressed in the last 5 minutes, right? I mean, she probably has... They probably have a 5-minute drill of what to do, but you want that stress to just kind of be taken away in the back half, because then you don't have to stress about everybody else. So, yeah, good start from her.
So let's throw it down to Belen with the winner of the last heat.
I am here with Ines. Ines, you're telling me how nervous you are. Explain to me what made that so nervous for you out there.
Well, it's El Sunsal is really difficult, like a difficult way for me. And today was kind of bumpy, so I was a little bit nervous. Also, the first heat always is a little bit nervous, but then it's okay to like just do the first heat and then maybe start getting more comfortable. So
you needed a wave. You turned around on the inside, late takeoff, and that gave you the score that you needed to take over Melanie on that last wave. How do you feel about your surfing after being able to come and get into first place right at the last minute?
Well, I'm just realizing that. I didn't know. So I was just surfing and trying to catch as much waves as I can. And thankfully that last wave came and I was like, able to surf it good, so I'm happy. But I just realized, so it feels good.
Yeah. Well, congratulations. You surfed well. You did your country proud. Anyone you'd like to say anything to?
Yeah, for sure. My family, that's always there cheering up for me. I love you. Lo quiero mucho. Gracias. And also my sponsors that made possible this, and to Uruguay. Everyone that's watching there. I'm really nervous. And yeah, Paysandú, my hometown.
Yeah. All right, passion. That's what that is. All right, sending that back up to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Belen, the national champion of Uruguay there. Ines did very well. Didn't look like she was showing many nerves the way she surfed, but obviously a different feeling inside for her.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what makes them such a professional, you know, and having to really hone in on those skills of keeping composure and getting the job done for their country and for themselves.
Daisy Valdez, her first wave coming in at a 2.50. Waiting on that quick up and down there from Coral Bonilla from Mexico. She had a quick 0.5 on her scoreline.
Yeah, she came here last year, and I believe she was only 16 when she was here too. So another young competitor, up and coming from Mexico. I know she's done. She also likes to shortboard too. So she surfs at the Rock, and did some time in Mexico and also in Canada. So she's very well versed in surfing in a wetsuit, surfing in warm tropical waters. So I feel like for here, she was a good standout. I remember the first heat she did last year, she was really nervous, and it did not show. And it's funny hearing everybody say like, oh, I was nervous for that heat, but you can see as a competitor how much you really just are in the zone and almost like let yourself black out, kind of a moment of, I remember like even for me, like surfing just like on a really good day at home, I let myself just kind of like black out, and everyone's like, oh my God, that wave was so great. I'm like, I don't remember it. I was so in the zone. Yeah,
Totally.
sure. I'm
Yep.
going to believe what you said. That was a great wave. Sure.
I understand. You're so in the zone. Yeah, you're so in the moment. As we see Kate representing Brazil. Known Kate for quite a long time now. She's quite a competitor on the stand-up paddleboard scene. Does very well in SUP surfing, SUP racing. Very, very proficient longboarder as well. Of course, Team Brazil sending their best longboarders this year. They have, I mean, that nation is just such an amazing place to bring up longboarders. Just
Yeah, surfers in general. I mean, Chloe Camon, Atlanta Bastista, they're amazing, amazing surfers. Both goofy footers and just the most graceful style. And and they're so passionate. Like just watching Kate just now, she was taking that deep breath and her coach hyping her up, and it's really cool to see how much passion they have. And they're always cheering on the beach. They've always got a chant going on, and it's like you cannot not dance with them. So it's really fun to be down at the beach when one of their surfers are out there.
Oh, the energy they bring to the beach is fantastic. A lot of passion from the Brazilians.
Yeah, and they're always just a team effort. Even on the WSL side, they're always together. They always hold strong as a team, as we see Daisy up and riding for her second wave.
Staying busy, Megs. I like it.
Yeah, and I think she knows that. She knows, just like how Caitlin Mickelson said, you want to stay busy, especially with this high tide. The tide sucking out now, dropping, is going to hinder the waves coming in. So it's going to be very important to get the campaign started early, complete the waves, and get some nose rides in. As we see this set out the back, she's going to turn around and almost be like, oh, should I have waited? But no, you were in the moment. You need to surf that wave till it's very fullest, get back out there, and wait for the next set.
That is so true as well, because it's easy to be out of position for the sets, especially if you're sitting in a little bit. See none of the competitors opting to get that wave, whether they were out of position or just didn't see much scoring potential down the line. We do have a paddle here on the inside. Looks like a bit of a shouldery wave. Deciding not to go on that one. Daisy Valdez drops a 3.83 to add to her scoreline.
Yeah, from here, it looks like it's soft, but then when the camera zooms in, or if you're out there, it's a steep wave. Like, I was really surprised surfing it last year and seeing all the waves. I was like, oh, it kind of gives me like a Bells kind of vibe, where I was like, oh, you can kind of flow. But when the tide is right and that wave is coming at you, you got to be booking it down the face. You got to find that midline, and you better be booking it, because that wave will come and get you, especially when you come into the inside. I mean, look at this current. I mean, this current almost looks like I'm on the North Shore of Hawaii. Just from right to left of the screen, it's moving very fast.
It certainly is very tough for the competitors out there. You see them come in, they look like they're out of energy. They expend so much energy when they're out there paddling, especially against that current. Water's moving out there. Long paddle out, 20-minute heats. You got to keep moving.
Yeah, and if you look at the structure of the way the wave is and this point break, the wave is coming in from the right of your screen, and then the water needs to go somewhere, so it flushes out left, and that's where the channel is, and that's where the surfers are paddling out. But as much as it's pushing them out to get out back into the lineup, it's also just pushing down the coast, right? So they have to be paddling. As they're paddling, it's kind of just shifting them into the channel towards that black buoy, and then they have to paddle back into the lineup. And I know a couple surfers yesterday were timing, even today, they were saying it takes about 6 minutes to paddle out. So being busy during your heat, especially in these long lows, is going to be very important for the surfers coming up.
Definitely is. Trying to keep an eye on the conditions. They change constantly out here. Up and riding Coral from Mexico. Just getting rid of that leash. Caught around her back foot. She makes her way up to the nose. Beautiful 5. Steps back. Gonna position herself well for that cutback. This wave standing up on the inside. She's going to do a little cross step stall. So just stay in the pocket of this wave. Cuts back. Waits for it to set up again. Just surfing that board rail to rail. Moving it through to the inside. She's going to get a couple more cross steps before that wave peters out, but Coral and Daisy, the only 2 surfers really putting score on the board, still waiting for Sarah and Georgina to get their campaign started. Sarah from Panama, Georgina from Wales.
Oh, look at this set coming in. It's going to be so... Let's see if everyone's in position for it.
8 minutes 30 on the clock. As we were saying, competitors trying to find their position out in the water. Will Georgina or Sarah get started here? We have seen Georgina try to get on a couple, but she has not been able to be in the right position for those waves. Be interesting to see who has priority out there. Obviously, Coral and Daisy needing to give way to Sarah and Georgina for the next rides. But Georgina has paddled for a few. So I'm going to say that Sarah is probably in that first priority sitting out there on the green jersey.
Yeah, and I see that Coral is wearing a leash this year. I think last year she didn't. She opted out to not. And Maurizio, actually. I don't think they had leashes. And they realized, I know they both had to make a little swim.
Right. So did they have a leash plug on their board for a leash?
That is a good question. They might have not, actually. But they have leashes on, and they realize that that swim is not fun. I don't think, I mean, we maybe saw one surfer that didn't wear a leash in the last 2 days of competition, but having a leash out there, especially when the current is ripping, is very crucial.
Or when these sets come through and
you
got to bail.
You have to bail, dive down, just like...
Exactly.
You don't have to worry about, you know, but there is times like Coral, you saw her having to kind of finagle her leash. But for me, I'd rather move the leash out of my way. I know this might stir up a lot of confrontation with a lot of people out there, but I'd rather move my leash than swim.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
With 20 minutes, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to waste time.
No,
I don't want.
definitely.
That's wasting time.
Especially with the conditions out there. That high tide on the rocks, the board could easily get damaged. You just don't know what's going to happen out there.
Exactly. That's another thing. Like, that board's getting slammed against the rocks. You know, we saw the beautiful landscape of El Sanzal and the pebble rocks. Those aren't soft. They're not pillows. They're rocks. They are absolutely rocks. So.
Oh, as we see, I think that was Sarah just Eskimo rolling under that one. Turtle roll. Underneath that wave, we heard some whistles from the beach trying to warn the competitors of that incoming set. No competitors in position for it. I think they do push a little bit too far wide with those set waves. I think they are sitting in the right position there for those smaller ones that kind of hug that point break a little better, offer a little bit more open face.
That was a smart move by Coral, knowing that there's 5 minutes left. Her last wave was the highest wave and bumped her up actually to first place. So right now she's thinking, okay, I have a 2.07 as my backup. Let me get another 4. Let me solidify the first place, right? But Daisy's not far behind. She only needs a 3.08 to get up into first. So
Sarah up and riding for a brief second there. Unfortunately goes down. She'll be hoping to get back out there quickly. 5 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. As we see a little spin, looks like Sarah might have another opportunity here. Decides not to go, repositioning herself out toward the left of screen.
yeah, the surfers from Panama and Wales being very patient, waiting for that perfect wave to come.
Georgina and also Daisy, both mums. I'm sure their families are watching back home. Big shout out to them. Georgina coming from Wales. She's an outdoor activity instructor, runs a B&B as well in Wales.
See Team Brazil. getting ready for the next heat. Saw Luana getting ready to cheer on Kate. That's going to be an exciting heat. We're going to hear a lot of yelling, I'm pretty sure. A lot of whistling,
yelling.
a lot of
Always.
cheering.
Team Brazil, Puerto Rico, always get lively down on the beach.
Yeah, they have their little drum.
Yeah.
I'm like, I was walking down and I felt my hips moving to the beat. I was like, okay, all right, day 2. We're
nice.
vibing already. I love it.
South Africa, the Bubuzelas. Love it.
Yep.
Haven't heard any this trip just yet. We'll see.
We're only day 2 though.
I know, that's right.
We're only day
exactly.
2. You know, they're trying to save their energy for that 6-minute paddle. So
That's so true.
yeah, just day 2.
And of course, the host nation, El Salvador. Love the music they play down on the beach. They get their teammates pumped up, amped. There's just some great vibes among the teammates down here as we see a paddle on the inside deciding not to go. Bit of a smaller one. 3 minutes, 35 seconds on the clock. Still, the competitors still have a chance here. No waves of consequence. That's 6.9, the highest heat total. You can easily get a 6.9, 7-point ride out here. We have seen excellent rides being thrown down. You know, Maria Reyes from Peru threw down an 8-point, excellent 8-point ride earlier on today in the first heat of the women's.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to who's paying attention to the ocean for these last couple of heats. I mean, Coral, I'm pretty sure the coaches were telling her there's one wave you get, that's going to be the solid one, and then that second backup, stay on the inside. You know, solidify those 2 waves. Because right now, in every heat, there's probably been one big surfable set.
Yes.
That's it, right? So that whole game plan is going to have to change, and they're going to have to adapt, right? If that one set is only coming in, and that might not even allow you to catch a surfable wave, you might be out of position, you got to get busy.
Surfer from Panama having a look there. Sarah Sanchez couldn't quite get on that one. She's paddling wide. Again, looks like maybe a couple of bumps coming in a bit wider. She's repositioning herself. Maybe a bit away from the peak there as we see Daisy Valdez on the outside from the Philippines. Beautiful style. Up to the nose. Hanging 5. Holding that 5 through that critical section. Fantastic start to this wave for her. She's surfing right in that critical section. Does well to hold on. Comes out with a lot of speed. Making her way around this next whitewater section. Cuts back toward the foam. Setting up for a trip to the nose. Gets up there. Hanging 5. Holding that 5. Is she going to get the 10? She just shuffles back. Unfortunately, just falls off the back of that wave. So that maneuver not going to count toward that wave score. But a beautiful hang 5 to begin with.
Oh, yeah. That smart surfing. She just needs a 3.08 to get up there. Sure, I'm calling it now. I think that was probably the best wave ridden in the heat. With that set coming in, she caught it from the outside. She stayed nice and low. I mean, she's tiny, but that wave was triple overhead for her, I think. You know, that wave was well over the length of her longboard. Her longboard's 9 feet, 9.2, 9.4. So it for her to be able to control her nose rides on that high line on a set wave, I think the judges are going to reward her for that.
Oh, definitely, especially with that bit of turbulence as well from the wave previous. She did so well to stay on the nose through that section, stepping back, getting a lot of speed through. Almost looked like she was going to get in the tube a little bit. But
I was kind of hoping for. I was like, is she? But that was me being excited.
Yeah.
We got to surf smart.
That's right.
That was the high performance in my brain going off like, oh, barrel. No, Megan, settle down.
That's it. 35 seconds on the clock. We're going to get another wave from Coral. Oh, she does well to take off on that one. Quite a late drop. Keeps the nose of the board up. She's going to drop down again here as she makes her way through. Just this wave, you can see the amount of bumps. Just having to deal with it, be patient, wait for that wave to offer up some scoring potential. She passes Daisy there on the inside. Starts to cross step. She's going to wait for this wave, cutting back. You can see it standing up on the inside here. Bit of backwash to deal with off the rocks. So not too much with Coral's wave there. We are going to wait for Daisy's last ride to come in, see if that changes the situation. As we were saying, I think it might put her up into the lead. It does look like Daisy and Coral will be moving through to the main event of the women's round 2.
Yeah, even that last wave, like that Coral took off on, that was a tricky drop. So she navigated that really well.
Thank you everyone for tuning in. We're going to be right back after a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. More action from round 1 of the women's coming your way. Daisy Valdez of the last heat of the women's, heat number 7, taking the win there. She did very well on her last wave. A 5.27 puts her up into that first place. She'll be advancing alongside Coral from Mexico as we turn our attention to heat number 8 of the women in the water. 4 competitors in this heat represented Brazil. Kate Brandy will be in the red jersey. Carolyn Day from Canada. Cara Stubbs from the Republic of South Africa. And Agostini Pellizzari from Argentina. Competitors sitting, waiting, biding their time. And you can kind of see with the different colours of the water out there where that current's moving, where the sand is shifting as well. You know, as you kind of look up there, top of screen, there's that rock just above the black buoy there, known as El Tunco. The Tunco rock is, Tunco is the local word for pig. Kind of looks like a
upside down pig.
Yep, that's
yeah,
right.
I remember walking back to the wow, that mango with that chamoy seasoning on there. That is, I remember Belin saying like the fruit is supposed to taste what the fruit is supposed to taste like. That is so true. And I'm from Hawaii and I have tropical fruits. I don't think I've ever tasted a sweeter mango. I'm probably going to get 86th from Hawaii for saying that, but I'm completely honest. That mango was insane. I couldn't believe it. I was like, is this candy or is this a fruit?
That's amazing.
Man.
I love mango. I'm going to have to try some. But Hawaii known for pineapples?
Pineapples. We have great mangoes.
Great
lychee. We got great fruits in Hawaii. We got great fruits. You know?
Very good. So waiting for the first wave of this heat to kick off. Carolyn Day from Canada out the water. A gymnast, circus performer. One of the first people to do a trick riding a horse.
Yeah, it was a back handspring trotting. A horse that's actually trotting, moving. Today would be a great testament to it, actually. This is
perfect.
She's riding a horse.
Perfect
These are
practice
horse riding waves right here with all the chop that's happening. So I want to see how she's going to do navigating the chops on this wave. I almost wish I ran into her earlier, just to be like, channel that horse.
I'm sure she
today
is.
for that backflip. Don't backflip, but just channel that like that jockeying style, you know?
Super cool to have her here competing. Is she riding a Marshall Brothers board?
Yeah, I believe she is. Yep. Yep.
We see the Marshall Brothers, very well known in the longboard scene. 17 minutes remaining. 3 minutes have passed in this heat. No waves as of yet. Also in this heat, Cara Stubbs from South Africa. She's a landscape architect back home. She's a very proficient longboarder as well. Been watching her throughout the years do very well on the scene. Big shout out to the South Africans watching at home, cheering her on. I know Taryn King has represented here before. Justin Bing from South Africa. As we get a great drone shot here. We are surfing El Sunzal, looking into the distance. La Bocana, the next surf spot down. And then throughout the whole coast here, 170 kilometers Surf City coast. Tons of waves, known as the Land of Rights. There are a few lefts though, especially out the front of where we're staying.
Yeah, I saw them yesterday. And I'm not a left person. I'm a regular footer, but I saw the lefts yesterday and I was absolutely mind blown. Like, it actually barreled and spit a little bit, and I had to like blink twice to make sure. I was like, wait, I'm in El Salvador, right? I'm not at home. I had to double check that. I had to look at my clock and be like, yes, it's 4 p.m. here in El Salvador. It's 1 p.m. at home, or 12 p.m. at home. So, yeah, it's such a beautiful landscape. I mean, I don't think I've been here when there's never waves. There's always waves, either here or somewhere, and it's such a beautiful landscape, and the warm water, the fruit, the people just welcoming us. It's super awesome.
Yeah, for those of you that don't know, El Salvador sits in Central America. It borders the countries of Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua to the south. It's got just over 300 kilometers of coastline. It's the only country in Central America that doesn't have a Caribbean coast as well.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, Central America.
So just sitting on the Pacific side.
They don't need it. They got land
Oh,
of the rights.
That's right.
It's okay. You guys can have the Caribbean coast.
And it's kind of strange because I visited quite a few Central American countries, spent a lot of time in Costa Rica. Out of here, it kind of faces almost directly south.
Yeah.
When you're looking out.
Yeah.
Rather than that west.
Yeah, and that's why there's so many point breaks.
As we see surfing in green, Cara Stubbs representing South Africa up and riding. Waiting for this wave to push through. And she makes her way in front of that white water. Just gets caught though by that push of the foam coming back behind her. You can really see the bumps on that wave. Taking the first wave of the set there, Meg, so a lot of chop on that face.
Yeah, like this wave right here, this is the second wave of the set, and you see how clean it was? So it's going to be really, the surfers are really going to have to start really looking down the face and almost like it, especially here with the similar tide every day, it's almost like they can time when the good wave is going to come. Like Caitlin Mickelson was saying, she knows the tide, she knows when it's going to be, the sets are going to come in, if it's going to be worth it sitting outside, or if it's going to be, if I got to come inside. So, yeah.
We're going to throw it down to Bella, and she's down there with Daisy. Talk us through that last heat win.
All right, welcome Daisy. Amazing surfing. That nose ride was next level. In the pocket, critical, but with so much style, and the judges love that. Last minute clinch bumped you into first place. How did it feel for you out there?
It's feel now really hard to get the rhythm, but then it's really hard also to catch, like select the best one. So I just ride that wave, whatever it gives me, I just gonna ride it on. So I was so lucky with that clean last wave. And we got a solid like sets coming to us with the white jersey. And like I need to throw my board, and now my leash is like 12 foot. So it's so hard there. It's bumpy, but I'm so lucky because we had an opportunity to surf with the high tide and when we had a practice with the team.
With the patience that really paid out for you, and now getting the score, moving on to the next heat, where is your mind with surfing in that next heat?
I need to be focused and just believe in myself, and I know many people supporting us back home, and especially my family, my team here, give confidence to me and boost my energy also.
Is there anything you'd like to say to your family and friends back home?
Maraming salamat sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa Pilipinas. Maraming salamat sa pagpupuyat. Maraming salamat din sa Philippine Sports Commission, sa UPSA, at sa lahat ng sumusuporta. Maraming salamat.
Great surfing. Best of luck in the next round. I hope you get some good waves. Back up to you in the booth.
Live action in the water, up and riding. That is a competitor from Argentina, Agostina Pellizzari. Seen her out in the free surfs, taking off on some bombs. She's found herself another set wave here. Stretches out for that 5. dealing with those bumps going down this wave. Does well to hold on. She carves back. Out in the shoulder a little bit. That whitewater chasing her behind. Bring it through. And this wave just going to die out on the end there. You can see that backwash. Having to deal with that. And we're going to turn our attention to Kate. This is our first glimpse of Kate Brandy representing Brazil. Going to get up to the nose of this section. Is she's going to bite it? No, it's just going to disappear.
Yeah, it had that it had a bigger wave in front of it, creating that double up on the inside. Just so happened she was on the outside wave and got stuck right in the middle, and we're gonna see kind of a lot of that today. And what Daisy, touching back on what Daisy said, you know, sometimes you gotta just go on the waves that are given to you and try and make the best of it and complete it. And I heard her also saying that, you know, having those important sessions with your teammates on the high tide, low tide, really studying it together, you can fully back each other up and help each other find the landmark, figure it out together as a team. As we see Natsumi here for Team Japan, getting ready in that red jersey. Joining her will be Gabby Paul from New Zealand and Anne Albers from the Netherlands.
Natsumi Teoka. She got third here last year, bronze medal. She's also come very close to winning the event. She also got a copper medal in 2018, so no stranger to the ISA World Longboard Championship. She's going to be one to look out for as this event moves through.
Yeah, and she charges. She's not afraid at all, you know, and she's been competing for a very long time. I mean, I remember competing against her back in China when we had ASP still. And so it's cool to see her still living out that dream and having the backing of all her family and friends and in Japan. So it's really cool.
9 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Really small scores dropping through. However, we did have a 4.83 for Agustina Pellizzari from Argentina, putting her up into first place. The other surfers sitting with around a 1 point ride. So they're going to look to improve upon that as we see some lines approaching from the horizon. Team Brazil cheering on Kate out in the water. Luana on screen. Looking forward to seeing her coming up in her heat.
Yeah, she can really put a heat together, that girl. New into the professional surfing kind of highlight. She's been getting her way onto the WSL as well, and being a real standout.
So 8 minutes, 20 seconds. Still looking for a ride of substance from Carolyn Day of Canada. Currently sitting in that second priority. First priority sits with Cara Stubbs of South Africa. She's sitting furthest out on the peak. She's going to have choice at whichever wave comes through next that she wants to catch. Kate Brandy in that third priority. Agustina after that 4.83 in fourth. So she's going to hunt around on the inside. You can see her sitting in from the other competitors. She might even take a look at some of the smaller waves that come through just to back up that score. I think that's a smart strategy move.
Yeah, I think so too. She only has fourth priority. She has last priority and last pick of the waves that are coming in. But she has the highest wave score of the heat. So having that 4.83, she feels good. She just wants to get that backup score. She knows she can do it. Here she is on the inside, paddling for this inside wave.
Is she going to be able to get on? It looks like she's up and riding on this smaller wave. You can see it hasn't broken yet, so not offering too much power to get her up and over that one.
Yeah, if she was just a little bit more deep, it probably would have set up really nice for her, being that she could have ridden it into the pocket rather than be in front of it. But again, she's in fourth priority, so no loss there. She's going to paddle back out, find another inside wave, and try and get that backup score.
Looks like some waves approaching the lineup. Kate Brandy searching around. She's going to have that third priority. She's going to take off on this one to try and get a score. She's going to surf that wave a bit to the left, fading. She had to get down on her belly again to try and get ahead of that section. Does well, up to the nose there. Critical section still really far forward on the board to keep that board moving through the foam. She's going to continue through with this wave, seeing if it's going to offer up anything on the inside. She's got a quick nose right in at the back. She gets out in front of it again, does very well to get through that section and kicks out. You can see the tide up on the rocks there. We're well past an hour past high tide as we see Cara Stubbs from South Africa carving that board back around. Does very well to control it through the bumps. And she's making her way in toward this midsection of the wave. Things might stand up for her on the inside.
Yeah, even seeing this wave, seeing all the surfers start to, the first 1 or 2 waves, beautiful hang 5 onto the inside, just kicking out before that pupusa section. Great backup score for her. But I'm realizing that a lot of the surfers are, the first or 2 waves, they're kind of rushing, and then the 3rd and 4th, you can actually physically see them start to breathe and relax their body, as we see Carolyn Day from Canada just getting this wave here.
Putting herself in that critical section. You can see her stalling to get back to the pocket of the wave. Wave's going to push her forward. Just falls off the back of that one. You can see the pocket of that wave to the left. You said there's that high line. Going to surf that low section on the wave there. So very tricky to stay on top and in the pocket of these waves.
Yeah, 5 minutes left. I feel like she is going to want to get a little bit more deep. I mean, she did say that it does feel like, you know, surfing does feel like a horse cantering. So if she gets into that pocket a little bit more, it'll set her up better for some nose rides, some open face to do some carves. But yeah, still some time left. She's got some time to paddle out. So let's see what she does.
3.33 drops for Cara Stubbs, puts her up into 2nd place. Kate Brandy now in 3rd position with a 2.33 for her last ride. She's only looking for a 2.18 to move into that advancing position. Carolyn Day, she locks in a 2-point ride for her previous ride, just looking for a 2.51 to move up into 2nd place. Small scores needed. You can see those scores on your screen. That's to get up into 1st place for the win. Taka Inoue currently on screen, representing Japan, cooling himself down with a bit of an ice pack. Back of the neck. Very smart thing to do here.
Yeah, you're going to have to stay cool, find some shade. The sun is out today. Yesterday we had a little bit more of an overcast day. Today the sun's out, so they want to find some shade, keep themselves cool. They have 5 more days of competition, so yeah, trying to find those little pockets of shade is going to be very important for these surfers.
So this wave rolling through. Hopefully it's going to clean up that inside section for another one to come through. Looks like it's just that single wave set. Kate Brandy swinging on the inside. Can I get onto this one? She's up and riding. Just needs that small score. 2.18 is all she needs. 3 minutes left. Unfortunately goes down. You can see she was trying to get ahead of those bumps. Unfortunately just knocks her off the board.
Yeah. Staying on that inside sometimes, you know, if you're catching those waves kind of wide, you see on the left of your screen how many waves there are on the actual wave itself. So being a little bit more deep, yes, you're going to be a little bit closer to the whitewash, but that is where the power source is, and that's where judges want to see you get the potential score, right? Is in that power section, in the critical section, and I think they're just sitting a little too wide.
Agostina there. Wonder if that's going to influence the priority situation. It does. Cara Stubbs now up into 1st priority. Little mistake there. Agostina, although she's in the lead, and the surfers only need a small score. Here we go. We see Cara up and riding. Just needing a 2.01 to get up into the lead. Really steps on that tail. Quite stalls it for that whitewater to catch up to her. She's going to take this one through. Looks very tricky out there, Megs.
Yeah, all she really needed to do was start leaning on that front foot. She was a little back foot heavy, and that's what created that really turbulent ride for her. Had she just put a little bit more pressure on her front foot, I think she could have really done some work on that wave.
Beautiful nose ride there. Unfortunately, falling off the back of that one for Agostina. I thought she was going to be able to ride through that one. It would have been a great score for her. She's been doing that in the free surfs, getting up to the nose really quick, holding a 5 across the wave. I thought she might have turned to catch the whitewater on that one, but just opting to jump off underneath. Some sets rolling in here for the competitors. 1 minute 30 on the clock. We'll see if anyone is going to take their chances. Kate Brandy is still looking for that small score. She had a .87 on the last one. Can she get the 2.18 she needs? Up on the nose. That's definitely going to help her. Cutting back. I think she might even be there at the moment with that score. Up on the nose again. Fantastic there from Kate. You can hear Team Brazil in the background cheering her on. Again, up on the nose with that backwash, does so well. That's the best wave we've seen from Kate so far.
Wow, she really turned on. She really, like, I'm telling you, it's that team spirit. She can feel it out there. They just started screaming, and the way she had so much confidence walking up to that nose, she looked like a totally different person. That was incredible to watch. I think that's going to be a really good score for her.
10th times for Cara Stubbs out there in the water. She was currently sitting in that second place. After that last one, Kate is going to move up. So can Cara, sitting with first priority out in the water, find a wave with 30 seconds left? She tries for that one. Couple of smaller waves coming in. She needs to make her way to the inside to be able to get into that advancing position. We see Agostina up and riding on the inside. Hanging 5, a little bit on the shoulder there. That wave disappears. 15 seconds left on the clock. We saw a couple of bumps. Is it going to be enough time?
I think this whole heat is about to change. With Kate's last wave, you can see the judges still deliberating on that score. I think that was a very well-ridden wave.
We'll have to see if her hands left the rail in time for this wave to be counted. Carolyn Day from Canada riding this one through. Probably be one of her better rides. Just navigating that inside section. But we are waiting for that last score of Kate. It's definitely going to improve her situation. A couple of nice critical nose rides. She's going to move up in the leaderboard. Didn't see Cara get another wave toward the end there, which means she's going to fall down in the rankings. Going to take a replay of Kate's last wave.
And this was a smart wave. I love how much this wave was so small in the beginning and then this double up hit. And she just found the right rhythm on this wave. Nice cut back turn, looking for that open face, getting that nose ride high up on that wave, working her way onto the inside. Another nice hang 5. And you can see she was really trying to figure out that backwash, and she hunkered it down and walked back and completed that wave.
Oh, such control as well.
Yeah, 3 nose rides on one wave. Impressive. In the last 3 minutes, I'm telling you, it's that Brazilian team spirit. Once you hear that, you see that flag wave and people are screaming, you know they're behind you and you know you're going to do good by them.
That's exactly right. Still waiting for last scores to come in from Carolyn Day and also Kate Brandy. Situation will change. This is non-elimination round 1, so surfers in 3rd and 4th. We'll move into the repechage rounds coming up later in the competition. You can see surfers exiting the water behind the rock there, El Sunzal, or down the beach further where Kate is exiting the water. Bit safer option right in front of the tower where we are. It gets pretty gnarly with the rocks.
Kate coming up on the beach.
Big calls in the booth here, thinking Kate is going to move into first place, and she does. A 4.63 moves her up into first. Agostina Pellizzari from Argentina advancing in that second position. We'll see Cara and Callan coming up in the repechage rounds. We're going to go to a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. Sam Bleakley and Belle Kimball are going to be joining you in the booth to call the action for the next heat of the women's.
Nos vestimos para una vida llena de todas esas cosas que la hacen realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen, hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy. Suprema. Esta es la otra vida.
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us as we continue day number 2 live from El Sunzal for the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. We're kicking off heat number 9, round 1 of the women's. We have Natsumi Tayoka for Japan, Gabby Paul for Team New Zealand, and Anna Albers for Team Netherlands. I'm Sam Bleakley, back in the booth rotation with Berlin, Alvarez, Kimball. Berlin, you've had some good energy out there. Got to do some post-heat interviews. Got to do a post-heat with the tallest competitor in the field.
Yes.
Daisy Valdez.
Yes. It was awesome. She is just a little pocket rocket. I had so much fun talking with her as we see Natsumi up on a beautiful wave.
Great start for Natsumi. In and out of 2 critical nose rides and then walking back to the middle of the board. Readjustment of her feet. Keeping out on the face for that section. She would have seen a lot of the competitors getting bounced off. I think an important thing to remember is just really holding on to that bouncy first section, getting out on the open face for the middle of the ride to really then start to do the damage with the footwork and the nose rise. And there she really starts to get the tempo, unleashing on rail, moving inside to the bowl section, and then a really nice clean 6-step into a 5, gets a super critical nose ride as she walks back out and just presses the eject button, recognizing there that no need to go all the way back to the tail because of the shore break. She's just stepping off on the side at the right moment. And what a really strong start for Natsumi Berlin. Smooth, quick, lively, huge amount of variety. Natsumi never fails to let us down. The 30-year-old still at the very top of her game. Very small, just 152 centimeters tall, but she surfs with a lot of composure and strength.
Natsumi has so much style.
Yeah.
She is an amazing competitor. She's so technical, so much style. As we see, speaking of style, surfer in blue up and riding. I hear Gabby Paul from New Zealand.
Yeah, nice nose ride for Gabby. You've just been off the back of working at the single fin mingle in New Zealand. In fact, Natsumi won that event in 2023. Did Gabby get to compete at that event this year?
I don't remember if Gabby competed in that event, but we see Natsumi up here again. Did compete in that event, a finalist. And great surfing here from Natsumi. As we were saying, she's an amazing competitor. Look at this style. She reads the waves so well, and she does it really light-footed, effortlessly. She doesn't look like she's forcing anything, and all of her footwork is really strategic.
Yeah.
And she's super strong. She's little, but she's powerful and very graceful. And as you see that 5 right there.
And she really did a lot of damage through the middle and the inside, didn't she? Just hanging on and not over-rushing things at the start really opened up the opportunity for bigger scores.
Again, back up, nice 5, holding that 5. See that foot just really wrapped over. Judges, we all love to see that. That's just locking it in and showing commitment. Again, nice reading of this wave. You know, just weaving, trying to get back close to that whitewater section, and she sees this thing kind of speed up. Goes in for another 5 again. And this is Natsumi just really flowing around. Lovely turn there. Engaging this fin. And just rolling through this inside. Back up to a 5. Really looking forward. It's going to be a great score.
Yeah, and it is. It's an 817. Excellent range. So we use the phrase excellent range when the score goes 8+. Tell us about why this went so high on the scale, Berlin.
Her commitment to the nose rides and the really peak. It's and in the pocket. It is when you're nose riding. Most people would want to step back from the tail, step back to the tail. That's when you really want to go the nose. It's the critical. It looks like it's going to suck out on you. It's got so much. It looks dangerous, and it's commitment.
How is that turn?
She's swooping cutbacks.
Swooping. Nice
Absolute
phrase.
Swooping cutbacks. Just really knowing how to surf. She surfs her boards and knows her equipment so well. Unfortunately, just coming unstuck there. But again, that was a replay of her 8.17. That is the highest score to be dropped of a female so far.
Great surfing. That turn through the middle, you can just see the spread there from the high 8.5s to the low 7.5s. The highest and lowest eliminated, the average of 8.17. But somebody who really had the buzzer beater from Brazil, Kate Brandy, got the score she needed on the last exchange, took the win, and she's down there on the glass with Megan Godinez.
Thanks so much, Sam. Kate, Walk me through what just happened. You were in third place, and in that last minute and a half, you caught that wave. I feel like that Brazilian spirit came out, and you held it together, and you completed that wave. Tell me how you felt.
Oh, I felt really nervous, I guess. Oh, the waves are so bumpy, and the set that is coming is not. It's awful. The best waves are in the inside, so I guess I made a 2 point something, and then the team said, go deep to catch the wave inside, and I did that, and was the wave that I turned the hit around, and that was it. I guess the team is amazing. They helped me a lot.
Yeah, I can really feel the team spirit all the way up in the booth. Tell me how that feels, hearing them scream out there. Does that give you that boost of confidence to find that last wave for you?
Oh, of course. Brazilian people are very warm heart people, maybe hot people. But I don't know. I guess the team was amazing since I got here. They were supportive and loving and caring, and they gave me all the confidence that I needed. So I guess that's it. It's an amazing team.
Beautiful surfing from you, and I can't wait to see you in the next round. Did you want to say anything back home?
Quero. Obrigada, gente. Obrigada pela torcida. O mar tá hiper difícil. Eu espero que minha família, meus amigos e todo mundo do Brasil que esteja vendo, esteja torcendo pela gente. Ainda tem mais dois. Tem a Luana e tem... Não, tem a Luana agora que falta. Eu, o Spire e o GG passamos. Vamos pro próximo round. Continuem torcendo. E vamos pra próxima.
Congratulations. Beleza. Back up to you guys, back up in the booth.
Great stuff. I mean, to get that in that last exchange, that really says a lot about her resilience, trusting that the team were guiding her into a good position. As we can see, Gabby Paul answering back. She's got a 1.17, really nice second nose ride there from Gabby. Walks cleanly out of that nose ride, and then beautiful open turn there, and just opens out her arms to keep in control as things get really fast and lively through this bowl section. And there's that big opportunity for some rail work from Gabby Paul, but she just hits a bounce. So the regular footer is going to come down, and she will drop a score. I think it's going to be way higher than her opening 1.7, but we get the opportunity to appreciate the road. Great, exciting development plans happening. The new highway that's going to be built between San Salvador and Surf City is going to make it much quicker to get up and down the coast. As we can see, Anna Albers up and riding smooth, and she compresses low and cross steps forward in a nice roll of the 5 on the nose, locks in a solid nose ride. And big shout out to Ninka Downmeyer, who will be tuning in. Ninka does a lot of coaching with Anna, and big shout out to Alyssa, her friend, also from the Netherlands, who's been out there surfing with Anna. And Anna has really been surfing with a lot of charisma and grace all week, so she's going to be pleased with that wave. Some good footwork, some good controlled poise. Gabby, if she had not fallen on that midsection, I think she really would have been heading towards a very big score.
I agree on that. Gabby is surfing really well, nice and clean. Just not forcing it, just really surfing that board so well on that wave. As we see
Tilda
Denmark
coming up. Rasmussen. Tilda, unfortunately, one of those surfers who broke one of her boards earlier in the week, so still got good backup boards, but she has been surfing really well. Again, one of those people who the improvement levels have been through the roof. In the last 3 years, the progress I've seen from Tilda year by year has been exceptional.
The opportunities for people now with feedback and coaching, and there's so many exceptional surfers right now that are offering those services as well. You're seeing people just jump and leap and bounds with the talent now, and they have so much available to them compared to what we had when we were competing.
Yeah, we had to get the old VHS out and study the Masters.
Yeah, and keep just surfing. That's it. We'd be lucky if someone would give us a little bit of feedback.
Yeah, absolutely. But talking of feedback, I mean, let's reflect on that excellent 817 Natsumi. What a strong start. She'll want to get to this grand final. She's been a former medalist before here at the ISA World Longboard Championship. I mean, she's been a prolific competitor globally for well over a decade now.
Yeah, she like I said, she's an excellent competitor, and she's very gracious. She's gracious when she doesn't make a heat.
Yep.
She'll be the first one to walk up to you and shake your hand and give you a hug.
Yep.
She really acknowledges the people that have supported her, and she is a gracious winner as well. She's not one of those people that kind of, boasts around about how amazing
Sure.
she is. She's always uplifting everyone else, and she's a great ambassador for women in the water. And coming from Japan as well, she just really has put a great spotlight on women's Japanese surfing.
And she's got two medal colours. She's got copper and bronze, respectively, in 2018 and 2024 for Team Japan as an individual surfer at the World Longboard Championship. And she's up now looking to replace that 0.50 and add to her 817. Nice, clean, crisp nose ride. A lot of tight footwork up to that opening nose ride. Clean out of that nose ride. And now just navigating this section, she won't want to over-rush things. She knows that the scoring potential will continue. And there's a beautiful cutback, putting that board on rail. And things getting a little bit difficult as that wave starts to die. But she's going to replace that 0.5 and add to that 817, as we can see. Gabby Poole dropping a very strong 3.9, but it's Anna Albus who just gets the edge with a 4.0.
Yeah, Anna, great. That wave was actually a really lovely wave for Anna. Just like you said, taking a little bit. Natsumi, look at how much she smiles. You don't ever see her sad. And as we see competitors getting ready for the next heat, Daniela Palma from Ecuador.
Fantastic to see Daniela here. Big heat coming up. Carla Sanchez, of course. We got Inish Martins, and we got Tilda Rasmussen. That is an exciting heat. It would be hard to pick a favourite, but my money may well be on Tilda. Tilda's been a real standout for me in some of the free surfs in the last week.
I'm excited to see. I haven't seen some of these girls surf before. So I'm looking forward to calling this heat with you.
And isn't that refreshing when you see new talent coming through that you've not got the opportunity to see, you maybe have not heard of these women, and then it just excites you to know how much good talent there is and how much improvement we're seeing. And I mean, I can say from now being in our third back-to-back ISA World Longboard Championship here at El Sunzal, even the competitors who've come back for a third time, their levels of improvement have been spectacular, becoming more familiar with this wave, knowing the equipment. But I will also say that of the three events, I think today's conditions are some of the hardest, most challenging we've had. It's particularly bumpy. There's been that side wind through the day. So a big part of today has been composure, has been not getting bounced off on takeoff and making sure you have that control to get through to that middle section where things start to open out for you.
With that wind, we'll have a quick look at this. Everyone was pre-warned about this wind coming for today.
Yep.
So everyone knew this is coming. Be prepared, and that's what you do as an athlete. You really, look at the conditions, check out what's coming. And I started seeing a couple bigger sets come through.
Yeah, there's a couple of wash-throughs.
There's a couple sets coming through, and I'm really interested to see what's going to happen as the day keeps progressing, if we're going to wake up to some serious white horses out there. And if you don't know what we mean by white horses, it's just a bunch of white water lines coming at you.
Well, a 5.33 for Natsumi's backup score. So she's got that heat combination of 13.50, which is very strong. As most of the heat she would have got through or won so far in the women's. But Elise Lewan, she was didn't have a high scoring heat, but you knew there was more to come. Maria Fernanda Reyes looked good, but Eduard Del Pero, he was the one who kind of really excelled on both of his waves today.
Yeah, his board just really worked well for him in his heat for the conditions that, it really changed quite quickly, and he was just really able to surf it eloquently, great nose rides, and put it all together.
I think on the women's side today, for me, not necessarily the whole ride, but a standout moment, something that really is a kind of ingrained in my memory, is Caitlin Mickelson's turn. Really beautiful, walking into the turn, swept it on rail and lifted out the body, opened the arms, and it was a glassy section. That was really exciting, and it's great to see Caitlin, the way she puts the board on rail. But like you say, great with the nose riding and footwork as well. She's a really good all-rounder.
She is a great all-rounder.
It's a hard word to say later in the afternoon.
And she can ride the logs and the lighter boards equal. But the thing about Caitlin is she has really good flow.
Yeah. And that's an important thing today in the bumps as well, is maintaining that flow and composure, making the difficult look easy. As we can see, 3 minutes 30 seconds remaining. It's not been a high number of scoring waves in this heat, but this is an important opportunity for Anna Albers. She's up and riding. She's got a 4. She's chasing a low score to move into second. She cross steps forward and gets a lock of a really nice nose ride, but opted to go for the trim line and came out onto the shoulder, and she's still going on this wave, but it's going to be really difficult to drop back into it. So yes, she did get the nose ride. She may well get the 1:00 that she needs to move up into second, but if she had just been able to redirect quicker after that nose ride, she may well have got down into that wave and continued the ride.
Excellent call on that. Yeah, that section, again, just timing, timing it a little bit quicker. But that nose ride was beautiful.
Yeah, and in her head, she felt like, I need to get something critical. I need to go to the nose. And the judge is rewarding it with a 1:53, and it pushes her up into second. So now Gabby Poole for New Zealand. She's also in a situation where she's chasing a low score. We've got 2 minutes, 25 seconds remaining. She's in first priority. I mean, that is a really difficult one when you need a very low score, but it looks as if she's going to have the opportunity. Gabby Poole up and riding, chasing a 1.64, drops down into the middle of the wave there, cuts back, staying in the pocket. Really nice style, opening out the arms. 2 cross steps forward, 2 cross steps back, unable to find a steep section for a nose ride, but staying with this wave. The scoring potential here through the inside, puts that board on rail and takes a fall. So yes, some footwork, yes, some rail work, but no critical nose ride as Natsumi takes off on a glacier section. It's going to be speedy. That white water is going to be challenging to navigate, but she chooses a really neat line into a beautiful rail turn. And Berlin, what was nice about that is she recognized she didn't need to rebound off the foam. She just arced out of that turn just in time before hitting the foam.
Yeah, she read that well. She did exactly what she needed to do to continue into this inside section, and I think that was the difference between her first wave, obviously, and some a little bit no more critical surfing, but the length of this ride on this allowed her to do a lot more. So
yeah,
I'm interested to see if it's going to be better than her 5.33.
Oh wow, we just got a little bit of flying diamonds, a bit of sparkle factor there. It's nice to see because we had overcast weather yesterday. Great to see the sun out this afternoon, but are we going to have a little bit of luck and see some afternoon glass off?
It just jumps right up underneath her, just underneath her 5.33. It was a 4.57, as we see our surfer in blue on a lovely wave here. I'll let you call that.
And she did get the score she needed on her last ride. So Gabby with a 2:07, and now Anna Albers chasing a 1:97. 40 seconds remaining. Low in the cutback, just stays controlled. Nice down carve, good rail work off the bottom, and then just staying in the pocket here. And you can see she's excited about the opportunity, the smile on her face. She's looking focused. Can she get the stall for the nose ride? I feel as if she really needs to get some variety here to go for that score in the 2 range that she needs. The rail work has been good, the control has been good, but can she just finish things off with a touch of the 5? 2 steps forward, cross-stepping, back to the tail, goes low, and there it is, a touch of the 5, and she completes the nose ride and walks out of that nose ride and then back to the tail, and she can feel the emotion welling up in the dying second, and she's only chasing a 1:97. I think she's done it. But we have to remember that Gabby Poole also got a ride, so she could better her backup score of a 2.07. Doesn't do that. Gabby's wave comes in a 0.83, so Anna still chasing an attainable score, 1.97. My instinct says that that's at least a 3, so I think she's going to get it. What do you think, Billin?
I'm really interested to see what they're going to give her on this. She surfed it well.
Well, she was careful. She was poised. She got the nose ride on the inside. She did good rail work through the outside. But I think what was absolutely crucial for that, what really made the score happen and what may well make the difference is just that clean nose ride through that very last section.
She went to work.
Exciting.
Let's see if payday comes through for her.
Wow. Well, she's feeling good about it. I mean, I think
She is
she's
feeling good.
Yeah, you can sense that the smile on her face is there because she knows she gave herself a chance. And as it stands, Natsumi, super convincing with the win. Excellent 8.17 to kick things off. Backed up with a 5.33. That 4.57 didn't need to go into her top two. And she gets a 3.6. And let's look at the smile on her face.
She's pumped right now. Look at her. and like you said, second and third do not move straight into the next.
Great stuff. Congratulations, Anna Albers. You take second. Natsumi takes the win. We'll be here real soon for the next heat. Stay with us. We've got Carla Sanchez from Peru. Welcome back to the action. As you can just see, Tilda Rasmussen representing Klitmuller, the cold water Hawaii on the Baltic Sea, North Sea coast of Denmark. She is surfing against Daniela Palmer from Ecuador, Inish Martins from Portugal, and Carla Sanchez from Peru. Inish, a stalwart representative for Team Portugal, a real pioneer of women's longboarding in Portugal, based down in the south in Faro. Comes from a background of trampolining and then moved into surfing. She works as a medical doctor and a multiple Portuguese university champion. Tilda, for me, I'm putting my money on her in this heat. I think she's a favourite, but Carla and Daniela have been free surfing very well. Is Tilda going to get a look at this one? Not quite. Carla Sanchez from Peru, Inish Martins from Portugal, Daniela Palmer from Ecuador, Tilda Rasmussen from Denmark. Question for you, Berlin. Have you ever been to the wonderful nation of Ecuador?
I have not been to Ecuador.
I went there with Bo Young and Chris Griffiths, and wow, Montanita, San Mateo, some of the left-hand points there are just absolutely fantastic. And Lucy Small has just made a new film about surfing in Ecuador, so keep your eyes on that. Something great to watch.
Yeah, I really would love to go to Ecuador. Pacha is from there.
Yep.
And I've said to her, I want to come and visit.
And when you see Rachel Tilley, of course,
Rachel.
silver from last year. Now, going into this, she's reigning WSL World Longboard Champion, won her second WSL World Longboard title. But coming off the back of last year's silver here, how do you think she's going to be focused?
I think she's feeling probably very confident.
Yep.
Very confident. She knows this spot. She knows her equipment. She really, and if I'm wondering, she's not on the same board she was surfing last year here.
I think she's got a freshie. She's got, of course, Martin Shapes. Of course, Josh, the son of the great Terry Martin, and she gets those Hoffman fabric inlays. People who know my commentary, I've described this before, but she one time told me when you go to choose a Hoffman fabric and they're all rolled up, it's like Harry Potter going to choose a magic wand. It's a wonderful experience as we get to see our surfer in red, Carla Sanchez, on a big overhead wall, Berlin.
This is Carla's 3.17. Again, like you said, well overhead, going up for a short 5 and then adjusted to get the foot up on the nose. Again, just in the middle. Unfortunately, just not able to get back into the face of that. So that was just a 3.17 for our surfer from Peru. That's another place I really want to go.
Landed left-hander. She looked very strong there, but of course also a lot of good right-handers in Peru as well. And we heard from Piccolo Clemente talking about some of the right-handers that he's familiar with that are similar to this. But of course he's a Juan Chaco, which is a really great left-hander. But with that, let's go to somebody who just put an excellent range 817 on the scoreboard, representing Japan. Natsumi Teoka took the winners with Megan Godinez.
Thanks so much, Sam. Natsumi, talk me through that 8.17 beautifully ridden wave. How did you feel on that?
I feel so good. The wave was a bit bumpy, but I found good waves and then got 8.1 for the first wave. It's so good.
Yeah, good start to your campaign. First heat for you. How did you get to training for this contest? I know this is not the first time you've been here, but you know it's a lot warmer than Japan. How did you train for this?
Yeah, it's four times come to El Salvador, and in Japan the wave is always small, but I went to New Zealand and Indonesia, practice for big waves, and I'm so comfortable to surf these waves.
Yeah, I remember surfing with you, and you had no fear at all. So what's your next thing that you're going to go into for your next heat? What's your next tactics?
The last day, I couldn't get good second score, so I'm going to focus on get two good waves and get some good scores.
Well, congratulations. Amazing surfing. Did you want to say anything back home?
はい、日本で応援してくださってる皆さん、朝早くから応援ありがとうございます。ラウンド1は1位通過することができました。次のヒートも頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。Thank you.
Great surfing, and we'll see you in round 2. Back up to the booth with you guys.
Oh, thanks so much. She's got a copper, she's got a bronze. Can she go better? Can she go silver? Can she go gold? We know she's got the talent.
She has the talent, and you know her personality she's just a great face for women surfing. She just brings the best out of you. I just can't stop smiling watching her interview.
And we can't stop smiling narrating these drone clips. They're so filmic, absolutely stunning. Great sights here as we get to see the Casa del Mar rock and the pelicans overhead, and a beautiful crossfade into the lineup. And sitting there, we've got Tilda Rasmussen in white on the right-hand side, the surfer in the middle in blue, that's Inish Martins, and the surfer in left in red, that's our surfer Carla Sanchez from Peru, as we get to see Team Japan watching on with Team Thailand.
Oh, look at this. Everyone excited, checking each other's stuff out.
So this is great to see Team Thailand. The first time they are represented here at the ISA World Longboard Championship. Of course, you got Hiroka Yoshikawa there, one of the stalwarts for Team Japan and Thailand. I mean, you know, it really is a fantastic surf destination. We don't associate Thailand with surfing, but across the Andaman Seaside and the Northern Gulf, there are two surf regions. The Andaman Seaside has the southwest monsoon between May and October, and up in the Northern Gulf around Rayong and Hue Hin, you can surf from October to December. So Phuket is a common area that a lot of these surfers are based, plus Khao Lak and Koh Lanka and Koh Fayoum are the other areas where a lot of the Thai surfers are based, and really good movement of longboarding happening at the moment here, Belin.
I had an opportunity to do some commentary with Henry.
Did you?
Yeah, and he is so lovely, a great surfer. He's under the coaching skills of the Waxhead, and very well spoken and super stylish.
Yeah.
Rides a log so well. So it's really nice to see him here representing Thailand.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they've got one of their surfers who's going to be coming up in the next heat, surfing against Rachel Tilley. We're going to have Sua Prapa. She's going to be surfing with Samantha Wilson and Lara Sastre from Spain, as we get to see more iconic drone action. Have you ever seen a Luc Besson film?
No.
So he's a great French director. The Big Blue is a famous Luc Besson film, but whenever I see these drone clips, I think of Luc Besson. So watch The Big Blue if you haven't, and appreciate the fact that this is a real celebration of the gathering of the Big Blues, because 143 athletes, 44 national teams, new nations, Norway, Poland, Tahiti, of course, reigning Team World Champions, Team Hawaii here to defend their title. But watch out, because Team France looking pretty strong. Whoa, man, that's a are you much of a gambler, Berlin? Would you put any Bitcoin on? Have you got a cryptocurrency account?
No.
I haven't. You can use.
I don't even have a credit card.
You don't even have a credit
No,
card.
I got
Unfortunately,
cash.
I do, and I don't recommend it because you end up spending money you don't have on it. So I think that's wise.
No.
That's the Mexican in you. the
Never
wise
had a credit
Mexican.
card my whole entire life. If I couldn't pay for it or buy it, I didn't do it.
Well, what I'm asking is, have you got any favorites for the Team Gold?
You know, I cannot say anything. I think for me, it's still a little bit too early, because tomorrow is going to be a whole nother story.
Yeah.
So that's my gambling. I'm going to wait.
Yeah, I agree. Let's leave it a little bit as well. I mean, Hawaii looks strong. I mean, I'm feeling positive about France as well. But there's a lot of really strong teams. USA looking very good. So it's all up for play.
It'll be interesting to see what team will be able to pull the stops out if it does get as big as they're saying.
Yeah, well, I think
that will
there's
be a
gonna
playing field.
Two things: getting through the big swell, but then recognizing that we are forecast for the swell to drop back down a bit for the last couple of days. So it may well be that the person winning gold is not winning on a big day, but that person will have to progress through rounds on the big days.
We already know the people that can surf those bigger waves.
Yep.
Can surf smaller waves.
Exactly.
And it's not easy.
Yep.
To surf big waves.
Yep.
You know, and it's not easy to surf little waves eloquently.
Yep.
Because, you know, obviously you need more power and so forth, but it takes a real skill set to be able to navigate when you have that much water moving around.
Absolutely. And we, reflecting on some of our recent winners, of course, last year here in Surf City, we had Kai Salas and Honolulu Bloomfield. The previous year, we had Antoine Del Pero, and we had Elise Lemoine. She won back-to-back golds because she won in 2019, which is the previous year we had it to 2023. And then going back to 2018, when we had the ISA World Longboard Championships in Hainan at Rio 1, the left-hander in China, it was Kai Salas that took the win for Team USA in that example, and then for Team Hawaii in that example, and then it was Tori Gilkison who took the win for Team USA and also took gold. Kevin Scavano was in that final with Kai Salas, and Team USA took gold there, and Tori Gilkison took that win. And that was a really interesting exchange because it was really small waves, and it really favored footwork and nose riding, and a lot of people opted to ride bigger boards because they were the only boards that would work. The finals were in just waist high left-handers, and that was the first time I really saw the huge potential of Kevin Scavana. Yes, Kai Salas took the win, but Kevin was incredible with momentum in that event. But it was really beautiful to see someone like Kai win in such a variety of conditions, and that's why he's such an accomplished world champion and double gold medalist, because he won last year in big, silky, fast Sunzal, and he won in 2018 in small left-handers in China at Rio 1.
He is the Hawaiian Superman.
Yep.
Really, like him and there's a couple of them that could surf big waves, and Salponga could surf little waves.
Absolutely.
So amazing.
And what about
well.
on the women's side? Who do you think are some of the more versatile champions on the women's who've proven that they're able to beat the best on small days and big days with equal panache?
Kalia.
There we go.
I mean, we've seen her surf really big in China.
Yeah.
And seen her surf really small. And obviously, we all know about her wave at Chopu.
Yep.
That was amazing. As well, Kelis.
Yep.
I've seen her in a little bit bigger waves, and she's got such great style. But if you want to take it back a couple, a little bit, you got Desiree De Soto.
Yes.
Queen of Makaha.
Yep.
I mean, besides Relsan. But Desiree, she could handle big waves as well as surf really small waves.
And talking of variety here, what we've seen now is this one of the heats that's been plagued with a little bit of a lull. So not many waves ridden, and that 2.0 for Tilda Rasmussen at the start could be significant because we're moving down into the last 6 minutes, and no waves ridden for Inish or Daniela, but it looks like Daniela's lining up for this. It's going to be a difficult one to catch. You can just see that wave not steepening up. So she won't get this. 5 minutes remaining. Carla Sanchez's 3:17 is the most significant score. So this is going to be one of those heats where you're going to anticipate a backup wave is going to be pretty low.
Yeah, Daniela right here, it looks like, maybe needing to come in just a little bit. This will be the third wave that she's paddled for, and she's, just not able to get into it, which is so frustrating because you're wasting so much energy paddling that hard to get into a wave. You really, when you're power paddling, your energy levels just go straight down.
At what stage would Inish need to, adapt her strategy, with just over 5 minutes remaining in order to get 2 waves? Is it about coming further inside or being patient and waiting for a set?
I think just getting a wave, really. I mean, it's a 2.76 for her. It will need a nice wall. She will need to do, some nice footwork, because we saw how big that wave was that Carla took off on. But it's not unattainable. I would come in a little bit. Look at what's her priority. She doesn't even have priority. She's 4th. So I would come in and leave those girls out there by themselves.
Well, Carla's looking pretty confident. She's got that 3:17. She knows it's the highest score of the heat. Top 2 will progress into that round 2, and surfers in 3rd and 4th moving towards the repechage. As you can just see, Daniela busy, active, unable to get that wave on the inside from Manta. Her favorite wave is San Mateo, a fantastic left point. She rides the Angel surfboards. She's a digital content creator. And will there be an opportunity for a set? Can you see body language out there, Berlin, that makes you think there's a set coming?
No, it's not that I think that there's a set coming. I'm just looking at positioning, because from the TV screen that I can see, I can't see the positioning. If Daniela moved over more towards the peak, she's just kind of like, there's a set coming right now, but there's been several little inside waves more towards the the point.
Yep.
But you do see this set, but again, there's been numerous little insiders right now that were totally scoreable.
Well, she's turning and going.
There she goes right now. Here we go. Now I can see her.
Yeah, she may well get an opportunity.
There we go.
Here. It's going to be difficult. It's got a lot of bounce in it. So she will get a score. It won't be significant. We're down into the last 3 minutes, 20 seconds. The next heat will be paddling out. It's a 7-minute paddle out, but it's very important for the coming heat to stay out of the way of the existing heat, and it's all to play for, completely open. Inish Martins hasn't even had a wave yet, Berlin.
Oh, that was, Inish. That's frustrating because I've been watching that wave, and that wave peeled all the way to the inside, unfortunately. That was a really good wave if she could have just gone into it.
Impressed with Carla's patience, though.
She's just waiting.
I think she's just thinking, well, there's not been any significant scores from the other women, so I'm just going to wait here with priority. But there will come a point where she'll make a move, and you can see that now. So you can see to the right of your screen, they are the competitors coming up for the next heat. They include Rachel Tilley, so it's going to be really great to see our silver medalist from 2024. They also include surfers from Spain, from Chile, and from Thailand. But right now, with not a clear set coming through, it's really a game of chess, a game of strategy. How deep, how much inside do you need to go to get a low score to make a difference?
I'd be following that whitewater line. That's what, if I was in there right now, you can clearly see there's a very obvious where the waves are breaking right now, and if you follow into that whitewater line, you might be able to swoop in on one of those insiders. That's what I would be doing.
Well, there is something here. It looks as if from the body language of Carla, she's quite confident about her positioning. You can see that Tilda's going deep there, turning, having a look. Our surfer in blue, Inish, is paddling out. Inish could be really well positioned for this wave. She's in second priority. She's turning. We've got now our surfer, Daniela, who's on the very inside. So this is not out back where that set is standing up. And Inish Martin's up and riding, chasing just a 2.93. So she got the wave she needed. Is she going to be able to get the score that she needs? It's only a low score because there haven't been significant scores from the other surfers. And that was a really nice backhand turn, and again linking through with control to that second turn, and then her feet very static on the board, but 3 nice snaking turns using the bottom using the top of the wave and then just moving forward. And can she connect through to the inside? Is there a chance for any footwork, any cross steps, a little touch of the nose maybe before the shore break as she comes off the bottom and stalls it once more? And wow, that is a really nice long ride for Inish. Was there enough? Was there enough footwork? Tilda answers back. She's got to replace a 0.93, and this looks nice ahead of her, but it's very steep, and she moves to the back of the board and gets bounced off with just 35 seconds to go.
Tilda waited outside, and that was the set that just came through. And like I said, unfortunately for Daniela, sitting inside for so long and not able to get to capitalize on some of those insiders, she did just get caught inside with all that set, and we did see white turn around on that. So let's see what's going to happen here.
And Carla Sanchez, that she could see that set coming, but she didn't get herself deep enough or far enough in to catch it. So it looks like she won't be able to back up her 3.17. This is one of the lowest scoring heats of the day, but very interesting because we're waiting for that last exchange between Inish and Tilda. We count it down. No more waves will be ridden, but we're waiting for a score for blue for Portugal and a score for white for Denmark. Tilda needs a 1.18 to move up into first. Inish needs a 2.93 to move up into second. Here's the replay of Inish.
Yeah, nice little late takeoff with some speed as well. And again, look, you can see how nice and low she tries to stay. So she does not lose this. She knows she needs to get a wave on the score. It's not going to be because of the nose riding that we saw earlier. I don't think it'll be it might be a little bit higher, but I don't know if it's going to get her that 2.93 that she needed. But again, she just rode this wave. Nice turns, just really staying on the tail, but just nice swooping and rail-to-rail surfing.
Yeah, I like the turns. It just to really go higher in the scores, it needed some footwork and a stall for a nose ride. But I do appreciate the linking turns that we have seen. And we have to set the scale relative to the low scores we've seen. I mean, a 3.17 for Carla's first wave. She did get a nose ride on that wave. I think this is going to change the situation, but it's what Tilda did out back, and let's look at that now.
Here we go, take off, a couple footsteps, just saw the little bit of the white water section coming towards. I thought she was maybe going to go in for a little bit of a floater and come back off of that, but again, this little thing, more steps, and just falling victim to the bounce.
Super unlucky for Tilda. That wave didn't really stand up for her. So all to play for. Tilda just chasing a low score to change her situation. Inish needs something significant, and she gets a 3.27 and moves from fourth up into first. So now Carla Sanchez is in second, and Tilda just needs a 1.18 to move up into second. I get the feeling she just about got that.
Yeah.
What do you think, Belén?
I don't know. I'm super happy for Inés. She did not have a wave and was able to really just work that rail to rail. And look how happy.
That's great.
Yeah,
great scenes.
Really happy. She just went from fourth to first.
So that's the Portuguese team manager, João, there. And you got Antonio and Francisco. And Tilda, she gets the score. 1.5 goes up into first. She'll be doing the post-heat interview. Inish Martins in second. Both of those surfers stay in the main round. Carla Sanchez and Daniela Palmer, they move down into the repechage. Low scoring, but definitely exciting.
But that was amazing.
We're still charging. We got Rachel Tilley coming up next. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back. It's heat number 11, round 1 of the women's. We have Samantha Wilson for Chile, Rachel Tilley, our silver medalist from 2024, representing Team USA, Lara Sastre representing Spain, Lara the Goofyfoot from Andalusia, studying biological sciences at college, and Suaprapa Kambut from Thailand, the regular footer from Chiang Kan, learned to surf with Liam Yar Surf Club and loves Batu Keras in Indonesia, states that as her favourite wave, but right now it's the Spaniard from Andalusia in the southern part of Spain, Lara the Goofy Footer, up and riding. She was out having a free surf yesterday afternoon when we finished the event, which was a very smart choice because she got to experience the current and the bumpy conditions that she's competing in now. Just 17 Sastre, holding tight for this section, cross steps forward, good control on that opening line, a little bit of bounce to deal with, using the stall, eyeing up the chance to get back up to the nose if she can. No significant nose rides, but good control, and considering that it's been so difficult in these bumpy conditions to hang on to the rides, making it all the way through to the inside is absolutely fundamental to get a decent score. And she does walk up to the front of the board and come out of that nose ride at the end, as we can see Rachel Tilley up and riding on her Martin Shapes. Beautiful swooping setup off the bottom into a high line, clean cross-stepping, and then swooping back onto a cutback after a nice opening nose ride, and again stalling, and then keeping that continuous momentum, rolling 5 toes over the nose. Always a pleasure to commentate on Rachel surfing. She has such a unique style. Often her legs are quite straight through some of her maneuvers. One of the few surfers to have such upright legs in some of the turns, but done with so much grace and power. Arms out now through the inside, really locks in a quick 10, walks out super nice, clean all the way. I feel like that could be borderline excellent range.
That was butter. That was beautiful. Just well put together. It looks similar to the board that she was riding last year, but it's not. I wonder if
it's a freshie.
It is a
freshie. She announced it on the gram.
She did announce it on the gram. Ooh, because she loved that board, and she probably surfed it to death. So that board's working well for her. Yeah, I'm not going to call what I think score-wise, but really polished surfing.
I like it. I think for me that was a excellent range.
It was beautifully surfed.
Yeah, and if we just kind of immediately recognize what we saw in instinct, it was variety, but then getting to appreciate the replay here, we'll see the nuances and the skills.
The takeoff, that bottom turn, the way she swooped all the way down to the bottom to set up her line to go up for that nose ride. And again, she knows how to stay right in the power source to get those maneuvers, and then up into the nose, holding that 5. Just nice hula hands. Raul used to say that. Just beautiful hands, not flopping all over the place, in control of her equipment, and just really utilizing that forward momentum of the trim, which is, that forward moment, the forward steps up to the nose, and a quick 10 there, and cat-like footwork.
Totally cat-like. And yeah, I really love the really nice smooth soul arch bottom turn as well. And this is actually her second wave because she kicked off with a 3.0.
Oh, so that was her second wave.
Yeah. So this is
her 3. So nice. Her boards are just so. Oops. Okay. There we go. That makes sense. Just caught a bump there.
Yep. So I'm thinking good. We're waiting for that score to come through. Love that soul arch turn at the end. It was super exciting, and what a great turnaround. Inish nearly got the win, but it was Tilda Rasmussen on that last exchange, representing Denmark. She takes the win, and she's down on the glass with Megan.
Thank you so much, Sam and Belen. Tilda, walk me through that heat. You just came in. You're so tired. You told me that was such a hard heat. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling, I don't know, wordless. I can't say anything. I didn't think I was going to go through. I think it was pure luck that I got through, I think, because, I feel like there was no waves, or either I was just sitting on the wrong spot, but luckily it went my way, and I was lucky,
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you got to, growing up in Denmark, being in the cold Hawaii, I mean, it's so different for you, and you just told me you were in a 6'5" wetsuit. How are you feeling in the water being here for the second time?
I feel like I have 10 times more power than usual, because, we are in a 6'5" wetsuit, hood boots and gloves. And coming here in the warm water is different, but it's very nice to feel free as well.
I bet. And you love in El Salvador? Everything's treating you good?
I love it. We were in a nice dinner yesterday with I think it was called Yaku. It was so nice food, and people are so welcoming, and everything's perfect. Yeah, I love it.
Amazing. Well, you did a good job. Whether it was luck or you having a strategy, you made it through into the next round. Do you want to thank some people back at home?
I want to thank my sponsors and definitely my family and all people behind supporting. And yeah, I'm so grateful to be here. Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Congratulations, and we'll see you in the next round. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Great stuff. Nice work, Tilda. There's some cool cats in Klipmøller in Denmark. Great place, of course. Of course, Denmark has hosted the ISAsurfing World Championship, and Denmark has a really good longboard culture. And Tilda's one of the kind of new representatives of that legacy. And yes, I appreciate what she said then. It was a really challenging heat. Nobody performed at their level, but it went her way, as we see Ophélie Acuen getting ready. Do you remember Ophélie from her first competitive kind of wave of surfing in the around the 2006 to 2010 mark? I'm not sure if you got to meet Ophélie back then.
I didn't get a chance to meet her. As we see, you know, surfers up and riding. We had white and green. I kind of walked away from, you know, the competitive scene and just kind of focused on the free surfing stuff, and then, you know, moved to Australia and started my all-girls surf school there. So as we see surfer, you know, in green, still making the most of this wave. This is a great wave for her.
Nice.
Really nice footwork. Again, just making the most through this bouncy section, you know, to come back from, you know, sharing a wave with someone.
Yep.
And then to be able to put it back together again. This is Samantha Wilson, as we see surfer in blue.
Yep, her favorite break is Lobitos in Chile. And here we see Lara Sastre getting a touch of the 5. Walks out of that nose ride and controls it. The Spaniard already with a 3.03. Back up for a second nose ride. Unable to come out cleanly from that second nose ride, so now waiting for a score for Samantha Wilson from Chile and Lara Sastre from Spain, based in Andalusia, which is the southern part of Spain, but not on the Mediterranean, also on the Atlantic coast. You know the Clash song, Spanish ships in Andalusia. Know that one?
No.
It's a good one. As we can see, coming up next, Team El Salvador, Henry Salinas, and we have got something to look forward to. They're always great when the El Salvadorians hit the water, and it's Claudia who is going to be representing her country, a fantastic local surfer here, also has a cafe and a business. As we can see, Rachel Tilley on a big, smooth overhead section out of that first nose ride. Back up to the tip, gets a nice 10, holds that 10. She drops a 7.5 for her last wave. Is this going to be higher? Onto the rail and then sweeping back for a high line, quick with her feet up to the tip once more. Rachel Tilley really starting to bring this afternoon to life. And it's the demonstration that there are potentially big scores out there. You just got to really impose yourself on them.
Got to find the right wave.
Yep.
Patient, and Rachel makes it look so easy.
Yeah.
And it's really, it kind of tricks you.
Sure.
Because she's such a great surfer and she's so polished. She can make anything look amazing. So she will sucker you out to surf in a really bad day. And you got there, Rachel, this sucks.
Yeah, she's making it look great. Well, I mean, we've seen 3 really tricky heats back to back where, yes, Natsumi was really strong, but a lot of fantastic world-class surfers just were struggling with the bounce, with the flow. But then Rachel comes alive and just reminds all of the competitors who've still got to surf this afternoon that, you know, that there is scores out there. You can find waves, you can find face, you can find variety. And what we see on the screen is 2 young women in a really great paddle battle. Rachel on the inside, but Lara is not giving up. This is great.
This is what happens when you do Pilates 15 times a week like Rachel does. She teaches Pilates. She's strong. The youngin', she gave up. She said, nope, I'm not doing that. Rachel is fierce. She is a weapon.
I love it. And the legs moving as well. It's a great thing when you're lying on a longboard, just having that knee up, it just takes the pressure off your spine. It's like a natural posture to happen. It's very common when you're paddling quick for those legs to be moving as well.
Another great paddler. Oh, as we see, unfortunately, is Kira Molnar.
Yeah,
Oh,
very fast.
She's gnarly.
Yeah,
She's,
don't get in a paddle race with
do
Kira.
not get in a paddle race
Yeah,
with Kira.
nor Rachel, nor Lara. I mean,
Oh.
yes, Rachel did go for it then, but Lara was like neck and neck with her the whole way. As we see a big sweeping set, one of the bigger sets of the heat so far. Catches Samantha Wilson out there. She just has to bail her board. So waiting for that third wave to come in for Rachel Tilley. She's got a 7.5 and a 3. As we can see, Sua Prapa just rolling, turtle rolling on that. Rachel just turtle rolled on the corner of that, and she's going to pop up clean. It looks like they're going to have a little bit of lull now to reposition. But Lara drops a 5.0 for her second ride. She's going to be really pleased with that. She's sitting in second position, meaning Samantha Wilson now needs a 4.87.
Yeah, that last wave came in for a 6.67 from Rachel. So, just really solidifying that first place. But, the thing about Rachel is she's been here so many times.
Yeah.
She knows what boards work here
Sure.
and what doesn't. And for some of these new competitors coming in, they're still, either really quite new to the sport and they still haven't learned about honing the skills for the right equipment, for the right wave.
Yep.
Rachel knows what works here and what doesn't.
Yeah, 2-time silver medalist in 2013 and last year in 2024. A 2-time WSL Women's World Longboard Champion in 2015, the youngest, age 17. And last year, she won that second WSL World Longboard title here at El Sunzal. So she's got incredible pedigree here. She knows this wave. She feels comfortable here. But let's celebrate a little bit the Thai surfers. Another woman who'll be coming up is Atia, known as Rami is her middle name, Jumprasert, another surfer from Thailand, a goofy footer. If you follow Archie Giatina, a photographer from the Philippines, you may have seen the Pearls project that he does, photographing longboard women around the world longboarding stylishly in traditional dress, and he's done a fantastic feature on the Thai surfers, including Atia. It's really great stuff. Josie Prendergast had some shots published. They've done one in Mexico with the women wearing the traditional blouses.
Did see that.
That's Archie
That is
Giatina from the
beautiful.
Philippines.
Mm.
The project is called Pearls. It's featured in Vogue around the world, and it's really breathtaking. What it does is it challenges the imperialism inherent in surfing. It's about empowering women to reconnect with their cultural roots, but also to demonstrate their strength, their ability as longboarders. And you can follow Archie Giatina on his Instagram and look at that Pearls project. And some of the Thai surfers have featured in that very recently.
Oh, no, I
cool
will
stuff.
definitely have to. I have seen what he did in Mexico. So as we see surfer in Thailand using her priority to take off on this lovely wave.
Nice right-hander here, speeding,
Definitely.
fast section. It's getting a little bit bouncy. She's just going to have to hang on to this section. Couple of cross steps forward, moves back to the tail, and then just navigating things nicely. Lara on that wave. Will Lara have interfered with our Thai surfer, or because they didn't cross over, there'll be no interference?
I don't know. I have to look at that replay. I don't think they definitely didn't interfere with anything. And regardless, Thailand had priority.
Yep.
And we've seen what happens with priority at the very last minute.
Yeah, I'm thinking that there may well have not been any type of interference there. So Rachel Tilley out there in the lead with a 7.5 and a 6.67, and I feel as if Lara didn't have priority, but she didn't interfere with the Thai surfer's ride.
Yep, definitely. And that was a smart choice. That was smart for her to take off on that wave. She needed a wave. She's looking for, she's got a 3.33. And it's just lovely to see these women coming in from a spot where, surf culture is still quite fresh within the women's.
Absolutely. So a lot of coastline as well to enjoy in Thailand. Over 2,000 miles of coastline. Up and riding right now, Samantha Wilson locked in a really nice, crisp backside nose ride into a second nose ride, then runs out of that second nose ride. You can just see that sticker peeling off from under her board, but beautiful wall ahead of her. Accelerates, gets low, just grabs the rail and then stands tall. Nice kind of Belinda Baggs-esque kind of stance with their knees close between moves. Very graceful but powerful and quick as well, and dealing nicely with the bounces. Quick footwork. I'm loving this from Samantha. This is a really good display of her talent, and I think that this is going to be a really important score. Chasing a 4.87, it may well put the pressure on Lara. It could be enough for Samantha to go up into second.
Be interesting to see what the judges drop for that. But like you said, a 4.87, 3.5 minutes. Great surfing from Lara. She read that well. She did the best that she possibly could with the wave that she had, as the girls both kind of copying the set.
I liked it from Samantha. And remember that 5 that Lara got? She did have some nose rides, but she wasn't as controlled and clean in and out of the nose rides. In contrast, what we just saw from Samantha, I felt like there was real composure. So I think as a benchmark, I actually think it was a stronger ride than Lara's 5. So it could go higher than that. And it could put her up into second.
Well, her nose rides were good. She put her foot down and then really wrapped her toes over, and then she went back up and did that again. So here we go. Let's see what they're going to
Great control and flow as well between everything. Moving into the last 3 minutes. I mean, Rachel Tilley sitting strong, a 7.5, a 6.67, comfortable, demonstrating that there's, big scores available out there. She'll give a lot of confidence to some of the other women who will be coming up to compete, knowing that you get yourself on the right waves and the scoring potential is there as we just wait to see what comes through for Samantha. Out there with priority is Rachel Tilley. In second, priority is Lara Sastre from Andalusia, but she may well need a score when Samantha Wilson drops her next ride.
Rachel's great in the water with other competitors. She's not she's has a lot of humility.
Yep. Yeah, it's very true.
And she would be very inspiring to these girls right now. And like you said, some of them, it's their first time here. And, you do get a bit, not celebrity shocked, but, excited as we see this nice late takeoff.
Wow.
This is Lara. She's, unfortunately.
Unlucky. That was a hard takeoff to handle. And, we just have now seen Samantha moving up into second with a 5.33. So it did come out higher. But my question, was Lara impeded? What was the Thai surfer slightly in the way? Did Lara have to adapt her line? It looked like a difficult takeoff. She was holding on tight. She got up late, but she's fallen, so she's not going to get the 3.51 that she needs. But the benefit is that because she wasn't able to ride that wave through even to the middle, she's possibly got a chance for one more wave. She's going to need a score. It's a 3.51. She needs to go up into second. 1 minute 15 seconds remaining. It's only Rachel Tilley who's sitting there with priority. So the priority judge just waiting for the rest of the surfers to get into what they call the lineup or the takeoff area as we get to appreciate Rachel up and riding. There it goes. Drops nicely into that wave. Bottom turns a single fin, swoops a nice top turn. Great compression, a little bit of a Rel Sun kind of movement there, the way she came off the top and then just beautifully compressed over the stringer and just put her arms out. This wave is just going to die on her now, but she's just going to walk out to the tail. As we can see, Lara, she does get a chance to go for the 3.51. What would she need to do on this inside section, do you think, Belin?
I think she needs to kind of just get back more to the white water and then come off that bottom and just do a little bit of footwork. Just get couple steps here and there. Just start trimming, and not really, just kind of hanging on the tail. You see a couple steps coming through here, but that hop is really hard. When it actually doesn't give you that forward momentum. You're actually pushing water.
And that's where the cross-stepping is so important, and it's just trusting that the footwork will allow the transition of weight up and down the board to speed up or stall or slow down. And that's something that Lara will learn as she studies her video clips, as she starts to realize the functionalities of how you really use a big board in bumpy point breaks.
Well, and that's the thing about the footwork and cross-stepping is it's not just it doesn't just look pretty, it's functional.
Yeah.
It's functional flow, functional control.
Yep.
And it's imperative that you understand the functionality of the cross-step.
Well, congratulations, Samantha Wilson. She moves up into second. Lara Sastre and Suaprapa Kumbuti from Thailand will move into the repechage, but it's Rachel Tilley who takes the win. A real masterclass for our silver medalist. Here it is. Enjoy. We'll be back real soon. We've got Bo and Megan into the booth. Stay with us.
una vida llena de todas esas cosas que la hacen realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen, hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy. Suprema, esta es la otra vida.
Welcome back. We are live action in the water. Heat number 12, women's round 1. Moving into the final few heats of today's action. You are watching the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. This surf break, El Sunzal, surfer up and riding. Claudia Tamacas, the local from El Salvador. Great to see her competing here. A wave that she knows quite well. My name is Bo Nixon, joined in the booth by Megan Godinez as we take a look at the names in this heat. Ophélie Acuen, Reunion Island surfer, surfing for France. Claudia Tamacas from El Salvador. And then we have Hae-Hun Song from Korea and Phoebe Gould from the Channel Islands. These women wanted to get things started in this heat. We saw some sets rolling through toward the end of the last heat. Rachel Tilley put on a fantastic performance. A couple of high wave scores in that. You see some marine life out there next to Claudia as she's paddling out. A few splashes from the fish. I've seen a few turtles out there in the water. Lots going on.
Yeah, it's similar to Hawaii. The fish jumping, the turtles, the marine life, also the animals on land. It's really cool to see. And really refreshing. It's a lot hotter than Hawaii, I will say that. But it feels very homey to me.
That's good. Simpler temperatures. It's been pretty overcast the last couple of days, so keeping those temperatures down. Nice blue sky out there at the moment as we move into the afternoon. It is 5 to 4 p.m. local time. 3:55. Got about an hour left of competition today. The final 3 heats. 16.5 minutes on the clock for heat number 12 of the women. Things are starting to glass off out there a little bit in the afternoon here. In Australia we call it the Largo, the late afternoon glass off.
You guys have you guys have like the best like nicknames for things, Arvo. What was it?
Largo.
Lago.
Yeah, late afternoon glass off.
So great.
As we see competitors getting ready for the next heat. Siu Yun Chang from Chinese Taipei coming up against Natalia Wunderlich from Hawaii and Rowan Reyes from Costa Rica.
Couple stack heats and this back end of the day. And you're right, yeah, it's starting to kind of glass off. I felt as I was down there on the glass, actually, the wind started to shift. It became more of a side wind rather than an onshore. So it was felt like it was more of a northeast, and it started to actually glass off and less chop. So hopefully the surfers here can navigate with this with the wind kind of dying off.
Phoebe Gould up and riding, representing the Channel Islands. Navigating those bumps there, unfortunately just gets a little bit of air underneath her board and comes unstuck. She's living in London at the moment, so a bit far away from the waves. It's a good 5-6 hour drive to the southwest of England there. Spends a lot of time in France, in Cornwall. Getting that practice in. So it'd be interesting to speak to her. We spoke about some athletes earlier wearing wetsuits, transitioning into the warmer waters here of El Salvador. As we see a nice looking wave. Looking quite smooth on the face here. Our French competitor, French team looking strong. Ophélie up and riding. Carving back to the white water, setting up this wave as she brings it through. Getting up on the nose for a quick 5. Very nice footwork from her. Control, you can see her eyes just focusing in front of her board, watching those chops, watching those bumps, making sure she keeps her nose and her rail away from the big ones heading toward her. Does very well to carve that board back around to the whitewater, making her way up to the nose almost again. Just decides to bring it back as she brings it through to the inside section. Just gets a little slower there, but a well put together wave, getting up on the nose a couple of times. And we're going to throw it down to the winner of the last heat, Rachel Tilley.
Thanks so much, team. Rachel, 2 times WSL Women's World Longboard Champion, 2 times a silver medalist. Let's get straight to the point. How much does it hurt to have not yet won that gold at the ISA?
It doesn't hurt. It just sets a goal. You know, I think I've been on a journey of like coming back to a place of confidence in surfing and with my surfing, not just to end up like in the finals, but to actually win. And winning the WSL title here last year was a big stepping stone in that. And so, yeah, I definitely have my sights set on gold, but this was just the first heat, so that's only where my mind is at right now.
It's been such an inspiration for the longboard community to see your journey across the last 10 years, and clearly a huge part of that has been your relationship with your shaper, Josh Martin. It looks like you've got a fresh board. Tell us about the design and the fabric inlay.
Oh my gosh, I could go on forever, but it's the most beautiful board. I'm so excited about it. We've done the same outline, same shape as what I've been riding for years now, what I just won my world title on out here. It's a pintail, single fin, and layered with Hoffman fabric, and everything from the stringer to the blank to the outline all the way to the fabric as well as handmade. So that is just so special to have Josh's touch all throughout it, and to be able to be part of the process is, I feel super incredibly fortunate, and I can feel that energy when I'm out there, and it gives me a different connection to my equipment that I really value.
Well, it looks like good energy, but talking of energy and pacing yourself, you know this event is very much a marathon. So how does that affect your technique and your tactic going into this, knowing that you really need to peak potentially in 6 days' time?
Yeah, one is don't fall into the replicharge round. That changes obviously a lot in terms of pacing. And yeah, with that heat, I thought with like 7 minutes to go, I had a good lead, and I thought like I'm just gonna like sit and be really patient. If like a really good one comes through that I can better my score, I'll take. And then I got smoked by like 5 sets, and so I'm still out of breath from that. It definitely wasn't the easy last 7 minutes that I was hoping for. So trying to do less of that and more of just reading the ocean correctly and timing and yeah, rest in and around, and having fun. Right before this heat, I went and played mini golf with Morena, the Minister of Tourism, and that was super fun. So that's a huge part of my strategy, is like seriously to enjoy myself. I have the most incredible team here with Team USA, and I'm honored to represent them and represent everyone at home. And thank you for watching.
Great stuff, Rachel. We look forward to watching the rest of your campaign.
Thank you.
Rachel Tilley having lots of fun out there as we see live action in the water. This is Hayley Song up and riding from Korea. Just navigating herself in front of the white water, waiting for things to stand up for her on the inside. Also riding a full carbon board there. As she brings this one through to that middle section of the wave. It's going to start to stand up a little bit steeper, looking to get up to the nose. Cross step. She does again, up to the 5, holds it for a while, then steps back, that wave disappearing before the pupusa section on the inside. So good start for Hayley on that one.
Yeah, just trying to get her feet connected to her board. You said that it was a full carbon board. It's a lot lighter, but it was probably, traveling from Korea, it's probably a lot easier to travel with. And, you know, with boards breaking, it was probably the safe choice to travel with that board. It looks good under her feet. She's navigating it well, especially with the bumps. With the carbon board, usually you're catching air at every section, but she knows how to surf it. She looks comfortable. So yeah, ridden wave for Hayley.
We had a 4.83 from Surfer in Red, Ophélie from France. So that puts her up into the lead. Couple of small scores there from Claudia, and also Phoebe with a 0.87. Still waiting for the last of Hayley's to come through. It's going to improve her situation. Let's see if she moves up into first or just goes back into second with that wave. But Rachel Tilley, what a performance she put on. over a 14-point heat total for that heat there. So almost getting up into the excellent range with her scores. It's great to see her having fun out here.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about. At the end of the day, it's all about having that fun, connecting with people, making friends and family all around the world.
Back to live action in the water. Phoebe Gould representing the Channel Islands. She finds herself on this wave here. This will be her second ride. She looked to improve upon that smaller score, bringing this one through, does well. Stepping back on that tail. You can see that back foot moving from rail to turn the board. She's going to start cross-stepping up to the nose. Little bumpy. Almost gets up there as that wave disappears in that deep water.
Yeah, for this heat, getting busy, you can tell there's a little bit more consistency in waves, whether the surfers are sitting a little bit more inside, their strategy change, their tactic change, knowing that the tide is slowly going down. As we see Phoebe's replay here, just trying to make it past that whitewash. A lot of bump, a lot of chop, but navigates it well. Again, she's a little bit more forward on the board, giving her a little bit more control, just to get down the face of the wave, working her way back and forth. Like you said, her back foot is actually moving side to side with the width of the board to get that board to engage that rail. So interesting catch there, Bo.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of surfers moving that back foot. Of course, longboards being a little bit wider in the tail. Really need to engage the rail, moving that back foot across. Phoebe drops a 2.1 for that last wave score. Judges really wanting to see more on that outside section. As we see Ofeli here up to a nice hang 5 in that critical section. The tail of the board well back in the white water. She cuts it back. Just waiting for this wave to stand up again. Already done a couple of nice maneuvers out the back. Carves it around, sprays her fellow competitor as she surfs past. And she's going to bring this one through this mid-section of the wave. Things start to get a little slower around this section. We saw a lot of competitors deciding to kick out here. Ofeli sticking with it, up on the nose again. Seeing more scoring potential on the inside. Carving back as we see her jump off there just before the end section of the wave. Fantastic ride from her. Definitely going to better her situation, Megs.
Yeah, 100%. She needed that second wave. I think this might actually be better than her 4.83. I think her 4.83 is actually going to become her backup score. So, it's 6.5 minutes left. She got 2 waves, and look at the face of this wave. It's starting to clean up with this afternoon wind switch, and I love the way that she's just taking her time. She doesn't need to rush it. Especially with a coach like Antoine, he's probably telling her, just get through the heat, give me those 2 waves, surf smart. Nice redirect. And this is the area that you said, this is where that there's that deep section, kind of like more like a channel. And she was a good redirect where she faced the board completely left to get that double up. But she's working her way onto the inside and just gets down right before the pupusa section.
Ofeli, she's recovering from knee surgery not too long ago, so making her comeback. She was a competitor a number of years back on the longboard scene. Did really well in some contests, but was out of action for a while after that knee surgery, so she's back a lot stronger, looking really comfortable on this wave here at El Sunzal.
Yeah, and she travels the world a bunch. She used to live in Dubai, Reunion Island, no stranger to warmer water. She started very young, actually, on the tour. I remember surfing against her in China when the contest was in China, and she was maybe, I want to say she was about 16 years old, making her debut into the surf world. And she looked comfortable. She loved surfing. She was such a friendly face. And it's so good to see her back in the scene because she's a great surfer, especially knowing that she just got knee surgery. And to be in a competition and having that pressure, she's handling very well.
Yeah, she definitely is, putting 2 good wave scores together. We see Haley drop a 5.07, pushed her up into that first place for a brief moment. She's going to look to back up that score. Of course, still waiting for Ofeli's last wave to drop. It's going to put her up into that first position. But Haley dropping a good mid-range score.
Yeah, getting it started little back half of the heat, just kind of taking her time. good representation for her country. You know, they got good surfers this year, getting used to surfing those bigger waves and getting comfortable. So it's really nice to see them taking charge, you know, taking the initiative to really travel around Asia and find the bigger waves so that they can practice and get the practice time in.
Just under 4 minutes left of heat number 12. Ofeli dropped a 6.27, putting her well into the lead. Hayley, just with a single wave score of a 5.07, sits in that second place. She definitely won't be feeling comfortable without a backup score. So she'll look to get another wave as we count down this heat. We've also got Phoebe Gould sitting in that third spot, only looking for a 2.98 currently to get into that advancing position. And the local surfer, Claudia Tamacas from El Salvador. A couple of small scores for her. Claudia runs a restaurant here in El Salvador. A lot of support from the local community. Thank you very much for watching online, whether on Facebook, isasurf.org. You can join us on all the social media channels, Instagram, YouTube, X, TikTok, Facebook. You can find ISA Surfing across those channels. You can see the highlights from today's action, yesterday's action as well. We've got a whole nother week of competition scheduled for the ISA World Longboard Championships. We're going to be crowning champions on Thursday, the 1st of May. You're not going to want to miss that at all. 2.5 minutes. Here we go. Backing up that 5.07. Taking off, stretching out, trying to get to the nose. Unfortunately, not connecting that one through.
Yeah, she was sitting really wide in the lineup. She's pretty far out too. You know, with just needing that second score, exactly what she should be doing actually is coming a little bit more in. She just needs something to just solidify her second place right now. And smart move by her, just trying to catch this wave in. She's looking for this double up, hoping that it will reform, and it looks like it does. She just needs to redirect to left a little bit. There it is. Just getting past that little lump, that little double up, working her way in, seeing if she can find one last little nose ride into the pupusa section. Moving really fast on that carbon board. And that's the thing, it sits so high on the water, right? There's not a lot of drag on it. So it can play, there is a beneficial, it benefits her that she can push through the chops. It'll kind of just pop over it, but she does need to be sturdy because it will just kind of take its own kind of toll. As we see the surfers here deciding to ditch the boards, go under the wave, recollect themselves, get back out there.
That last wave from Yahyun Song. A 2.33, not enough to put her up into the lead, but solidifies her place in second, making it a little bit harder for Phoebe and Claudia to get the jump into that advancing position. A 5.3 needed from the surfer in white from the Channel Islands, and a 6.33 from the local Salvadorian surfer. You can see Claudia there sitting on the inside. Great overview here of the lineup. We've got Ofeli out there. Out the back, sets coming, sets approaching. Claudia taking a look at this small one on the inside. She might try and paddle for it. Also got Phoebe trying to push her onto it. As Ofeli just gets over that one, as we may have a wave on the inside here. Unfortunately not being able to get onto it. So coming down to 20 seconds left in the heat. Looks like it is going to be Ofeli and Hayley moving through to round number 2.
Yeah, these sets really starting to come in now, especially with the tide going out. It's going to fill back in overnight.
Interesting situation here on the inside, deciding to take off on the whitewater. Phoebe Gould, also Claudia on the inside. Interesting to know if there was any priority there, but no one hindering the scoring potential of any ride, so I think this situation is going to stay the same. See our surfer representing France on screen, the winner of heat number 12. It's a long paddle back in.
That is, I mean, at this point, I'd kind of go towards the rocks a little bit and make my, because the current is going against you, actually. So it's best if you can find a wave to get back in. As see that beautiful nose ride from her and making it through the next round.
Yeah, beautiful scenes here from day number 2 of competition. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with the final 2 heats of the day for the women after a short commercial break. Welcome back to today's action. The Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. You are watching heat number 13 of the women's out the water there. It's going to be a great heat as we see a replay of our surfer in red. This is Natalia representing Hawaii. Goofy footer, living on the island of Oahu. Stylish cut back there to the white water. Stalls to set herself up on the nose, hanging 5. Great surfing from Natalia as she brings this one through. Things getting a little bumpy. She comes through the inside section, decides to kick out.
Yeah, beautiful surfing from Natalia representing Hawaii. She's from Haleiwa, up on the North Shore where I live actually now. And beautiful property. Parents are amazing. They have this really nice property with probably one of the best like orchards of flowers.
Cool.
They have like these hybrid hibiscuses and plumerias. So I remember when we have to make a lei, you know, in Hawaii, we go over to her house and go pick flowers.
Oh, sounds so cool. That's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Also in this heat, Xu Yun Chang representing Chinese Taipei, and Rowan Reyes from Costa Rica, looking to get her campaign started here. Costa Rica bringing a strong team this year. As we see some smaller waves approaching. The smaller ones have tended to be the better waves. You can see those 2 smaller ones there hugging the point, offering a bit of scoring potential. Those bigger ones tend to hit the bump on that left-hand side of screen. Natalia dropping a 4.33 for her first ride. So a mid-range score. For a nice nose ride, a couple of calves.
Yeah, I believe she's surfing on the Lost Not Found boards. Rosie Jaffers also rides them. Kyoki Seguibo also rides those boards, and it looks like it's really it looks good under her feet. And we had a conversation earlier about the goofy footers having to look over their shoulder, and especially in Hawaii, there's not a lot of lefts. Especially on the North Shore, except if you're surfing, you know, like pipe or something.
There's a few hidden ones, I know. I'm not going to mention where it is.
Yeah, don't now.
Okay.
Yep. we keep that under wraps.
Yeah.
But yes, there are a couple lefts. But she's no stranger. She surfs Haleiwa a bunch, and usually that's a right point break on a northwest swell. So she likes the bigger surf too. So I think she's gonna feel comfortable. She just needs to work her way through the chops, and I think she'll warm up to them.
Our 20-year-old Costa Rican surfer there. Short ride. Coming from a very strong surfing family. Her mum, a national champion surfer as well. So great to see her continuing the tradition in her family. As we look to see a paddle here from our surfer in blue, Xu Yun Chang. Chinese Taipei, obviously under the guidance of Keenan Roxburgh, the coach of Taiwan.
I was talking to her teammate down there. I was getting myself an espresso this morning, and he was saying the way that they've been practicing is snow surfing.
Cool.
Because they don't have a lot of big waves. He said the one thing that they've been doing, especially during the winter, is finding snow to go snow surfboarding. So that's when the board is shaped kind of like a little fish, and you're not strapped in.
No straps.
Yeah. So
Okay.
he's saying that actually the way that you maneuver, leaning with your toe and your heel, snow surfing is it's like surfing. You really have to rely on that back foot. As we see the surfer from Chinese Taipei on this wave here.
See if she can channel some of that snow surfing into her surfing. Beautiful 5-3. Unfortunately goes down. So smooth though. What it looked like at the start there, Megs, and just hit a bump at the end.
Yeah, I think she was just standing too tall. She got a little bit too cocky on the walk back, and she just got unstuck and got just hit that chop and went down.
And I think we've got down on the glass there, the heat winner of the last heat.
Thanks so much, team. Philly, 2 really strong rides, a great start. I mean, and I can see by the smile on your face how happy you are. Talk us through those 2 key waves.
Oh, it was so nice. We are very lucky because now the spot is cleaner than before. And yeah, I just needed to be on my legs, flex them, and go till the end. I think it's the key here in this spot.
And having grown up in Reunion, you're no stranger to a tropical climate, but how did you train and prepare for the long wave here? Because it takes a lot of strength.
Actually, in Réunion we have Saint-Leu, which is a very long left, but it's a left. So we have to train cardio and stamina differently. And the best training was to come before. We stayed 4 days before, and it was good to train.
And you've got Antoine Del Pero as your team manager. Has that been helpful to have his experience?
Oh yeah, he has a very strong experience, so I'm very confident with him, and I just, what he said, I'm gonna do for sure.
Well, you're looking good, and I'm sure you've got some messages in French for all of your support around the world.
Oh, sure. Merci à tous ceux qui me supportent, tous ceux qui sont venus, qui se sont réveillés cette nuit pour me supporter, et ceux qui me suivent, c'est vraiment merci. Je suis trop contente d'être là.
Well done, Philly. We're looking forward to seeing more of you in the next rounds.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
As we head back to live action in the water, this is Leah Diaz from Costa Rica. We're going to try and get the graphic changed up on screen. Excuse us for not recognizing the surfer. She is representing Costa Rica. Doing some fantastic surfing on this wave, bringing it through to the inside, stalling, getting up toward the nose there. Just keeping this board moving through this section. She stalls it. And she's going to bring it through to the inside, trying to get up on the nose for a 5. Holds it. Can't really ride through those bumps though, really catching the surfers off guard as she heads into that pupusa section.
Good wave surfed by her, though. She knows that there's only 11 minutes left in this heat, and she needs that score. She's only got a one and not even a backup score yet, so I think this is going to really help her campaign move up in the rankings here.
On screen, Su Yunjiang, Chinese Taipei. Couple of small scores. Still waiting on scores to drop for Natalia. We saw Natalia ride a wave during that posted interview with Ofeli. I think there's going to be a good score that drops for her. Solid size wave. And a couple of maneuvers done before the camera switched over to Leah Diaz in the green jersey. So we'll see how that plays out. Thanks everyone for tuning in around the world, watching the world's best longboard surfers here at El Sunzal, Surf City, El Salvador. A fantastic venue to showcase the world's best longboarders on the world's best waves. A little bumpy today, expecting a bigger swell tomorrow, and then things are going to settle back down during next week. Praying for good winds, good conditions as we head into the finals.
Yeah, I think the surfers are really going to appreciate that, and being able to showcase what they got. You know, they came all this way. They want to surf a beautiful right point break, and they're going to do so. El Sunzo seems to always deliver. There's always waves. So it's going to be a fun, long marathon kind of week.
So just speaking about Xiu Yun Chang, Hailey, as she's affectionately known as Chinese Taipei, 44 years old, started surfing at the age of 24. So a little late in life to start surfing, but not stopping her from representing her country here on a world stage.
But never too late.
It's never
too late
no?
to start surfing.
That's right.
You can start surfing at any age. I love it. I've seen like Brisa Hennessy took her grandmother out in Fiji.
That's right.
She's in her 80s maybe? Yeah. And she got out there and she stood up. And that's so and that's the beauty of like the ocean. It really connects us, and it's like truly the fountain of youth.
It sure is. It
You
really
know?
is. Yeah, I've taught people who are into their 80s as well, late 70s, just with this zest for life that they want to just continue learning new things, keeping their mind
Absolutely.
active, keeping their body active.
Yep.
As we see Natalia, the Hawaiian, getting to the nose. Quick 5, almost catches that nose on that bit of bump, but does very well to stay controlled. Love the way she uses her feet, her hips there to control the board. Staying high on this wave, getting up into the midsection of the board, waiting for it to stand up. Didn't quite get to the nose, but going to try again on this section here. Holds that 5, goes for the 10. Very nice control. Judge is going to love that. Bit of point of difference from the other surfers there. Carving off the top, bringing this one through, decides to kick out. Megs, great wave.
Great wave. I mean, the degree of difficulty right now, we haven't seen a hang 10 in a while, right? So it's the judges are going to look at that. The conditions have changed, so I think she's going to get rewarded, and she did great surfing.
Already seeing with that 4.67, a 4.33.
Yeah, I think I saw some stingrays in that
cool.
wave. That was really cool. I thought there were dolphins at first. Man, the marine life is really, really happening out there, and at the surf break.
Unfortunately, can't link that one through. Hailey there just falling off the back of that wave. Looks like another one behind it. You see our surfer in green, Leah Diaz. You see the name being updated on your screen. Taking off on this one, looking like it's going to be a nice wave as it comes through, walling up through the inside section here. Just decides to kick out though. Doesn't see much scoring potential. I'm looking over my shoulder. Looks like a nice wave that's actually coming through. So interesting decision from her to kick out. Probably looking for something a little bit different. I know these surfers go out with different strategies, looking for different waves to showcase the best of their surfing. Still waiting for that last score of Natalia Wunderlich to drop. She's comfortably out in the lead at the moment, although Leah dropped a 6.10 on her second ride. That was a fantastic wave. As we see Hailey Chang stroking into this one. She is going to get onto it. Not quite. Unfortunately, just falls off the back there. These longboards have a lot of glide when you are paddling them, but sometimes the wave just out paddles you.
Yeah, especially here with the current changing and the tide changing. And it's your arms are probably so tired from that 6-minute paddle. So if you're paddling into a wave, you need to make sure you're catching it, right? You don't want to waste, one, you don't want to waste that time, and two, you don't want to waste the energy. So when the surfers are paddling for that wave, they're paddling, and they want that wave. So beautiful wave ridden by Leah. This past one, the wave before last, she got a 6.10, the highest score so far in this heat. Riding her Corvac surfboards. Pretty sure this is actually the board she rode last year. And I remember Wingnut was here last year, and he's got some roots down in Costa Rica, so he was really rooting for her and cheering her on. And I just remember him saying, like, make sure you complete your waves, just get all the way to shore, ride it all the way in, and it pays off. She got a 6.1 in this heat.
Still waiting for that other ride. No, it's just dropped now. 4.87 for Natalia. Keeps her in the lead. Hailey Chang on screen, looking for a 5.81 to move up into that advancing position. And the first and second move through to the main event, round number 2. Third and fourth will drop into the rapid charge rounds. As we see surfers waiting for their waves at the back. So a couple of regular footers in this heat alongside Goofy footer. As we were talking about before, very different approach to the wave, different waves you're looking for. The strategy is going to be different as well. Set's approaching out the back. As this swell slowly starts to build, overnight we're going to see it really jump up. It's going to be a little bit stronger period tomorrow, another foot bigger on the buoys, and that's just the swell, so the wave heights are going to be significantly bigger. As we wake up, we can hear the ocean when we go to sleep. I can hear the rumble of the waves. When we first arrived, the waves were quite big and just kept me awake at night.
I find that the same too. Like I'm like, oh, everyone's like, oh, it's white noise. I was like, no, actually, I feel like Moana, and it's calling me, and I need to wake up and go surf. So haven't been sleeping that good, but as we see Blue up and riding, Haley here, just goes down with that chop.
You could see she was keeping that weight forward to get down the wave, but with that weight forward, just catching that.
Yeah,
rail.
she had the weight forward, but was too forward on the board. If she was maybe just 6 inches back, I think she would have just cut through the chop instead of had the nose plow into it. But yeah, I mean, right now she needs a 5.81. There's 4 minutes left, you know, and she's got some time. She just needs to make it out there and find that little golden egg.
The beach of El Tunco. You can see all the locals here on a Saturday heading down the beach, going swimming. You'll see the lifeguards down there, keeping an eye on everyone in the water. They do a great job here. Of course, thanks to the water safety team. Chuck, the director of that, doing a great job keeping the athletes safe. As we use the drone to move up into El Sunzal, where the athletes are. They've got their competitors area, athlete zone to the right-hand side of screen there. And you can see as we move through the beautiful palm trees, the sun setting in the background.
What a great shot.
Grandstand there, where all the judges are. You can see the priority board there that the competitors can look back to, see where they sit with the priority situation. It's a fantastic venue for surfing. El Salvador, a huge supporter of the ISA, surfing in general. Definitely making a push for tourism in El Salvador. Looking like a paddle here from Leah. She's going to get onto this one. Up and riding. The Costa Rican residing, coming from Guanacaste, the northwest region of Costa Rica. You see her walking the board. Dropping down this wave. You can see being on the back of the board there. Being a bit affected by the lumps and hanging on to that one very well. She can see something happening on the inside. She's going to stick with this one. Cross-stepping up toward the nose. Gets the 5. Very well controlled from her. Stepping back. She's going to go up again to try and get to the nose. Through this section. Just going to wait for it to stand up. Coming through to the shore break. Again, up onto the nose. Beautiful hang 5. Sticks with it this time and stays on the board. Jumps off there before the end section.
Yeah, those Corvac boards are really flying it down. You could tell she was almost leaning, her toes or digging into her board so that the rail could catch, so that she could scrub off some speed. I mean, she did well to navigate those chops. I wanted her to move up a little bit more on the board. I'm just channeling my inner wingnut right now, and you know, because he has he'll coach her here and there, and if she just was a little bit more up on the board, in the middle of the board, she could have had a little bit more stability, pushing her out into the face of the wave rather than her kind of getting lost in that whitewash. But good surfing from her. She's got a 3.83, bettering her 1 point, so bumps her up to first place. Natalia's got 1 minute left to higher that score. She needs a 5.07 to get back into first. Not a lot of time, but I think I see some lines coming in.
Definitely some lines on the horizon. Still a minute left. Let's see if these waves make it in time. You can see Natalia identifying the set out there. She's going to reposition herself a little bit wider, paddling left of screen. You can see that wave standing up in front of her, deciding to spin on this one. A late takeoff. She's going to stay hands on the rail for a little bit, standing up at the bottom of this ride, as she does very well to drop down that wave on her backhand. And she's going to get up to the nose on this one. That wave disappearing underneath her. That's not going to be the score she needs to get up into first. Haley looking for an 8.24 now, making things very tough for her. to get up into advancing position. Only 15 seconds left. And there's a chance, though. Another late takeoff here. Beautiful positioning on this one. She's going to set her line, set her rail. Stalling back to the pocket there. Keeping that board in the critical section of the wave. The most power and speed is. Just trimming it. And she's going to start to look to cross step up the board. Good control on her footwork. Making her way back to the white water, waiting for this one to stand up. I don't see too much potential in front of her, but she's going to go for a quick trip up the board. Finishes off there. So that is going to be Hailey Chang from Chinese Taipei finishing in that third spot. Natalia Fundulik in second, and winning that heat from Costa Rica, Leah Diaz.
Yeah, very exciting for Costa Rica, getting to be on that glass and doing that and getting that confidence that, you know, you got first place. First round is done. You can shake that off. You're still in the main round. She's going to go into the next round very confident and comfortable, you know, especially with the swell building. She's getting more comfortable in bigger waves. So I think she's going to be doing very well throughout this competition.
I think so as well. She is very comfortable in a lot of different types of waves. Do not go anywhere. We're going to be back with the final heat of today. Heat number 14 of the women's. You're not going to want to miss that. So stick around after a short commercial break. The action here from El Sunzal. Thank you very much for tuning in. Day number 2 of competition, the final heat of the women's out in the water at the moment. A stacked heat to finish off the day. Lola Bleakley from England, Ruby Knox from Ireland, Marcela Gonzalez from Colombia, and Alejandra from Guatemala. As we see her up and riding at the moment, just getting knocked off her feet, but stays in control, just deciding to throw that one away.
Yeah, a lot of time still on the clock, so just getting comfortable, getting getting used to the board underneath your feet with the jersey on. That plays a very big difference. Just going out for a free surf and then putting the jersey on feels completely different. Your mind's got to be right. You got to be in the zone. So just starting to move early.
Quick start also from Marcela Gonzalez. Up and down, just a 0.93, but getting started early in this heat, I like that strategy, keeping busy. As we see Ruby Knox representing Ireland up and riding. Little cross step to get things started, just deciding to kick out of that one, finding herself a little bit deep on the reef. These ladies maybe pushing themselves a little bit too far to the right. Lola Bleakley paddling into this one. As we see her beautiful style there, carving back and making her way up to the nose, almost a little touch of the 5. Great little stall turn there to set herself up for this section as she makes her way through. Love the hand placement, the style, the flair she has in her surfing. She brings this one through, smile on her face, just navigating those bumps, that white water. Lola's been another one of the standout free surfers out there. Opting to surf the inside a wave, so a lot of practice there on these smaller conditions here. Lola completing that way all the way through to the end section. Going to be a very proud dad from Sam there. He's down on the glass with the winner of the last heat.
Thanks so much, both. Thanks so much, team. Leah, what a fantastic heat that was. Exchanging first positions between you and Natalia, but you got the win. You got to feel so good about that.
I feel really good. I am very excited to get just that first heat out of the way.
And would your mum have been watching back home in Costa Rica?
She's watching the replay right now. She gets really nervous, so she prepares to watch replays of my heats.
Of course, your mum's such a pioneer of Costa Rican surfing, but what about the team you've got behind you, the likes of Dorian Torres in the team? You've got a lot of strength and depth.
Yes, I feel like we have a really strong team this year. We have Aiden, our new girl, so now we have a full team, and it's really awesome to have a good team.
Are you getting any coaching tips from our good friend Uncle Wingnut?
Yes, he told me he was going to be watching my heat, so I made sure to do a good job.
Well, it's a great start, and I'm sure you've got some messages for all of your fan base tuning in back home.
Quiero mandar un saludo a todos los chicos que me están viendo. Estoy muy emocionada. Quiero seguir dándole más duro. Mandarle un saludo gigante a mi mamá, a todos mis amigos, a mi novio por allá.
Pura vida, Costa Rica.
Thank you very much, Sam, for bringing that interview. It was great to see Leah out there. Put on a fantastic performance, taking the win in the final seconds there. Getting some great scores. As we turn our attention back to the water, we saw Ruby Knox riding during that interview as well. Ruby and Lola travel a lot together, surf a lot of contests together. They'll be heading up to Mexico after this, the Mexi Log Fest.
Yeah, they've both been on the road for a long time. I know her and her dad have been traveling for a couple weeks now, and you know, spending that time down here in the Americas, getting used to that warm water.
Yeah, that's right. Get away from the English winter, Irish winter. Gets cold.
I can only imagine. Well, you are in Cornwall,
Yes.
right? So what millimeter suit are we in?
5'4" in the winter.
Absolutely not.
My neighbour goes in like a 4'3" all year. I just don't know how he does it.
I feel like I would be there. I can't. If it's more than a 4'3", I feel like I'm about to have an anxiety attack because I'm just being hugged and squeezed the whole time.
Lola Bleakley here, shedding the wetsuit for the warmer waters of El Salvador. A replay on this one, Megs.
And doing so well, getting comfortable in that warmer water. Having that nice steez, just like her dad. Goofy footer, different from her dad, but still having, you can see that little Sam in her, right? The little hand placement. The little steez, the little knock knees. Beautiful surfing from her, just really using the board. You can really see Sam come into play when she does the rounding cutbacks. That has her dad written all over her, and I love that they're traveling together, really connecting this wave onto the inside, finishing nice and strong right before the pupusa section, but this will be a good ride for her.
Watching a replay here, Ruby Knox from Ireland. Trying to get up to the nose, does very well for that 5. Brings it back to the white water. Again, just waiting for this wave to stand up. This was during the interview we had with Leah. See that wave standing up, so decided to kick out, but a good start for her. Still waiting for scores to drop. Still waiting for that score to drop from Alejandra as well, early on in the heat.
Yeah, and you can kind of tell the wind has shifted. It's died down a little bit. The water looks a little friendlier. You can also tell that the wind has died down because the water looks a little bluer. I swear when it was windier, it looked a little sandier color just from everything getting kicked up. But it does look like it's smoothing out, which is so great for the last heat of the day. Just really allowing them to showcase what they've got in their pocket.
12 minutes left in this heat. We can see some scores dropping through for our competitors. Ruby Knox from Ireland drops a 4.1. Moves herself up into the lead. Lola Bleakley a 2.90. Sitting in second at the moment. Ale from Guatemala with a small score of that 1.4. And Marcela Gonzalez of Colombia still waiting to really get a wave of substance. Just with that 0.93 in her scoreline.
And you can see her waiting on the outside, just, you know, waiting for those sets to come in. We know that they're going to come in, right? It's just a matter of time. And unfortunately, surf contests are timed. So you got that 20 minutes to kind of look and see and pick. So this wave coming in, if I were her, I would start going, right? Halfway within the heat, I would try and get my campaign started already. opting to actually go miss this wave. She's got second priority.
Yeah, maybe not wanting to give that up because other competitors are out there at the moment. She would have dropped back to fourth priority, so maybe a bit of a strategy call from her.
Yeah, she might have not been in a good position to catch the wave, and had she paddled for it and missed it, definitely would have lost priority.
Bigger wave though approaching the lineup. Alejandra Zaid from Guatemala, currently in that first priority position. She looks like she's going to spin and turn on this one. In a great position for it. Unfortunately, she doesn't feel like it's going to offer up any good scoring potential. So we see Lola Bleakley taking off on this one. A good choice from Lola. Stalling, staying in that critical section. You can see she's going to cut back here to the white water, dropping down. I love that little look back she does on that bottom turn. You can see her wiggling that board through here, waiting for it to stand up, getting those feet up into the middle of the board. Quick stall, another nice turn, back to the pocket, throwing lots of spray, showing the judges she surfs with power, flow. Bringing this one through to that inside section. Can she get on the nose here to mix it up with a variety of maneuvers? She's going to get up there for that 5 very quickly and then rides out controlled into that shore break.
Yeah, I can hear her dad right now probably saying, get to the nose, get to the nose, get onto the nose. But watching her surf just now, her hand placement, she reminds me a lot of a Hawaii surfer. Her name's Kiani Kanuo. And the way that her hand placement is, the knock knees, looks a lot like Kiani. And I know that's one of her favorite surfers, you know, to watch and look up to. So, I mean, she's looking smooth. She's looking collective and calm. She just needs to get that nose ride out the back and get all that work done at the beginning of the wave.
That's where we've seen the high scores come from, Megs. Those, you know, maneuvers on the outside section of the wave. As soon as someone stands up, getting to the nose, you know, really turning in the pocket on those outside sections. We've seen the last few waves, these women placing the maneuvers a bit more on the shoulder. So it'll be great to see those nose rides being done more in the pocket. Had some big scores thrown down today. Rachel Tilley dropping some high numbers. Maria Fernanda Reyes from Peru dropping an excellent score as well. As we see our surfer from Guatemala having a look at that one on her paddle back out. Looks like she's moved in a bit, maybe got caught by the sets, got pushed in a little.
Yeah, I think especially with 8 minutes, I think there's going to be one more set that comes in that they're going to be able to hopefully they have been studying the waves and looking at it and knowing that there's going to be one more set. And, you know, the highest score right now is from Ruby, who's in second place. She has first priority. She just went for that wave, but no one is sitting next to her, so she's going to keep that priority. She's got a 4.10. She knows she needs a better backup score, so she's going to sit out the back and wait.
Replay of Marcela Gonzalez from Colombia. Two-tone color board. Looks fantastic on the wave here at El Sunzal. Staying on the tail of this one, carving it back through.
Yeah, staying nice and sturdy.
Marcela, 37 years old. Really doing well to stay with this wave. She just gets a little hung up there on that bottom turn. And a replay of Lola's wave, Megs.
Yeah, just the way she stands up. She's got that steez like Kiani from Hawaii. Just redirecting. And this was smart surfing. Again, there wasn't a part of the wave on the outside that wasn't going to allow her to nose ride. So she wasn't going to risk it for the biscuit just yet. And she's working her way to the inside, trying to find that double up. And it's looking like it's getting really fast, especially with this tide sucking out. Starting to create that cleaner double up, but you can see she's flying down the wave. That cameraman is really following her. This tight shot. Working her way. Just wanting to see a little bit more tip time. And there it is. Just at the end. Good surfing.
3.93 drops for that ride of Lola, representing England. As we see Ale up and riding here. She's going to stall at the top, try and get to the nose. Does very well to stretch out there. Gets the 10, but unfortunately just falls off the back of that wave. You could kind of see maybe that was going to happen by the way she set it up. Just a bit too much weight on the back foot.
Yeah, and just the way that her board was on the wave is a little bit facing too much towards the sand rather than down the beach. So that way the board actually was catching a little bit too much behind the wave. So the wave was actually hugging the tail of the board a little bit too much, creating that drag, and just didn't have enough momentum on the nose to continue on that wave.
I love those insights, Meg. So for those surfers at home, those longboarders who want to do longer nose rides, going with the direction of the wave.
Yeah, I always
parallel to the beach.
Yeah, parallel to the beach, and I always tell everyone your nose should always be facing somewhere down the beach. If there's a palm tree, the nose of your board should be facing that, should be there. And when you're turning, you have a landmark. When you cut back, that nose should be facing the palm tree on your left. Then you come and redirect the palm tree back on the right. You never really want the board to be very perpendicular to the beach, because in that way it just tells the judges, like, there's nothing I can do. I'm kind of just on this wave, kind of taking up time. They don't want to see that. They want to see you making those decisions to get the nose ride in, setting up the next maneuver, setting up the next turn, setting up the next nose ride. So yeah, having her board be more parallel with the wave and the beach probably would have got her into that hang 5, hang 10. But again, it is riskier because there's less board for the wave to catch when it is like that. But that's what the judges want to see. That's where the critical section happens. So it's important that they understand where to nose ride on the wave.
Yeah, great insights, Megs. Thanks for bringing us that. Competitors here just taking a breather with the ocean. 4 minutes, 30 seconds left. This is going to be the final heat of today's action. We're going to be kicking off tomorrow with the rest of women's round 1. And moving into the main event of the men's and women's as well. Of course, that call going to be made at 6:45 a.m. local time for a 7 a.m. start. We'll wake up to see exactly what the swell has produced for us. As we see some bumps on the horizon. Lola Bleakley currently sitting in that first place. Ruby Knox in second. But more importantly, it's between the surfers in third and fourth, needing to advance. A 2.21 needed from Marcela, Colombia, and a 2.74 from Alejandra from Guatemala. So small scores, very, very achievable for both surfers. You see Marcela sitting with second priority. Going to spin on this one, having a look. Let's see if she can get onto it. She's going to miss that wave.
I knew that was going to happen. I saw Ruby. Oh, and she uses her
Ruby
priority.
goes down.
But that was, I mean, she kind of had to do that with 3 minutes left. Knowing that there was only one wave left in the heat, she had to make Alejandra pull out because she didn't have first priority. So that was a good defensive move by Ruby Knox, because Alejandra only needs a 2.74.
I know, Ruby was trying to back up a 0.60.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate. She does have fourth priority, but there are waves coming in the last 3 minutes, so she needs to get busy.
Marcela here taking off on the inside in that third priority. So finding a little one that's going to run on the inside, only needing a 2.21. Is she going to be able to get the score from this one? Wiggling that board through this section here, brings it back to the white water. You can see her getting low, getting that board moving. Will she make it over this bump? She does well to navigate it. This wave not offering up too much in front of her at the moment. So she's going to nose right back to the left to bring it there. Unfortunately, that white water though catching her off, as we see out the back. Live action Alejandra needing another small score of a 2.74. If she makes it around this section, she could have a good chance. Getting really critical. Gets boosted out through that section. Very well controlled through there. And now she starts to get to work on her footwork. Drops down, unfortunately slipping off there, but staying with her board. So up and riding again. That maneuver won't count as she takes it through. So the work she's done on the outside, bringing it through to the inside section, needs to get a lot more footwork done. 2.74 is required, unless Ruby can better her situation. Up on the nose currently. She does well to come back from that, so that will be a completed ride there for Ale. And does well to navigate that end section there. Can be dangerous getting down on your belly.
Yeah, she definitely moved back really quick to make sure she didn't end up purling. As you can see them, looks like they're having a little conversation, seeing what's happening.
Irish team anxiously waiting for those scores.
See Tom Green there. kind of biting his nails nervously.
Will it be luck of the Irish and Ruby will keep that second position? You see people on their phones checking the live web scores. Lola Bleakley currently holding down that first place. She seems like she's safe moving through, especially with Marcella and Alejandra on the inside there. 50 seconds left, so probably not enough time for them to paddle out. We do see Marcela Gonzalez dropping a 2.73. That's just enough to put her up into second place. Ruby Knox now drops down into third place. Ruby looking for a 1.13. Just get to your feet. Do a turn.
She's got a paddle in.
She'll get the score. She is moving in. 30 seconds left. Looking over our shoulder, there's not much on offer for her coming in.
Gripping that flag really hard there, coach. I would move. I would start. If I were one of the coaches, I'd be whistling, telling her to move towards the rocks, telling her to
100%.
get in. All you need is a one. You just need to stand up.
This is the luck of the ocean. It can go flat. It can produce a wave. Unfortunately, this time we're going to run out of time for Ruby Knox. So it will be Lola Bleakley from England, Marcela Gonzalez of Colombia, moving through to the main event women's round. That's going to be coming up tomorrow. Ruby Knox, Alejandra, unfortunately going to the repechage heats.
She's got a second chance.
Yes.
You know, and look at this sisterhood, this camaraderie, giving each other hugs. Oh, so amazing how surfing can just bring so many nations together and just really, really just become such a world sport.
We see Alejandra there paddling in from her heat. Put on a great performance for Guatemala. Marcela, greeted from her fellow Colombians, very happy on the beach there in that second place. Very close heat to finish off the day here. A great day two of action. Had some really excellent rides ridden from a lot of the competitors today. Some of the top names moving through to the main event. As we see our competitors making their way in. Just waiting for that last score of Alejandra to drop. 2.53, so keeps her in that fourth position. Marcela, very happy, very stoked.
Celebrating on the beach with your team. That's so awesome and amazing. Look at her. She's just pure stoke. I love that.
Always smiles, though, from Ale, knowing that she's got another chance to show her talents out here at El Sunzal.
Amazing, stoked for her other competitors, and that's what it's all about. You know, once that horn blows, you're friends again. No bad blood.
That's exactly right. Hugs all around. And you can see them making their way up the rocks. Not too long ago, the tide was washing up over those rocks. Competitors having to scramble down, find different ways in and out through the rocks there. And we're going to see the scenes of the competitors area and see our women competitors getting ready for that post-heat interview. We're going to take a look at the highlights from day two of competition here at El Sunzal. Welcome back. Going to go down to a family meeting down there on the glass. Sam Bleakley with his daughter Lola.
Oh, thanks so much, Bo. Well, in all the years, to get the chance to do a post-heat interview with my daughter Lola. Lola, big congratulations.
Thanks.
So tell us about how that heat went.
It was pretty fun. Very bumpy out there, but it was good. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. It was quite tricky to get the right waves, but yeah, and I did win on 2 pretty low scores, but it was fun despite the tricky stuff.
And it looked like really good strategy to stay wide. That second wave you got, that was your highest score.
Yeah, I think on the big sets there is some kind of sets which come out of nowhere which break super wide, so I kind of, after watching it over the last few days, I thought I'm going to try and stay wide just to catch a couple of the wide ones.
And all of Team England have got through. We've seen Ben Skinner, Emily Curry, Arthur Randall. How special is it to be staying with this fantastic team at La Ola?
It's super special. We've got such a strong team and we all got such a good support kind of network at home, and yeah, it's really exciting, and yeah, it's really cool to have everyone here.
Well, we're all super proud of you, Lola, and I'm sure you got messages for everyone tuning in back home in the UK and in Cornwall.
Yeah, obviously to Mum and Rubes and my teachers as well, who've given me loads of support and loads of encouragement about being out here, so, and all my friends as well, and yeah, so thanks everyone.
Go Lola.
Proud dad moment down there on the sand. Very proud father. Lola Bleakley moving through to the main event of the women. What a day of action we have had from the finishing off the first round of the men's, moving through to the women's round. We're going to be finishing off with the women's main round tomorrow. It's going to be another exciting day, waking up with a bit more swell on the water potentially. It's going to be something to look out for, Megs.
Yeah, I'm excited, especially with the women starting. And the women are looking really comfortable in bigger waves. So it's going to be really fun to watch. And you should tune in.
Yeah, definitely. We had some high scores. Maria Fernanda Reyes from Peru dropping that 8-point ride. Rachel Tilley getting some fantastic scores as well. Back in the men's division, we had Eduardo Perro getting some really excellent scores. I think the highest heat total of the event so far. Taka Inoue as well. So they're going to be all coming up tomorrow. It's going to be a 6:45 a.m. call for a 7 a.m. start. We're going to finish off women's round 1, moving into the round 2 of the men's, and then moving back into main event round 2 of the women's as well in the afternoon. So a lot more action to come tomorrow. Do stay tuned to ISAsurf.org or the ISA Facebook page. You'll be able to watch the live action there. Thank you very much for tuning in. My name is Bo, Megan Godinez in the booth. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
See you guys.